No one anticipated that the game Xian Yuan would directly merge with the real world upon its public launch. Lu Chen, in his previous life, was betrayed by his dearest friend and girlfriend, who took everything from him. In this life, Lu Chen found himself reborn on the final day of the closed beta for Xian Yuan. He decided to liquidate his assets and acquire the parent company of the game outright. Then, he modified his character's data through the backend. Chapter 1, Rebirth. Acquiring Xian Yuan with 10 billion at the outset. I can't believe I have been reborn. Lu Chen abruptly sat up in bed, his phone beside him displaying the interface of the Xian Yuan game. In his previous life, while battling a high-dimensional enemy in a level 100 disaster secret realm, a level 500 human overlord rode a divine beast, the Zhulong, soaring above the battlefield. In that instant, he was crushed into the ground by the residual force of the overlord's mount. Damn it! Is it true that the wealthy can act with impunity? Lu Chen grumbled in frustration, but then he glanced at the clock on his bedside table. Today is the last day of the closed beta for Xian Yuan, and tomorrow the public launch begins, marking the direct fusion of the game with the real world. Everything from the game will descend into reality, except for the recharge channels, which will be closed. The memories of his past life informed Lu Chen that on the first day of the public launch, the recharge channels will be shut down. However, all funds recharged during the closed beta would remain available for use in the public launch. This realization filled Lu Chen with ecstatic joy. He remembered how his closest friend and girlfriend had conspired against him in his previous life, stealing his celestial weapon, the Xuanlong sword. In that life, Lu Chen lacked the power to seek vengeance. But this time, everything would be different. All he needed to do today, on the final day of the closed beta, was to indulge in reckless spending. By tomorrow, everything would undergo a monumental transformation. Lu Chen eagerly grasped his phone, preparing to spend extravagantly. Yet a thought struck him. Although I possess a vast company and wealth inherited from my parents, even if I sold the company today, along with the villa and luxury cars, how much would that yield? With this contemplation, Lu Chen quickly devised a simple yet audacious solution. I will liquidate my assets and acquire the Xian Yuan game company, then modify my character's data through the game backend. Lu Chen checked the time. It was 2 o'clock in the afternoon. There is still time. He promptly convened a shareholders meeting and sold his shares at half price. Simultaneously, he sold all his luxury cars and villa at half price. The irresistible allure of half price attracted countless eager buyers. In an instant, Lu Chen amassed a fortune of 10 billion. The headquarters of the Xian Yuan game company happened to be located in Jiangcheng. Lu Chen marched in, confronting a group of programmers, and tossed stacks of cash at them. I am here to acquire your Xian Yuan company for 10 billion. Upon hearing this declaration, the owner of Xian Yuan was immediately alerted. It is worth noting that the production cost of Xian Yuan was merely several tens of millions. Still in the closed beta phase, the game's reception had been lukewarm, and concerns about its future abounded. When they saw a big spender willing to pay 10 billion for their company, both the owner and employees were overwhelmed with joy. In just 10 minutes, Lu Chen became the owner of Xian Yuan. The first order of business for the newly appointed leader was to approach the programmers with a stack of cash, demanding they locate his game character from the back end. The programmers eagerly complied, scurrying to assist their new boss in finding his character. As Lu Chen sat at his computer, he focused on his game character, modifying the recharge interface from the back end. Recharge funds, 10 trillion. Recharge limit reached. Recharge celestial jade, 10 trillion. Recharge limit reached. Level, 9999. After a moment's thought, Lu Chen decided to remove the level designation. This aspect was irrelevant. Once the public launch commenced, all data would reset to 0, save for recharge records. Having completed these modifications, a satisfied smile graced Lu Chen's lips. Now, everything was in place, awaiting the perfect moment. Suddenly, Lu Chen had an idea. He called his girlfriend, Lu Yunyan. Upon answering, a breathless voice greeted him. Darling, why did you suddenly call me? Lu Yunyan, what are you doing? I'm just running on the treadmill. Hearing this, Lu Chen smirked coldly. Thinking so, Lu Yunyan was already starting to betray me at this time in my previous life. Without delay, Lu Chen hung up and dialed his close friend Zhao Tianlang. Darling, don't say a word, your boyfriend is calling. Though the voice was faint, Lu Chen heard it clearly. Hello, Xinge. Is there something you need from your brother? Oh, nothing much. My girlfriend is at the gym running, but I'm busy right now and can't pick her up. Could you help me out? Haha, sure. We're brothers, I'll go pick her up. The call ended. Meanwhile, in a hotel room, the two were entangled in passion, laughing derisively at Lu Chen. Lu Chen is such a fool. If it weren't for his wealth and assets, no one would want to be with him. Darling, just hold on a little longer. Once you steal his fortune, we can fly off together. Lu Chun stood by the window of his office, gazing out at the peaceful world beyond. That he knew that by 8 o'clock the next morning, this world would undergo a profound transformation. He would take his time to deal with the treacherous couple. A swift demise would be far too dull. Attention all players in the Blue Star region. The Xian Yuan game is officially launching. The world will be divided into main regions by country. Dragon Kingdom, Beautiful Nation, Bear Country, Cherry Blossom region. All players, please begin creating your characters. Lu Chun had ensured he rested for a full 10 hours, anticipating the moment when Xian Yuan would merge with reality. In this grand global online game, he aimed to seize the initiative. Create character, Lu Chun, using my actual appearance, race selection, human, scanning body data, generating attribute panel. As a closed beta player, inheriting relevant data. Character creation complete. As Lu Chun became the first person globally to complete character creation, a brand new limited time recharge event appeared before him. Ding! Limited time recharge gift global unique title. Who says humans have no great emperor? Who says humans have no great emperor? The bearer exudes a natural sense of pressure over all humans. Additionally, gain 1 extra profession slot. Global unique reward. Limited time purchase price, 80,000. Current purchasers, 0. Haha. Only 80,000, what a bargain. It even grants an extra profession slot. Doesn't that mean I can simultaneously switch between 2 professions? A smile crept across Lu Chen's face. This title was merely a title. Its effect was simple. It granted a natural sense of pressure over all humans. This offered little enhancement to combat power. However, Lu Chen now had but a single word. Majestic. 2 words. Unparalleled. Ding. You have successfully purchased an item worth 80,000. Who says there are no great emperors among the human race? You may now don the title at your leisure. Congratulations on successfully unlocking your second career slot. Lu Chun adeptly summoned his backpack interface. Upon opening it, the first item revealed was an incredibly imposing title. Without hesitation, Lu Chun equipped it. In an instant, a resplendent golden inscription appeared above his head, exuding an air of dominion, dazzling and flamboyant. Who says there are no great emperors among the human race? Chapter 2. Recharge 10 million and acquire a celestial-level destiny sword. Upon awakening from a deep slumber, the world around me had undergone a monumental transformation. What transpired during my repose? Before my very eyes, new vistas unfurled. Had the realms of the celestial fate game intertwined with the fabric of reality? Is it the very game I played during its beta testing? For a mere 6 yuan, I could possess my own destiny sword. How exhilarating. Where is the recharge interface? I too wish to engage in this endeavor. I crave my own destiny sword. In the bottom right corner, the recharge interface appeared, yet it seemed to have darkened inexplicably. Why must I be denied the opportunity to recharge? I yearn to invest, rolling on the ground in frustration. Countries around the globe were swift to respond to this unprecedented situation, while humanity experienced a whirlwind of emotions. Shock, frenzy, ecstasy, fear, eager anticipation, and profound resistance. Some could not fathom how the world had transformed overnight, while others quickly recognized the monumental opportunity that had arisen and sprang into action. As the celestial fate game merged with the real world, nations were promptly delineated into game zones named after themselves. Lu Chun found himself in the Dragon Kingdom zone. Moreover, beyond the urban sectors inhabited by humanity, a plethora of never-before-seen monsters suddenly emerged in the wilds. Their levels ranged modestly from 1 to 10. Alongside the appearance of these game monsters, various dungeons, secret realms, and disaster battlefields also descended upon the globe in synchrony, bringing with them an array of equipment, potions, skill tomes, and materials. While humanity embarked on its initial explorations, Lu Chun had already embarked on an irreversible path of fervent investment. Upon completing the creation of his character, a recharge event materialized before him. Ding! First recharge gift pack. For only 6 yuan, you can activate the level 20 feature, Destiny Sword. Oh, how delightful. The allure is palpable. This item, although obtainable at level 20, could significantly bolster my combat prowess if acquired early. A triumphant smile graced Lu Chun's lips as he made his selection. Purchase. Purchase complete. You have now obtained your Destiny Sword. Before long, a silver-white Destiny Sword, roughly the size of a palm, materialized before Lu Chun. With but a thought, this sword could soar to any location he desired, and he could wield it to launch attacks. Lu Chun understood that this small artifact would serve as a valuable ally in early battles. Suddenly, another recharge event flashed before him. Ding! Material gift pack. For just 30 yuan, elevate your Destiny Sword to Destiny Sword, Qingfeng. Lu Chen chuckled in delight. This is precisely what I sought. Having purchased one, the second opportunity immediately presented itself. Such a modest sum for an upgrade? I shall proceed. Lu Chen glanced at his recharge balance. Recharge funds. 999, 999, 919, 970. Recharge Celestial Jade. 1,000,000,000,000,000. His lips were stretched into an unwavering smile. The essence of Xianyu reveals its true potential only through substantial investment at higher tiers. In the initial stages, it primarily revolves around standard monetary contributions. Upgrade complete. Current innate flying sword. Qing Feng. Effect. Attack 5 with a chance to inflict bleeding. Shortly thereafter, a new grand package emerged. This is a familiar strategy employed by mobile games to entice players to spend. After one purchase, another immediately follows. In his previous life, Lu Chen found himself unable to afford such luxuries, which bred a disdain for these incessant prompts. However, now he finds himself capable. He eagerly anticipates an abundance of these enticing pop-ups, longing for the exhilaration of indulgence. Spending brings fleeting joy. Continuous spending brings enduring delight. Ding! Invaluable Materials Grand Package. Only 99 yuan can upgrade the innate flying sword to innate flying sword, flowing light. Purchase. Ding! Supreme Materials Grand Package. Only 298 yuan can upgrade the innate flying sword to innate flying sword, Xianming. Purchase. Ding! Luxurious Supreme Materials Grand Package. Only 648 yuan can upgrade the innate flying sword to innate flying sword, Qi Xiao. Purchase. Exhilarating. The sensation of spending is truly delightful. Lu Chen felt a natural wave of relaxation coursing through his cerebral cortex as he indulged in spending. Yet, Lu Chen's hands remained unyielding in their pursuit. Ding! Ultimate Luxurious Premium Materials Grand Package. Only 1,648 yuan can upgrade the innate flying sword to innate flying sword, Wuxiang. Continue purchasing. Buy for me. Lu Chen watched as his innate flying sword transformed, evolving from a plain white blade devoid of patterns to one that blossomed with vibrant colors with each upgrade. Gradually, it began to radiate brilliance. Ding! Super Ultimate Luxurious Premium Materials Grand Package. Only 5,648 yuan can upgrade the innate flying sword to innate flying sword, Taichu. Purchase. Elevate it for me. I wish to discover the limits of this game's design for upgrading the innate flying sword. Ding! Hyper Ultimate Luxurious Supreme Materials Grand Package. Only 80,000 yuan can upgrade the innate flying sword to innate flying sword, Xiandao. A staggering 80,000 yuan to reach the Xiandao level? Not enough. Far from it. Continue to indulge. Ding! Ultimate Invincible Luxurious Supreme Materials Grand Package. Only 300,000 yuan can upgrade the innate flying sword to innate flying sword, Shangdao. 300,000? This is just the beginning. My recharge balance has barely changed in length. Ding! Genesis Level Materials Grand Package. Only 1 million yuan can upgrade the innate flying sword to innate flying sword, Shundao. Purchase. Is there anything beyond Shundao? Just tell me, is there a higher tier? Money is no object for me. Ding! Crowning Materials Grand Package. With a mere 8 million yuan, one can elevate their destined flying sword to the pinnacle of excellence. Has the ceiling finally been reached? A sudden surge in price from 1 million to 8 million for acquisition. The cumulative expenditure has approached 10 million. It appears that the planners of Xian Yuan never truly anticipated that anyone would spend such a fortune, merely to upgrade a flying sword that should be accessible to all, to its utmost quality. As Lu Chen completed his final expenditure, the resplendent flying sword hovered before him, imbued with an array of formidable and enigmatic energies that were utterly incomprehensible. After indulging in a significant spree of spending, Lu Chen felt a rush of exhilaration. He needed to compose himself, settling onto the sofa to examine the attributes of this Dao-level flying sword. The moment the attribute panel materialized before him, he was left utterly astounded. Destined flying sword. Type: magical artifact. Quality: Dao level. Level: attack. Damage inflicted by the wielder. Qing Feng. 5 chance to inflict bleeding upon attack. Liu Guang. Attacks penetrate a linear range of enemies, inflicting light attribute damage. Xianming. 5 chance to freeze enemies for 1 second upon attack. Qi Xiao. 5 chance to inflict burning upon attack. Wuxiang. 5 chance to unleash 10 sword chi attacks on enemies. Taichu. 5 chance to ignore enemy defenses upon attack. Xiandao. 1 chance to reset skill cooldown upon attack. Sheng Dao, 1 chance to stop enemy time for 3 seconds upon attack. Shen Dao, 1 chance to restore the wielder to full health upon attack. Tian Dao, immediate resurrection upon the wielder's demise, cooldown, 300 seconds. Chapter 3, Maxing Out Levels. Unlocking level 5 on the first day. Goodness gracious! Is this the pinnacle of the destined flying sword, achieved through spending? It is worth noting that in his past life, Lu Chen only managed to unlock the 3rd special effect, Xianming, and he already deemed it incredibly formidable, a 5 chance to freeze an enemy for 1 second. Yet, when Lu Chen gazed upon the final few effects, resetting skill cooldowns, halting time for enemies for 3 seconds, and even instantly restoring his health, he was utterly awestruck. The ultimate ability, allowing for immediate resurrection upon demise, boasted a cooldown of merely 5 minutes. In this world where online gaming intertwines with reality, players no longer have the luxury of revival upon death. Once perished, one is truly lost, with nothing remaining. Even if the real world has become akin to an online game, the sanctity of life remains paramount for all. Having just indulged in an extravagant recharge, my level should be maximized. Lu Chen adeptly accessed his interface, revealing a plethora of notifications marked by vibrant red dots, showcasing an array of bounteous rewards. This sensation was simply exhilarating. 1. Cumulative recharge of 30 yuan. Experience gained. 5. Reward. Destined Flying Sword. Small green potion. 2. Cumulative recharge of 100 yuan. Experience gained. 10. Dungeon drops. 10. The rewards include the Master Sword Evolution Stone. 1,000 pieces. When cumulative recharge reaches 500 yuan, experience gained is 15. Dungeon drops are 10. And the number of times one can enter the dungeon daily is 1. The rewards also comprise Zodiac Evolution Stones, 1,000 pieces, Wing Evolution Stones, 1,000 pieces, and Mount Evolution Stones, 1,000 pieces. Upon reaching a cumulative recharge of 2,000 yuan, experience gained increases to 30, dungeon drops to 20, with the ability to enter the dungeon twice and use the Spirit Gathering Bowl twice daily. The rewards at this level consist of Equipment Enhancement Stones, 1,000 pieces, Equipment Forging Stones, 1,000 pieces, and Equipment Amplification Stones, 1,000 pieces. At a cumulative recharge of 10,000 yuan, experience gained is 50, dungeon drops increase to 30, allowing for 4 entries into the dungeon, with a higher probability of obtaining superior quality equipment, and the Spirit Gathering Bowl can be used 4 times daily. Additionally, a free 10 consecutive draws from any card pool is available once a day. These features unlock on the 2nd day of the server's opening. These were items that I could scarcely have dreamed of in my previous life, thought Lu Chen, filled with emotion. The only drawback was that today marked the server's opening day, so the highest level reached was merely level 5. However, this was sufficient for Lu Chen to take the lead on the very first day. He swiftly claimed all rewards from levels 1 to 5. You have acquired the Master Sword. You have obtained a small green bottle. You have received 1,000 Master Sword Evolution Stones. You have obtained 1,000 Zodiac Evolution Stones. You have received 1,000 Wing Evolution Stones. These dazzling rewards appeared quite generous at first glance, yet in reality, they would be of limited use in the early stages. For instance, the first additional feature, the Zodiac, would only unlock upon reaching level 20. The so-called Zodiac is a pure pay-to-win mechanism that ensnares players. In my previous life, Lu Chen had suffered significantly due to this aspect. The Star Palace feature encompasses 12 Zodiac signs, each containing 9 stars awaiting activation. To illuminate these stars, one must employ the Zodiac Evolution Stones. Acquiring these stones necessitates tackling the specialized level 20 dungeon, the Zodiac map. Unfortunately, the drop rate for these stones is notoriously low. One can only attempt this dungeon twice a week, yielding merely a handful of Zodiac Evolution Stones each time. In the early stages, activating a few stars to enhance attributes poses little issue. However, as the number of illuminated stars increases and the activated Zodiacs multiply, the consumption of Zodiac Evolution Stones escalates accordingly. In his previous life, Lu Chen encountered this predicament, where illuminating a single star demanded a staggering 550 Zodiac Evolution Stones. Given the dismal drop rate of this frustrating dungeon, with only 2 attempts weekly, one could expect an average of merely 20 Evolution Stones. In other words, he must engage in continuous battles for 28 weeks to illuminate a single star. That amounts to nearly 200 days. However, if one desires to avoid the tedious grind of dungeons, there exists an alternative. One could simply purchase a grand package of constellation materials for a mere 648 yuan. In his previous life, Liu Chen was incessantly bombarded with prompts to buy this grand package each time he entered a dungeon. Yet he found himself unable to dismiss them. Consequently, this issue had drawn the ire of the vast majority of players, who vociferously condemned this insidious aspect of the game. Nevertheless, the creators of Xian Yuan, upon realizing the seamless integration of their game with reality, found themselves incapable of making any modifications through the backend. Liu Chen proceeded to examine his attribute panel. Liu Chen, level 1, physical attack, 15, growth 5, magical attack, 15, growth 5, physical defense, 5, growth 2, magical defense, 5, growth 2, elemental bonus, 0, critical rate, 5, critical damage, 200 skills. None. The early attributes were decidedly feeble. Liu Chen couldn't help but sigh. He then opened his skill bar for inspection, which was entirely shrouded in darkness. This was due to his temporary lack of a class change. Only upon reaching level 10 could he accept quests from various class trainers in the city. Completing these quests would allow him to transition into the corresponding profession. However, there were a few minor skills available to learn in the early stages, such as the level 3 skill, Falling Leaf Slash, which could be executed with a melee weapon, or the level 3 range skill, Flying Stone, requiring a staff or similar ranged weapon for activation. Learning these trifling skills seemed futile. The priority was to reach level 10, at which point he could draw from the skill lottery pool. After reflecting on this, Liu Chen recognized that his immediate objective was to elevate his level. In the realm of Xian Yuan, only by incrementally achieving character levels would he gradually unlock an array of functions and additional monetization opportunities. Thus, Reborn, Liu Chen resolved to focus entirely on enhancing his strength and capabilities. It is essential to understand that in the early stages, every step counts. He hastily dressed and groomed himself before stepping outside. Upon exiting, he found himself standing on the bustling streets of Jiangcheng. The transformation of this human city was nothing short of astounding. In addition to the existing human residential areas, numerous buildings infused with an ethereal charm had emerged. Common sights included apothecaries, blacksmiths, and equipment shops. Moreover, the Adventurers Guild, service centers, and at the very center of Jiangcheng, a magnificent teleportation array reaching towards the heavens had appeared. This is undoubtedly the main teleportation array of Jiangcheng, providing direct access to other cities within the Dragon Kingdom. However, each teleportation requires a consumable item known as an immortal stone, which can be obtained by defeating monsters, completing quests, or through loot drops in dungeons. Essentially, the immortal stone has supplanted traditional currency, becoming the new medium of exchange. Chapter 4. Utilizing the memories of a past life to unveil hidden artifact quests. As Liu Chen strolled through the bustling streets, he was surrounded by curious and exhilarated individuals, all marveling at this entirely new world. Awakening from slumber, he found that the world had undergone a profound transformation, merging seamlessly with the realm of gaming. This meant that we could now battle monsters, level up, and acquire equipment in reality, gradually ascending to the pinnacle of existence. How exhilarating! Prior to this world-altering event, I was merely a beleaguered worker, earning a meager salary of less than 3,000 each month. Now, the opportunity to change my destiny has finally arrived. I am determined to achieve the status of a top player in this game world, to embrace success and reach the zenith of my life. Listening to the fervent words of the crowd, Liu Chen smiled faintly, for in his previous life, he too had shared their initial excitement. However, such joy was fleeting. A month after the launch of Xian Yuan, the first major update would arrive, heralding the descent of demonic soldiers. This update would unleash numerous formidable foes upon humanity, launching fierce assaults on the main cities. In his past life, this sudden upheaval had caught many nations off guard, resulting in significant losses. Armed with the memories of his previous existence, Liu Chen was resolute in avoiding the same fate. His priority was to level up. Reaching level 10 would allow him to unlock the card pool and draw cards. The mere thought of this excited him immensely. Suppressing his exhilaration, he made his way swiftly to the main teleportation array of Jiangcheng. While others were still uncertain about how to access the array, Liu Chen moved with remarkable familiarity. I wish to teleport to qilin village. Payment of 100 immortal stones required. As you are a max-level player, teleportation is complimentary. A look of astonishment crossed Liu Chen's face. Free teleportation? In his previous life, he had spent a considerable sum on teleportation fees annually. With a surge of teleportation energy, darkness enveloped his vision. When he opened his eyes again 3 seconds later, he found himself in the quaint and charming qilin village. located 200 kilometers west of Jiangxing. This was not a village from the human world, but rather a newly formed game village that emerged after Xian Yuan integrated with the gaming realm. The inhabitants of Qingyuan village were all characters. Yet despite their diverse ages and appearances, they represented a distinct form of existence. They can also experience the joys of courtship, marriage, and parenthood. In a previous life, there was even a bold individual who managed to win over a woman and ultimately father a child. I recall that in the past, there was a singular hidden quest in Qingyuan village. Completing this quest would reward one with a fragment of a divine artifact. Such artifacts are of the highest caliber in the realm of Xian Yuan, and to obtain a complete divine artifact, one must gather a total of 10 fragments and fuse them together, which may then randomly yield a divine weapon. These fragments typically emerge from hidden quests scattered across the globe, leading to the scarcity of divine artifacts worldwide. Once a divine weapon appears, it is esteemed as a national treasure. Lu Chen swiftly made his way to the village chief's home. Along the route, the villagers regarded Lu Chen with curious glances, intrigued by the arrival of an outsider. Soon, Lu Chen arrived at the chief's residence, where the chief was toiling in the fields, perspiring profusely. Upon entering, Lu Chen cheerfully announced, "Greetings, chief. I am here to accept the hidden quest." This straightforward inquiry caught the chief off guard, causing him to set aside his hoe. "Are you an adventurer?" he asked. Lu Chen, aware that adventurer is the term used for human players in these games, nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, I am an adventurer. Chief, your hoe seems inadequate for your work. Allow me to assist you in finding a better one." The chief nearly faltered upon hearing Lu Chen's words. How could this adventurer echo his own sentiments? "Ah, yes, yes," the chief began, but before he could finish, Lu Chen had already made his way to the small teleportation array in Qingyuan village. This hidden quest, though seemingly simple, helping the chief find a hoe, was quite troublesome in execution. The chief would require the adventurer to locate 5 different hoes in total. The first hoe was to be found in Leizhu village of Rongqing. With a flourish, Lu Chen utilized the teleportation array and was instantly transported to the grand city of Rongqing. In this vibrant new city, he did not linger long and promptly activated the large teleportation array once more, arriving at the small teleportation array in Leizhu village. Upon reaching Leizhu village, he beheld a landscape abundant with purple bamboo. As he approached, he could even sense the crackling electric energy emanating from the bamboo. Lu Chen recognized that these lightning bamboos were essential materials for crafting top-tier equipment in the later stages of the game. However, to harvest them, one would need to possess master-level proficiency in the lumberjack profession, which typically requires a year or more of dedicated practice to achieve such expertise. Yet, Lu Chen's objective lay not with the bamboo, but rather with the nearby demon spirit cave. Soon, he found himself standing before a cavern towering at the height of 2 men. At the entrance, a small stone tablet bore the inscription, Demon Spirit Cave. However, as Lu Chen attempted to advance, an invisible force obstructed his path, preventing him from proceeding further. This intangible force, colloquially referred to as the air wall, compelled Lu Chen to place his hand upon the stone tablet. In an instant, a prompt materialized before him. At that moment, the message read, "Requirements met. Initiating level 10 dungeon, Demon Spirit Cavern. Warning, Challenger S level is below dungeon level. Risk of challenge is immense. Will you proceed?" Having arrived, he resolved to embrace the challenge. Enter. Chapter 5. For merely 30 yuan, one could summon the descendant of Niuhua, the valiant Bai Shuangxue. Despite being only level 1, Lu Chen possessed an extraordinary artifact, a destiny-quality flying sword. Upon confirming his challenge to the dungeon, Demon Spirit Cavern, a brilliant white light enveloped Lu Chen, drawing him into the dungeon space. "You have entered map, Demon Spirit Cavern. Exercise caution during your challenge." As the prompt echoed in his ears, Lu Chen found himself within a desolate, chilling corridor of the cavern. Approximately 30 meters ahead, 2 lizard-like creatures lay in wait. Lu Chen directed a system probe towards them. Crawling Demon Lizard. Level 3. Health 150. Attack 12. Defense 5. Skills none. Description: the lowest tier of monster residing in the Demon Spirit Cavern, tasked with guarding its entrance. Upon detecting an intruder, it will promptly alert its companions. These level 3 minions were likely the only lowly creatures within the entire cavern. Just as Lu Chen stepped forward, a recharge prompt suddenly appeared before him. Limited time offer. Recharge 30 yuan to gain 1 summon of the Niuhua descendant, Bai Shuangxue. Additionally, during this dungeon, your attack will increase by 50, defense by 50, and you will earn 100 experience and 100 rewards for each kill. Lu Chun raised an eyebrow, a smile gracing his face. He had been lamenting the lack of opportunities for investment. This was indeed a timely boon. He would recharge. With a flourish of his hand, he spent 30 yuan. Upon completing the transaction, he noticed a new blessing had appeared in his status bar. Blessing from Yua's descendant. During this dungeon, attack 50, defense 50, earn 100 experience and 100 rewards for each kill. In his previous life, Lu Chun had often ridiculed this insidious scheme. Spending 30 yuan only provided benefits for a single dungeon. Once he exited, the expenditure would vanish. Yet now, he eagerly welcomed more opportunities for investment. Following his recharge, a hexagram teleportation array materialized before him. A surge of white light enveloped the space, and from it emerged a figure whose skin was as pure as snow. Hair cascading like a waterfall, a face exquisitely beautiful, and a figure that was both alluring and captivating. The descendant of Niuhua, Bai Shuangxue, clad in a white robe that could not conceal her stunning form. She bore a slender silver sword upon her back. Yet she always exudes an aura of icy aloofness, a demeanor that discourages any approach. After being summoned by Lu Chun, she seemed to regard this man as pathetically weak. Bai Shuangxue holds in contempt those who are even less formidable than herself. Lu Chun, with a slight smile, approached the exquisitely beautiful Bai Shuangxue, only to be met with an immediate frown as she commanded, "Man, halt! Maintain a distance of no less than 3 meters." Lu Chun was momentarily taken aback. He had heard tales of Bai Shuangxue's frosty temperament in his previous life. Upon encountering her today, the stories proved to be well-founded. This woman, claimed to be a descendant of Niuhua, possessed formidable power, yet consistently looked down upon men weaker than herself. A glance at Bai Shuangxue's level revealed Bai Shuangxue, level 100. It was no wonder she scorned Lu Chun, who was merely at level 1. However, Lu Chun harbored no resentment. In his heart, he secretly vowed, "Oh, proud goddess, just wait until I reach level 10, and when your lottery pool is available, I shall demonstrate my prowess and have you kneeling before me, calling me your master." Respecting Bai Shuangxue's command, Lu Chun maintained a requisite distance. Although this was a game of Xian Yuan, each character possessed fixed emotional settings. Yet, with its integration into reality, the situation was far from simple. In his previous life, Lu Chun had heard of instances where someone had summoned Bai Shuangxue for aid, only to be met with dire consequences for their ill intentions. One such fool had attempted to force himself upon her, only to have his head severed by her sword, a story that had made headlines. Having learned from such cautionary tales, Lu Chun was prudent enough not to approach Bai Shuangxue foolishly. While he could not physically engage her, he could certainly issue commands. "Bai Shuangxue, please assist me in annihilating all the monsters within the dungeon, Demon Spirit Cave." Though Bai Shuangxue was displeased by the orders of this feeble man, she was bound by the rules and had no choice but to comply. With her delicate hands, Bai Shuangxue retrieved her weapon from behind her and effortlessly turned to strike at 2 nearby crawling demon lizards. 2 waves of sword energy surged forth, instantly cleaving the creatures in 2. Their lifeless bodies emitted damage notifications. 150, 150, a swift execution. Lu Chen's experience bar surged dramatically. Your level has risen to level 2. Your level has risen to level 3. Had those 2 monsters truly propelled him up by 2 levels? Lu Chen's spirit soared. He noted that reaching level 5 would grant him a permanent bonus, 50 experience gain, coupled with the 30 yuan he spent for a single bout of Bai Shuangxue's assistance, which also conferred an additional 100 experience per kill. He realized that he could gain a total of 150 experience points for each monster slain. No wonder he could level up so swiftly from level 1. Ecstatic, Lu Chun stood behind Bai Shuangxue, akin to a supervisor, urging her onward. "Hurry, Bai Shuangxue, swiftly advance and vanquish all the creatures within this dungeon. Should you dare to slack off, I shall wield my whip upon you." Upon hearing these words, Bai Shuangxue's face flushed crimson with indignation. Her delicate fists clenched as she glared at Lu Chun. You scoundrel, though you are an adventurer, should I wish to eliminate you, you would still meet your demise." Observing Bai Shuangxue's furious demeanor only intensified Lu Chen's admiration. He found her adorable in her attempts to threaten him, yet utterly powerless to do so. How charming and captivating this expression is. Bai Shuangxue, do you not agree? Bai Shuangxue trembled with rage, her graceful hand gripping her sword. The sole condition under which she could retaliate against an adventurer was if he posed a personal threat to her. At that moment, Lu Chun stood a mere 3 meters away, devoid of any real threat. He relished this distance, boldly teasing the descendant of Enhua, Bai Shuangxue. "You!" Bai Shuangxue, infuriated, stomped her foot and then whirled around, charging into the demon spirit cave to wreak havoc. In Wa's divine technique, the 10,000-mile annihilation sword art. All shall perish before me. Boom. Crash. Lu Chen, taken aback by the commotion, stood in stunned silence. In the next moment, he noticed his experience bar skyrocketing as if propelled by a rocket. Chapter 6, Level 10. Commence card draw full health by Shuangxue. Your level has risen to 4. Your level has risen to 5. Your level has risen to 6. Your level has risen to 10. Good heavens. How astonishing. Bai Shuangxue truly lives up to her heritage as En Wa's descendant. With a single strike, she cleared the entire dungeon. A notification chimed in Lu Chen's ear. You have completed the dungeon, Demon Spirit Cave. You may now exit the dungeon. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen hastily dashed deeper into the cave. There, he beheld a battlefield strewn with the corpses of monsters, which yielded a plethora of celestial stones, as well as some low-grade equipment and potions. However, Lu Chen paid them no heed. Collecting such items was a waste of time and would encumber his inventory. Moreover, in his view, anything obtainable through in-game purchases was not worth his while, as it would diminish his prestige. Upon reaching the innermost depths of the Demon Spirit Cave, Lu Chen discovered that Bai Shuangxue had completed her quest and departed. He quickly approached the final pile of monster corpses, where he was greeted by the sight of a green hoe. This was precisely the item needed for the village chief's hidden quest. Lu Chen promptly picked up the green hoe and stowed it in his backpack. After securing the item, he summoned the game interface and opted to exit the dungeon. 3 seconds later, darkness enveloped him, and the world spun around him. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself at the entrance of the Demon Spirit Cave. As Lu Chen emerged, a plethora of new features sprang forth before him. Your level has risen to 10. You may now visit the job transfer masters in various cities to complete the necessary tasks for job transition. Your level has risen to 10, and the skill card pool is now open. Your level has risen to 10, and the pet card pool is now open. At last, the dual card pool that Lu Chen has longed for has finally arrived. Without hesitation, he immediately opened the pet card pool. As the pool was activated, a prominent line of text caught his eye. This month, level humanoid pet, Nuwa's descendant by Shuangxue. Limited time, increased draw probability. At the center of the card pool advertisement stood the cold yet ethereal Nuwa's descendant by Shuangxue. The item for drawing was known as the Celestial Fate Pet card. This item could only be acquired through 2 means. One was a chance drop for various deaths, and the other was through direct purchase of the Celestial Fate Pet card. In his previous life, Lu Chen had accumulated 3 years' worth of Celestial Fate Pet cards, ultimately obtaining a 9-tailed fox, albeit a standard version. Among the average populace, Lu Chen was already considered quite impressive. However, in this life, he smiled slightly, preparing for 10 consecutive draws. A prompt appeared before him. You do not have enough Celestial Fate Pet cards. Would you like to purchase immediately? Of course, he would purchase. Upon entering the purchase page, the price was displayed, 16 yuan. This meant that one could buy 1 Celestial Fate Pet card for 16 yuan. To conduct a 10 consecutive draw would require 160 yuan. This price was indeed not cheap. However, this notion of being expensive was only relevant to others. With a grand gesture, Lu Chen swiped to the right on the purchase bar. You are about to purchase 10,000 Celestial Fate Pet cards, requiring a payment of 160,000 yuan. Do you wish to proceed? Payment. With a flourish, Lu Chen completed the purchase. Afterward, it was as if he possessed 10 consecutive draws. Coolmate, let me draw. I want to fully summon by Shuangxue. Lu Chen swiftly initiated the 10 consecutive draws. At the moment of his click, the card pool transformed into a dreamlike starry scene. Bai Shuangxue sat gracefully on a branch of a locust tree, illuminated by the radiant moonlight, accentuating her unparalleled beauty and elegance. Then the scene swiftly shifted, and 10 meteors fell from the sky, all shimmering in purple. You have obtained Pet Experience Essence. You have obtained Pet Skill Essence. You have obtained Level Pet Huai Tree Demon. You have obtained Pet Skill Essence. You have obtained Level Pet Kuei Phone Wolf. A multitude of worthless rewards. Trash pets. I don't even want to look at them. The Experience Essence is used to elevate pet levels. The Skill Essence serves to enhance pet skill levels. Pet Essence, when accumulated in sufficient quantities, can be exchanged for higher level pets. As for worthless pets, they merely serve to illuminate the pet encyclopedia. In contrast, Nuwa's descendant by Shuangxue belongs to the highest tier of level pets. Do not even entertain the thought. It is utterly impossible for you to redeem it. The only option is to spend money to draw. Hence, Lu Chen lamented about acquiring a plethora of worthless items. Nevertheless, Lu Chen was fortunate enough to have ample funds for recharges. During his initial 10 draws, he did not achieve anything worthwhile. Undeterred, he continued to draw. In fact, he grew so disenchanted that he could not be bothered to watch the animation sequences, opting instead to skip them entirely. On the 20th draw, he received, "You have obtained Spirit Pet Experience Essence. You have obtained Level Spirit Pet Fire Wolf. You have obtained Spirit Pet Skill Essence." On the 30th draw, he received, "You have obtained Spirit Pet Experience Essence. You have obtained Level Pet Water Sprite. You have obtained Spirit Pet Skill Essence." Finally, on Lu Chen's 90th draw, a radiant golden light erupted. Could it be the descendant of Nuwa? By Shuangxue. At last, she is within my grasp. With a dazzling brilliance, a golden reward materialized before Lu Chen's eyes. You have obtained, by Shuangxue's exclusive skill book, Nuwa's Origin Flow. What is this? Upon seeing the skill book, Lu Chen could not help but scoff. You provide me with a skill book, yet deny me by Shuangxue. To whom shall I give this skill book? He shook his head in utter disbelief, feeling somewhat nauseated by the card drawing. However, he soon rallied his spirits. On the 185th draw, yet another wave of golden light appeared. This time, he finally acquired the current spirit pet. You have obtained the descendant of Nuwa by Shuangxue. Success. Lu Chen grinned widely, and indeed, a figure as cold as frost and as beautiful as a celestial maiden, by Shuangxue, graced his spirit pet interface. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Although Lu Chen had successfully drawn by Shuangxue, spirit pets possess a destiny system. At this moment, Bai Shuangxue was merely a zero-star spirit pet. He continued to draw. For an extended period, Lu Chen transformed into a relentless drawing machine. 10 draws. Cheap. 10 draws. Cheap. Even when golden light appeared, Lu Chen had become somewhat desensitized, remaining unmoved. After what felt like an eternity of 10 draws, he suddenly realized that he might have filled the destiny slots. Chapter 7, True Descendant of Nuwa, by Shuangxue. Lu Chen swiftly opened the Spirit Pet interface and clicked to view Descendant of Nuwa by Shuangxue's Destiny interface. The 6 destiny slots above were all pitch black, with a message below reading, Activatable, 06. With dexterous hands and feet, Lu Chen promptly activated all 6 destiny slots. Upon completion, amidst the beautiful stars of destiny, there was an image of Bai Shuangxue, bare and embracing her knees, covering her modesty with great care. This scene inevitably sparked a flurry of imagination. Lu Chen shook his head, smiling as he proceeded to check the descriptions of Bai Shuangxue's 6 destiny slots. Destiny Slot 1. Nuwa's Origin Flow Effect Double. Destiny Slot 2. Bai Shuangxue's regular skill usage count increased by 1. Upon reviewing the intricate details of Bai Shuangxue's 6 constellation abilities, Lu Chen found himself both bewildered and astounded. Certain abilities left him in a state of confusion, while others struck him as utterly extraordinary. For instance, the 5th constellation drastically reduces the cooldown of Bai Shuangxue's ultimate skill by 50%. Furthermore, the 6th constellation allows for the accumulation of the Awakening of Nuwa effect during combat, which enhances attack power, attack speed, and movement speed by 20 each, stacking up to 10 layers for a duration of 60 seconds. The sheer combat prowess that this implies was nothing short of terrifying. Merely contemplating it sent shivers down his spine. Indeed, it is no wonder that this was the first spirit companion available upon a game's launch. Its capabilities are undeniably formidable. Lu Chen opted to summon his spirit companion, and in the blink of an eye, a proud and ethereal Bai Shuangxue materialized before him. However, Lu Chen soon noticed something amiss. Her gaze appeared distinctly vacant, reminiscent of a mechanical entity. Hesitating, he stepped closer and addressed her by Shuangxue. Do you not recognize me? You seem so unfamiliar, so official. This was far removed from the vibrant and lifelike Bai Shuangxue he had encountered in the dungeons. Furrowing his brow, Lu Chen deliberately pinched her delicate cheek, marveling at the astonishing elasticity of her skin. Yet, his playful gesture elicited no sign of annoyance from her. This was not the true descendant of Nuwa, Bai Shuangxue. Determined to rectify the situation, Lu Chen reopened his spirit companion card pool, only to realize he had exhausted the contents for the month. To summon a new spirit, he would have to wait until the following month. Just then, he noticed a new recharge event pop up on his spirit card pool interface. Do you wish to summon the one and only true descendant of Nuwa, Bai Shuangxue? Indeed, Lu Chen confirmed eagerly. A brand new hidden card pool is now accessible to those who have completed a total of 2,000 draws. Suddenly, the interface before him transformed dramatically. Bai Shuangxue was depicted gracefully seated beside a spiritual pond atop a spirit stone, her beautiful eyes cast downwards, with her weapon, the Sujian, positioned beside her. Then, Lu Chen's attention was drawn to a new option in the bottom right corner of the summoning interface, a Tendraw feature. Your true immortal fate spirit cards are insufficient. Would you like to purchase more immediately? Purchase. To his astonishment, Lu Chen discovered that each true immortal fate spirit card cost a staggering 160 yuan. The schemes employed by this celestial game company are truly a labyrinth, with each layer intricately entwined. Lu Chen couldn't help but voice his exasperation. This directly rendered his previously purchased celestial spirit pet card obsolete. He was compelled to acquire the true celestial spirit pet card anew. You are about to purchase 10,000 celestial spirit pet cards, requiring a payment of 1,600,000 yuan. Do you wish to proceed? Upon completion of the transaction, during the 180 draws, Lu Chen finally obtained his first true Nuwa descendant by Shuangxue. After the draw, he opted to utilize it. Subsequently, based on his existing Nuwa descendant by Shuangxue, he embarked on a complete upgrade. In the spirit pet interface, his singular humanoid spirit pet officially transformed into true Nuwa descendant by Shuangxue. Next, Lu Chen needed to draw 6 additional identical true Nuwa descendant by Shuangxue to complete the constellation. With fervor, he engaged in a frenzied round of draws, investing nearly 2,000 attempts. At last, he successfully gathered all 6 constellations. After achieving this, Lu Chen let out a deep sigh, musing, this round must surely be complete. He reopened Bai Shuangxue's constellation to examine it. To his astonishment, Bai Shuangxue's constellation had received remarkable enhancements. Constellation 1, the effect of Nuwa's royal origin is tripled. Constellation 2, Bai Shuangxue's regular skill usage count is 2. Constellation 3, when fighting alongside other goddesses, the goddess connection effect is tripled. Constellation 4, when Bai Shuangxue's health drops to 20, Nuwa's protection is forcibly triggered, granting 5 seconds of invincibility and restoring all health. Cooldown, 4 hours. Constellation 5, the cooldown time for Bai Shuangxue's ultimate skill is reduced by 50, and the damage of Bai Shuangxue's ultimate skill is increased by 50. Constellation 6, during battle, Bai Shuangxue's attacks can stack a layer of Nuwa's descent effect, increasing attack power by 30, attack speed by 30, movement speed by 30, critical damage by 30, stacking up to 10 layers, lasting for 60 seconds. Goodness gracious, what a tremendous enhancement. Lu Chen couldn't contain his admiration, exclaiming that the money he invested in Bai Shuangxue was finally justified. Bai Shuangxue, as a descendant of Nuwa, I have generously lavished you with funds. You must repay me handsomely. When Bai Shuangxue reappeared before Lu Chen, her beautiful eyes widened in surprise. How is it you again? Immediately, she sensed something amiss. Why have I become your humanoid spirit pet? How have you become my master? Chapter 8, 2 million, delete the Bai Shuangxue card pool. Exclusive character, permanently unique. This is it. This is the essence. Lu Chen gazed at Bai Shuangxue with a smile, teasingly remarking, Bai Shuangxue, you cannot escape my grasp. Whenever I wish, I can summon you to my side. Bai Shuangxue displayed an expression of indignation. You, my feeble master. A mysterious force compelled Bai Shuangxue to replace the word feeble with master. How could I utter such words? Bai Shuangxue, astonished, covered her mouth. Her frosty visage suddenly flushed with a deep crimson. In that moment, she realized that Lu Chen had playfully tugged at her cheek. You rascal, my master. You dashing rogue. A mysterious force surged once more. Lu Chen, rather taken aback, gazed at Bai Shuangxue with a beaming smile and remarked, Bai Shuangxue, I never imagined my image in your heart was held in such high regard. Bai Shuangxue was nearly beside herself with anger. In a fit of rage, she reached for her sword, intending to strike Lu Chen, but instead, the weapon transformed into a vibrant bouquet of roses. Bai Shuangxue, why are you gifting me flowers? Have you developed feelings for me? Bai Shuangxue trembled in fury. You arrogant rogue. I despise you. The last words left her lips, and she was momentarily stunned. Lu Chen also wore a look of surprised amusement. Bai Shuangxue, I am aware of my charm, but your eagerness to confess is quite premature. If I acquiesce too quickly, it would suggest I lack restraint. How about this? I shall reluctantly accept you as my primary girlfriend. Bai Shuangxue's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean? Lu Chen looked at her in confusion. Is this jealousy I detect? Bai Shuangxue retorted angrily. No, yes. As the words escaped her, she desperately covered her mouth. shaking her head in an attempt to refute her previous statement. Lu Chen sighed. I did not anticipate your jealousy to be so intense. Rest assured, I shall treat you well from now on. With me around, no one shall bully you. Come, give me a kiss. Lu Chen stepped closer to Bai Shuangxue. She was so frightened that her complexion paled, shaking her head repeatedly, trying to push him away. However, a mysterious force compelled her, rendering her incapable of inflicting harm upon Lu Chen. As he approached, he noticed Bai Shuangxue had shut her eyes, her exquisitely beautiful features almost glued together in tension. He was well aware that she harbored no affection for him at that moment. Lu Chen was merely teasing her. He would certainly refrain from any advances until Bai Shuangxue was willingly inclined. I was just joking. Lu Chen's voice suddenly broke the silence, prompting Bai Shuangxue to cautiously open her eyes. She discovered that he had taken several steps back, maintaining a respectful distance. Bai Shuangxue sighed in relief. At that moment, Lu Chen also set aside his playful intentions, as a troubling thought crossed his mind. If he could draw cards to summon Bai Shuangxue, surely others could do the same. The mere notion of another man drawing Bai Shuangxue and engaging in intimate acts with her stirred a wave of discomfort within Lu Chen. Was there a way to make the current card pool vanish entirely? Indeed, there is. This game offers a one-on-one exclusive service tailored for top-tier players. For a mere 2 million, you can bypass the current Spirit Pet card pool and enter the next month's Spirit Pet card pool. The exclusive appeal of top-tier players. Permanently delete the Descendant of Nuwa by Shuangxue. It can be removed. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. He lifted his gaze forward and uttered 2 words. Impressive. A smile crept across Lu Chen's lips. Then leap over for me. No one else shall draw Bai Shuangxue except for me. Ding. Lu Chen promptly paid 2 million, advancing the current Spirit Pet card pool to the next phase. This month, Tier Spirit Pet, Qing Tian Quinyu. The draw probability has temporarily increased. Lu Chen glanced at it, shaking his head in dismay. If it is not a humanoid female Spirit Pet, I shall not draw. However, just as Lu Chen finished speaking, a recharge event popped up. This game is exclusively designed for top-tier players, providing one-on-one personalized service. For a mere 2 million, you can bypass the current Spirit Pet card pool and enter the next month's Spirit Pet card pool. Forget it. Forget it. This marked the first instance where Lu Chen had declined to recharge. He had just drawn a Descendant of Nuwa by Shuangxue. He had not even had the opportunity to cultivate her yet. How could he possibly find the time and energy to pursue another new Spirit Pet? Essentially, he had gathered everything needed for Bai Shuangxue. Lu Chen opened his backpack, which was filled with an array of skill books. He utilized all the applicable skill books, discarding the surplus without hesitation. Bai Shuangxue had a total of 3 skills. Passive skill, Nuwa's Source Stream. Effect, maximum life limit of 300. Recovering 3 maximum life points per second. Upon slaying an enemy, can convert 9 of the enemy's maximum life to absorb for oneself. Regular skill, 1,000 frosts and 10,000 snows. Level 1. Effect, attacks the enemy, releasing 5 sword energies in a fan shape. Applying a 2-second freeze to the struck target while dealing 300 physical damage. Shattering the frozen unit can inflict 600 physical damage. Cooldown, 16 seconds. Current storage, 2 times. Ultimate skill, Nuwa's Divine Technique, 10,000 miles of Annihilation Sword Art. Level 1. Effect, activates the power of Nuwa's Divine Technique, releasing 9 traces of Annihilation Sword energy to track and attack all enemies on the field, dealing 750, originally 500, physical damage. Each trace can attack 9 times and will dissipate after completing its attacks. Cooldown, 100 seconds, originally 200 seconds. After reviewing these 3 skills, Lu Chen could not help but exclaim in admiration. Truly, the skill books I spent a fortune on are exceptional. Each one represents the highest quality skills for Bai Shuangxue. The expenditure was indeed worthwhile. After enhancing the strength of his humanoid Spirit Pet, the Descendant of Nuwa, Bai Shuangxue, Lu Chen discovered that he still possessed 2 items, Spirit Pet Experience Essence and Spirit Pet Skill Essence. He had amassed a considerable quantity of these items in his backpack, feeling as though he would never exhaust them. Thus, Lu Chen turned his attention to Bai Shuangxue's skills, both her regular and ultimate skills currently standing at level 1. He directly utilized the Spirit Pet Skill Essence to elevate her skill levels. Before him, a slider appeared. Lu Chen promptly filled the slider to its maximum and clicked confirm. In the next moment, a flurry of notifications materialized before him. Bai Shuangxue's regular skill has been upgraded to level 2. Bai Shuangxue's regular skill has been upgraded to level 3. Bai Shuangshue's regular skill has been upgraded to level 4. Chapter 9. So powerful. Bai Shuangshue. Another exhilarating wave of enhancements. Bai Shuangshue's regular skill has been upgraded to level 10. Bai Shuangshue's regular skill has reached its maximum level and cannot be further upgraded. Oh, is level 10 the maximum for skills? Yet another piece of knowledge gained. In his previous life, Lu Chen had his own spirit pet, but was unaware that the maximum level for a spirit pet skill was 10. Let us upgrade the ultimate skill to its full potential as well. Bai Shuangshue's ultimate skill has been upgraded to level 2. Bai Shuangshue's ultimate skill has been upgraded to level 3. Bai Shuangshue's ultimate skill has been upgraded to level 10. Bai Shuangshue's ultimate skill has reached its maximum level and cannot be further upgraded. After maxing out both skills of Bai Shuangshue, she lowered her gaze in astonishment, staring at her fair, jade-like hands, experiencing a peculiar sensation within. My strength seems to be growing ever stronger. Soon, Bai Shuangshue felt that the source of her newfound power emanated from the man before her. At this moment, Lu Chen once again examined Bai Shuangshue's two skills. Regular skill, Qin Shuang Wanshu. Level maximum. Effect. When attacking an enemy, releases 5 sword energies in a fan-shaped arc, applying a 2-second freeze on the struck target and dealing 600 physical damage. Shattering a frozen unit inflicts 1200 physical damage. Cooldown, 16 seconds. Current charges, 2. Ultimate skill, Vahuang Divine Technique, 10,000 The Annihilation Sword Art. Level maximum. Effect. Activates the power of the Wahuang Divine Technique, unleashing 9 sword energies of 10,000 Li Annihilation that track and attack all enemies on the field, dealing 1,500, originally 1,000, physical damage. Each sword energy can strike 18 times before dissipating. Cooldown, 100 seconds, originally 200 seconds. Lu Chen was astonished to discover the sheer terror of elevating a spirit pet's skill to its pinnacle. The values of Bai Shuangshue's regular and ultimate skills had essentially doubled. Is this the result of maximizing a top-tier spirit pet through expenditure? Truly a frightening prospect. Soon, Lu Chen recalled another matter. Wait, I still possess spirit pet experience essence, which can elevate Bai Shuangshue's level as well. Currently, Bai Shuangshue is at level 1. Lu Chen directly fed Bai Shuangshue the spirit pet experience essence, pushing the slider fully to the right and clicking confirm. In a flurry, Bai Shuangshue's level has been elevated to level 2. The level of Bai Shuangshue has ascended to level 3. Subsequently, it has reached level 10. Please be advised that the level of a spirit pet cannot surpass that of its master. Ultimately, Bai Shuangshue remains at level 10. Nevertheless, this is still a significant milestone. Lu Chen's heart brimmed with anticipation. Surely, the attributes panel of Bai Shuangshue must be exceedingly formidable. With excitement coursing through him, he opened the attributes panel of Bai Shuangshue. What a revelation it was. Descendant of Niuhua, Bai Shuangshue, status, spirit pet, level, to health, 110,003, growth 1,000, magic, 5,500, growth, 500, physical attack, 1,100, growth 100, magical attack, 550, growth, 50, physical defense, 210, growth, 20, magical defense, 210, growth, 20, elemental bonus, 20, critical hit rate, 20, critical damage, 300, skills, 1,000 frosts and 10,000 snows. Niuhua's divine technique. The sword art of the vanishing track. Heavens. Are these the attributes that a level 10 spirit pet can possess? Lu Chen gasped in astonishment, barely regaining his composure. It is worth noting that in his previous life, he had encountered numerous prominent individuals who had publicly shared the attributes panels of their exceptional spirit pets online. However, as a seasoned reader of posts, he had never seen any spirit pet as extraordinarily powerful as the descendant of Niuhua. Bai Shuangshue. Is this truly the might of Bai Shuangshue? A smile involuntarily crept upon Lu Chen's lips. It appears that my substantial investment was indeed justified, as I have summoned the true and complete descendant of Niuhua. Nevertheless, Lu Chen understood a fundamental truth. The growth attributes of spirit pets are inherently superior to those of humans. This is due to the fact that, in the later stages, humans can compensate for their attributes through the donning of equipment, while spirit pets are unable to wear such gear. This is a fixed rule within the game Xian Yuan, an immutable law of destiny. Regardless, with the protection of Bai Shuangshue, Lu Chen would undoubtedly lead the pack in the early stages. He even took a moment to examine his own attributes panel at level 10. What stark contrast it revealed. Lu Chen, level, to physical attack, 65, growth 5, magical attack, 65, growth 5, physical defense, 25, growth 2, magical defense, 25, growth 2, elemental bonus, 0. Critical hit rate. 5. Critical damage. 200 skills. None, however. Lu Chen felt no sense of despair. He understood that in this life, he was destined to become the ultimate spender. All he needed to do was maximize the rewards during each recharge event. His attributes enable him to effortlessly dominate a multitude of impoverished players, spenders, and even affluent players. After meticulously inspecting the form of Bai Shuangxue, Lu Chen contentedly closed the pet interface. Next, he would engage in another endeavor, skills. Upon reaching level 10, Lu Chen unlocked both the pet card pool and the skill card pool. As of now, he had thoroughly exploited the pet card pool. The descendant of Nuhua, Bai Shuangxue, was now firmly in his grasp. The next step was to delve into the skill card pool. Upon opening it, he was met with a dazzling array of skill books. Current level warrior skill book, Crimson Lotus Eruption / Limited time extraction probability increased. Lu Chen glanced over the skill card pool, noting that by selecting different class professions, one could prioritize the desired profession, thereby enhancing the likelihood of drawing the corresponding skill book during the lottery. Of course, this did not guarantee a 100 probability of obtaining a skill befitting the chosen class. As a cash-intensive game, how could one expect to acquire top-tier skill books without sufficient funds? Chapter 10. What? Skills also possess a constellation system. Lu Chen was well aware of the essence of such cash-grab games. In his previous life, he held a deep disdain for them. Yet now, he found himself yearning for their very existence. Times had changed. Unable to restrain himself, Lu Chen let out a cackling laugh, preparing for a frenzied tenfold draw. Your skill cards are insufficient. Would you like to purchase immediately? Purchase. Upon entering the purchasing page, the display price was immediately revealed. 30 yuan. This price was slightly higher than that of the pet cards. A tenfold draw for pets cost 160 yuan, yet a tenfold draw from the skill card pool soared to 300 yuan. However, Lu Chen understood that while pets were undeniably powerful, their effectiveness and assistance in the later stages of the game were dwarfed by the enhancements offered by top-tier skills. Nevertheless, Lu Chen was not short on money. He was the man who had modified his recharge limit to a staggering 1 trillion just a day before the game launched. With a grand sweep of his hand, Lu Chen dragged the purchase bar to the right. You are about to purchase 10,000 skill cards, requiring a payment of 300,000 yuan. Do you wish to proceed? In an instant, 300,000 yuan was spent. Another 1,000 tenfold draws were now at his disposal. Draw, let the draws commence. Yet there was one issue. The tenfold draw was too slow. If only there were 100-fold draw. Just as Lu Chen finished his musings, suddenly, a familiar scene and sound materialized. Indeed, of course, it exists. This game is specially designed for top spenders, offering personalized one-on-one services. Activating the 100-fold draw function for esteemed top spenders. Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. It truly pays to be wealthy. With money, the world is at your beck and call. Lu Chen stared at the interface of the skill card pool, where a previously unseen option for 100 consecutive draws appeared behind the single and 10-draw options. This feature was unheard of in his past life, yet it had now become Lu Chen's exclusive privilege. Exhilarated, he decided to proceed with the 100 draws. With a decisive wave of his hand, he initiated the 100 consecutive draws. You have obtained Mage Skill, Level Fireball Technique. You have obtained Archer Skill, Level Trap Art. You have obtained Warrior Skill, Level Double Slash. Before him, a dazzling array of information flashed across the screen, each line representing the skills he had drawn. All acquired skills were stored in the skill repository, neatly categorized by level, from level 1 to level 10, and including levels 2, 3, 4, 5, as well as levels 6, 7, and 8. Amidst Lu Chen's fervent draws, occasional flickers of purple light indicated the emergence of higher-level skill books. However, to obtain a level 10 skill book, a golden glow was necessary. Just as the 100 consecutive draws were nearing completion, a sudden flash of gold caught Lu Chen's attention. A golden light had appeared, a guaranteed level 10 skill book. A broad smile spread across Lu Chen's face. You have obtained Night Skill, Level Healing Blessing. Upon reading the description, his smile faltered, and he could not help but grimace. Where did this skill come from? Lu Chen had intended to focus on the warrior class, as he was accustomed to melee combat and swordplay in his previous life. However, he quickly realized that without having transitioned into a class, he could not influence the skill pool to favor warrior skills. Perplexed yet unfazed, Lu Chen decided that he could simply draw every skill available in the card pool. Soon enough, The first round of 100 consecutive draws concluded, yielding a level 10 knight skill, Healing Blessing. He shook his head in bemusement before commencing the second round of 100 draws. This time, fortune smiled upon him, and he acquired a level 10 skill. You have obtained, pre-skill, level Holy Light Protection. At this, Chen nearly choked with frustration. Why did it feel as though the game was targeting him? As a paying player, it seemed the game was whimsically granting him auxiliary skills, pushing him towards spending even more. Chen saw through this underlying strategy. Yet he remained undeterred. With enough investment, he would surely obtain the skills he desired. In the third round of 100 draws, he acquired 2 skills. In the fourth round, he received 1 skill, then 2 skills. By the seventh round of 100 draws, a sudden burst of colorful light captured Chen's attention, jolting him awake from his momentary drowsiness. A rainbow glow? Could it be that the exclusive skill of the month, the level 10 skill for the warrior class, the Crimson Lotus Explosive Fury Slash, was about to be drawn by him? You have acquired the warrior skill, level Red Lotus Explosive Fury Slash. Astonishing. After 700 consecutive draws, I have finally obtained the ultimate treasure. It has not been an easy journey. Chen is aware that within the skill card pool, the skills available each month represent the sole elite skill for that month. In the inaugural month of the game's launch, Chen effortlessly secured the warrior's pinnacle skill, level Red Lotus Explosive Fury Slash. He promptly accessed his skill repository to examine the details of this skill. Red Lotus Explosive Fury Slash. Quality, level, class, warrior, attribute, infuses the power of the Red Lotus into melee weapons, unleashing a formidable explosive fury slash that deals 800 physical damage to a wide area of foes, while simultaneously afflicting them with the Red Lotus Curse effect, increasing the damage they endure by 30 for the next 10 seconds. Mana cost, 1,000 points, cooldown, 3 minutes. Phew. This can certainly be regarded as a skill of ultimate caliber. A satisfied smile graced Chen's face. Yet suddenly, he was taken aback by a startling discovery. To his dismay, there exists a constellation system even for level skills? Chen was momentarily dazed. In his previous life, he had never been qualified to obtain level skills. He had only utilized skills of inferior quality. Moreover, in that life, he had seldom heard of anyone managing to acquire level skills. Nationwide, only a handful of individuals could achieve such a feat, merely a few. Thus, it was understandable that Chen was oblivious to the existence of a constellation system for level skills. Incredible. This is the cash-guzzling system of Xian Yuan. Everywhere one turns, there are opportunities for expenditure. Even level skills have points for monetary investment. I had initially believed that the existence of a constellation system for spirit pets rendered one invincible. Now, with the emergence of a dedicated constellation system for level skills, I wonder to whom it belongs? Regardless, Chen is certain that level skills, and those beneath them, do not possess this so-called skill constellation system. It seems he must continue to invest and draw fervently. A faint smile began to form at the corners of Chen's mouth. The ordinary level Red Lotus Explosive Fury Slash is already astonishing. If I were to obtain a 6-star version of the Red Lotus Explosive Fury Slash, would the damage not soar to unimaginable heights? Chapter 11. 6 Constellation Skills. Red Lotus Explosive Fury Slash. Chen began to revel in his level skill, Red Lotus Explosive Fury Slash, pondering the effects of fully drawn 6-star capabilities. However, in reality, Chen had expended a full 700 draws to acquire his first level skill. This translates to an expenditure of 21,000 yuan for the first Red Lotus Explosive Fury Slash. To elevate Red Lotus Explosive Fury Slash to its maximum constellation level, he would need to draw at least 6 more times. The most crucial point is that the skill card pool does not feature any so-called guarantee mechanism. It operates solely on pure probability. Theoretically, one could succeed on the first attempt. Yet, it is equally possible to draw 10,000 times without obtaining a level skill. But for Chen, the ultimate cash spender, any problem that can be solved through monetary investment is no problem at all. The fear is that even recharging may not resolve the issue. The fervent draws commenced. Bang, bang, bang. Chen embarked on a frenzied card draw. 100 draws, 200 draws, 300 draws, 700, 800, 1,000 draws. This time, Chen's eyes nearly turned green with envy. Damn it, my hand is cramping from all this drawing. After expending 1,000 draws, not a single high-level skill was obtained. Suppressing his frustration, Chen continued to draw. Finally, After 1,500 draws, he finally unlocked a high-level skill. Crimson Lotus Flame Fury Slash. Damn, it's finally here. Liu Chen couldn't help but curse. In the previous round, he spent 700 draws, and this time, he expended a staggering 1,500 draws. That's a total of 2,200 draws, worth a whopping 66,000 yuan. Spending over 60,000 just to obtain the Crimson Lotus Flame Fury Slash skill was infuriating. Fortunately, during the first round, Liu Chen had secured 10,000 Destiny skill cards in one go. Otherwise, he would have had to purchase repeatedly. Continuing to draw, Liu Chen was determined to conquer the Crimson Lotus Flame Fury Slash. He would not rest until he achieved 6 lives. Driven by obsession, Liu Chen drew wildly, regardless of the skill outcome, not even glancing at a single one. At that moment, Liu Chen's heart harbored but one objective: the high-level skill, Crimson Lotus Flame Fury Slash. Then, Liu Chen fell into the abyss. 2,500 draws yielded the third high-level skill. 2,800 draws revealed the fourth high-level skill. 2,300 draws showcased the fifth high-level skill. 2,900 draws unveiled the sixth high-level skill. Midway through, Liu Chen exhausted his initial 10,000 Destiny skill cards. He recklessly splurged, purchasing another 10,000, spending 300,000. In the end, Liu Chen drew a total of 3,500 times to finally acquire the seventh high-level skill. The first is the core, and the subsequent 6 for life seat enhancement. At last, Liu Chen had accomplished everything. Sweating profusely, Liu Chen mused, such a game, high-level skills, and the entire life seat system, without Destiny, merging with reality in normal circumstances. Few could ever afford to lavishly spend to the tune of 3,240,000 for a solitary high-level skill. In truth, the designers of Destiny likely never anticipated that someone as fervent as Liu Chen would recklessly invest over 300,000 just for one high-level skill. This is merely a minor monetization aspect. Even in the past, Liu Chen had extravagantly spent nearly 10 million to elevate his Destiny flying sword to the Dao level. Yet, one must understand, there is only one Destiny flying sword, which can accompany one for a lifetime. Conversely, high-level skills will unveil new additions to the skill pool each month. Furthermore, with each version update, even more powerful high-level skills will emerge. There's even a risk that these older skills may be rendered obsolete. After a frenzied session of card draws, Liu Chen opened his skill interface, revealing an upgrade for his skill, Crimson Lotus Explosive Fury Slash. He took a deep breath and promptly selected the remaining 6 Crimson Lotus Explosive Fury Slash skills, fully enhancing the skills constellation. Following this completion, Liu Chen swiftly reviewed the skill interface. Crimson Lotus Explosive Fury Slash level. Constellation 1. Crimson Lotus Explosive Fury Slash inflicts an additional 200 critical damage on enemies. Constellation 2. The usage count of Crimson Lotus Explosive Fury Slash is 1. Constellation 3. The cooldown time of Crimson Lotus Explosive Fury Slash is reduced by 50. Constellation 4. The effect of the Crimson Lotus Curse is raised to 100. Constellation 5. After releasing Crimson Lotus Explosive Fury Slash, it will unleash a powerful additional strike. Constellation 6. After releasing Crimson Lotus Explosive Fury Slash, the user enters a state of Crimson Lotus Rampage, gaining a 100 speed increase and a 200 final damage boost, lasting for 10 seconds. Upon examining the 6 attributes of Crimson Lotus Explosive Fury Slash, Liu Chen noted that although these constellations appeared rather unassuming, they were indeed quite formidable. Constellation 1 straightforwardly granted an increase of 200 to critical damage, elevating the skill's damage to new heights. Constellation 2 provided an opportunity for energy storage, allowing for a maximum of 2 charges, enabling the user to unleash 2 consecutive Crimson Lotus Explosive Fury Slashes within a short time frame, thereby inflicting double damage upon enemies. Constellation 3 drastically reduced the cooldown by 50, dropping it from a daunting 3 minutes, 180 seconds, to a mere 1.5 minutes, 90 seconds. This was a monumental enhancement. Constellation 4 elevated the effect of the Crimson Lotus Curse to 100, causing enemies afflicted by this curse to endure an additional 100 damage over the next 10 seconds, further amplifying the skill's already astonishing damage output. Constellation 5 ensured that after the release of Crimson Lotus Explosive Fury Slash, an additional strike would automatically follow, making this skill even more extraordinary. Essentially, Liu Chen could execute 1 Crimson Lotus Explosive Fury Slash, and unleash 2 devastating strikes. This perfectly addressed the challenge of effectively triggering the Crimson Lotus Curse, as the first strike would apply the curse to the enemy, while the second strike would benefit from a 100 damage increase. Constellation 6 activated a state of Crimson Lotus Rampage post-release, granting Lu Chen an extraordinary 100 speed boost and a 200 final damage increase, lasting 10 seconds. This enhancement was remarkably powerful, effectively doubling Lu Chen's movement speed, while also providing a substantial final damage increase. The final damage is calculated after all other damage computations, adding an additional layer of intensity to the already immense damage output. In summary, the fully activated Crimson Lotus Explosive Fury Slash has utterly transformed Lu Chen's perception and worldview. In his previous life, Lu Chen had never encountered such a monstrous skill. Those abilities he once regarded as treasures in his past existence now seemed trivial in comparison to this level 6 Crimson Lotus Explosive Fury Slash, acquired after an expenditure exceeding 300,000. It was as if a minor sorcerer stood before a grand master. Chapter 12. The world's only hidden profession, Wanderer. Lu Chen marveled in awe as he beheld this earth-shattering skill, exclaiming, "Incredible!" Before him lay the astonishing attribute panel of the Crimson Lotus Explosive Fury Slash. Crimson Lotus Explosive Fury Slash. Quality. Level. Constellation. 6 Fate. Profession. Warrior. Attributes. Infuses the power of the Crimson Lotus into melee weapons, delivering a powerful explosive fury slash to a wide area of enemies in front, inflicting 800 physical damage, with an additional 200 critical damage, and unleashing another devastating explosive fury slash. Furthermore, it afflicts enemies with the Crimson Lotus Curse, increasing the damage they endure by 100 for the next 10 seconds. The user enters a state of Crimson Lotus Rampage, gaining a 100 movement speed boost and a 200 final damage enhancement for 10 seconds. Mana cost, 1,000 points. Usable times, 2. Cooldown, 90 seconds. Truly extraordinary. Lu Chen gazed at this skill book, yet he was currently unable to learn it. The reason was quite simple. Although he had reached level 10, he had yet to complete his warrior class advancement. Thus, Lu Chen was unable to acquire this advanced skill. However, he remained unperturbed. He had already obtained the first hidden item required by the village chief from the Demon Spirit Cave, a green hoe. Yet, the village chief's hidden quest demanded a total of 5 hoes, a task that could not be accomplished in haste. At that moment, Lu Chen turned to Bai Shuangxue and smiled slightly. "Very well, you shall obediently follow me." Bai Shuangxue's brows furrowed slightly. Although she resisted Lu Chen's commanding tone, she found herself compelled to obey his orders. Lu Chen continued, "First, you are not to oppose me. Second, you must heed my commands. Third, do not stray too far from me." Bai Shuangxue felt a sense of indignation. How could a proud descendant of Niuhua be reduced to following the orders of an ordinary man? This thought made it difficult for her lofty spirit to bow. Observing her defiance, Lu Chen turned to leave. Initially, Bai Shuangxue intended to sulk and refuse to follow him. However, as Lu Chen maintained a certain distance, she suddenly dissipated into a wisp of white smoke, left alone in the spirit space. The darkness, solitude, and loneliness were almost unbearable for her. Yet soon, Bai Shuangxue discovered that she had once again seen the light of day, for Lu Chen had summoned her back. Bai Shuangxue glared at Lu Chen, her lips curling in defiance. "Do not think for a moment that you can manipulate me with such tactics." Lu Chen, upon hearing these words, merely smiled faintly and proceeded toward the small teleportation portal leading to Leju village. "Will you follow me? Should I forget to summon you? I trust you won't hold it against me." After uttering this, he observed Bai Shuangxue's charming face, which was now flushed with indignation, yet she appeared helpless against his whims. She hurriedly approached him, her garments fluttering in the wind, her expression a mix of anger and determination as she stood before Lu Chen, pouting adorably. Bai Shuangxue understood she could not utter any insults toward Lu Chen, for such words would be forcibly corrected into something utterly embarrassing. Lu Chen regarded her defiant demeanor with amusement, noting her reluctant compliance with his commands, a sensation he found rather entertaining. Soon, Bai Shuangxue maintained a distance of more than 3 meters, trailing behind him without drawing nearer. For the time being, Lu Chen ignored her as he swiftly made his way toward the vocational transition building. Half an hour later, Lu Chen arrived at the rather desolate vocational transition building. Given that this was the initial phase of the integration of Xian Yuan with reality, the vast majority of humanity was still navigating through the early stages. Aside from Lu Chen, no one had yet achieved level 10. let alone ventured into the vocational transition building to undertake transition tasks. As Lu Chen entered the empty building, he ascended to the second floor, where various vocational mentors awaited humanity in designated rooms to offer transition tasks. He headed directly for the room of the warrior vocational mentor. Suddenly, he spotted a mysterious old man in a tattered robe on the second floor. Upon noticing Lu Chen, the old man broke into a wide grin and hurried toward him. Lu Chen scrutinized the old man's name, Tattered Robe Diviner. This name seemed unfamiliar. He had no recollection of it from his past life. Curiosity piqued, Lu Chen observed the old man closely. The Tattered Robe Diviner chuckled and approached, greeting him, "Adventurer, I sense extraordinary potential in your bones. You are undoubtedly a rare martial talent." Lu Chen felt a familiar sense of foreboding wash over him. Such flattering openings were all too recognizable. A feeling of dread settled in his heart. Could he have encountered a con artist? Without delay, the Tattered Robe Diviner mysteriously opened a burlap sack hanging from his chest and leaned closer to Lu Chen, saying, "I possess a peerless tome. Would you be interested?" A peerless tome. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen was even more convinced that the man was a fraud. He realized that it was not solely humans who deceived others. Following the integration of Xian Yuan with reality, these beings were no longer mere cold, lifeless data. They too were living entities, imbued with emotions, and capable of deceiving adventurers for their own gain. In his past life, Lu Chen had fallen victim to swindlers, who expertly exploited their identities to lower the guard of human adventurers, facilitating their schemes. Lu Chen was not in a hurry, so he cautiously observed the other party. An unparalleled treasure? What is this? The old man in the robe chuckled. This is the only hidden class of Xian Yuan. What class? Lu Chen gazed curiously at the old man. The old man's smile grew even broader. The Wanderer class. Have you heard of it? Lu Chen's eyes widened in surprise. You mean the one that has no specific class restrictions, can learn all class skills, and wield all class weapons, right? The old man nodded with a grin. Exactly. This is the Wanderer class. The only hidden class in the world. You only need to recharge 660,000 to obtain it. Lu Chen's eyes bulged. Wow. This recharge prompt is actually embedded in the game? Xian Yuan, you win. Chapter 13 is the Human Emperor class. Lu Chen had also heard about hidden classes in his previous life. However, acquiring a hidden class was akin to climbing to the heavens. Among 100,000 individuals, having even one person obtain a hidden class was already a considerable probability. Moreover, hidden classes were undoubtedly stronger than ordinary classes. Although Lu Chen was not a hidden class in his past life, he was well aware of their immense power. Now, a hidden class was presented before him. The Wanderer. He had heard a bit about this class in his previous life, characterized by its ability to wield any class weapon and learn any class skill. However, the trade-off was that none would be mastered. Additionally, the growth potential of this class was not as high as that of others. Yet now, for Lu Chen, the characteristics of the Wanderer class became its greatest advantage. What others valued most, the growth potential, was precisely what Lu Chen cared the least about. The reason was simple. Things that could be resolved with a recharge were not worth worrying about. Old man, I will spend this money. Lu Chen swiftly confirmed the recharge of 660,000, as a minuscule sum was deducted from his account. The old man beamed and produced a book with a deep blue cover, handing it to Lu Chen. You can find any class transfer teacher to complete your class change. After saying this, the old man turned to leave. Just then, Lu Chen suddenly blocked his path. The old man looked perplexed as he stared at Lu Chen. Adventurer, I have already given you the hidden class transfer book. Why do you still block my way? Lu Chen fixed his gaze on the old man and unexpectedly inquired, Old man, do you have any other hidden class transfer books? Hearing this, the old man displayed a puzzled expression. Are you perhaps looking down on the Wanderer class? Lu Chen shook his head, explaining, It's not that I look down upon it. It's just that I can actually change to 2 classes. Dual class change? The old man's eyes widened in astonishment as he scrutinized Lu Chen. Suddenly, he sensed a certain aura, the human emperor. A presence of the human emperor emanates from you. Upon observing the profound reaction from the old man in the linen robe, Lu Chen was taken aback. He had not anticipated that his concealed title, due to its ostentation, would be discerned by the old man. With a resolute decision, Lu Chen chose to abandon his pretense and reveal his title. Above his head, a remarkably imposing and flamboyant title materialized. Who dares claim that humanity lacks an emperor? When the old man in the linen robe witnessed this spectacle, he was struck with astonishment and exclaimed, So, you are indeed the fabled human emperor, the sole possessor of dual professions. It appears that my presence here today was most fortuitous. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, fixating his gaze on the old man. He observed the old man rummaging through his pockets, searching for something. After a prolonged search, the old man finally produced an item. Ah, here it is. The hidden class transfer book for the human emperor. Simply recharge 66 million, and it shall be yours. At that moment, Lu Chen stared blankly at the transfer book in the old man's hand. The human emperor. Was this truly a profession? The old man nodded with a smile, affirming indeed. Only the human emperor can undergo the transfer to become the human emperor. These words left Lu Chen utterly bewildered. Wait, old man, what do you mean by that? Only the human emperor can transfer to become the human emperor? Does that imply that one must already be the human emperor to undertake this transfer? He found himself mumbling incoherently. The old man chuckled softly, choosing not to engage in further debate. Instead, he merely inquired, Adventurer, do you wish to acquire this item or not? If not, I shall take my leave. As Lu Chen noticed the old man preparing to depart, he suddenly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Such opportunities, once lost, would be exceedingly difficult to recover. Some were unique, appearing but once. A mischance could mean a lifetime of regret. Was it merely 66 million? I have means. I'll take it. Without hesitation, Lu Chen boldly spent 66 million to procure the transfer book from the old man. All right, at last, I have earned enough to depart from this absurd realm. As the old man's words faded, Lu Chen abruptly realized that the figure before him, the old man in the linen robe, was in fact the divine emissary of linen, who, with a swift flourish of his sleeve, summoned a force of teleportation to envelop Lu Chen. In the blink of an eye, the divine emissary vanished, leaving no trace behind. Lu Chen was left in a state of bewilderment. Earn enough money? Departing from this ridiculous place? Did this imply that one needed to acquire funds from humanity to escape this integrated world? He murmured to himself, struggling to grasp the underlying truths of this realm. Even in his previous life, he had never encountered such notions. The words of the divine emissary were entirely new to him, leaving Lu Chen profoundly astonished. However, at this moment, Lu Chen did not linger too long on the matter of the Ma-E divination. He swiftly grasped 2 profession transfer books and hastened towards the nearest warrior profession mentor's chamber. Upon entering, he encountered a robust man engaged in physical training, a colossal sword resting beside him, emanating an aura of formidable strength and ferocity. As Lu Chen stepped inside, he addressed the warrior mentor, stating his intention to transfer professions. The mentor, without lifting his gaze from his exercise, coldly responded, complete your profession task and return to me afterward. A transfer task was thus assigned to Lu Chen. Yet he chose not to accept it. Instead, he declared, I possess a hidden profession book. I seek to transfer to a hidden profession. Upon hearing this, the warrior mentor paused his training and approached Lu Chen. You wish to transfer to a hidden profession? Peculiar. It is only the first day. How could an adventurer possibly transfer to a hidden profession? The mentor muttered as he examined the Lone Wanderer profession transfer book presented by Lu Chen. Nodding in acknowledgement, he remarked, Adventurer, you are fortunate indeed to have acquired the legendary Lone Wanderer profession. I shall now conduct your transfer ceremony. In the next moment, a shimmering aura enveloped Lu Chen, descending the divine light of the transfer god upon him. The transfer god was bestowing upon Lu Chen the crown of power, transforming him into the hidden profession, Lone Wanderer. 10 seconds later, a prompt resonated in Lu Chen's ears. Congratulations! You have successfully transferred to the hidden profession, Lone Wanderer. Chapter 14. Transfer, Human Emperor. You have now transitioned to Lone Wanderer. Attribute growth is undergoing changes. Life growth, 100,150. Mana growth, 5,080. Physical attack growth, 58. Magical attack growth, 58. Physical defense growth, 24. Magical defense growth, 24. Elemental bonus, 010. Critical hit rate, 58. Critical damage, 200,220. Upon reviewing the series of changes to his attributes, Lu Chen couldn't help but inwardly scoff. The attribute growth of the Lone Wanderer profession was indeed rather meager. As a hidden profession, some of its attribute growth even paled in comparison to certain ordinary professions. The Lone Wanderer profession has unlocked the trait, ability to wield any profession's weapon. The Lone Wanderer profession has unlocked the trait, ability to learn any profession skills. The subsequent 2 prompts offered Lu Chen the greatest consolation, as his choice to transfer to the Lone Wanderer profession was indeed motivated by these 2 remarkable features. The capacity to use any profession's weapon and to learn any profession skills would significantly diversify Lu Chen's combat strategies in the future. After the warrior mentor facilitated Lu Chen's transfer, he proclaimed, all done. Adventurer, I have completed your transfer. If you have nothing else to attend to, you may depart now. However, Lu Chen showed no urgency to leave. Instead, he produced a second hidden class transfer book and presented it before the warrior class mentor. I wish to change to a second profession. Upon hearing this, the warrior mentor stared at Lu Chen with a peculiar expression. Adventurer, each individual is permitted to transfer to only one profession. Lu Chen smiled faintly. I have unlocked a second-class skill slot. As soon as the words left his lips, the warrior mentor's face displayed sheer astonishment. You have unlocked a second-class slot? Subsequently, the warrior mentor accepted the hidden class transfer book that Lu Chen had handed over. Inscribed upon it in bold strokes were the 4 characters, Human Emperor. At that moment, the warrior mentor's legs momentarily weakened, and disbelief washed over his features. Why you? How could you possess such a thing? Where did you acquire this? Lu Chen replied with a grin. I purchased it from an old man clad in coarse garments. Upon hearing this, the warrior mentor's eyes widened in shock. The old man in coarse garments? You must be referring to the legendary coarse garment diviner, correct? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, nodding with amusement. It seems you are familiar with that old man. The warrior mentor became animated. Heavens! That is the legendary coarse garment diviner, a celestial being of unparalleled stature in the realm of immortal fate. You have had the fortune to meet him. Where did you encounter him? Seeing the warrior mentor's excitement, Lu Chen was taken aback. Simultaneously, he grasped an important realization from the mentor's reaction. That old man likely possessed an extraordinary background. Observing the warrior mentor's fervor, Lu Chen asked what? The warrior mentor, wide-eyed with astonishment, exclaimed, no, this could be the closest opportunity one ever have to the coarse garment diviner. Why must I miss it? Where has the coarse garment diviner gone? Lu Chen cleared his throat. He mentioned that he had made enough money to leave. As soon as he spoke, the warrior mentor's expression grew even more incredulous. What? The coarse garment diviner has made enough money? What amount would suffice for a being of his caliber to depart? Lu Chen gazed at him in confusion. What do you mean by leave? What does making money entail? The warrior mentor sighed deeply. The currency circulating in your adventurer's world possesses an extraordinarily transcendent purchasing power in our immortal fate world, allowing one to easily acquire exquisite items and top-tier equipment unattainable by our native denizens. If we can earn enough from you adventurers, we can ascend and leave this realm. In that moment, Lu Chen comprehended. He mused quietly. I suspect this is a game design subtly embedded by the Immortal Fate game company within the game content. It was evident that the transcendent purchasing power spoken of by the warrior mentor was the formidable enhancement of power resulting from Lu Chen's frenzied expenditures. It seems that I am devoid of celestial fate, unable to encounter the legendary Ma Yi Shun Xiang. The warrior class mentor cast a bittersweet glance at Lu Chen. It appears you are the fabled adventurer endowed with celestial destiny. As Lu Chen listened to the words of the warrior class mentor, he could not help but inwardly chuckle. What celestial fate? Wasn't it all merely the result of his monetary investments? In this world, wealth equates to boundless opportunities, and celestial encounters abound. Can you assist me in completing my job transfer? Lu Chen inquired. The warrior class mentor nodded and replied. What you are about to undertake is the legendary position of the Human Emperor. To be precise, this is not merely a profession, but an identity that leads humanity. Therefore, with my singular strength, I cannot facilitate this transfer ceremony for you. Please wait a moment. Lu Chen watched as the warrior class mentor exited the room. Shortly thereafter, a cacophony of bustling footsteps echoed from outside. As the door swung open once more, Lu Chen was astonished to see an influx of mentors from various professions crowding into the room. Upon laying eyes on Lu Chen, their expressions were filled with scrutiny and delight. You are Lu Chen, the legendary Human Emperor? I can sense the aura of the Human Emperor surrounding you. Lu Chen stared in disbelief at the multitude of mentors. He then revealed his concealed title. Who dares to say that there is no great emperor among humanity? In the next moment, the dozens of mentors from various professions in the room suddenly widened their eyes, staring in astonishment at the title hovering above Lu Chen's head. The room fell silent. Yet, in the following instant, Lu Chen witnessed a scene that left him utterly dumbfounded. All the mentors, each at level 100, suddenly knelt before him. In unison, they proclaimed, "We pay homage to the Human Emperor." Chapter 15. The Surge of Attribute Growth. Lu Chen was taken aback. Whether in his past life or this one, he had never encountered such a situation. All the mentors in this very room had bowed before him. Wait, what are you doing? Why are you suddenly kneeling? At this moment, the warrior class mentor spoke with utmost reverence. We are expressing our respect for the Human Emperor. Once this group had finished their show of respect, They slowly rose and exchanged glances among themselves. Next, we shall join forces to conduct the job transfer ceremony for you as the human emperor. To be recognized as the human emperor, you must first embody the human emperor. Now, you have proven your identity as the human emperor. Lu Chen glanced up at the title above his head. So, it was by virtue of this title, purchased for 80,000 at the character creation, that he had acquired the distinction of the human emperor. A smile crept across Lu Chen's face as he shook his head. He mused to himself. If only he had refrained from purchasing that 80,000 package at character creation. There were certainly fewer matters to contend with in the past. Lu Chen sighed deeply, reflecting on the advantages of wealth. Players who recharge truly enjoy themselves. In the next moment, Lu Chen was astonished to witness a shimmering aura of starlight emanating from each of the vocational mentors in the room. Although he felt no unusual presence, it was evident that each mentor was exerting great effort. The intensity of their vocational energy was formidable. Thankfully, the warrior mentor had summoned us, for without collective strength, we would never have accomplished this transition ceremony alone. At last, we are fortunate to witness the emergence of the human emperor. The once feeble and deteriorating human race is finally on the brink of hope and a promising future. We shall spare no effort and stop at nothing to complete this transition ceremony. Indeed, we must give our all to see it through. Lu Chen observed the fervor of the vocational mentors, although he could not comprehend the sudden surge of enthusiasm. He gleaned some insights into the background of the game Celestial Fate from their impassioned words. From his past experiences, Lu Chen understood that the world of Celestial Fate was not solely inhabited by humans, but also other races, such as demons, beasts, and extraterrestrial beings. In fact, humans were among the weaker factions in the myriad of celestial beings, primarily due to their lack of formidable powers and towering figures. Consequently, humans became easy prey, vulnerable to their adversaries. Within this context, game players, adventurers, emerged as the heroes destined to save humanity. Of course, Lu Chen recognized this as merely the backdrop of the game. In his previous life, he was but a cog in the wheel. The task of rescuing humanity was far beyond his reach. Only the top-tier spenders could genuinely be regarded as heroes of the human race, while other players merely served as supporting characters. However, in this life, Lu Chen had managed to max out every recharge point, transforming him into the affluent figure he had once admired from afar. This sensation was undeniably exhilarating. Lu Chen watched as dozens of vocational mentors joined forces to complete his transition ceremony. After a full 5 minutes, the mentors appeared pale and exhausted. At long last, the transition ceremony concluded. As the relevant notifications echoed in his ears, a series of data swiftly materialized before his eyes. You have transitioned to Human Emperor. Attribute growth is occurring. Life growth, 150, 500, magic growth, 80, 200, physical attack growth, 840, magical attack growth, 840, physical defense growth, 420, magical defense growth, 420 elemental bonus, 1050 critical hit rate, 820 critical damage, 220, 300. Upon reviewing this remarkable array of changes, Lu Chen's expression turned to one of astonishment. Goodness, the enhancements from transitioning to the Human Emperor are astonishingly extraordinary. This surpasses even the most formidable hidden class attributes I encountered in my previous life. Upon witnessing this, Lu Chen could hardly contain his smile. The scattered profession is most powerful due to its unique characteristics. However, its relatively weak attribute growth has been a hindrance. Yet, with the dual profession slots at his disposal, and after transitioning to the Human Emperor class, the attribute growth afforded by the Human Emperor stands as the pinnacle among all hidden professions. This precisely compensates for the deficiencies inherent in the scattered profession. The synergy between the two is simply harmonious. The Human Emperor class has unlocked the trait Human Leader. The Human Emperor class has unlocked the trait Human Prestige. Lu Chen took a moment to delve deeper into the descriptions of these two traits. Human Leader, the leader of the human race. This line provided only a brief overview, lacking any specific functional details, leaving Lu Chen somewhat perplexed. What utility could this trait possibly possess? He then turned to the other. Human Prestige. The prestige of the human race shall forever remain at its zenith, never to diminish. Isn't this a feature that only emerges in the prestige battleground after reaching level 100 in the previous life? Within the human race, possessing the highest prestige eternally brings unique advantages at maximum prestige. At this moment, Lu Chen found it challenging to discern the practical applications of these two aspects. Nevertheless, the human emperor, being the most formidable hidden profession he currently knew of, surely possessed intricate traits. He simply had yet to fathom their specific applications. However, there was no rush. He had ample time to explore their depths. At this juncture, Chen successfully completed the transition to the two hidden professions. Eagerly, he opened his attribute panel to examine his latest attributes. Chen, profession, human emperor, scattered, level 10, physical attack, 65, growth 40, magical attack, 65, growth 40, physical defense, 25, growth 20, magical defense, 25, growth 20, elemental bonus, 50, critical hit rate, 20, critical damage, 300, skills. There's one more thing. Congratulations, you have successfully mastered the skill. Crimson Lotus Explosive Flame Fury / Soon, a new change occurred in the skills section. Skills, Crimson Lotus Explosive Flame Fury / level. Chapter 16, a meeting with the ex-girlfriend. A grand send-off for the human emperor. Anticipating the next visit from a human emperor. As Chen departed from the class transition building, all the profession mentors rallied around him, escorting him with great fervor. It was not until he stepped through the doors of the building that they finally halted, continuously waving at him until he was completely out of sight. Once he had distanced himself, they wiped the sweat from their brows, feeling the weight of pressure. While relishing the privileges of being the human emperor was exhilarating, the pressure of being in the limelight was quite substantial. Chen concealed his title, who would claim that the human race lacks great emperors. This title, purchased for 80,000, was indeed worth every penny. At the very least, it had bolstered Chen's standing considerably. After completing his job change, the time was now noon. The streets of Jiangsheng had become vibrant and bustling, with throngs of people curiously surveying the transformed city, now adorned with numerous Xianyuan buildings. Humanity was beginning to engage in communication, gradually learning how to level up, accept quests, battle, and grow stronger. Humans are remarkably adaptable creatures. As Chen walked through the streets, he noticed several individuals whose levels had risen to 5 or 6. They flaunted their accomplishments with pride, displaying their levels above their heads for all to see, while a majority remained at the solitary level of 1. This group of 5 to 6 level individuals stood out like cranes among chickens. Observing these ostentatious displays, Chen merely smiled, subtly concealing his own level of 10. With ample time at hand, he resolved to continue completing the village chief's hidden tasks, aiming to acquire the first divine artifact as the most pressing matter at hand. Memories from his past life reminded Chen that artifacts are treasures that no one would ever find excessive. One of the characteristics of these artifacts is that their attributes activate simply by being on one's person, even if housed within a backpack. Thus, theoretically, carrying 100 artifacts simultaneously would confer the benefits of all 100 attributes. This was precisely why artifact had been so fiercely sought after by countless nations in his previous life. Just as he intended to search for his next shovel, Chen's phone suddenly rang. Who could be calling me? He pulled out his phone and was taken aback to see the caller ID. Lu Yinyan. A cold smirk crept across Chen's face as he looked up to see Bai Shuangxue standing not far away, her beauty reminiscent of a celestial being. Yet, she stood there like an unapproachable iceberg. Compared to Bai Shuangxue, Lu Yinyan could only be described as somewhat alluring. Hello. On the other end, Lu Yinyan unleashed a torrent of anger. Chen, it's been hours. Do you not realize the world has undergone tremendous changes? The Xianyuan game has fused with reality. Do you have any idea how terrified I am? Why didn't you come to find me immediately? Chen held the phone away from his ear, patiently waiting for Lu Yinyan to finish her tirade. A cold smile played on his lips as he thought, why would I seek you out? Why wouldn't he want to ruin the romance between you and my best friend? He was well aware that Lu Yinyan had spent the night with Zhao Tianlang. However, Chen merely replied, I'm currently figuring out how to level up. If I don't get stronger, how can I protect you? Upon hearing this, Lu Yinyan's temper seemed to dissipate somewhat, but she still spoke with a commanding tone. You need to come to my house now. After issuing her directive, Lu Yinyan forcefully hung up the phone. Chen stared at the disconnected phone, a cold smile creeping across his face as he muttered to himself. What do you mean? Your home? That villa was purchased with my money. Do you truly consider it your own? He tucked his phone away, only to find Bai Shuangxue gazing intently at him. Unable to contain his curiosity, he inquired, Bai Shuangxue, why do you look at me so? Bai Shuangxue's beautiful eyes furrowed as she replied, your girlfriend is quite domineering. Chen shook his head with a smile. She is merely an ex-girlfriend. Bai Shuangxue asked, are you going to find her? Half an hour later, an opulent villa district, a place that had cost him 30 million prior to the world's integration, he found himself waiting outside. Bai Shuangxue opted not to accompany Lu Chen inside, stating she would wait outside. Lu Chen nodded in acknowledgement and entered the villa alone. Upon entering the code on the door, he was met with a notification that the password was incorrect. A cold sneer formed in his heart at this revelation. He knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After a moment, Lu Yunyun, displaying evident impatience, opened the door. What are you knocking for? Don't you know the password? As the door swung open, Lu Chen stood outside, his expression indifferent as he stated, "You changed the password." At his words, Lu Yunyun's irritation dissipated, replaced by a look of panic. Oh, is that so? Perhaps I accidentally changed it? Lu Chen found no need to expose her deceit, opting instead to walk past her with an air of cold indifference. Lu Yunyun, initially inclined to be angry at his blatant disregard, suddenly sensed that Lu Chen's demeanor had altered significantly, appearing far more serious and aloof than before. This unexpected shift unsettled her, as she was accustomed to Lu Chen's previously servile demeanor. Lu Yunyun felt a surge of anxiety. Had Lu Chen discovered something amiss? How could he seem like an entirely different person after just a day apart? At that moment, Lu Chen wandered through the villa, examining his surroundings. Seeing his behavior, Lu Yunyun's heart raced with trepidation. Lu Chen let out a faint, cold scoff. Yet, instead of showing anger, Lu Yunyun found herself attempting to appease Lu Chen even more. As Lu Chen regarded Lu Yunyun's flirtatious demeanor, a wave of nausea washed over him at the thought of her infidelity. His words struck Lu Yunyun like a sharp arrow. But Lu Chen had already reached the door to her room. Suddenly, Lu Yunyun remembered the chaos of her room from the previous night spent with Zhao Tianlang. It was a mess, and she had yet to clean it. If Lu Chen entered now, her secret would be exposed. Hastily, she positioned herself in front of the door, blocking his entry. Chapter 17, a showy and competitive class reunion. What are you doing? Lu Chen frowned, scrutinizing Lu Yunyun. In a rush, she shifted the topic, finding a convenient excuse. Darling, there's a class reunion tonight. Remember? A class reunion? As Lu Yunyun's reminder echoed in his mind, Lu Chen vaguely recalled that indeed. There was a gathering that evening. He was to attend with Lu Yunyun alongside his closest friend, Zhao Tianlang. In his previous life, Lu Chen had noticed an exchange of glances between the two individuals. However, at that time, he had not given it much thought. A cold smirk curled upon Lu Chen's lips as he reflected. It appears that these two are not being forthright at the class reunion. They are clandestinely conspiring behind my back. Intrigued, he resolved to witness their machinations firsthand that very evening. Thus, Lu Chen addressed Lu Yunyun with an icy demeanor. I recall that we have a class reunion tonight, and I shall take you along. Lu Yunyun's face brightened with delight. Certainly, my dear. I shall ensure to dress elegantly and adorn myself with the most exquisite makeup, so you may bask in glory at the reunion. Lu Chen replied with a faint smile. Let's hope so. He then turned and departed from Lu Yunyun's doorway, at which point she exhaled a sigh of relief. Once back in her room, she hurriedly dialed Zhao Tianlang's number. Tianlang, I am somewhat apprehensive that Lu Chen may discover our affair, she confessed. Discover? My dear, fret not. Tonight, I shall devise a plan to ensnare him, leading him to intoxicate himself and violate a woman, after which we shall conspire to have him imprisoned, Zhao Tianlang proposed. Excellent idea. This way, we can effortlessly seize Lu Chen's fortune. The afternoon passed with Lu Chen engaged in contemplation, remaining within the villa as he meticulously organized his objectives for this life. The first task, acquire divine artifacts. The second task, level up. The third task, establish a powerful faction. The fourth task, claim all rewards from the rankings. As Lu Chen delineated his goals, his vision for the future gradually crystallized. As night descended, Lu Chen, accompanied by the elegantly attired Lu Yunyun, made his way to the Xianyuan restaurant in Jiangchen. This establishment had emerged as the premier venue following the fusion of Xianyuan. Under Lu Chen's direction, Bai Shuangshu had discreetly followed them throughout the evening. Despite it being the first day of the Xianyuan fusion, many patrons had already discovered this esteemed restaurant. Upon their arrival, Lu Chen and Lu Yunyun were greeted by a bustling crowd. Sir, madam, do you have a reservation? A staff member inquired. We do. Lu Yunyun promptly responded, revealing their booking. Subsequently, the attendant escorted them to a lavish private room on the third floor, capable of accommodating 30 guests. Upon entering the room, Lu Chen was met with the familiar faces of his old classmates, who rose in unison to greet him with smiles. Our esteemed boss, Lu Chen, has arrived. And this lovely lady beside him must be Mrs. Lu. She is stunning, akin to a film star. Zhao Tianlang eagerly approached Lu Chen, embracing him joyfully. My good brother, you are here. I was concerned you might be too busy to join us tonight. Observing Zhao Tianlang's display of camaraderie, Lu Chen's lips curled into a subtle, knowing smile as he replied, I have come. After all, we are the best of brothers. Your heartfelt invitation compelled my presence. The surrounding classmates expressed their nostalgia, reminiscing. Back in school, it was clear that the bond between you two was the strongest. Lu Chun smiled gently and said, Please, take your seats. As they settled in, the atmosphere was filled with warmth and anticipation. Zhao Tianlang summoned the waiter to serve the dishes and then took the initiative to speak. This establishment is truly exceptional. After the merging of Xian Yuan with reality, who would have thought that we mere mortals would have the opportunity to savor the exquisite cuisine of celestial beings? Laughter erupted among the classmates at the table. Indeed, who could have anticipated that upon waking from slumber, the world would undergo such a dramatic transformation? For individuals like us, this represents a monumental opportunity. During the day, I ventured outside the city with friends to slay monsters, acquiring some celestial stones and a few white-grade items. My level has now risen to 10. Tomorrow morning, I plan to embark on my vocational transition quest. Wow, Lu Ge, you're impressive. I spent the entire day tinkering and I've barely reached level 3. Me too, I'm only at level 2. The female classmates at our table remained at level 1. As we girls are not accustomed to gaming and have little understanding of how to level up, Lu Ge, could you assist us in advancing our levels? Liu Yi. The kind-hearted and portly Liu Yi chuckled heartily. This is merely a matter of fortune. I played the beta version of Xian Yuan, so I'm quite familiar with many aspects, allowing me to get a head start. Moreover, the currency in Xian Yuan is celestial stones, rendering the currency from our previous world obsolete. This means that all 7 billion people globally are now on equal footing. Those wealthy tycoons and capital magnates of now find themselves without anyone to work for them. Everyone is busy leveling up, acquiring celestial stones, and enhancing themselves. In this era, only one's own strength is of paramount importance. As Liu Yi concluded his impassioned speech, he was met with resounding applause from all the classmates present. Yet, their gazes frequently drifted toward Lu Chun. The reason is simple. Before the merger of Xian Yuan with reality, Lu Chun was already a successful individual. Now, with the world transformed, his wealth and status have plummeted to zero, placing him on the same starting line as everyone else. No one could have imagined that Liu Yi, who was once at the bottom of the academic ladder, would later find himself struggling in life, unable to secure a girlfriend. Yet, after the merger of Xian Yuan with the real world, he has staged a remarkable turnaround. Liu Yi relished the feeling of being the center of attention at the dining table. He cast a proud glance at Lu Chun. What do you think, Lu Chun? Lu Chun merely smiled faintly. I believe Liu Yi is quite right. In this era, with effort, anyone can alter their destiny. Liu Yi's lips curled upward as he inquired further. Lu Chun, I've always admired you, even though you've never assisted me. But I am quite magnanimous. Would you like me to help you level up? Clearly, Liu Yi sought to derive immense satisfaction from standing over Lu Chun, eager for a nod of agreement from him. This serves as evidence that Liu Yi has surpassed Lu Chun in strength. Lu Chun smiled faintly and chose to shake his head, saying, I appreciate your kindness, but I prefer to level up on my own. Chapter 18. Recharge Limits. Are there other ways to acquire it? Lu Chan déjeuner Liu Yi Sigudui, which caused Liu Yi's expression to darken. He coldly remarked, It seems, Lu Chun, that you still look down upon us, your former classmates. Once you were a lofty magnate, but now, your company and wealth are of no use, are they? Lu Chun nodded in agreement. Indeed, the riches of the past are now of no value. Save for the villa where I can still reside. Liu Yi Sukofut. A villa, you say? With my efforts, I shall surely inhabit one in due time. However, during your studies, you are merely a bookworm. Now, can you truly slay monsters to level up? Lu Chun pondered for a moment and replied, It's uncertain if I could. After all, throughout this life, I have relied on by Shuang Xue to handle the monsters, and I haven't needed to lift a finger. Liu Yi's demeanor grew increasingly arrogant. If you cannot slay monsters, you cannot level up, nor can you grow stronger. I am currently at level 10. What level are you at now? Lu Chun humbly responded, Is insignificant. Liu Yi's tone became more derisive. Thus lies the chasm between us. Classmates, your mindset must evolve. Those who excel in gaming, in combat, and in leveling are the ones who possess the future. While Liu Yi passionately spoke, Lu Chun noticed that Liu Yunyan, seated beside him, was exchanging flirtatious glances with Zhao Tianlang. Moreover, the two were sitting very close, with Zhao Tianlang's hand intentionally wandering over Liu Yunyan's thigh, even venturing beneath her skirt. Lu Chun merely sneered internally, feigning ignorance. These two were seeking thrills while simultaneously observing Lu Chun, anxious about being discovered. Little did they know, Lu Chun was well aware of their antics. Soon, The delicacies arrived, and the group began to dine. Lu Yi started to elaborate extensively on the intricacies of Xian Yuan. The classmates looked at him with admiration, even flattering him in hopes of associating with him. Some single female students covertly sent flirtatious signals Lu Ye's way, their intentions all too apparent. Only Lu Chen remained low-key, quietly eating and sipping tea. After several rounds of drinks, Lu Yi declared, "Today's meal cannot be paid for with past currencies. It must be settled with Xian Yuan currency, the Xian stone." With a flourish, Lu Yi placed the Xian stones on the table. A group of classmates gazed at the stones with envy. "Brother Lu, I didn't even obtain one while hunting today. How does one acquire such a thing? Please enlighten us." With a broad smile, Lu Yi responded, "Defeating ordinary monsters yields only a slim chance of obtaining them. For a stable acquisition, one must venture into dungeons." The classmates exchanged astonished glances. Dungeons? How does one engage in such a venture? We have never attempted a dungeon before. I've heard they are notoriously challenging. What if one inadvertently perishes during a dungeon battle? Lu Yi chuckled heartily. Do not fret. The early dungeons in Xian Yuan are quite simple. Essentially, anyone with dexterous hands can prevail. Moreover, within Xian Yuan, each player is endowed with 3 initial revival tokens. So if you fall, there is no need for concern. Resurrection is still possible. At this moment, a voice inquired, "What if those 3 revival tokens are exhausted?" Lu Yi replied, "First, one can replenish their revival tokens through various means, such as events that grant new tokens. Second, one may simply wait to respawn." The crowd erupted in laughter. With a spirited demeanor, Lu Yi elaborated, "In dungeons, each player is permitted to engage twice daily. Therefore, it is advisable to prioritize dungeons that align with 1's level, as the rewards garnered will undoubtedly be the most substantial. Additionally, should one venture to slay creatures exceeding their level by more than 10, the rewards will diminish by 90%, thus, it is not encouraged to challenge higher-level foes. However, certain unique instances do not impose restrictions on rewards." The audience listened intently as Lu Yi elucidated the intricacies of Xian Yuan. Even Lu Chen could not help but concede that Lu Yi was indeed a formidable gamer. In the span of less than a day, Lu Yi had mastered the various mechanics of Xian Yuan. In fact, upon hearing Lu Ye's reminder, Lu Chen recalled that he had overlooked an important detail. Each individual may only engage in 2 dungeon runs per day. Having completed 1 today, he still had 1 opportunity remaining. For others, the daily limit of 2 dungeon runs would become increasingly significant and precious as time progressed. Levels rose, and familiarity with Xian Yuan deepened. However, within Lu Chen's level 5 rewards, there existed an enhancement concerning the increase of daily dungeon entries. 5. Experience gain 50. Dungeon drops 30. Dungeon entries per run 4. Higher probability of acquiring higher quality equipment within dungeons. Daily usage of the Spirit Gathering Basin 4 times. Lu Chen glanced at his progress. With an increase of 4 dungeon entries per day, alongside the standard 2, he would be able to enter dungeons 6 times daily. Furthermore, at level 5, there was an increased probability of obtaining superior quality equipment. Tomorrow, as higher levels unlocked, even more rewards would await him. Suddenly, a noise emanated from the table, startling Lu Chen. Upon looking up, he was taken aback to see Lu Yi's face flushed, evidently having indulged a bit too much in drink. He excitedly slammed his personal flying sword and a small green vial onto the table, then triumphantly declared, "Guess what these 2 items are?" The table erupted in astonished murmurs. Even Zhao Tianlang and Lu Yunyun cast curious glances. "Luga, what are these?" Lu Yi beamed with pride. "This little sword is a magical artifact, known as the personal flying sword. And this small green vial is also a magical artifact, specifically designed to store experience and enhance experience acquisition efficiency." The crowd stared in astonishment. "Lu Ge, how did you obtain these 2 magical artifacts? Why do we not have them?" Lu Yi chuckled. "Have you not encountered the initial recharge advertisement?" "Indeed, we have. It prompts a recharge of 6 yuan to claim the rewards, but I am unable to recharge." "Yes, I wish to recharge, but I am unaware of where to do so. Aren't all the recharge portals closed?" Lu Ye's lips curled into a triumphant smile. "I played this game, Xian Yuan, during its beta testing, and I casually recharged a bit." "How much is a bit?" "I recharged 10,000. "Heavens, Brother Lu, if you recharged 10,000, doesn't that mean you're about to soar?" "Brother Lu, I truly regret not playing this game with you during the beta. If I could have recharged 10,000, I too could be soaring now." "No worries. There are ways to obtain recharge credits beyond just the beta recharges." "Really? Are there other methods?" Chapter 19. Garlic Bird. Garlic Bird, not surging with enthusiasm. Indeed, In the game, Xian Yuan, some rewards from instances may yield items such as 1 yuan recharge card, 10 yuan recharge card, and the rarest, the 100 yuan recharge card. If you manage to obtain these rewards, they can be exchanged for recharge credits, which can then be used to purchase various recharge rewards and items. As Lu Yi finished speaking, the classmates at the table grew increasingly excited. It seems we are not without options. It turns out there are methods to acquire recharge credits. We too have a chance to shine like Brother Lu. Lu Yi smiled and nodded. Correct. If you stick with me, I will ensure you all have recharge cards. In an instant, praises poured forth from the group, generously showering Lu Yi with admiration. Lu Chen sat quietly, observing the lively scene with a faint smile. The existence of recharge cards is indeed a reality. In his past life, Lu Chen's ability to draw spirit pets was largely due to the recharge cards he gradually accumulated, building up sufficient credits to draw cards. However, achieving the extraordinary with such minimal recharge credits, like obtaining a Dao-level innate flying sword for 20 million, is utterly impossible. The developers of Xian Yuan created the game primarily for profit. How could the game company allow players to easily profit within it? Players must either invest time and grind relentlessly or spend money and invest heavily. Essentially, a choice between the two. Lu Yi chuckled. Once you reach level 10, you can unlock the card pool feature. There are skill card pools and spirit pet card pools. Let me tell you, there is even a humanoid spirit pet card pool. With good fortune, you might draw a beautiful celestial female spirit pet who not only assists you in combat, but can also warm your bed at night. Upon hearing this, the men at the table displayed knowing smiles, each imagining the enchanting life that lay ahead, their mouths watering with excitement. Lu Chen calmly observed the group reveling in their bravado. They certainly seemed to be enjoying a delightful fantasy. However, should one forcibly compel a female spirit pet to engage in such actions against her will, the spirit pet possesses the right to retaliate. While this group of individuals was boasting, Lu Yinyin, seated beside Lu Chen, suddenly leaned over and said, "Darling, I need to use the restroom." "All right," Lu Chen nodded. Yet, as Lu Yinyin rose to leave, Lu Chen noticed that Zhao Tianlang had inexplicably vanished. Upon realizing Zhao Tianlang's disappearance, a cold smirk crept onto Lu Chen's lips. He had surmised what the two were up to in the restroom. Thus, Lu Chen also stood up, ostensibly to use the restroom, but instead, he found himself outside the restroom, where he could hear the voices of Zhao Tianlang and Lu Yinyin. Tianlang, be gentle. We still have business to discuss. Consuming you is precisely the business at hand. Oh dear, how you plan to deal with Lu Chen tonight? Wasn't it agreed that you would get him drunk, arrange for a woman, and ultimately frame him for assault? Darling, why the rush? I have already conferred with Lu Yi. Just wait for his performance. Fine, but please be gentle. Lu Chen smiled faintly and declined. I have sworn off alcohol. Lu Yi's expression darkened instantly. Ultimately, you still look down upon us old classmates, don't you? With a loud bang, Lu Yi slammed his hand on the table and stood up, his gaze fierce as it fixed on Lu Chen. The once lively atmosphere of the private room became immediately frosty. Lu Chen, let me tell you, there is nothing for you to be proud of now. I am quite adept at the game Xian Yuan. Within a week, I will establish the first guild in Xian Yuan. I shall become the first guild leader in the world. Lu Chen regarded Lu Yi's impassioned demeanor and suddenly laughed. And so, Lu Yi had intended a boast, but Lu Chen's nonchalant reaction only fueled his anger further. Lu Chen, will you drink the toast I offer you or not? As the words fell, Lu Yi flipped the table. The room erupted in chaos. The classmates were thrown into disarray. Taken aback by Lu Yi's sudden fury after consuming too much alcohol, Lu Yi approached Lu Chen, glaring down at him, still calmly seated. Get up, you. The surrounding classmates could no longer refrain from advising, Lu Chen, you should stand up. Lu Yi is now at level 10. You cannot win against him. Yet, Lu Chen showed no intention of rising. Lu Yi's expression darkened further. Lu Chen, you are refusing a toast and opting for a penalty drink instead. It seems I must teach you the hard truths of Xian Yuan. As his words fell, Lu Yi reached out to grasp Lu Chen's collar. Just as he was about to act, the door of the private room was suddenly pushed open. Staff from the Xian Yuan tavern rushed in, calling out, "Who is causing trouble here?" A group of soldiers clad in black armor suddenly emerged outside the private room. As they stormed in, they swiftly subdued everyone present. Lu Yi was taken aback by this scene. Who are you? What is the meaning of this? Lu Chen glanced at the panicked Lu Yi and scoffed, "Fool. You are causing a ruckus in someone else's establishment and damaging their dining area. They have already reported this to the authorities. Can't you see these soldiers are from the government?" At that moment, Lu Yi's expression transformed into one of astonishment, completely blindsided by the revelation. Lu Chen continued to mock him. You claim to be an expert at Xian Yuan, yet you can't even grasp the workings of the government system or the prison functions? Just then, a rotund, middle-aged man dressed in golden silk garments stormed in, visibly enraged. "Greetings, officer. These adventurers have dined in my establishment, vandalizing my premises and causing me significant losses. I implore you to see through their deceit and mete out the harshest punishment upon these miscreants." The man was none other than Chen Duo, the owner of the Xian Yuan Tavern. After speaking, he discreetly slipped a wad of coins into the hands of the leading officer. The officer nodded coldly in response. "Arrest these adventurers and confine them to prison. Lock them up for at least half a month." Chapter 20. A chance for redemption among classmates as the officers shackled all the students in the private room. They were left utterly dumbfounded. "Brother Liu, what is happening? Aren't you the one who knows Xian Yuan best? Why are we being arrested?" Liu Ye's face flushed with embarrassment as he realized the gravity of the situation. Just moments ago, he had been boasting at the dining table, only to find himself ensnared by the soldiers. His expression turned desperate. "Officers, this is a misunderstanding, a complete misunderstanding. It wasn't my fault. It was him." In a bid to absolve himself, Liu Yi pointed an accusing finger at Liu Chen. He was the one who started it. The leading officer cast a cold glance at both Liu Yi and Liu Chen before surveying the other students in the room. Is this true? Seeing the situation unfold in such a manner, many students felt a pang of guilt towards Liu Chen. After all, it was impossible for everyone to face imprisonment. In that moment, they could only sacrifice Liu Chen. "What he says is true. The rest of us can testify," they pleaded. "Officer, please see the truth. Do not wrongfully accuse a good person, nor let a bad person go unpunished." As the testimonies from the other students unanimously pointed fingers at Liu Chen, he simply sighed deeply at the turn of events. "Is this how you treat me, after all we've shared as classmates?" Hearing Liu Chen's words, some students lowered their heads in shame, but those like Liu Yi seized the opportunity to further condemn Liu Chen. "Esteemed officials, with so many witnesses, surely we cannot be deceived." The leading officer nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the validity of the students' words. Suddenly, the shackles binding the students clattered to the ground. Yet Liu Chen remained restrained, his hands still shackled. However, he did not exhibit the anticipated panic or anxiety. On the contrary, he kindly cautioned his peers, "If you insist on proceeding in this manner, I am left with no choice." Upon hearing this, Liu Yi smirked inwardly. After all, these were soldiers of the government, each possessing a formidable strength of level 100. Could Liu Chen possibly escape? Many students, witnessing Liu Chen's demeanor, felt discomfort in their hearts. Some murmured quietly, "Liu Chen, forgive us, but for the sake of everyone, please endure a little longer. You'll be out in half a month. After all, your imprisonment is not the same as ours collectively." Liu Chen sighed deeply, yet a peculiar smile crept across his face. He directed his gaze towards the leading officer, then to the proprietor of the Xian Yuan Tavern, Chen Duo. Finally, Liu Chen, without uttering a word, revealed his hidden title. In the next moment, an extraordinarily striking title appeared above his head. "Who says the human race lacks a great emperor?" As the title manifested, the entire private room fell into a profound silence. Particularly, the soldiers and the staff of the Xian Yuan Tavern stared in astonishment at the title hovering above Liu Chen's head. Meanwhile, Liu Yi and the other students remained entirely oblivious to its significance. One student even questioned, "What is this? Why does Liu Chen have such fanciful words above him? Who says the human race lacks a great emperor?" What a juvenile phrase. They wondered how Liu Chen had conjured such a thing. Did he intend to intimidate the soldiers with it? Liu Yi scoffed, "This is merely a title from Xian Yuan. It looks impressive and attractive, yet serves no real purpose. It is utterly useless. Only those who revel in ostentation seek such titles. Genuine, pragmatic powerhouses have no need for such trivialities." Just as Liu Yi confidently concluded his remarks, he suddenly witnessed a scene that would be etched in his memory forever. Chen Duo, the proprietor of the Xian Yuan Tavern, appeared as if he had encountered a deity, and to everyone's astonishment, he fell to his knees. "Why, you are the legendary great emperor of the human race," Chen Duo exclaimed, startling everyone else in the private room. Immediately, the government soldiers discarded their weapons, all gazing at Liu Chen with a mix of disbelief and profound reverence. "We pay our respects to the great emperor of the human race." With the leading officer's proclamation, all soldiers knelt in unison. Witnessing this spectacle, which had grown exceedingly tumultuous, Liu Chen hastily interjected, "No need to kneel. Please rise." At his command, the soldiers finally stood. Chen Duo wore a broad smile, a stark contrast to his previous angry and acerbic demeanor. He quickly donned a beaming expression, declaring, The great emperor of the human race has graced my humble establishment with his presence. It is indeed a moment of glory for my small shop. Tonight, all of your expenses will be on the house." The official bellowed. "What are you standing there for? Quickly, free the esteemed guest from his chains." Lu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, pondering to himself, is the identity of the human race emperor truly so powerful as to warrant such hospitality? To the extent that they would willingly waive the charges? Moreover, the officials have ceased their pursuit altogether. However, it appeared that the expenses of the evening were not his to bear. Thus, Lu Chen smiled and replied, "Thank you, Boss Qian, for your kindness, but tonight, it is not I who will be paying." Qian Duo suddenly understood. "Ah, so. Is your friend treating?" Lu Chen nodded affirmatively. Qian Duo hastily added, "In the future, when your friends come, the same courtesy will apply." Lu Chen's expression darkened at this. He quickly shook his head. "No, I did not imply that you should waive the charges." Qian Duo immediately grasped the situation and swiftly inquired, "Who is paying for tonight's bill then?" The individuals in the private room turned to the stunned Lu Yi. Lu Yi and his classmates had just witnessed the officials kneeling before Lu Chen, rendering them utterly speechless. They could hardly fathom that these level 100 officials would kneel before Lu Chen, repeatedly exclaiming the title emperor of the human race. Qian Duo fixed his gaze on Lu Yi, realizing that this nefarious individual was the one who had maliciously implicated the emperor. Therefore, he promptly declared, "Officer, this scoundrel has audaciously accused the emperor of a human race. According to the laws of our people, what punishment should he receive?" Chapter 21. Regret Beyond Measure. As the officer's words echoed, the expressions of everyone in the private room turned ashen, unable to believe their ears. No one had anticipated that just a moment prior. They were urging Lu Chen to take the blame, only to find that, in the next instant, apart from Lu Chen, everyone else was facing the death penalty. At that moment, someone finally recalled Lu Chen's previous warnings and reminders. "If you insist on this course of action, then I shall have no recourse." A wave of regret suddenly washed over them, wishing they could slap themselves for their foolishness. Lu Chen had clearly offered them a chance, yet they had squandered it. The classmates began to feel remorseful. They no longer focused on Lu Yi, for they had come to understand the gravity of the situation. Relying on Lu Yi was futile. Despite his boastful claims at the dinner table, when trouble truly struck, it was the low-key Lu Chen who mattered most. Their observations of the officials and Qian Duo's demeanor towards Lu Chen made it clear that a single word from Lu Chen could save them. "Lu Chen, we are classmates. You must not turn a blind eye to our plight." "Indeed, Lu Chen, we were merely jesting before. If you were in real trouble, we would never stand idly by. We implore you, Lu Chen, you possess great influence. Please, tell these officers that they might spare our lives." Lu Chen gazed at his classmates, witnessing their dramatic transformation in demeanor. The abrupt shift from arrogance to humility elicits a smile. They remain oblivious. Even if the authorities condemn them to death, they possess resurrection coins, enabling them to return to life. At worst, they would simply expend one resurrection coin. In theory, adventurers in Xian Yuan are granted 3 opportunities to evade execution. However, if their crimes are deemed excessively severe, the officials may swiftly behead them thrice, thereby irrevocably terminating their existence. Lu Chen listened to the pleas for mercy echoing from the private room. He smiled faintly. "I, Lu Chen, am not devoid of compassion. Yet, I do not represent the authorities and cannot determine your fates. However, tonight's events must be rectified to restore my honor." Upon hearing this, Lu Yi's expression turned as pale as death. He trembled uncontrollably, his eyes wide with fear as they met Lu Chen's gaze. Meanwhile, the classmates who had previously fawned over him at the dining table suddenly turned against him, collectively testifying, "We can attest. It was Lu Yi who overturned the table first." Indeed, Lu Yi has always been narrow-minded and envious of Lu Chen. Just because he wields a higher level, does he think he can bully his former classmates at will? In an instant, the denunciations against Lu Yi fell like a torrential downpour. Lu Yi was utterly bewildered. You all." His face flushed crimson with rage. "You did not say this to me at the beginning." Yet this time, the classmates spoke nothing but the truth, their voices filled with righteous indignation. Lu Chen turned to the officials and the owner of the Xian Yuan Tavern, Qian Duo. "Why are you still standing there? Are you not going to settle the accounts?" At this, Qian Duo promptly sprang into action, hurrying into the private room to assess the damages caused by Lu Yi. 30 intricately carved redwood tables and chairs, each valued at 2,000 Xian stones, had all been destroyed and required compensation. 30 complete sets of exquisite white jade dinnerware, each set worth 800 Xian stones, had also been ruined and warranted recompense. As Chen Duo calculated the total damages, Lu Yi was on the verge of fainting from fury. The sum of Xian stones demanded was staggering. Given the early stage of his endeavors, even selling himself would not yield enough to cover such expenses. The total dining expenses for the evening amounted to 895 Xian stones. The overall losses were calculated at 248 Xian stones. Considering your connection as a friend of the adult, I shall waive a zero, and you shall owe a mere 100,000 Xian stones. Once Chen Duo completed his calculations, Lu Ye's vision darkened, and he collapsed. Observing this scene, Chen Duo grew anxious. Sir, this man is feigning death to evade his debts. A group of officials promptly shackled the unconscious Lu Yi and escorted him away. As for the other classmates in the private room, the officials, displaying discernment, chose not to detain them. Before departing, one official approached Lu Chen and quietly inquired, "My lord, how shall we deal with him?" A subtle smile graced Lu Chen's lips. In his perspective, even if Lu Yi were to be killed, it would merely deplete one of his resurrection tokens. Moreover, having already faced death once, all his sins would be absolved, allowing him to emerge unscathed anew. Thus, Lu Chen remarked, "There's no need to slay him. According to the law, confinement will suffice." This strategy of Lu Chen's proved to be the most ruthless of all. In a nascent phase of Xian Yuan, merging with reality, time and progress are paramount. A single step ahead leads to an advantage in every subsequent move. Lu Yi continued to indulge in his grandiose ambitions. Let him languish in prison and pursue his dreams at leisure. The official nodded, "Master, I comprehend." Soon, the officials departed, and Chen Duo naturally attributed all losses to Lu Yi. As for Lu Chen and his companions, they were free to leave. When their classmates witnessed how effortlessly Lu Chen had persuaded the official to depart, granting him ample respect, they gazed at him with a mix of reverence and embarrassment. For before Lu Chen had revealed his true prowess, they had been currying favor with Lu Yi, even deliberately overlooking Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, thank you. If it weren't for you, we might have all ended up in prison tonight." "Ah, haha, it's truly impressive how capable you are, Lu Chen. After all these years since our graduation, I've always believed you to be the one with the most promise in our class. Indeed, whether or not Xian Yuan merges with the real world, you have always excelled. Lu Chen, how do you manage to be so extraordinary? You can earn money, run a company, and now thrive within Xian Yuan as well. Well, Lu Chen, as classmates, could you perhaps assist us?" Observing the obsequious demeanor of his former classmates, Lu Chen couldn't help but smile inwardly. This reminded him of a poem. In poverty, no one asks in the bustling streets. In wealth, distant relatives come from the deep mountains. Doubt it not. Just observe the banquet. Each cup raised first to the affluent. In response to his classmates' pleas, Lu Chen offered a faint smile and replied, "As fellow students, I have just saved you all. Henceforth, let's conclude our camaraderie here. May we part on good terms." With that, Lu Chen gracefully exited the private room, leaving his classmates filled with regret, their hearts heavy with remorse. Chapter 22. The Mysterious Lu Chen. After Lu Chen's departure, he encountered three individuals. Lu Yinyan hurriedly distanced herself from Zhao Tianlang, her face slightly flushed, suggesting recent activities. Zhao Tianlang stared at Lu Chen in astonishment. Why was Lu Chen alone? However, upon seeing the two, they could not pretend to ignore him. Lu Chen approached them, fully aware of their earlier intentions, but displaying no sign of anger. On the contrary, a smile graced Lu Chen's lips as he inquired, "Have you two just returned from the restroom?" "Ah, yes, indeed." Zhao Tianlang responded with an awkward grin. "I happened to meet my sister-in-law there, so we came out together. We were just discussing you." Lu Chen's curiosity was piqued. "Oh, what were you discussing about me?" Zhao Tianlang found himself at a loss for words. What began as a casual remark led to Lu Chen probing for deeper insights. Lu Yinyan, quick to seize the opportunity, interjected, expressing, "We were just discussing whether to venture into the wilderness tomorrow for some monster hunting and leveling up. Alternatively, we could delve into a dungeon together. I've heard the experience gained from dungeons is substantial, and one can acquire numerous valuable items and even celestial stones." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen neither acquiesced nor declined, but rather stated, "Let us see if I have time tomorrow." Subsequently, he glanced at Lu Yinyan and inquired, "What are you up to tonight?" Lu Yinyan replied, "Oh, nothing much." Lu Chen checked the time and remarked, "Typically, at this hour, aren't you at the gym?" Lu Yinyan hurriedly nodded with a smile. "Yes, I'll be heading to the gym soon. Would you like to join?" She then turned to Zhao Tianlang, saying, "Could you take her to the gym? I appreciate it, my good brother." As he said this, Lu Chen deliberately patted Zhao Tianlang's shoulder, a grin gracing his lips. Zhao Tianlang, somewhat bewildered, nodded in response, sure, no problem. Once Chen departed, the two watched his retreating figure. Zhao Tianlang furrowed his brow and remarked, Chen seems different from before, but I can't quite put my finger on what has changed. However, Lu Yunyan's thoughts were elsewhere. Let us not dwell on him for now. We need to find Lu Yi. What on earth is going on? Weren't we supposed to join forces to deal with Chen tonight? Upon arriving at the private room, they were met with a scene of disarray, with classmates still present. They halted to inquire, and the classmates recounted the events of the evening. Both were left in shock. Lu Yi was taken away by the officials, and Chen emerged unscathed. The classmates were filled with regret. It's over. We truly offended Chen. Though he has a generous disposition and spared our lives for the sake of our camaraderie, our bond with Chen is irreparably severed from this point forward. How could I have been so foolish as to believe Lu Yi, that failure? Indeed, no matter how one looks at it, Chen's capabilities far surpass Lu Yi's. While Lu Yi may excel in gaming, Xian Yuan encompasses far more than mere gaming. Comparatively, Chen's intellect eclipses Lu Yi's by a significant margin. Alas, who would have imagined that Chen possessed such influence in Xian Yuan? Even the officials would kneel before him. The classmates' lamentations left Zhao Tianlang and Lu Yunyan utterly astonished. Did I hear that correctly? Chen wields such influence that he can command the officials to kneel? How is that even possible? How did Chen accomplish this? Surely, he didn't orchestrate some elaborate ruse, did he? A ruse? That seems unlikely. After all, this involves the officials of Xian Yuan. How could they possibly conspire with Chen? At that moment, the more Lu Yunyan pondered, the more unsettling it became. Chen had indeed transformed from the person she once knew. In her recollection, Chen was affluent, wealthy, and solely infatuated with her. Thus, she had exploited this trait, persistently extracting gold coins from him to sustain her lavish lifestyle. However, at this moment, Lu Yunyan discerned that Chen's attention towards her was plummeting dramatically. In the past, Chen would not permit her to associate with other men. Even a mere proximity would ignite his jealousy. Yet now, upon witnessing her emerge from the restroom alongside Zhao Tianlang, he displayed no signs of envy whatsoever. In fact, he even encouraged Zhao Tianlang to escort her to the gym. No ordinary man would behave in such a manner, and this realization sent a wave of apprehension through Lu Yunyan. She was gripped by an ominous premonition. Consequently, she promptly dismissed Zhao Tianlang and hurried toward the entrance of the Xian Yuan restaurant. Yunyan, where are you going? Zhao Tianlang called out anxiously from behind. As Chen stepped out of the restaurant, he spotted Bai Shuangxue, who had quietly awaited him on a nearby bench all night. In contrast to Lu Yunyan, although Bai Shuangxue possessed a proud and frosty demeanor, she was at least straightforward, pure, and untainted, unlike Lu Yunyan, who was rife with schemes and calculations. Just as Chen prepared to approach Bai Shuangxue, Lu Yunyan suddenly dashed from behind and obstructed his path. Darling, wait for me. Why are you in such a hurry? She panted. Upon seeing her, the faint glimmer of good humor Chen had felt dissipated entirely. He replied coldly, aren't you going to the gym? Lu Yunyan shook her head with a smile. Darling, I want to be working out tonight. I'm here to keep you company. Aren't you happy? Happy? Chen echoed, feeling no joy in her words. Lu Yunyan attempted to link her arm with his in a playful manner, but he instinctively recoiled, unwilling to allow a woman with such a sordid private life to touch him. The realization that Chen had evaded her grasp left Lu Yunyan in disbelief. Standing frozen in shock. Chen, what are you doing? He gazed at her with cold indifference. Witnessing his demeanor ignited a fire of frustration within Lu Yunyan. She had grown accustomed to Chen fawning over her, and his sudden aloofness was intolerable. Chen, what do you mean by this? Do you wish to break up with me? Fine. If that is what you want, then let it be. You'll come crawling back, begging for reconciliation, and I want to entertain it. Lu Yunyan shouted defiantly in front of the Xian Yuan restaurant, attracting the attention of passers-by who paused to witness the spectacle. Chen observed Lu Yunyan's unruly behavior, struggling to fathom how he had ever become so infatuated with such a woman in his past life. Chapter 23. Lu Yunyan confronts Bai Shuangxue. In stark contrast, Chen thought of Bai Shuangxue. Despite her haughty and icy disposition, as well as her disdain for him, he felt that she was infinitely superior to Lu Yunyan. Thus, at the moment Lu Yunyan loudly declared their breakup, he simply replied, as you wish. If that pleases you. 7 simple words. In an instant, Lu Yunyan found herself utterly disarmed. Her expression was one of astonishment, as she never anticipated this turn of events. In the past, whenever she had wielded the thread of a breakup against Chen, he had invariably responded with contrite apologies and various attempts to placate her. Yet now, Her most formidable tactic had inexplicably failed. Why was that? Panic surged within Lu Yunyan. For parasites, the most terrifying scenario is the day their host abandons them. Currently, Lu Yunyan found herself in such a predicament. She was, after all, a woman devoid of possessions and abilities. It was Lu Chen who had bestowed upon her a life of abundance. Yet Lu Yunyan attributed her newfound fortune solely to her own efforts, believing it to be a testament to her capabilities. But now, with Lu Chen poised to depart, she began to feel a rising tide of fear, anxiety, and regret. For she understood better than anyone that without Lu Chen, her benefactor, she would no longer be able to indulge in her previous life of opulence and extravagance. Wait. But Lu Chen did not stop. He continued onward. I command you to halt. Did you hear me? Lu Yunyan shouted desperately in his direction. Passers-by glanced over, shaking their heads at the scene. Seeing that Lu Chen remained unfazed, Lu Yunyan, in a fit of anger, rushed forward to block his path once more. This time, she raised her right hand and swung it forcefully towards his face. Lu Chen, I told you to stop. How dare you ignore me? Do you seek a beating? The slap was delivered with great force. Yet Lu Yunyan felt emboldened, recalling that she had struck him like this before without consequence. This time, she gambled on a similar outcome. However, in the next moment, just as her hand was about to connect with Lu Chen's face, it was deftly intercepted by a delicate hand as pure and white as jade. This hand did not belong to Lu Chen, who made no defensive or retaliatory move. Lu Yunyan stared in shock as someone from behind grasped her wrist. The hand was so soft and fair that it seemed as if it could produce water. It was far more exquisite than her own meticulously cared-for hands, 100 times more refined and silky. A twinge of jealousy stirred within Lu Yunyan. Who dares to stop me? I am merely disciplining my boyfriend. What concern is it of yours? In a fit of rage, she turned her head, only to be met with an extraordinarily beautiful face. In the presence of such unparalleled beauty, Lu Yunyan, who had always prided herself on her own looks, felt an unusual wave of inferiority wash over her. The other woman's features were flawless, each aspect a source of envy for any woman. Who are you? Lu Yunyan gritted her teeth, demanding an answer. The woman with the porcelain-like skin regarded her coolly and replied, I am simply fulfilling my protective duty. Protective duty? You intervened while I was addressing him, so I cannot pretend not to see him. Lu Yunyan gazed at Lu Chen in astonishment. Lu Chen, do you know her? Indeed, Lu Chen replied candidly with a nod. Not only did he know her, but Bai Shuangxue was also someone he had spent a considerable sum to obtain through a series of fortunate draws. Strictly speaking, Bai Shuangxue belonged to him. At that moment, an unprecedented sense of crisis washed over Lu Yunyan. Lu Chen, you wouldn't be secretly. She suddenly panicked, realizing that in the presence of Bai Shuangxue, she held no advantage whatsoever. The other party surpassed her in every aspect: beauty, height, physique, eloquence, and voice, leaving her feeling utterly inadequate. In response to Lu Yunyan's inquiry, Lu Chen remained silent. In Lu Yunyan's eyes, this had solidified into an irrefutable truth. Anger welled up in Lu Yunyan, causing her eyes to redden as she erupted with indignation. Lu Chen, you scoundrel, faithless wretch. After all my unwavering loyalty to you, how could you seek out a mistress behind my back? With this proclamation, the surrounding onlookers were once again piqued with interest. Lu Yunyan's tactic was clearly an attempt to turn the tables. Who had truly betrayed whom was a matter of deeper understanding. Faced with Lu Yunyan's unfounded accusations, especially so brazenly in public, Lu Chen felt his limits tested. He prepared to retaliate. However, before he could, to his surprise, Bai Shuangxue initiated her own counterattack. Her beautiful eyes narrowed in anger as she directed a pointed question at Lu Yunyan. Are you implying that I am his mistress? Isn't that the case? Lu Yunyan shot back fiercely. Bai Shuangxue was incensed. To suggest she was a mistress was an affront to her dignity as a descendant of Enhua. Bai Shuangxue retorted without reservation. I have never encountered such a shameless woman. I witnessed you entering the restroom with another man, embracing him. At that moment, the air of confidence that Lu Yunyan exuded vanished entirely. She became flustered and anxious, akin to someone caught off guard, her secret laid bare. I did not. You must have seen it wrong. Lu Yunyan stammered, hastily concocting excuses. The commotion drew a crowd, and upon realizing the number of onlookers, Lu Yunyan felt a wave of regret wash over her, cursing internally at the crowd for their insatiable curiosity. Bai Shuangxue's tone was unwavering. I saw it clearly. You entered the restroom with a man, embracing him. I can swear to the heavens that I speak the truth. Can you do the same? Lu Chen stood in stunned silence. He thought to himself, Who would have imagined that beneath Bai Shuangxue's usual icy demeanor, there lies such fervor when she unleashes her full force? Lu Yunyun was left speechless. A guilty conscience could never dare to swear to the heavens as boldly as Bai Shuangxue did. Why must I swear to the heavens? In short, I shall never admit to that which I have not done. Moreover, if you are not his mistress, why do you so fervently defend him and speak on his behalf? Is it not evident that there exists an illicit affair between you? Lu Yunyun has lost her sanity, disregarding all reason, and has begun to hurl baseless accusations at Bai Shuangxue with reckless abandon. Yet, Bai Shuangxue is no pushover. Her counteraction is even more formidable. With a mere flick of her fingertip, an ethereal image materializes, akin to a cinematic projection. Astonishingly, it reveals Lu Yunyun and Zhao Tianlang in a compromising embrace outside the restroom. The atmosphere grows palpably awkward. Just moments before, Lu Yunyun had been accusing Lu Chen of seeking a mistress, only for Bai Shuangxue to produce irrefutable evidence of Lu Yunyun's own indiscretions. Lu Yunyun's composure shatters. Who are you? How could you possibly have conjured this footage? Bai Shuangxue gazes at Lu Yunyun with an air of calmness, contrasting sharply with Lu Yunyun's frantic demeanor. If I lacked such abilities, it would indeed tarnish the reputation of Nua's descendants. With that, she retracts the image and turns her back on Lu Yunyun. It takes Lu Yunyun a moment to regain her bearings, her astonishment directed at Lu Chen. Lu Chen, is she even human? Bai Shuangxue's beautiful eyes narrow slightly. Are you insulting me? I am indeed human, but I am also a spiritual companion. These two aspects are not mutually exclusive. After speaking, Lu Chen turns to leave, saying, Bai Shuangxue, let us go, leaving Lu Yunyun standing dazed as she watches them depart. This night has unfolded in a whirlwind of events, with rapid twists and turns. Just then, Zhao Tianlang arrives, his gaze laden with meaning and concealed greed as he watches Bai Shuangxue's retreating figure. He never anticipated that Lu Chen could find a woman so ethereal. This woman eclipses even Lu Yunyun in beauty, rendering her irresistible. The moment Zhao Tianlang lays eyes on Bai Shuangxue, he falls for her instantly, perceiving Lu Yunyun beside him as mere decoration, utterly lacking in allure. Inwardly, Zhao Tianlang muses, if I could seduce Lu Chen's first woman, I can surely have this one as well. As Zhao Tianlang's ambitions swell, Lu Yunyun suddenly turns to him. Zhao Tianlang, yes, Lu Chen knows about our affair. What? That woman has somehow obtained leverage against us. Is that so? What do you mean by that tone? If Lu Chen uses this opportunity to discard me, we will lose everything. The villa, the luxury cars. Of course, it is possible. Just be proactive, considerate, and gentle. No man can resist such charms. Besides, men are creatures of desire. You need only attend to their primal instincts. Upon receiving Zhao Tianlang's reminder, Lu Yunyao experienced an epiphany akin to his sudden awakening. Zhao Tianlang observed Lu Yunyao, who had almost been led astray by his manipulations. His intention was to utilize Lu Yunyao as a pawn in the intricate entanglement between her and Lu Chen. Seizing the opportunity, he could shower Bai Shuangxue with tender affections, whispering sweet nothings in her ear, maligning Lu Chen, and ultimately embracing the beautiful Bai Shuangxue in his arms. Lu Chen glanced at the time. It was 9 p.m. So much had transpired today that he had little desire for sleep. He resolved to complete the village chief's hidden task in one go. Thus far, he had located one hoe, leaving 4 more to find. Given that each individual is limited to entering the dungeon twice a day, and having already ventured in once, combined with his level 5 status, Lu Chen was permitted to enter the dungeon 4 times daily. While an average player might take 3 days to complete this hidden task, Lu Chen was poised to finish it in one night. The dungeons included Lin City, the Qing Tung Cave, Yu City, the Rusty Mine, Feng City, the Witheredwood Forest, and Jiang City, the New Moon Outpost. These 4 locations, due to their seclusion, were inaccessible to ordinary players in the early stages of the previous life. Once opened, however, other players could enter freely. Lu Chen was not concerned that anyone would beat him to the hidden task items on the first day. In his previous life, it took about a month for someone to complete this hidden task. With the names and locations of the dungeons etched in his memory, Lu Chen began transporting Bai Shuangxue from Jiang City's main teleportation array to various cities across the nation. First stop, Lin City, Qing Tung Cave Dungeon. Difficulty, level 10. Lu Chen need not lift a finger. Bai Shuangxue's formidable prowess was sufficient to sweep through all the monsters. Even the final boss fell to her sword with ease. In Lu Chen's eyes, she was a powerful spirit pet acquired through significant investment. It would be a true waste if she could not conquer a level 10 dungeon. The game Xian Yuan places great emphasis on the experience of players who invest heavily. With money spent, one reigns supreme in this pay-to-win realm. While ordinary players merely serve as background characters, they're to enhance the experience for those who pay. Your level has increased to level 11. Your level has increased to level 12. You have completed the dungeon, Qing Tong Cave. You may now exit the dungeon. What a relief. The efficiency of leveling up in dungeons is unmatched. In merely 3 minutes, Bai Shuangxue had obliterated the level 10 dungeon. Lu Chen swaggered to the innermost part of the dungeon, directly claiming the second black hole. After securing it, Lu Chen teleported out and hastened to his next destination, Yu City, the Rusty Mine dungeon. Within 3 minutes, Bai Shuangxue flattened this dungeon as well, exclaiming, 1,000 frosts and 10,000 snows. In an instant, 5 frost-infused sword energies erupted from the tip of her blade. Before her, a dozen level 10 monsters, along with a level 15 iron golem, experienced an instantaneous drop in health from full to 0. Their bodies were shattered in an instant, disappearing without a trace. Remarkably, Bai Shuangxue didn't even need to unleash her ultimate skill. To date, no monster has been able to withstand even a single regular attack from Bai Shuangxue. Your level has risen to 13. You have completed the dungeon, Rusty Mine. You may now exit the dungeon. How effortless. Truly, she is the descendant of Nuwa that I spent a fortune to summon. For Lu Chen, leveling up is as easy as drinking water. Only 2 dungeons remain. Feng City, the Withered Woods dungeon, and Jiang City, the Crescent Watchtower dungeon. Chapter 25. The day after the server launch. Level 8 unlocked. Your level has risen to 14. Your level has risen to 15. Completing the remaining 2 dungeons will allow Lu Chen to level up once more. His rapid progression can be attributed in part to the experience boost from being level 5, as well as the additional 4 daily dungeon entries. The experience rewards from dungeons are naturally superior to those from grinding in the wild. Lu Chen spent 2 hours in total, finally conquering these 2 dungeons. However, it was not the dungeons that consumed his time, but rather the travel between the major cities. Lu Chen spent the majority of his time on the road, relying solely on his own 2 feet. The teleportation circles only serve as fixed points. To reach the specific dungeon locations, he must walk there himself. Nonetheless, Lu Chen understood that the early stages of Xian Yuan require everyone to travel on foot. As levels increase, a mount system will eventually be unlocked, allowing players to seek out mount training facilities, purchase special reins, and attempt to lasso any creature with the potential to become a mount. As long as they succeed in taming it, it will become their steed. At 2 in the morning, Lu Chen finally acquired the last shovel in the Crescent Watchtower dungeon of Jiang City. After securing it, he found himself with 5 vibrant shovels. Why didn't Lu Chen go directly to Qingyuan village in Jiang City to turn his quest? The answer is simple. They are human too, and they need to sleep. In his previous life, Lu Chen had heard tales of adventurers who sought out NPCs in the dead of night to turn quests, only to be rudely awakened and subsequently beaten up. After a long day, Lu Chen decided to return home for a restful sleep to replenish his energy. Upon awakening, the second day of the server launch awaited him, bringing new surprises. When Lu Chen finally opened his eyes, it was already 8 a.m. Given that the server launch time was also 8 a.m., this moment marked the transition between the first and second day of the server. As Lu Chen stirred, a flurry of system notifications echoed in his ears. Congratulations, you have unlocked level 6. Congratulations, you have unlocked level 7. Congratulations, you have unlocked level 8. Upon hearing the sound, Lu Chen immediately regained his senses. He swiftly checked his interface. 6. Cumulative recharge reached 30,000 yuan. Experience gained 70. Dungeon drop 40. Times to enter the dungeon per session 5. Higher quality drop rate for dungeon equipment. Daily use of Spirit Gathering Bowl 5 times. Weekly dungeon entry 1 time. Rewards. Gem Box 1,000 units. Enhancement Stone Box 1,000 units. 7. Cumulative recharge reached 80,000 yuan. Experience gained 90. Dungeon drop 50. Times to enter the dungeon per session 6. Higher quality drop rate for dungeon equipment. Daily use of Spirit Gathering Bowl 6 times. Weekly dungeon entry 2 times. Seal Demon Attempts 1 time. Rewards. Body Refinement Elixir 1,000 units. Divine Weapon Elixir 1,000 units. 8. Cumulative recharge reached 150,000 yuan. Experience gained 130. Dungeon drop 60. Times to enter the dungeon per session 7. Higher quality drop rate for dungeon equipment. Daily use of Spirit Gathering Bowl 7 times. Weekly dungeon entry 3 times. Seal demon attempts 2 times. Daily free revival 1 time. Rewards. 9 transformation golden pill, 10 units. 9. Unlocks on the 3rd day of server opening. 10. Unlocks on the 3rd day of server opening. Chen was truly astonished. This was a sight he had never even imagined in his previous life. Gazing at the dazzling array of rewards, Chen was exhilarated. He promptly claimed all the notifications. You have received gem box, 1,000 units. You have received enhancement stone box, 1,000 units. You have received body refinement elixir, 1,000 units. You have received divine weapon elixir, 1,000 units. You have received 9 transformation golden pill, 10 units. Ecstatic, Chen looked into his backpack and was greeted by a plethora of luxurious in-game items, instilling in him a profound sense of satisfaction akin to that of a hoarder. Although at present, these items could not be utilized due to his insufficient level, which had not yet unlocked the corresponding functions. Chen decided to retain them in his backpack for future use. When the time came, he could simply retrieve them and elevate his power exponentially. The 2nd day has arrived. The little green bottle. Chen quickly took out his other artifact. Little green bottle. Experience gain efficiency increased by 1. Capable of storing a certain amount of experience. Stored experience can enhance the current level by 2 experience bars. If the lifebound flying sword was meant for combat, then the little green bottle was intended for cultivation and leveling up. Chen prepared to attempt to upgrade the little green bottle. However, a prompt immediately appeared. Insufficient materials. Unable to upgrade the little green bottle. Yet Chen was not one to engage in futile endeavors. Shortly after this action, a recharge advertisement akin to that of the 1st day promptly emerged. Ding! Material gift pack. For only 30 yuan, you can upgrade the little green bottle to the little green bottle, yellow tier. Finally, it has arrived. In the current state of affairs, Chen found himself yearning for an abundance of recharge pop-ups. In his previous life, he had deemed the recharge notifications to be far too scarce. However, now, Chen lamented the limited number of recharge prompts designed for the early stages of the game Yuan. The developers had evidently exercised restraint, fearing that aggressive monetization might drive players away. Since yesterday, as a top-tier spender, Chen was afforded personalized service from Yuan. Consequently, he discerned a pattern and boldly declared, Yuan, let us settle this with a single price. How much will it cost to elevate the little green bottle to its pinnacle? Indeed, it is possible. This game offers bespoke, one-on-one services tailored for elite spenders. Exclusive request from top-tier players. A flat rate to elevate the little green bottle to its highest quality. Agreement granted. Calculating the flat rate for the little green bottle's elevation to its peak quality. 30, 88, 168, 648, 1248, 1 million, 6 million, 10 million. Calculation complete. The discounted flat rate for elite players amounts to 20 million. Shall we proceed with the recharge immediately? A subtle smile graced Chen's lips as he remarked. A mere 20 million. He recalled that prior to the server's launch, he had already topped up his account to the maximum limit of an astonishing 10 trillion. Thus, this paltry sum of 20 million was but a trifling amount in comparison. Chapter 26, 20 million. Elevating the little green bottle to its full potential. With a grand gesture, Chen did not hesitate. 20 million was swiftly recharged. In the next moment, the little green bottle before him began to emanate a terrifying aura. Boom, boom, boom. The little green bottle has successfully advanced. The little green bottle has successfully advanced. The little green bottle has successfully advanced. After a full 3 minutes of evolution, the transformation of the little green bottle finally ceased. Chen could unmistakably sense the monumental change that had occurred. The bottle now radiated an astonishing and formidable presence. In his previous life, Chen had witnessed many individuals elevate their little green bottles to high qualities, yet none could compare to the one before him. It was worth noting that the little green bottle, as the sole artifact impacting experience acquisition, naturally became the most crucial core artifact for all players. After all, for gamers, levels dictate everything. The speed of leveling up and the rate of experience gain naturally became the coveted pursuits of all. Little green bottle. Type, artifact. Quality, heavenly Dao level. Level, 1. Life limit bonus, 1. Accumulation, naturally increases experience points, currently capable of enhancing 3 experience bars. Select to extract. Acceleration, enhances the speed of natural experience gain to the maximum. Experience, gains an additional 1,000 experience points. Abundance, when defeating enemies of equivalent level. An extra 500 experience points can be acquired. Protection, no experience loss upon demise. Upon comprehending the elaborate descriptions of the treasured green bottle, Chen could not help but express his astonishment. The attributes of the fully upgraded green bottle were indeed extraordinary. It possessed an effect akin to that of the fateful flying sword, known as Tian Dao. What does independent calculation imply? If I were to perish, would only one of these effects activate? If I were to meet my demise a second time within 300 seconds, would the other effect trigger? If so, it would afford me 2 free chances at resurrection. Moreover, Chen recalled that he was also granted a complimentary resurrection opportunity each day. By this reckoning, as long as he refrained from reckless actions, his chances of death were significantly diminished. While others relied on resurrection coins, Chen might not even exhaust his free opportunities. This realization stirred a deep sense of reflection within him. Is this the might of a paying player? With 10 million invested in the fateful flying sword and 20 million in the green bottle, granting 2 resurrection opportunities every 5 minutes hardly seemed excessive. A smile began to spread across Chen's face, unable to be suppressed any longer. He was now eager to find a suitable location to thoroughly test the fruits of his investments. As Chen stepped out of his room, he was taken aback to find Bai Shuangxue meditating cross-legged on the hall's carpet. It appeared she was engaging in a form of quiet contemplation, blending both her training and rest. "Good morning, Bai Shuangxue." Chen greeted her with a smile. Upon hearing his voice, Bai Shuangxue slowly opened her beautiful eyes. She gazed at Chen and suddenly remarked, "Your strength seems to have increased since yesterday." With a faint smile, Chen replied, "Is this what you mean?" He produced the green bottle and tossed it casually in Bai Shuangxue's direction. She raised her delicate hand and effortlessly caught it. After examining it, a look of astonishment crossed her face. "This, why does it emanate the essence of Tian Dao? And it is the complete resonance of Tian Dao. How did you acquire this?" Noticing Bai Shuangxue's flustered demeanor, it was as if she had encountered something of monumental significance. However, Chen possessed another such item. He nonchalantly retrieved his fateful flying sword from his waist and tossed it towards Bai Shuangxue once more. She caught it yet again. As she focused her gaze on the flying sword and discerned its condition, her beautiful eyes widened in shock. How is this possible? This fateful flying sword also possesses the complete resonance of Tian Dao. How did you achieve this? Bai Shuangxue, shocked, rose from her blanket, her gaze fixed incredulously on Chen. She could hardly fathom the reality before her. As a descendant of Enhua, renowned as a genius goddess in the celestial realm, nurtured by countless resources from heaven and earth, her own innate flying sword was merely at the immortal level. Yet here stood Chen, a man she had first encountered at a pitiful level 1, someone who could be easily crushed underfoot in the world of immortal fate. But now, he effortlessly produced 2 treasures of heavenly quality. Is this astonishing? Chen mused, observing Bai Shuangxue's astonishment. With a teasing smile, he remarked, "These 2 items are not particularly difficult to acquire." Upon hearing his words, Bai Shuangxue tightened her grip on the heavenly treasures, her annoyance growing. How infuriating! Was he insinuating that her capabilities were lacking? What she, as a descendant of Enhua, could not achieve, he accomplished with ease, and even offered to her. "What's the matter? Bai Shuangxue, are you upset?" Chen inquired, a playful glint in his eyes. "No," Bai Shuangxue huffed, her pride as a talented goddess preventing her from engaging further with someone as boastful as Chen. Seeing her proud demeanor, Chen chuckled and said, "If you desire, I could assist you in acquiring some treasures in the future." Bai Shuangxue scoffed, shaking her head imperiously. "Who would care?" Chen chuckled softly, finding amusement in her stubbornness. "I actually possess a method to elevate your innate flying sword from the immortal level to the heavenly level." His assertion stemmed from experiences in his past life. Although spirit pets could not equip human gear, they had a special slot for pet treasures, allowing 3 different pet artifact equips. Bai Shuangxue possessed 2 treasures, her innate flying sword and the weapon she currently wielded, the Enhua Emperor Sword. As Bai Shuangxue listened to Chen's claim, skepticism filled her heart. Yet, upon witnessing him produce 2 heavenly treasures, a flicker of hope ignited within her. Could he truly possess a means to elevate her artifacts to the heavenly level? Despite her burgeoning curiosity, her pride prevented her from conceding easily. She merely let out a cold huff. "How do I know if you speak the truth or are merely deceiving me?" Chen smiled knowingly. "What would I gain from deceiving you? Besides, you are my spirit pet. Why would I mislead you? You are beautiful and powerful, and having you by my side would enhance my own reputation." At his compliment, Bai Shuangxue felt a slight flush creep across her cheeks. No girl dislikes being praised. Yet, she maintained her aloof facade, striving to uphold her proud image. With a disdainful hum, smooth talker, Lu Chen chuckled, having discerned the nature of Bai Shuangxue, a girl who exuded an exterior chill yet harbored a warm heart within. Enough jesting. Bai Shuangxue, prepare to join me in our endeavors. Today marks the second day since the launch, and at noon, the wilderness will unveil itself for the first time. In these wilds, there lies a certain probability of unearthing fragments of divine artifacts. My objective is none other than these precious fragments. Having completed their preparations, Lu Chen and Bai Shuangxue swiftly departed from Lu Chen's abode. It was still morning. Lu Chen hastened towards Qingyuan village in Jiangsheng to submit a hidden quest to the village chief. Upon his arrival at Qingyuan village, he was taken aback to witness a stark transformation. What had been a desolate village the previous day was now bustling with adventurers. The reason was straightforward. Individuals had discovered that quests could be undertaken here, leading them into the wilderness to slay monsters, gather herbs, and mine for resources. Returning to the village allowed them to submit their tasks for experience points and white-grade equipment. In his past life, Lu Chen had also commenced his journey alongside these adventurers, gradually progressing through these foundational tasks. However, in this life, such methods seemed far too sluggish for him. Navigating through the lively Qingyuan village with Bai Shuangxue, it was evident that her striking beauty rendered her the most conspicuous figure amidst the crowd. Before long, Lu Chen arrived at the village chief's residence, where the chief was busy tending to his fields, surrounded by numerous adventurers. My host seems inadequate. Is there anyone who can assist me in finding a better one? Called out the village chief. I can help you find one. Another adventurer chimed in. Where should I go to procure a hoe? Yet, amidst the inquiries, there was also an adventurer, brimming with pride, who strode forward, wielding a hoe. He approached the village chief and declared, Chief, behold this hoe I acquired from the demon spirit cave. Am I the first to complete the task? The moment these words escaped his lips, the surrounding adventurers gasped in astonishment. Good heavens! This individual S level is astonishingly high. He has reached level 9. Has he truly completed the task so swiftly? I have only just accepted mine. One exclaimed. I heard that the chief S task is a hidden one. Once completed, no one else can undertake it. Just as I was preparing to embark on my task, someone else is finishing it? How can he be so rapid? The man carrying the hoe brandished a green-hued tool. After receiving the hoe, the village chief's expression did not reflect joy. Rather, he sighed deeply. This hoe is insufficient, he lamented, shaking his head as he accepted the tool. Afterward, there was a palpable silence. The level 9 adventurer, stunned, interjected, Chief, what do you mean by this? I have submitted my task item. Why am I not receiving my reward? Why do you refuse to acknowledge it? The village chief regarded him, shaking his head once more. This hoe is not adequate. You must seek out a better one. Having discovered additional hoes, please bring them over. The level 9 man was utterly taken aback. He swallowed hard, his frustration evident. Fine, I shall not argue. It's merely a part of the task. Now, village chief, could you kindly inform me of the whereabouts of the other hoes? My age has dulled my memory. It seems I have forgotten. Upon hearing this, a chorus of laughter erupted from the surrounding adventurers. The level 9 man, who had intended to showcase his confidence and impress the crowd, found himself reduced to the status of a jester. The village chief, however, simply shook his head. Come find me again once you locate the next hoe. The level 9 man was nearly beside himself with anger. Observing from the outskirts, Lu Chen joined the laughter of the crowd. This scene felt strikingly familiar to him. In his previous life, he had frequently witnessed such farcical predicaments unfold. There were always novice adventurers who, unaware of the local customs, fell victim to the village chief's trickery. Goodness, the level 9 man was infuriated, yet he was powerless against the village chief. Reluctantly, he slinked away, determined to search for the next hoe. Meanwhile, the onlooking adventurers suddenly came to a realization. Even if they had submitted the first hoe, they too could encounter a similar situation, as it was the inaugural brave soul who had inadvertently set off the trap. In a sense, they owed their gratitude to that level 9 man. Once the commotion had subsided and the preceding crowd left the village chief's abode, it was Lu Chen's turn. As he stood before the village chief, the latter surprisingly paused his work, straightened his posture, and regarded Lu Chen with keen interest. You possess an unusual aura. Could you possibly be the legendary figure? Given the multitude of onlookers, Lu Chen wished to avoid any public mention of the title human sovereign, fearing it might incite a stir and lead to unnecessary complications. He subtly gestured to the village chief, then said, Village chief, do you recall my arrival here to undertake a hidden quest? I have come to submit the task items. Chapter 28, The Green Bottle's Might, Ascending 4 Levels. The village chief immediately recognized the situation. Oh, I remember. You have come to submit the task items? Lu Chen promptly produced the first hoe, a green one. After accepting it, the village chief shook his head and remarked, "One hoe may not be sufficient." The surrounding adventurers took note of the village chief's changed tone and demeanor towards Lu Chen, which starkly contrasted with previous interactions. They were puzzled as to why the village chief seemed to have transformed entirely. However, only Lu Chen understood that this was the manifestation of the identity of the human sovereign. In that moment, Lu Chen became increasingly aware of the extraordinary attributes of the human sovereign profession. Human leader, the leader of the human race. Human prestige. The prestige among humans forever remains at its zenith, never diminishing. Although these attributes did not confer any enhancements, nor did they augment Lu Chen's combat prowess, their significance was undeniable. However, it is often this intangible influence that constitutes the most terrifying power. Before Lu Chen transitioned into the human emperor, the village chief regarded him as merely an ordinary adventurer. Yet now, upon encountering Lu Chen, the village chief has altered his previously established actions and routines, specifically tailoring them to address Lu Chen with a new form of greeting. Without hesitation, Lu Chen produced a second hoe, declaring, "One hoe is insufficient. I have another." At that moment, the village chief's expression shifted to one of astonishment. It wasn't just him. Even the adventurers queuing behind Lu Chen to receive their tasks displayed looks of surprise. "Where did you acquire that second hoe?" One exclaimed. "Brother, could you share your secret? I could offer you some celestial stones." It seemed incredible that someone had managed to obtain a second hoe so swiftly. The vastness of the world is indeed filled with wonders. Capable individuals abound, especially as celestial destinies merge with reality, revealing talents previously unseen. As the village chief accepted the second hoe, he pressed his lips together, contemplating his next words. Observing the village chief's demeanor, Lu Chen anticipated that he was concocting a new excuse. Thus, he preemptively unveiled a third hoe, stating, "Village chief, I have yet another hoe. Do you think this will suffice for your plowing needs?" At the moment Lu Chen produced the third hoe, the adventurers at the back of the line were left dumbfounded. What's happening? Is there a third hoe for the village chief's hidden task? One shouted, "Such a deceptive hidden task. I refuse to participate." Another lamented, "This village chief is truly unscrupulous." Hearing the adventurers' outcries, the village chief awkwardly accepted the third hoe, feeling quite aggrieved himself. After all, it was a stipulation of the celestial rules. He was merely fulfilling his task. Why, then, were they all directing their ire at him? After accepting the 3 hoes, the village chief remarked, "3 hoes may not suffice." Upon uttering this statement, it predictably sent shockwaves through the village. All the adventurers were left speechless. "Village chief, you are being unreasonable. Are you exploiting us adventurers simply because of your position?" One protested. "Indeed, what kind of ridiculous hidden task requires 3 hoes? And you don't even mention where to find the others." At this juncture, Lu Chen stepped forward to defend the village chief, suggesting, "Perhaps the village chief is bound by circumstances beyond his control." Upon hearing this, the village chief nodded vigorously, his excitement palpable. Seeing Lu Chen's understanding expression felt like encountering a kindred spirit. Before long, Lu Chen produced a 4th hoe. As he did so, the queue behind him had diminished significantly. As many had realized that this hidden task was beyond their capabilities, they began to observe, eager to discover just how many hoes the village chief required for Lu Chen to complete the task. The sheer number of onlookers placed considerable pressure on the village chief. He reluctantly accepted the 4th hoe and, in great pain, uttered, "Just one more hoe is needed. But this time, it will be the last." Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted once more into a cacophony of discontent directed at the village chief, causing him considerable distress. However, Lu Chen, possessing a kind heart, did not allow the chief to endure the criticism for long. He produced the final hoe and declared, "Village chief, here is the last hoe. I suppose I have completed the task." When the village chief beheld Lu Chen revealing the last hoe, he exhibited no signs of surprise or astonishment, nor did he ponder how Lu Chen had managed to gather 5 hoes by the second day of the game. His sole thought was one of relief. At last, "I am liberated." He hurriedly stowed away the 5 hoes, turning to Lu Chen with a beaming smile. "Adventurer Lu Chen, congratulations on completing my hidden task. Now, I shall bestow upon you your reward. First, the experience reward." Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted around Lu Chen as he was enveloped in the radiance of leveling up. It is worth noting that the effect of the small green vial grants a 1,000 increase in experience points. Lu Chen, now at level 15, Upon completing the village chief's hidden task, receive an astounding 10-fold experience reward, propelling him to 2 levels higher. Your level has increased to 16. Your level has increased to 17. Yet this was not the end. Almost immediately, a notification chimed in his ears. Small green vial, blessing activated. Blessing. Upon leveling up, there is a 10 chance to gain an additional level. Your level has increased to 18. Small green vial, purple chi activated. Purple chi. When the blessing is triggered, an additional level is guaranteed. Your level has increased to 19. Small green vial, fortuity activated. Fortuity. Upon leveling up, there is a 10 chance to receive triple attribute growth. This level up granted triple attribute growth. The successive bursts of golden light from leveling up not only left Lu Chen in a state of bewilderment, but also stunned the onlookers around him. Their eyes brimmed with envy. How exhilarating. Such bountiful experience and an extraordinary leveling experience. If only I could have completed this task. My goodness. Is the experience from this hidden task truly so generous? Just a moment ago, I counted 4 bursts of golden light emanating from him. This means he leveled up 4 times directly upon receiving the experience reward. This task is simply outrageous. Chapter 29. The first fragment of the divine artifact acquired. The watching adventurers could only witness Lu Chen's ascent of 4 levels. However, they remained unaware that the pivotal element in this process was Lu Chen's ascension to the Dao level treasure, the small green vial. The small green vial is truly remarkable. Lu Chen marveled inwardly, even more so in this new life he had embraced. In a previous life, one could be considered as having seen the world. Yet, upon experiencing the remarkable efficacy of the elite green vial, one could not help but be astonished. How utterly extraordinary. Fortunately, I am indeed this peculiar individual. Hee. Lu Chen ascended a level without the need to battle monsters or delve into dungeons. Just one activation of the green vial was equivalent to the efforts of others over 10 days or more. As Lu Chen surged forth, he ascended 4 levels, reaching the grand level of 19. Unable to restrain his curiosity, he opened his attribute panel to admire it. Lu Chen, class, Human Emperor, Free Spirit, level 19. Physical attack, 505, growth 40. Magical attack, 505, growth 40. Physical defense, 245, growth 20. Magical defense, 245, growth 20. Elemental bonus, 50. Crit rate, 20. Crit damage, 300. Skill, Crimson Lotus Explosive Fury / level. After perusing his attribute panel, Lu Chen was left in awe. If his memory served him correctly, he recalled that in his previous life, at level 20, his health should have been around 3,000 points. However, now, at level 19, his health neared 7,000 points. This stark contrast was a testament to the advantages of hidden classes and substantial investments, highlighting the chasm between the affluent and the common players. The disparity was already beginning to widen dramatically in the early stages. How profoundly unbalanced. The corners of Lu Chen's mouth nearly reached the heavens. Yet he reveled in this sense of imbalance. After the village chief bestowed upon Lu Chen his experience rewards, he also granted him 100 celestial stones. However, for Lu Chen, this celestial stone reward was but a trifling matter, and he accepted it nonetheless. Yet, this seemingly insignificant reward left the observing adventurers drooling with envy. What on earth? He completed a hidden quest, and the village chief rewarded him with 100 celestial stones. How outrageous! I assisted Butcher Zhang at the village head in slaying 50 ferocious hounds, and he only rewarded me with 2 celestial stones. 100 celestial stones. In these early stages, that's a fortune. This person has truly struck gold. I've heard that many villas in Jiang City are already up for sale. It's said that now, 200 celestial stones can purchase a decent villa. With the 100 celestial stones he just acquired, could he not buy half a villa? Listening to the envious remarks of the surrounding adventurers, Lu Chen could not help but chuckle inwardly. Indeed, the value of celestial stones in the early stages was exceedingly high. However, as the server's duration increased, the production of celestial stones grew, and individuals discovered various methods to accumulate them. At this moment, the village chief gravely declared, "This is the final reward. The most significant one. This fragment of an artifact is now entrusted to you." As his words echoed, the crowd fell into stunned silence, with countless adventurers widening their eyes in astonishment. Gazing intently at the peculiar shard in the village chief's hand, it was soon placed into Lu Chen's grasp. He accepted the fragment of the divine artifact, and a prompt echoed in his ears. "You have acquired 1 shard of the divine artifact. A total of 10 shards are required for synthesis. At last, it was within his reach. Lu Chen felt a surge of joy within, promptly stowing the shard into his backpack. On merely the second day since the server's launch, he had already obtained his first divine artifact fragment. In his previous life, he recalled that the first divine artifact in the world emerged approximately 6 months post-launch. However, in this life, he remembered the locations of numerous divine artifact shards, along with related hidden quests. Without fail, within a month, he would forge the first divine artifact. A dream of the divine artifact had always lingered in Lu Chen's heart. In his past life, he had never been afforded the opportunity to obtain such a treasure, nor even the qualification to witness one. But in this life, Lu Chen intended to gather divine artifacts with fervor. Around him, whispers of excitement began to arise. Heavens! The village chief's hidden quest rewards a shard of the divine artifact. Though unsure of the shard's specific utility, it was evident that it was an extraordinary item. Indeed, I participated in the closed beta of Xian Yuan, and the divine artifact system is remarkably unique. Throughout Xian Yuan, each divine artifact is singular. Once claimed, no other can acquire it. Moreover, the attributes granted by these artifacts are astonishing, well beyond imagination. Most importantly, as long as the artifact resides in one's backpack, its effects activate automatically. Furthermore, the attributes of multiple artifacts do not clash. They can perfectly stack. Other adventurers were becoming envious to the point of frenzy. Such a powerful artifact. I too wish to obtain one. How does one acquire a divine artifact? I heard that 10 shards can be synthesized into one artifact. That individual just obtained 1 shard, meaning he must complete 10 such hidden quests to forge a complete divine artifact. Goodness, the requirements for synthesizing a divine artifact are rather stringent, aren't they? Undoubtedly. This is a divine artifact. The synthesis requirements should naturally be quite rigorous. If it were that simple, wouldn't everyone be able to wield a divine artifact? You make a valid point. Just as Lu Chen was about to depart after completing the hidden quest and claiming the artifact shard, the village chief suddenly called out to him, "Do you wish to collect divine artifacts?" The moment those words left the chief's lips, Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback. He mused silently, "What is happening?" In my previous life, I never encountered such a reaction from the village chief in online forums. Why is he now proactively discussing the collection of divine artifacts with me? Could it be due to my identity as the human emperor triggering some additional storyline? Chapter 30. The Village Chief's Second Hidden Quest. Lu Chen became increasingly aware of the advantages of his identity as the human emperor. Its effects were becoming increasingly pronounced. Village Chief, do you possess knowledge of the whereabouts of other divine artifact shards? Lu Chen inquired of the village chief. Upon hearing this, the village chief nodded and said, "Follow me into the room. We shall converse privately." Lu Chen was taken aback by this turn of events, secretly considering that he had indeed triggered an additional plotline. He then followed the village chief into the room. As the chief closed the door behind them, the adventurers outside were left in a state of shock. What is happening? Why did the village chief enter the room with this person? What could they possibly discuss that warrants such secrecy? Village chief, I came to accept a quest. Please, grant it to me. You arrived too late. The quest has already been completed. I am utterly bewildered. Once Lu Chen and the village chief were alone in the room, the chief suddenly knelt before Lu Chen. This unexpected gesture startled Lu Chen. Village chief, what are you doing? Despite the circumstances, Lu Chen instinctively stepped forward to assist the chief in rising. With tears streaming down his face, the chief lamented, "Great emperor of the human race, I beseech you to help me." Lu Chen was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the significance of the title. The prestige of the human emperor was eternally paramount and unyielding. It was this recognition that compelled the village chief to kneel before him with such trust. Village chief, please speak clearly. There is no need for such extreme gestures. After helping the chief to his feet, Lu Chen listened as the chief wept. My daughter, while traveling, was coveted by a demon and has since been abducted. Her whereabouts remain unknown. Hearing this, Lu Chen's heart sank, and he thought to himself, it appears I have triggered a series of hidden quests. He quickly inquired, Village chief, where was your daughter taken? The chief, still sobbing, replied, she was taken from the abyss of 10,000 demons. At this, Lu Chen raised an eyebrow, a peculiar expression crossing his face. Village chief, what was your daughter doing at the abyss of 10,000 demons? That place is rife with demon activity. Does she not realize that venturing there is akin to walking into a trap? The chief sighed in despair. I wish to prevent her from going. Yet she insisted on pursuing freedom and adventure. Lu Chen could only express his disbelief, pondering, This must be a fanciful tale concocted by some whimsical plotter. However, since the hidden quest had already been set in motion, Lu Chen saw no reason to decline. Very well, village chief. I shall journey to the abyss of 10,000 demons to search for your daughter. You have accepted the hidden quest. The village chief's missing daughter. The chief, upon hearing Lu Chen's agreement, was overcome with joy and exclaimed, "Great emperor of the human race, thank you for your willingness to assist me. If you succeed in this task, I possess a fragment of a divine artifact as a reward." Lu Chen stood in astonishment as the chief retrieved a box from beneath his bed. Inside, to his surprise, lay a fragment of a divine artifact. Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. I never anticipated that this village chief possessed such power. He has not one, but two fragments of divine artifacts in his home. Yet, this was not the end of the revelations. The village chief remarked, "When my daughter left home in search of wind and freedom, I entrusted her with a shard of a divine artifact, just in case. Should she encounter life-threatening dangers out there, this shard would serve as her safeguard. I wonder if she still possesses it." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen felt his mouth water at the revelation of the shard's existence. At that moment, he felt compelled to venture to the Devil's Abyss in search of the village chief's daughter. "Fear not, village chief," he reassured. The village chief was overwhelmed with joy, tears streaming down his face. "Thank you, great emperor of humanity. Thank you." As Lu Chen exited the chief's chamber, he was taken aback by the sight of a throng of adventurers gathered outside. Once he emerged, all eyes were drawn to him, and he felt akin to a circus clown under scrutiny. As he stepped out, numerous individuals approached him, each exuding an air of significance. "Greetings, young man. I have heard that you recently acquired a shard of a divine artifact. I am willing to purchase it at a premium. Might you consider parting with it?" Lu Chen was astonished by the offer. It was only the second day since the game had launched, yet someone recognized the shard's worth. Clearly, he could not underestimate the intellect of the present generation. However, selling the shard was out of the question for Lu Chen. Firstly, he had no need for money. And secondly, he intended to forge a divine artifact. "Apologies, but I cannot sell this shard," he replied. The other party seemed to have anticipated this response and smiled. "No worries. If you choose not to sell, we can still become friends. I am Peng Wu." The moment Lu Chen heard the name, astonishment flickered across his face. So, this was Peng Wu? In his past life, Lu Chen had heard this name resonate widely. He was one of the most renowned powerhouses in the Dragon Kingdom region, having once ascended to the top 10 of the leaderboards. It was no wonder that Peng Wu sought him out to purchase the shard. Lu Chen extended his hand in return. "I am Lu Chen." Subsequently, Peng Wu initiated a friend request. "Peng Wu requests to add you as a friend. Accept." Lu Chen chose to accept the friend request, marking the first addition to his previously empty friend list. Through this list, the two could communicate via text, regardless of the distance between them, providing a convenience that partially replaced mobile phones. This was undoubtedly one of the significant advantages of Xian Yuan merging with the real world. "It seems you are quite knowledgeable about Xian Yuan," Lu Chen remarked, gazing at Peng Wu. Who would have thought that upon awakening, during the launch of Xian Yuan, he would find himself intertwined with reality? Lu Chen nodded. Indeed, beta testers possess a distinct advantage. "So, how much did you invest during the beta?" Chapter 31. The second day of launch, the wilderness. Peng Wu displayed a cryptic smile, extending a finger towards Lu Chen and stepping forward 2 paces. In a tone only they could discern, he whispered, 1 million. Upon hearing this, a smile graced Lu Chen's face. "Ah, so you're a wealthy player." Peng Wu shook his head, chuckling. "More or less, but to my knowledge, I have numerous friends in the business world who, during the beta phase of Xian Yuan, invested over 10 million. After all, for those affluent players, casually spending millions is merely a drop in the bucket." Lu Chen nodded with a bright smile. Indeed, he had encountered many extravagant players who reveled in lavish expenditures within the game. Peng Wu lowered his voice. "You're also a beta tester, aren't you?" Lu Chen nodded. "Yes." Peng Wu continued. "I completed the village chief's hidden quest during the beta as well, and it was quite challenging. Ironically, someone like me, who invested 1 million, failed to complete the village chief's hidden quest during the beta." Lu Chen regarded Peng Wu with amusement. He understood the type. This was someone attempting to impress him. Silently, Lu Chen observed Peng Wu's pretentious display. As he noted that Lu Chen showed no signs of surprise or wavering due to his $1 million investment. On the contrary, Lu Chen remained remarkably composed. Peng Wu increasingly felt that Lu Chen was not an ordinary individual. He took the initiative to say, "Lu Chen, you must be one of those professional gamers. To complete the village chief's hidden quest on the second day of launch. Such an achievement is certainly beyond the reach of a mere casual player." Lu Chen chuckled softly. surprised by Peng Wu's high regard for him, labeling him a professional player. Of course, it was undeniable that a professional player might achieve such feats. However, Lu Chen was not a professional player. His success stemmed solely from investing heavily on the first day of launch to acquire by Shuangxue from the pool, a complete and ultimate descendant of Niuhua. Having spent such a fortune, it was only natural that he advanced at lightning speed. Nevertheless, in the presence of others, Lu Chen intended to remain humble. Suddenly, Peng Wu expressed, "Lu Chen, I believe we can collaborate. You possess the skills and prowess of a professional player, while I have 1,000,000 in beta credits. Together, we could swiftly establish a remarkable enterprise within Jiangqing." Undeniably, Peng Wu possessed a certain charisma. Had it been Lu Chen from his past life, he might have been swayed by such words. Yet, for the Lu Chen of the present, he merely smiled faintly. 1,000,000 in credits? Is that a significant amount? Should he reveal to Peng Wu that he has 1,000,000,000,000 in credits? Of course, Lu Chen only entertained such thoughts inwardly. Being overly ostentatious in the early stages, without solid foundations, is not a wise course of action. The towering tree in the forest inevitably attracts the wind's fury. This served as a response to Peng Wu, who nodded in agreement. "All right, take your time to consider it. Since we have already added each other as friends, you can contact me directly through the friend list later." Lu Chen acknowledged with a nod. "No problem." With that, Peng Wu departed with his companions, while Lu Chen, under the focused gaze of numerous adventurers outside the village chief's residence, also took his leave. Although the entirety of the morning was spent at the village chief's house, the rewards were quite satisfactory. He obtained a shard of a divine artifact and uncovered a new hidden quest. Lu Chen pondered deeply. The place known as the Abyss of 10,000 Demons was rather unique, being a realm of the demon race. To reach the Abyss of 10,000 Demons, one must navigate to a specific teleportation array, leading to a different spatial dimension. In the realm of celestial fate, the territories inhabited by humans, demons, and various other races do not coexist within the same world. Thus, in the later stages of this game, a grand war among the races is likely to erupt, with other factions invading the human realm. Humanity must rise to defend their homeland. Of course, all of this is a narrative for the future. At present, Lu Chen felt no urgency to journey to the Abyss of 10,000 Demons, since this was a narrative element set within the game itself. The village chief's daughter was assuredly safe. At the very least, her life would be secure until Lu Chen arrived at the Abyss and commenced his quest. On the second day of the server's launch, at noon, major cities across the globe would witness the first outdoor monster spawn. Lu Chen glanced at the time. It was currently 11:30 a.m. In just half an hour, the wilderness of Jiang City would refresh. If his recollection served him correctly, memories from his previous life indicated that the initial outdoor encounter on the second day would feature monsters at level 25. This level had previously caused considerable havoc among adventurers. Fortunately, everyone started with 3 resurrection coins. Otherwise, a significant number of players would have perished on the second day of Celestial Fate. With only half an hour remaining and his current level at 19, Lu Chen decided to undertake a few dungeons to reach level 20, thereby enhancing his chances in the upcoming wilderness battles. He considered the options. The level 13 dungeon, Sand Dune Rift, was slightly beneath his capabilities. The level 16 dungeon, Frost Wolf Cavern, presented a cumbersome environment with a vast map and scattered monsters, making it tedious to complete. The level 19 dungeon, Gargoyle Courtyard, seemed ideal, featuring a cathedral and courtyard layout with a more concentrated monster presence. In this moment, Lu Chen's memories from his previous life became his advantage. He swiftly guided by Shuangxue to the location of the level 19 dungeon, Gargoyle Courtyard. After a 10-minute journey, they entered the dungeon, where Lu Chen found himself merely an observer. Bai Shuangxue wielded the Hua Huang sword, effortlessly dispatching the gargoyles with ease. Upon completing a wave of the dungeon, Lu Chen's experience bar surged to approximately 80 of level 19. Yet, he needed to clear another wave. As Lu Chen's level increased, the speed of his advancement naturally began to slow. However, the existence of the small green bottle remains. Lu Chen's efficiency in leveling up is still extraordinarily remarkable. Were it someone else, reaching level 19 to tackle the Sphinx Courtyard dungeon would require at least 2 days and 4 attempts to level up. Naturally, a normal person would not be able to focus solely on grinding the dungeon. Most would spend their time hunting monsters in the wild to acquire gear and gain experience. For Lu Chen, however, the number of times he enters the dungeon each day is more than sufficient. Once more, he ventures into the Sphinx Courtyard with Bai Shuangxue. In merely 3 minutes, they effortlessly navigate through the dungeon. You have completed the dungeon, Sphinx Courtyard. You may now exit the dungeon. Chapter 32, Rewards from the wild. Recharge credit card. Your level has increased to 20. As Lu Chun exits the dungeon, a notification chimes in his ears. Congratulations on reaching level 20. The constellation feature has been unlocked. Here it comes. A new recharge point has emerged in the game. Xian Yuan. Lu Chun immediately notices a constellation icon appearing in the upper right corner of his game interface. He does not rush to open it. Rather, he first accesses his backpack. Skillfully, he opens the item gift pack. Constellation Evolution Stones, 1,000 pieces. You have obtained 1,000 Constellation Evolution Stones. To excel in one's craft, one must first sharpen their tools. A smile graces Lu Chen's lips. Before even starting on the constellations, he has acquired 1,000 Evolution Stones. This sensation is exhilarating. Having 1,000 Evolution Stones was something he could hardly dream of in his previous life. At most, he had never possessed more than 50 Evolution Stones. Once the constellation feature is activated, Lu Chun follows by Shuangxue to the wild refresh point, preparing to wait in advance. As he walks, he begins to tinker with his constellation. Lu Chun opens the constellation interface. The far left vertical list prominently displays the names of the 12 constellations: Aries, Taurus, Gemini, Cancer, Leo, Virgo, Libra, Scorpio, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, and Pisces. Lu Chun clicks on the first constellation, Aries. Before him appears a constellation icon for Aries, albeit in a darkened state. Familiar with such matters, Lu Chun effortlessly clicks on the first slot. Do you wish to consume one Constellation Evolution Stone to activate this star point? Confirmed. As Lu Chun affirms, a brilliant azure starlight flickers before him. The first dim slot on the Aries icon is illuminated. Upon activation, he immediately receives a reward. You have gained 10 health points. Subsequently, Lu Chun gazes at the remaining 8 slots. Clicking each one individually feels exhausting. Thus, a smile spreads across his face as he once again utilizes his premium player one-on-one service. Xian Yuan, activating these by hand is too tiring. Is there a faster method? Soon, a voice responds. Yes, of course there is. This game is meticulously crafted for top-tier players, offering exclusive one-on-one services. A feature for the esteemed top-tier players. Enabling one-click activation of constellations has just been launched. Subsequently, Lu Chun noticed the phrase one-click activation prominently displayed in the lower right corner of his constellation interface. Such wealth truly enhances the gaming experience. Without hesitation, Lu Chun clicked on one-click activation. A message appeared before him, confirming his action. As soon as Lu Chun confirmed, the Aries icon before him illuminated, filling in all the dark recesses one after another, ultimately forming a complete Aries constellation. Following this, a cascade of reward notifications ensued. 8 rewards in total. You have gained 20 health points. You have gained 40 health points. You have gained 80 health points. You have gained 550 health points. Congratulations, you have successfully activated the complete constellation, Aries. You have received an additional activation reward, 100 health points. Lu Chun gazed at the upper section of the constellation interface, where, following the Aries inscription, a summary of his total gains was displayed. Total health points acquired, 2,000. After reviewing this, Lu Chun nodded in reluctant satisfaction. The Aries constellation is one that nearly everyone can activate, being the first in the zodiac and requiring a minimal amount of evolution stones. The increase of 2,000 health points would undoubtedly place Lu Chun ahead of his competitors. However, Lu Chun was not finished yet. He promptly clicked on the second constellation, Taurus. The one-click activation button was also present in the lower right corner. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chun resolved to expedite his progress, as the entire constellation system comprises 12 constellations. Confirmed. As the Taurus constellation icon gradually brightened before him, he was met with notifications. You have gained 2 physical and magical defense. You have gained 4 physical and magical defense. You have gained 6 physical and magical defense. Taurus provides dual defensive attributes. Congratulations, you have successfully activated the complete constellation, Taurus. You have received an additional activation reward, 10 physical and magical defense. Lu Chun skillfully scanned the summary of his total gains following the Taurus inscription. Total physical and magical defense acquired, 120. Not bad. His defense had significantly increased, enhancing his survivability. At that moment, Lu Chun and Bai Shuangxue had arrived at the edge of the wilderness, on the verge of an impending spawn. This location lay to the east of Jiangsheng, in a relatively expansive plain, also a scene within the game Xian Yuan, known as Fengyu Plain. The time was now 11:50, and at this juncture, a global announcement was made in Xian Yuan. Attention all players in the world of Xian Yuan. 10 minutes later, the wilds will randomly refresh in various main cities across all service areas. Adventurers of Xianyuan are warmly invited to embark on a challenge in the wilds. There's a certain probability that items, such as recharge cards, will drop, usable for any recharge project within Xianyuan. As the announcement was made, the global population erupted in excitement. What? The wild can actually yield recharge cards. Goodness. I was troubled about where to obtain the initial recharge of 6 yuan to claim my destined flying sword. Does this mean that by using a recharge card, I can indulge in boundless spending in the world of Xianyuan? I initially thought that missing the closed beta of Xianyuan meant my aspirations to rise in this realm were dashed, but it seems Xianyuan has not closed the door entirely. We ordinary folks now have a chance to obtain those extraordinary rewards typically reserved for paying players. Where are the wilds? They will refresh at noon. Everyone, hurry. Let us form a team. I have figured out the team function. Is there anyone willing to join a 5-person group? If we find a recharge card, we shall share it equally. I will lead the team. Many hands make light work. Together, we shall achieve great things. Chapter 33. Frantically activating constellations for a significant attribute boost. In just 10 minutes, the wilds will refresh. Chen glanced at the time and noticed a massive crowd surging from the city towards the wilds. Clearly, this global announcement from Xianyuan had ignited the passion of these adventurers. Watching their fervor, Chen couldn't help but chuckle from a past life. He had been one among this throng. However, although the wilds could yield recharge cards, most would likely be the 1 yuan or 10 yuan cards, with the 100 yuan cards being exceedingly rare. Moreover, in a metropolis like Jiangsheng, with a population in the millions every day at noon, the wilds refresh simultaneously across major cities worldwide, occurring merely once a day. This translates to millions of adventurers vying for the few recharge cards that may drop from the wilds, creating a scenario where the demand far exceeds the supply. Chen understood this was the consistent strategy of the Xianyuan Game Company, to offer minor perks that attract players. When a common player obtains a recharge card, they feel a sense of gain, allowing them to continue playing with renewed vigor. After the integration of Xianyuan with reality, such tactics have only intensified in the real world. In his previous life, he witnessed countless individuals driven to madness by the allure of recharge cards, even resorting to heinous acts. It was truly lamentable. Nonetheless, Chen's objective was not these recharge cards, which held no allure for him. A mere casual expenditure for him amounted to millions. Such a small recharge was utterly insufficient. Chen's objective is to collect the artifact fragments that have a minuscule chance of dropping in the wilderness. It is said that this probability is so low it resembles 0.00001, a figure derived from data compiled in his previous life. Despite the slim odds, Chen is determined to give it a try. Even if he fails to obtain the artifact fragments, defeating wild creatures will still yield substantial experience points for leveling up, or perhaps high-quality equipment that can enhance his combat prowess. Thus, in his past life, Chen would consistently venture into the wilderness with his fixed team of allies every day at noon. With a stroke of luck, he might acquire some gear, celestial stones, or even recharge cards. Even on a less fortunate day, he would still gain experience, ensuring that he always left with some form of reward. With some time still remaining, Chen proceeded to activate his third zodiac sign, Gemini. Confirmation. The activation of the third zodiac was swiftly completed. You have gained 5 physical and magical attack power. You have gained 10 physical and magical attack power. You have gained 15 physical and magical attack power. Congratulations. You have successfully activated the complete zodiac sign, Gemini. You have received an additional activation reward of 25 points in physical and magical attack power. The display behind Gemini read, total physical and magical attack power gained, 300 points. With the full activation of his third zodiac sign, Chen's progress on the second day, since the server's launch, was already equivalent to that of a common player over several months in his previous life. However, this was not the end. Chen began to activate his fourth zodiac sign, Cancer. From this point onward, the required number of zodiac evolution stones had evidently increased. Nevertheless, Chen continued with the confirmation. Congratulations, you have successfully activated the complete zodiac sign, Cancer. Total mana points gained, 1,000. The benefits of the fourth zodiac sign were not particularly significant for Chen, but they were quite advantageous for spellcasting professions, as their output relies heavily on skills, which in turn are the most demanding in terms of mana. Noticing there was still time left, Chen prepared to activate his fifth zodiac sign, Leo. Confirmation. One-click activation failed. Insufficient zodiac evolution stones. Out of stones? Chen, taken aback, opened his backpack to investigate. To his surprise, he discovered he still had 291 Zodiac Evolution Stones. It was unexpected that even 1,000 Evolution Stones would prove inadequate. Shaking his head with a smile, he reflected on the situation. Nonetheless, the progress he had made in just this short time equated to what would typically take a normal person 1 or 2 years. Although he had run out of materials, Chen remained unfazed. In fact, he even took a moment to start countdown. 3, 2, 1, out. Before Chen's eyes, a pop-up window for a Zodiac material gift pack appeared. Limited time gift for 1 hour. Contains 100 Zodiac Evolution Stones. Without a moment's hesitation, Chen made the purchase. In his previous life, whenever he encountered a shortage of materials while upgrading his Zodiac signs, he learned that within 3 seconds, a remedy would invariably appear. It is precisely this recharge advertisement. However, now Chen cannot help but wish for an abundance of such recharge notifications. Purchase completed. You have received 100 Zodiac Evolution Stones. Following Chen's purchase, yet another recharge pop-up swiftly appeared. Generous gift. Includes 300 Zodiac Evolution Stones. Without hesitation, he made the purchase. Should Chen exhibit the slightest indecision, it would be a disservice to his status as a devoted player. Purchase completed. You have received 300 Zodiac Evolution Stones. Immediately after, the recharge notifications seemed endless, incessantly emerging. In pursuit of profit, various pressures to spend arose. In his previous life, Chen had been thoroughly exasperated by such antics. Heavenly gifts. Includes 600 Zodiac Evolution Stones. He continued to purchase. Purchase completed. You have received 600 Zodiac Evolution Stones. After completing his purchases, Chen glanced at his inventory. He now possessed a total of 291 Zodiac Evolution Stones. This quantity was sufficient to enable Chen to continue activating his constellations. Perhaps due to the ample materials in his inventory, the recharge notifications ceased to bombard him. Chen eagerly rushed to upgrade his 5th constellation, Leo. A total of 498 Zodiac Evolution Stones were consumed. Activate all at once. Congratulations, you have successfully activated the complete constellation, Leo. Total elemental bonus obtained, 30. This reward was commendable. The elemental bonus would enhance the damage of any skill I used that possessed elemental attributes by 30. Just in time, Chen's advanced skill, Crimson Lotus Flame Fury Slash, bore the fire attribute, allowing him to benefit from the damage enhancement provided by the elemental bonus. Chapter 34. Insufficient Zodiac Evolution Stones? Frantically purchased the 888 yuan material package. With 793 Zodiac Evolution Stones remaining, he pressed on with his enhancements. Next was his 6th constellation, Virgo. Confirm. Congratulations, you have successfully activated the complete constellation, Virgo. Total critical damage bonus obtained, 50. The attribute bonus provided by Virgo was quite impressive. An increase of 50 in critical damage further amplified Chen's output. He had seamlessly filled all 6 constellations, with 6 remaining. It was astonishing to realize that in his previous life, it had taken him 4 or 5 years to barely activate Virgo. Yet in this life, on the 2nd day of the Server S launch, he had achieved it directly. The potency of recharging was simply astonishing. A smile graced Chen's lips. However, he found himself lacking materials once more. Xian Yuan, are there any more material packages available? Ideally, something substantial. Indeed, of course there are. This game is specially designed to provide one-on-one exclusive services for devoted players. We are currently unlocking more Zodiac material packages for esteemed players. In the next moment, 3 package options appeared before Chen, arranged in a left, center, and right sequence. He quickly scanned through them. The first item is the Zodiac Evolution Stone Grand Package valued at 1,288 yuan, which includes 1,000 Evolution Stones and is permanently limited to 3 purchases. The second item is the Zodiac Evolution Stone Grand Package valued at 2,588 yuan, containing 2,000 Evolution Stones, also permanently limited to 3 purchases. The third item is the Zodiac Evolution Stone Grand Package valued at 5,888 yuan, comprising 5,000 Evolution Stones, again permanently limited to 3 purchases. After Chen completed his purchases, he couldn't help but marvel at the restraint exhibited by the Xian Yuan Gaming Company. If ordinary players were to encounter such a recharge page, it would undoubtedly incite a frenzy against the gaming company. Nonetheless, this serves as a privilege for top-tier players, granting them access to exclusive, customized content unseen by others. Although it is ostensibly labeled as exclusive customization, it essentially serves to extract funds from affluent players. Wealthy players have the means, so they are encouraged to spend more. Ordinary players, lacking financial resources, are shielded from such temptations to spare them from disappointment. Buy all of it. Lu Chen swiftly selected all the packages with a single click. The 1,288 yuan package, purchased in full. The 2,588 yuan package, purchased in full. The 5,888 yuan package, purchased in full. Upon completing his purchases, Lu Chen had expended nearly 30,000 yuan. Such a substantial expenditure would leave many astounded in the realm of reality, merely for a few material packages, lacking any semblance of cost-effectiveness. The same investment could yield far greater enhancements elsewhere. However, for Lu Chen, monetary constraints were non-existent. With a recharge limit of 1 trillion, what he truly sought were enhancement points, maxing them out to their utmost potential. After Lu Chen purchased all 6 packages, he opened them in his inventory, acquiring a total of 24,000 Zodiac Evolution Stones. Gazing at this bounty, Lu Chen experienced an unprecedented thrill. This time, he would fully upgrade the remaining 6 constellations, eager to relish the sensation of a soaring battle power. Confirm all. Once Lu Chen completed the upgrades for the remaining 6 constellations, he found himself with fewer than 2,000 Zodiac Evolution Stones left. The remaining stones were essentially rendered useless, becoming nothing more than a heap of discarded items, easily cast aside. Congratulations, you have successfully activated the complete constellation, Libra. Total health points gained, 5,000. Congratulations, you have successfully activated the complete constellation, Scorpio. Total physical and magical defense gained, 350. Congratulations, you have successfully activated the complete constellation, Sagittarius. Total physical and magical attack gained, 600. Congratulations, you have successfully activated the complete constellation, Capricorn. Total mana points gained, 2,000. Congratulations, you have successfully activated the complete constellation, Aquarius. Total elemental enhancement gained, 60. Congratulations, you have successfully activated the complete constellation, Pisces. You have accumulated a critical damage of 100. As Lu Chen took a deep breath, he felt a sense of disorientation on the second day after the server launch. It is noteworthy that in his previous life, when he met his demise, it was already 20 years into the game's existence. Only a handful of players had managed to fully activate the level 20 constellation feature. Yet now, Lu Chen had accomplished what others could not in 2 decades, all within just 2 days of the server's opening, which naturally left him feeling bewildered. However, he quickly regained his composure and a smile graced his lips. With only 1 minute remaining until the wilds refreshed at noon, he decided to take this moment to thoroughly appreciate his attributes panel and see how much they had soared after activating the 12 constellations. Lu Chen, class, Human Emperor, Free Spirit, level, 20 physical attack, 1445, growth 40, magical attack, 1445, growth 40, physical defense, 735, growth 20, magical defense, 735, growth 20, elemental bonus, 140, critical rate, 20 critical damage, 450, skill, Crimson Lotus Explosive Flame / level. Chapter 35, an astonishing attributes panel. This attributes panel is astonishingly powerful. Lu Chen was utterly mesmerized. It is important to remember that he was only at level 20, while the average health points hovered around 2,000. He boasted an astounding 14,100 health points, an impressive margin over his peers. Moreover, his attack power reached a remarkable 1445 points. This meant that, against other level 20 players, Lu Chen could defeat them in just 2 strikes. It was akin to an instant kill. Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Wasn't this the feeling of the wealthy players from his previous life? A single strike could fell a common player, whether in slaying monsters or foes. It felt as effortless as slicing through vegetables or quenching thirst. As Lu Chen reveled in his thoughts, an announcement, audible only to adventurers within Jiang City, echoed through the air. The wilds of Jiang City have refreshed. The landing point is located at Fenyu Plain. With this announcement, countless adventurers within Jiang City received the news instantaneously. The once desolate Fenyu Plain suddenly became a bustling hub as adventurers surged from all directions. Meanwhile, Lu Chen and Bai Shuangxue found themselves on the edge of Fenyu Plain, where they beheld a creature towering 30 meters high, resembling a small mountain in the center of the plain. Lu Chen skillfully deployed a scouting function toward the target. This scouting function not only allowed him to view the monster's attributes, but also to inspect equipment, item attributes, and even the attributes and equipment panels of others. However, the premise is that the objective does not conceal personal information. Mud Giant. Type, Wilderness. Level, 25. Health, 100,000. Physical attack, 500. Magical attack, 300. Physical defense, 300. Magical defense, 220. Earth element damage bonus, 50. Skills, Earth Army Mud Fist Swamp Boil. After Chen reviewed the attribute panel of this level 25 wilderness creature, he realized that such statistics on the second day of the server's launch were quite extraordinary. With a staggering health of 100,000, it resembled an impenetrable iron wall. Yet this did not catch Chen off guard. After all, it was a wilderness encounter, meant to withstand the onslaught of thousands of adventurers. Thus, its health was understandably elevated. Nevertheless, the wilderness was a time-limited event, designed with the hope that players could ultimately vanquish it. Chen noted that although the Mud Giant possessed an exceptionally high health pool, its attack and defense attributes were relatively moderate. However, this moderation was only perceived as such by Chen. For the adventurers on the second day of the server, the lethality of the Mud Giant was indeed formidable. In the wilderness, with its health reaching 100,000, Chen refrained from launching an immediate assault. Such an extensive health pool would make it exceedingly difficult to conquer in a short span, even for him. Thus, he and Bai Shuangxue chose a strategic position nearby. Within 5 minutes, the Fengyu Plain was swarmed with a multitude of adventurers, armed with a diverse array of weapons. Many had already completed their level 10 class transitions, successfully undertaking their desired professions. Charge! Attack! The Fengyu Plain reverberated with exhilarating and fervent battle cries. Observing the excited crowd, Chen couldn't help but smile. In his previous life, he too had felt that surge of exhilaration during his first wilderness encounter. After all, it was a momentous occasion. Yet now, Chen maintained a calm demeanor. Among the throng, he noticed that many had learned to form parties. They banded together in groups of 5, embarking on their quest side by side, which significantly increased their chances of survival compared to those who fought alone. Roar! As a multitude of adventurers launched their assaults on the Mud Giant, the scene unfolded with a flurry of attacks. One. However, the string of minimal damage left countless individuals dumbfounded. What is happening? Why can't I inflict any damage? Use the scouting function to examine its wilderness attributes, and it will all become clear. Goodness, its physical defense is a staggering 300 points. It even surpasses my physical attack. No wonder I can't seem to deplete its health. This wilderness is absurd. How can it be at level 25 when I'm only at level 11? Everyone, stay calm. Our numbers grant us strength. Although the attackers in the wilderness cannot breach defenses, they still possess a modicum of force damage. United in purpose, we can wear down the wilderness through sheer frequency of assault, even if we cannot slay it outright. Chen listened to the final speaker, a look of surprise crossing his face. This individual is quite astute. The wrath of the Mud Golem was immediately ignited. It began to swing its enormous fists, launching a counterattack against the adventurers on the ground. With a mighty strike, it landed a devastating blow on a newly transitioned level 10 warrior. An astonishing damage output of 1203 erupted. Instantly, the health bar of this level 10 warrior was obliterated, leading to his immediate demise. His form dissipated into a beam of light, vanishing from sight. This scene left the surrounding adventurers in utter shock. What has happened? That level 10 warrior was effortlessly annihilated by a single blow from the wilderness. Wait, he's dead? The damage from the wilderness is simply outrageous. Given our current levels, we cannot withstand such attacks. Fear not, those with resurrection coins will charge forward. Together, we shall surely vanquish it. Upon the wilderness's defeat, it will drop a recharge quota card, enabling us all to acquire desired items. Undoubtedly, the allure of the recharge quota card is immense. As someone mentioned the card, the previously fearful crowd suddenly surged forward with renewed vigor, eager to confront the Mud Golem. Charge! Fire arrow! Combo slash! Fireball! Strike! All around the Mud Golem, a flurry of skills was unleashed without restraint upon it. Chapter 36. The Azura Gang, here to clear the field, aiming to claim the wilderness? Despite the Mud Golem boasting a staggering health of 100,000, one would expect it to dominate the battlefield, especially among adventurers with an average level in single digits. However, the constraints of the wilderness, coupled with a relentless influx of adventurers from all directions, resulted in the number besieging the Mud Golem escalating rapidly from a mere few dozen to hundreds, even thousands, all eager to unleash their newly acquired skills. Hey, look at my newly transitioned mage. I can cast fireball now. I'm an archer. I can shoot fire arrows too. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Damn, I've transitioned to a melee class, but it's impossible to squeeze in with so many people around the wilderness. Hey, brothers in front, if you engage the wilderness, make some space for those behind. As long as you make contact with the wilderness, you're considered part of the battle. The atmosphere was as lively as a bustling marketplace. Though most could only inflict minimal damage, it's worth noting that in the Dragon Country region, what is most abundant is people. Moreover, around the Mud Golem lay a multitude of adventurers from Jiang City. This was their inaugural large-scale wilderness battle, and their excitement was palpable. Although the Mud Golem could eliminate these feeble adventurers in an instant, its speed of annihilation could hardly keep pace with the ceaseless influx of the surrounding crowd. At that moment, the tactic of overwhelming numbers was vividly manifested. In less than 2 minutes, the Mud Golem's health had already diminished by a third. At this juncture, Lu Chen glanced at the battlefield and then turned to Bai Shuangxue, saying, Bai Shuangxue, shortly we shall strike together, with the primary aim of claiming the kill of the last sliver of health in this wilderness. Bai Shuangxue nodded, her right hand materializing the Hua Huang sword, which she grasped firmly. As for Lu Chen, he surveyed his surroundings and realized he was lacking a suitable weapon. Just then, amidst the throng before him, an unfortunate soul was jostled, causing a piece of white equipment to be dislodged. Rusty iron sword. Required level 1. Attack 1 point. Description: a weapon for entry-level melee professions. Not bad at all. At least offered 1 point attack. Lu Chen smiled, equipping the weapon. For him, he merely needed a weapon to unleash his warrior class skill. Crimson Lotus Explosive Flame Slash. Lu Chen planned to strike once the health of the wilderness adversary fell to a third. However, at that moment, a considerably sized group surged from the outskirts of the battlefield. A rough estimate revealed their numbers to be in the thousands. Upon their arrival, the leaders of the group bellowed, "The Shura gang has taken control. All trespassers disperse immediately. This wilderness belongs to us." Amidst the crowd, Lu Chen heard their proclamation and looked toward them. The Shura gang? Had a faction already been established so swiftly? Curiosity flickered within him. One must understand that forming a faction requires a specific item, a faction token. However, this particular item has no available purchasing or recharge channels within the realm of Xianyuan. The only means of acquisition is through drops from wilderness encounters. The higher the wilderness level, the greater the drop rate. Given the presence of this 25-level wilderness creature, it was impossible for a faction token to drop. Although the Shura gang numbered merely 1,000, in comparison to the chaotic throng of 10,000, they were fewer in number, yet well-prepared and orderly. Our leadership within the Shura gang comprises seasoned players from the closed beta of Xianyuan. If you wish to challenge us, you shall face dire consequences. I advise you to retreat from the wilderness battle. Those who excel may be considered for recruitment by the Shura gang. At this moment, the adventurers on the battlefield had largely turned their attention to the Shura gang, particularly the 3 individuals at the forefront. High above them, the display of their rank information was ostentatious. Level 16, Level 4, Level 15, Level 4, Level 15, Level 4. Such levels, achieved merely 2 days post-launch, are remarkably elevated, and, uniformly at Level 4, they clearly belong to the category of affluent players. It is noteworthy that even Lu Chen himself is only at Level 20, and while his focus is not solely on leveling up, he is keenly observing the 3 young men at the forefront of the Azura gang. These 3 individuals, appearing quite youthful, indeed resemble professional gamers. Lu Chen is aware that in the world prior to the merger, there existed numerous players who earned their livelihoods through gaming, engaging in treasure hunting, item farming, and power leveling among other methods to generate income. Consequently, these players possess a profound understanding of the game. Following the fusion of the immortal fate with the real world, professional players undoubtedly hold a considerable advantage over the average individual. For instance, on just the 2nd day since the server launch, the 3 young men leading the Azura gang were previously full-time gamers. Upon realizing that the immortal fate had merged with reality, presenting an opportunity to alter their destinies, they swiftly organized a faction of 1,000 players in Jiangxing, leveraging their game comprehension and beta testing experience. Although they have yet to acquire a guild token to formally establish their guild, they are confident that it is merely a matter of time before they do so, aspiring even to be the first to establish a guild globally. With the entrance of the Azura gang, the other wandering adventurers were rapidly dispersed, particularly by the three professional players who, taking advantage of their high levels, exerted dominance over others who were below level 10. The ordinary players, driven away through sheer force, felt an immense sense of humiliation. How infuriating! Could this group of ruffians bully them simply because they're professional players? Are we truly so intimidated by these so-called Azura gang members? Stop talking nonsense. Did you not see that the Azura gang's leader is at level 16? Moreover, he appears to be fully equipped, unlike us, whose gear is scattered and incomplete. One player protested, "Are we to simply accept this grievance? What can we do? All three members of the Azura gang are at level 4. They're players who had invested during the beta. We have never played this game in the beta and are not even at level 1. I have heard that the greater the level disparity, the more significant the difference in actual combat power. Indeed, at the same level, it boils down to who has invested more, making them stronger. Look at the three leading the Azura gang. They're surrounded by their innate flying swords. They possess magical artifacts while we have nothing with which to contend." Chapter 37. The Nuwa Sword. One strike to obliterate. Lu Chen and Bai Shuangxue observed the crowd, filled with grievances from all directions. He empathized deeply with the plight of these novice players, for in his past life, he had been one among them. The behavior of the Shura gang, notorious for their brazen acts of seizing resources in the wild, was not uncommon in previous lives. Typically, such endeavors were led by a formidable and high-ranking leader, accompanied by a cadre of gang members to pillage the area. When encountering rival factions, a skirmish would ensue, and the victor would claim dominion over the wilderness. On occasion, the defeated party, unwilling to concede, would rally higher-ranking allies to bolster their numbers, often resulting in large-scale gang wars each time the wilderness was refreshed. However, in Lu Chen's eyes, the Shura gang had yet to establish a formidable presence and audaciously attempted to monopolize the wilderness, driving away ordinary players. This conduct was inherently reprehensible. After taking control of the mud giant, its health plummeted to 1/3, approximately 30,000 points. Under the adept leadership of the top 3 members of the Shura gang, they demonstrated the prowess of seasoned players, orchestrating a 1,000-member team to methodically whittle down the mud giant without losing a single soldier. Tanks rotated in taunting the creature, avoiding direct confrontation while skillfully drawing its attention. As their abilities cooled down, they would seamlessly swap in another tank to continue the taunt. Ranged classes unleashed their full firepower, while melee fighters remained vigilant, poised to act without succumbing to the allure of damage. While the Shura gang's leader passionately commanded the battle against the wilderness foe, Lu Chen steadily approached the mud giant at the center of the fray, flanked by Shuangxue wielding the Nuwa sword. Meanwhile, the displaced ordinary players watched from the periphery, observing the battle unfold. Despite their dissatisfaction, they could not help but acknowledge the tactical acumen of the Shura gang's leader, who deftly maneuvered a 1,000-strong team to outmaneuver the mud giant. Prior to the Shura gang's arrival, thousands had been relentlessly attacking the creature, suffering continuous losses amidst the chaos, even leading to stampedes. Yet, within the Shura gang's ranks, such disarray was absent. The gang leader might lack integrity, yet his command was undeniably impressive. Someday, I too shall master the art of battlefield leadership. I am resolute in my quest for strength, aspiring to become the mightiest warrior, capable of facing any foe single-handedly. Huh, are you not merely indulging in unrealistic fantasies after being ousted? As the Shura gang's leader continued to direct the conflict, he suddenly spotted 2 unfamiliar figures approaching. He promptly commanded his followers to expel any interlopers, lest they abscond with the spoils of the Shura gang. Swiftly, members were dispatched towards Lu Chen and Bai Shuangxue, their demeanor decidedly hostile. "You best clear out. This is the battle zone of the Shura gang, where the presence of outsiders is strictly forbidden." Lu Chen gazed calmly at the member who spoke. He remarked, "When did the wilds bear inscriptions claiming they belong exclusively to your Shura gang?" Upon hearing this, the member of the Shura gang became instantly furious. "Are you looking for trouble? I warn you, each person possesses only 3 resurrection coins. Once they are exhausted, you shall perish for eternity." Lu Chen smiled faintly. "It seems you are quite knowledgeable. Is it possible that I could be the reason for your loss of resurrection coins?" At these words, the Shura gang member furrowed his brow, anger evident on his face. Gripping an axe tightly in his hand, he declared, "You are inviting disaster. In the battlefield where blades are merciless, do not blame me for your demise." As he spoke, the member, having previously received the leader's directive, was prepared to act when necessary. "Receive my grandfather's axe." With that, he raised his axe and swung it toward Lu Chen. Lu Chen calmly glanced at the attributes displayed before him. Huang Ke, Level 11. Health 1205. Mana 550. Physical attack 95. Physical defense 38. Magical defense 35. Lu Chen scoffed lightly. With such pitiful attributes, he dared to challenge him? The opponent's stats barely reached a fraction of Lu Chen's own capabilities. Even before Lu Chen could retaliate, as Huang Ke's axe was about to descend upon him, a slender sword soared through the air. The Nuwa sword effortlessly deflected Huang Ke's axe and glided past him, revealing a crimson damage number, 2062. This terrifying damage figure instantly obliterated Huang Ke. Remarkably, this was merely a casual strike from Bai Shuangxue, constituting a regular attack without the use of any skills. Huang Ke was eliminated in an instant. At this moment, witnessing this spectacle, the leader of the Shura gang, Lung Feiguang, felt his pupils contract in astonishment. How is this possible? It's only the second day since the game launched. This woman can inflict over 2,000 points of damage with a single strike. It is worth noting that Huang Ke is an 11th level warrior with quite commendable attributes. In truth, it was not only Lung Feiguang who was taken aback. Lu Chen was equally astonished. He turned to Bai Shuangxue in disbelief. Bai Shuangxue, how is your damage output so remarkable? Lu Chen then checked Bai Shuangxue's current attribute panel. Descendant of Nuwa. Bai Shuangxue. Status, Spirit Pet. Level, 20. Health, 210,003. Growth, 1,000. Mana, 10,500. Growth, 500. Physical attack, 2,100. Growth, 100. Magical attack, 1050. Growth, 50. Physical defense, 410. Growth, 20. Magic defense, 410. Growth, 20. Elemental bonus, 20. Critical hit rate, 20. Critical damage, 300. Skills, 1,000 Frost and 10,000 Snow. Nuwa's Divine Technique, 10,000 miles of obliteration sword art. It truly is astonishing to behold. Upon inspection, one discovers that Bai Shuangxue's attributes surpass even the already formidable Lu Chen. Moreover, as a spirit pet, Bai Shuangxue's level cap aligns with Lu Chen's, which implies that her potential is somewhat curtailed by him. Chapter 38. Level. Crimson Lotus Explosive Flame Fury Slash. A damage output that astonishes the entire arena. Just prior, while Lu Chen was drawing from the Spirit Pet card pool, he fortuitously acquired a substantial amount of Spirit Pet experience. Essentially, as Lu Chen levels up, Bai Shuangxue can ascend alongside him. At this moment, Bai Shuangxue's simple sword strike has already captivated the audience. It was not merely the members of the Shura gang who took notice. Even the surrounding adventurers, who had been driven away since the anomaly. My heavens! Did you see that? That enchanting lady possesses immense strength. With but a single strike, she annihilated an 11th level member of the Shura gang. Is that truly the case? How exhilarating. It feels so satisfying. Finally, someone has come to deal with those wretched scoundrels of the Shura gang. They truly deserve it. Wow, that beauty is stunning. She is like a celestial fairy. The way she wields her sword is reminiscent of an ethereal sword fairy. I wonder if she has a boyfriend? I also wonder what type of man she fancies. Stop daydreaming. Did you not observe the elegance with which that sword fairy dispatched a member of the Shura gang? It is evident that she is no ordinary individual. Well, can I not regard her as my dream girl? I have encountered many beautiful women in my life, yet none compare to her. You are hopeless. You see a woman and lose your senses. Quit pretending. Just admit whether you like her or not. My younger brother has informed me that he indeed finds her quite appealing. Bai Shuangxue's breathtaking performance has rendered her the center of attention. In contrast, Lu Chen has been overshadowed by her brilliance. At this juncture, the leader of the Shura gang, Lung Feiguang, has come to realize the formidable nature of Bai Shuangxue's capabilities. He now faces two pressing dilemmas. One is the severely weakened world, and the other is the menacing approach of Bai Shuangxue. Lung Feiguang is reluctant to relinquish the outdoor rewards, for as an internal test player, he is acutely aware that the wilderness yields many items of paramount importance in the early stages. However, Bai Shuangxue's strength exceeds his expectations, prompting him to ponder if her level could possibly surpass his own. Lung Feiguang resolves to take a cautious approach. Fair lady, what does it signify that you have indiscriminately slain my people? Although he possesses resurrection coins that allow him to revive, does this not seem rather excessive? Bai Shuangxue listens to Lung Feiguang's words, while Lu Chen fixates on him, retorting. So, your Shura gang driving others away to monopolize the wilderness is not considered excessive? Upon his utterance, the tension escalates. A look of embarrassment flickered across Lung Feiguang's face, yet his thick skin rendered him unfazed. These are two distinct matters. One cannot conflate them. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen couldn't help but shake his head and chuckle. I have truly never encountered someone as brazenly shameless as you. The color drained from Lung Feiguang's face in an instant. What do you mean by that? Lu Chen replied with a faint smile, his gaze betraying no regard for Lung Feiguang, nor for the entire Shura gang. You Shura gang are merely a rabble of misfits, he declared. As his words settled, anger manifested on Lung Feiguang's visage, mirrored by the fury of the other Shura gang members who glared at Lu Chen. What, are you dissatisfied? Lu Chen met Lung Feiguang's furious glare with unwavering calm. He slowly spoke. Do you believe that with just one word, I could scatter all of you? Lung Feiguang let out a series of cold laughs. If that beauty behind you were to say those words, I might entertain the thought. But you? What are you? With a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, Lu Chen turned away and shouted towards the outside. I've already defeated the leader of the Shura gang. Everyone, charge forth. The wilderness is left with but a sliver of health. This is the crucial moment for a grand bounty. Gear drops, recharge cards, celestial stones. Materials, now is the time. As Lu Chen's voice resonated powerfully, Lung Feiguang's instincts kicked in. Lu Chen's words incited the thousands of players gathered around, who surged towards the wilderness. When a multitude of individuals unite in purpose, any fear or trepidation is swiftly diminished. Coupled with Lu Chen's proclamation, it instilled confidence and resolve in all present. In less than 5 seconds, the 1,000-strong team of the Shura gang was utterly dispersed by the encroaching adventurers. You bastard! Lung Feiguang fixed a furious glare on Lu Chen, cursing vehemently. He watched helplessly as his imminent conquest of the wilderness was thwarted at the last moment by Lu Chen. What's your name? Lu Chen. You will pay for this. In a fit of rage, Lung Feiguang etched Lu Chen's name and face into his memory, then recklessly charged toward the wilderness. In the wilderness, only 3,000 health points remained. Everyone was aware that the moment of reward was imminent. Charge! The wilderness is on the verge of demise. For the recharge cards, I must recharge. I must spend lavishly. I want celestial stones. I desire an abundance of celestial stones. Just equip me, and I ask for nothing more. The entire Fengyu plain erupted in a frenzy, a vast sea of humanity converging upon the wilderness. The unfortunate wilderness could not discern who the truly fearful party was. There were too many human adventurers. It could not slay them all. Like ants, waves would fall, only to be replaced by new arrivals. At that moment, Lu Chen, calm and collected, grasped the rusted iron sword in his hand. Then, he activated his ultimate skill, Crimson Lotus Flame Fury Slash. In an instant, a terrifying blaze of crimson flames erupted fiercely from the rusty iron sword. As the flames spread, the intense heat startled the surrounding adventurers, who instinctively recoiled, their eyes wide with astonishment as they gazed at Lu Chen. With a single hand gripping the rusty iron sword, he channeled the power of the Crimson Lotus into his melee weapon. With this seemingly inferior weapon, he swung forcefully towards the wilderness. A vast explosion of flame surged forward, hurtling towards the wilds with reckless abandon. Following closely, another powerful Crimson Lotus Flame Fury Slash was unleashed, trailing behind the first in a furious pursuit. 2 terrifying flame fury slashes instantly captured the shocked attention of all the adventurers present. They stared in disbelief at the 2 waves of crimson flame crashing into the wilderness, accompanied by a damage number that left them utterly flabbergasted. 9,160. A miss, given that the target had only 3,000 health remaining. The first flame fury slash had decisively vanquished the foe. Regrettably, the subsequent flame fury slash could only lament its missed opportunity. Lu Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. According to the description of Crimson Lotus Flame Fury Slash, the damage of the second slash would have been even more astonishing, soaring to unprecedented heights. Alas, the enemy's health was too low for him to witness the extraordinary damage of the second strike. Chapter 39. Slaying the Wilderness, level up 4 times. With a single Flame Fury Slash, Lu Chen harvested the last vestige of health from the wilderness. The monumental damage that erupted above the wilderness immediately stunned the entire crowd. My goodness, did you see that? Someone just dealt 4-digit damage. I saw it clearly. The damage was 9,160. Almost 10,000 damage. How is that possible? Just yesterday, everyone struggled to breach the wilderness's defenses. Yet here someone is inflicting such immense damage. It's terrifying. Who could possibly achieve such an exaggerated feat? Indeed, hidden talents thrive among the common folk. Just then, within the bounds of Fengyu Plains, the announcement of celestial fortune resonated. The wilderness has been defeated. In an instant, the body of the mud golem crashed to the ground. Immediately, A bounty of rewards erupted forth from it, amidst the astonished gazes of countless onlookers. The mud golem yielded a plethora of celestial stones, equipment, materials, and even a flurry of red, recharge credit cards. Though none had encountered such items before, the sight of those red, envelope-like objects instantly prompted the reaction. Recharge credit cards. Wow, look at all these recharge credit cards. They are mine. All mine. The crowd surged forward in a frenzy, desperately vying for the recharge voucher that floated down from above. Those who managed to seize one wore expressions of sheer joy on their faces. Yet, upon opening their vouchers, disappointment washed over them. What? I only received a recharge value of 1 yuan? If I'm lucky, I might get 6 yuan. At most, I can only make a first-time recharge. It seemed that most individuals had received vouchers valued below 10 yuan. Wasn't it said that the recharge vouchers dropped in the wild could reach as high as 100 yuan? Did anyone truly manage to obtain a voucher worth 100 yuan? Amid the rising doubts within the crowd, a voice suddenly pierced through the murmurs. Someone was ecstatic, shouting at the top of their lungs, "Ha ha ha! I got a 100 yuan recharge voucher. This is amazing. I can finally recharge. I can purchase both the small and large monthly cards." The so-called small and large monthly cards cost 30 and 60 yuan respectively, granting a month of benefits where one could claim a certain recharge value daily. After a month, the total recharge value far exceeded the initial investment of 30 or 60 yuan. For ordinary players, this small and large monthly card represented the best value for their money. In his previous life, Chen was also a devoted user of these cards. However, in this life, they held little significance for him, as he had no shortage of recharge value. Countless individuals in the vicinity envied the one fortunate enough to receive the 100 yuan voucher. Yet, it appeared that he was the sole recipient of such a prize. Others had received even less, barely enough to purchase a monthly card. In such circumstances, they could only save up and return tomorrow to hunt in the wild, hoping for better luck in acquiring more recharge value. Meanwhile, a notification sounded in Chen's ear. Congratulations, you have achieved the global first kill in the wild. Distributing first kill rewards. You have received the item, Fragment of the Divine Artifact, 1 piece. As Chen processed this information, astonishment flickered across his face. Did I just achieve the global first kill in the wild? This meant that across countries and major cities, others were still engaged in arduous battles in the wild. Yet in Jiang City, where Chen resided, the Finyu Plain had already completed the first kill. This accomplishment granted Chen a unique reward, a single fragment of the divine artifact. A broad smile broke across his face. But the surprises did not end there. Having secured the final kill in the wild, the experience he gained was significantly greater than that of any other player. Shortly thereafter, another notification chimed in his ear. Small green bottle. Experience activated. Experience. Gain an additional 1,000 experience points. Small green bottle. Abundance activated. Abundance. When defeating high-level enemies. Gain an extra 500 experience points. The first wave of notifications caused Chen's experience reward from the wild kill to skyrocket to 1,500. The experience bar of Chen surged dramatically. Your level has increased to level 21. Your level has increased to level 22. An immense amount of experience points allowed Chen to ascend 2 levels within mere seconds. Shortly thereafter, the second wave of notifications arrived. Little green bottle. Blessing activated. Blessing. When leveling up, there is a 10 chance to additionally rise 1 level. Your level has increased to level 23. Little green bottle. Purple Chi activated. Purple Chi. When triggering blessing, an additional level will definitely be gained. Your level has increased to level 24. Chen was utterly bewildered. Was the blessing effect truly that easy to trigger? The little green bottle accelerated the leveling speed to an extraordinary degree. But that was not the end. The third wave of notifications struck. In this instance, Chen's luck soared to unimaginable heights, as he unexpectedly triggered the fortune effect twice in succession. Little green bottle. Fortune activated. Fortune. When leveling up, there is a 10 chance to gain triple attribute growth. This upgrade yielded triple attribute growth. Little green bottle. Fortune activated. Fortune. When leveling up, there is a 10 chance to gain triple attribute growth. This upgrade yielded triple attribute growth. Within the process of ascending from level 20 to level 24, the probability of obtaining triple attribute growth was merely 10, yet it was triggered twice. Chen could not help but laugh in delight. This rate of advancement was more astonishing than riding a rocket. Moreover, the most incredible aspect was that during the upgrade, he also received triple attribute growth. This represented a permanent enhancement to his attributes. Over time, he would gradually establish an immense disparity in attributes compared to others. After falling in the wild, at the moment experience was distributed, nearly everyone on the Phoenix Feather Plane experienced a level increase. Battling in the wild was truly exhilarating. Not only did they obtain excellent loot, but the leveling speed was also remarkable. Indeed, everyone could generally level up by one. I just saw some individuals who even leveled up twice. This was simply delightful. People were consumed by joy and reflection. No one noticed that Chen had quietly leveled up 4 times. The biggest winner in the entire event was undoubtedly Chen. He carefully stored away the fragment of the divine artifact and discreetly departed the scene with Bai Shuangxue. Chapter 40. The Glamorous Spirit Pet. Azure Sky qilin. Lu Yi could hardly contain his frustration. Ever since Chen had imprisoned him, he had sought every possible means to escape this predicament. Eventually, he concocted a plan, bribery for a reduced sentence. This strategy required Lu Yi to spend a significant fortune on celestial stones and even borrow a substantial amount from numerous friends and family members. This ultimately allowed him to bribe the prison warden for a reduction in sentence. From original term of 1 month, his sentence was finally reduced to just 1 day. However, this decision left Lu Yi burdened with a tremendous debt. As Lu Yi emerged from the prison, his foremost intention was to seek revenge against Chen. Yet, on his own, he might not possess sufficient strength to confront Chen. Thus, Lu Yi resolved to seek out his elder brother from the underworld. Prior to the merging of their destinies, the two had forged their acquaintance through gaming. At that time, the elder brother had been impressed by Lu Yi's gaming prowess and had invited him for an offline meeting to play together. As they engaged in the shared pastime, their camaraderie gradually blossomed. It is worth noting that Lu Yi's elder brother, Pei Yingwu, was no stranger to the underbelly of society, having frequently engaged in collecting protection fees, most of which he funneled into gaming. Lu Yi, are you telling me that your old classmate has orchestrated your downfall, leading you to the clutches of the authorities? Pei Yingwu gazed at Lu Yi with astonishment. Surrounding them in the room were a cadre of younger associates, all attentively observing Lu Yi. Lu Yi sighed deeply. Indeed, Brother Pei, that scoundrel has somehow leveraged connections to even undermine his own benefactor. Pei Yingwu nodded in understanding. Lu Yi, you have been with me for many years, and your performance has been evident to all. It is regrettable that you did not confide in me sooner regarding your predicament. I could have offered you assistance. However, concerning your vendetta, I am prepared to aid you in seeking retribution. Upon hearing this, Lu Yi's face brightened with delight. Brother Pei, what is your current level? He eagerly inquired. Moreover, I still have a considerable amount of unused recharge credits. During the beta phase, when you surpassed me, you had to invest in certain lucrative points. After all, the recharge interface has since been closed. Each time we utilize these credits, we diminish their quantity. Lu Yi nodded in agreement, a smile gracing his lips. Indeed, Brother Pei, have you summoned your spirit companion yet? The strength of a spirit companion in the early stages is formidable. Pei Yingwu nodded proudly, then gestured with his right hand, summoning forth a spirit companion, the esteemed Qilin Quinyu. The moment Qilin Quinyu materialized, expressions of astonishment and awe filled the room. Goodness, brother, your spirit companion is exceptionally impressive. Such an imposing name, Qilin Quinyu. It exudes a fierce aura. Lu Yi marveled at the spectacle, his excitement growing as he recognized that the greater his elder brother's prowess, the more he too basked in reflected glory. Pei Yingwu relished the envious remarks and gazes from those around him, adopting a somewhat ostentatious demeanor. Fortune favored me. I casually drew this high-level spirit companion, Qilin Quinyu. However, it currently possesses 0 lives. I shall assess the situation to determine whether I should enhance it with a couple of life slots. A dual-life Qilin Quinyu would reach its full damage potential. Upon hearing this, the younger associates gazed at him with covetous eyes, their longing almost palpable. After all, merely having the means to draw from the spirit companion card pool was something most could only dream of. To directly summon a high-level spirit companion from this month's card pool, such as Qilin Quinyu, was a notion that bordered on the fantastical. Lu Yi's joy intensified. Brother Pei, I believe that with your spirit companion, Qilin Quinyu, once unleashed, it will be sufficient to instill terror in Chen. It is even highly probable that they would kneel down and beg for mercy. The room echoed with raucous laughter, the atmosphere suffused with a sense of joy. Meanwhile, Chen, accompanied by Bai Shuangxue, had just departed from the Fenyu Plain. Suddenly, an unusual group of individuals emerged. This cohort appeared to be a tightly knit faction, their gazes unambiguously fixed upon Chen. Sensing the situation, Chen's vigilance heightened. He counted 10 individuals in total, with their levels generally ranging between 10 and 12. The leader appeared to be at level 14. Judging solely by their levels, it was evident that they were no ordinary players. The typical level among regular players still lingered in the single digits. At that moment, Bai Shuangxue, with a melodious tone, suddenly alerted him, "I sense a murderous intent." Without her reminder, even Lu Chen had already perceived the ominous aura. No, it was more than just a murderous intent. He could see two fireballs hurtling towards him. Without uttering a word, they had launched a direct attack. This immediately incensed Lu Chen. His temperament was one of non-interference. He would not provoke others if it did not provoke him. However, should an adversary dare to incite his wrath, they would undoubtedly face a tempestuous retaliation. Merely two fireballs, and Lu Chen had no intention of evading. He allowed the fireballs to strike him directly. Upon impact, they exploded like blooming fireworks, seemingly possessing considerable power. However, above Lu Chen's head, only a paltry forced damage indicator floated. 1. The two fireball spells had inflicted a mere 2 points of damage. In the blink of an eye, his health bar had fully restored. Although his opponents failed to harm him, Lu Chen's expression had turned icy. "Are you seeking death?" The leader of the opposing group displayed a look of astonishment. His surprise stemmed from the fact that the two mages in his team were both level 12, with significant damage potential. Yet, they had only managed to inflict a forced 1 point of damage on Lu Chen, which was quite unexpected. Nevertheless, as an internal tester, he remained unfazed. Coldly fixing his gaze on Lu Chen, he uttered with a hint of disdain, "You have obtained the artifact fragment, haven't you? Hand it over, and I shall grant you a chance to live. Otherwise, we will take matters into our own hands. Killing you will not only cause you to lose experience, but you will also drop your equipment, items, and even the artifact fragment. Most importantly, you will lose a resurrection token." Chapter 41. Possessing an artifact fragment. Attracting murderous intent? Listening to the opponent's words, Lu Chen immediately discerned that they were internal testers, and indeed, of a high caliber. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to act so boldly on the second day of the server launch. Well-versed in the myriad mechanisms within the realm of celestial fate, it is indeed as the other party has stated. In this domain, demise is categorized into two distinct scenarios. The first occurs within the confines of the main city's safe zone, a sanctuary where combat and slaying are strictly prohibited. Should a fatality arise, the assailant would face commensurate legal repercussions. The second scenario unfolds in the wild, where no such prohibitions exist. Here, death results in the forfeiture of all current experience points, and there exists a probability of losing items from one's inventory or equipment. For the average individual, devoid of grievances or vendettas, there is a collective effort to eschew conflict. However, for those who revel in the art of murder and looting, slaying players proves far simpler than vanquishing monsters, yielding far greater rewards. The spoils of player demise include items, equipment, and celestial stones, and with a stroke of fortune, one might become exceedingly wealthy overnight by dispatching a significant target. Before Lu Chen stood 10 individuals, evidently beta testers. Moreover, each player possessed 3 resurrection coins, which emboldened them to engage in such nefarious acts without moral hesitation, even justifying their actions by proclaiming they sought wealth over their very lives. Observing the scene, Lu Chen could not help but chuckle, reflecting, "I never anticipated that merely 2 days after the server launch, the slaughter would commence so soon." Lu Chen had intended to cultivate his character discreetly, yet some were unwilling to allow him that privilege. With a frigid gaze fixed upon the 10 before him, he suddenly let out a cold laugh. "You all possess resurrection coins, do you not?" "Of course," they retorted, amusement evident in their tone. "Do you truly believe you can confront us single-handedly? We each stand at level 4, and our leader wields a hidden class. What makes you think you can take on 10 of us alone? Hand over the shard of the artifact you possess." We witnessed you clutching it after securing the wild's first kill. Listening to their words, Lu Chen smiled faintly and shook his head. "Beta testers truly are a troublesome lot. You may understand this game better than anyone, yet it is evident that I, too, am a beta tester. I am acutely aware of the significance of this artifact shard, and thus, I shall not part with it. However, should you possess the capability, feel free to take it from me." As his words echoed, the 10-member squad surged into action. 2 mages lingered at the rear, continuously casting spells directed at Lu Chen. Meanwhile, 4 warriors and 2 shield-bearers charged forward, eager to engage him in combat. The final 2, assassins by trade, melded seamlessly with their surroundings, achieving a state of invisibility. If this were Lu Chen from a previous life, perhaps one might be startled by this scene. However, Lu Chen had long been accustomed to various battles and fierce tempests. Confronted with such a crude and naive assault, he felt no pressure whatsoever, only the glaring gaps in their strategy. A smile crept upon Lu Chen's lips as he glanced at Bai Shuangxue beside him, calmly stating, Bai Shuangxue, can you handle them? Is 1 minute sufficient? Bai Shuangxue, with an air of aloofness, let out a cold huff. 1 minute? Are you underestimating the prowess of a descendant of Nuwa? At most, I shall dispatch this rabble in 5 seconds. As her words fell, the Nuwa Emperor's sword manifested in her right hand, and an overwhelming chill and formidable sword energy surged forth from her being. Observing this, Lu Chen quickly interjected, Leave one alive. Do not slay them all. With a delicate exclamation, Bai Shuangxue declared, 1,000 frosts, 10,000 snows. In an instant, 5 streams of icy sword energy erupted from the tip of her blade, sweeping forth and directly targeting the advancing foes. They effortlessly traversed through the bodies of her enemies, inflicting astounding damage. 12, 458. 12, 447. 12, 429. In a heartbeat, the vast expanse of her 1,000 frosts and 10,000 snows effortlessly annihilated the attacking adversaries, akin to harvesting rice. Upon their demise, their forms dissolved into radiant white light, leaving behind a scattering of celestial stones and equipment. Only one remained, the leader of this band of intruders. Upon witnessing Bai Shuangxue's sweeping strike that felled 9 in an instant, he gaped in disbelief. How is this possible? What kind of skill is this? What damage is she inflicting? It's only the second day of the server's launch. How can anyone deal damage exceeding 10,000? Bai Shuangxue's display shattered the very foundations of his understanding. Yet at that moment, Lu Chen had casually approached him, brandishing a rusted iron sword. Although this weapon provided merely a slight increase in attack power, Lu Chen found its grip surprisingly satisfying. Surprised, are we? An internal testing player. Upon hearing this, the internal tester felt a sting of mockery and humiliation. Yet, this indeed touched upon a blind spot in his knowledge. Observing the ashen hue of the tester's face, Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. Since you are an internal tester, you must have drawn from the spirit pet card pool, correct? At this, the tester's expression morphed into one of utter disbelief, stammering, You can't be suggesting. She's a spirit pet? This is impossible. She is clearly a normal human. A spirit pet cannot possess intelligence at her level. Lu Chen smiled faintly, replying coolly, Just because you have not seen it does not mean it does not exist. The tester shook his head in disbelief. Nonsense. During my testing, I drew spirit pets. I even drew a 6-star spirit pet. I know better than you. Lu Chen's smile was tinged with resignation. The lower a person's cognitive level, the more rigid their perspective tends to be. Just because you have not seen it does not mean it does not exist. The other party was enraged, even somewhat flustered. Immediately afterward, Lu Chen added, It's individuals like you who fail to invest properly. Come, Bai Shuangxue, showcase your title. In the next moment, Bai Shuangxue's name appeared above her head. Descendant of Enhua, Bai Shuangxue, level 24. Master, Lu Chen. Upon witnessing this, the other party stood frozen in shock, utterly dumbfounded. In the following instant, Lu Chen's rusty iron sword swept through his body, inflicting a staggering blow of 1715 damage, instantly depleting the opponent's health bar. Chapter 42. That woman, she is not human. The damage seems to be escalating. A faint smile curled at the corners of Lu Chen's mouth as he glanced at his current attribute panel. Lu Chen, occupation, human emperor, wanderer, level 24, physical attack 1765, growth 40, magical attack 1765, growth 40, physical defense 895, growth 20, magical defense 895, growth 20, elemental bonus 140, critical rate 20, critical damage 450, skill Crimson Lotus Explosive Flame / level. With such attributes, Lu Chen could easily venture into dungeons at his level. In fact, upon encountering him at the dungeon entrance, others would likely pay their respects, addressing him as Big Brother Lu Chen and eagerly requesting his presence in their party. After dispatching 10 opponents, a smile involuntarily graced Lu Chen's lips. Quite intriguing. If I am not mistaken, the leader among them must be Su Yin, who held the title of War God in his previous life, also known as King Yin. It is truly unexpected that Su Yin engaged in such actions in the early stages. The title of War God is specifically designated for the warrior class, contingent upon successfully passing an exceptionally arduous trial, independent of level or attributes. Regardless of one's level, attributes, or combat strength, all entrants to the War God trial are treated equally, starting from the same baseline. If Lu Chen recalls correctly, the warrior class comprises the largest player base globally. Yet, within the Dragon Country region, the individuals who have attained the war god title are fewer than a dozen. This highlights the immense value of Su Yin's title. Earlier, Lu Chen had intentionally showcased his prowess before Su Yin, ostentatiously flaunting his strength to undermine Su Yin's confidence. His objective was to exert dominance while simultaneously fostering a sense of allegiance. In this life, Lu Chen is determined not to follow the same path as in his previous existence, where he joined others' factions and played the role of subordinate. He is resolute in establishing his own power and gathering the formidable individuals from his past to forge the strongest faction. Su Yin's next move. This marks the first step taken by Lu Chen towards conquering the world. Meanwhile, beside the resurrection stone in Jiangsheng, 9 individuals sat dejectedly on the ground. Their heads hung low in utter despair. Before long, they witnessed a beam of white light descending, through which emerged a familiar figure. It was none other than their elder brother, Su Yin. Brother, were you also slain by that woman? She is utterly outrageous. What kind of damage is this? One sword chi dealt 12,000 points of health. Indeed, it's absurd. I barely had over 1,000 health, and now I owe her 10 lives. That woman is undeniably beautiful, but her strikes are excessively ruthless, and it truly instills fear. Su Yin stared at his brothers, each seething with indignation and frustration. Although he felt similarly constrained, he had come to terms with reality. Su Yin slowly spoke, "That woman, she is not human." In unison, the brothers nodded in agreement. Indeed, that woman is simply not human. Who can deal such immense damage on the second day of the game's launch? Our resurrection coins have all been squandered. We must be far more cautious in future dungeons. Su Yin reiterated his words. That woman is certainly not human. She is a spirit pet, and moreover, a humanoid spirit pet. I saw her name. She is a descendant of Nuwa, and her master is named Lu Chen. In other words, it was Lu Chen who just killed our 10 brothers. Upon hearing this, the brothers were rendered speechless, stunned into silence. From their expressions, Su Yin could perceive their profound shock, as if their worldview had shattered. Brother, are you saying that woman is a spirit pet? How is that possible? One can only summon a spirit pet from the pet card pool. Exactly, brother. This is indeed strange. The spirit pets available in the first month of the game's launch were clearly the Qing Tian Kuei Nyo. When did it transform into a humanoid spirit pet? Not to mention, isn't the damage of that spirit pet extraordinarily overpowered? When we were playing the game during internal testing, you summoned a 6-life spirit pet, and its damage wasn't nearly as exaggerated. Su Yin found himself at a loss for words in the face of his brother's arguments. Yet, he had indeed witnessed it with his own eyes. Bai Shuangshui was Lu Chen's spirit pet. Su Yin said, there are 2 possibilities. The first is that I misread the situation and Lu Chen deceived me. However, I largely discount this as I saw it clearly. The second possibility is that I did not recharge sufficiently during the internal test to witness the ultimate form of spirit pets. Perhaps beyond 6 lives, there are additional tiers. I lean more towards this explanation. His brothers, upon hearing this, grew even more astonished. Brother, are you implying that Lu Chen has been fervently summoning spirit pets from the card pool since the game launched? Not only did he elevate that humanoid spirit pet to 6 lives, but he also accessed even higher tiers? This is utterly absurd. How much money must he have spent? Do you have any idea how much Lu Chen recharged during the internal test? It must start at least 500,000, if not more. A series of questions left Su Yin utterly speechless, his mind a tumultuous mess. If these inquiries remain unanswered, they may well become his mental affliction. Thus Su Yin, with a sense of resignation, declared, I will find a way to seek out Lu Chen. I must uncover the secret of that spirit pet. At the moment Su Yin uttered these words, he was blissfully unaware that he had already fallen into the trap laid by Lu Chen. Like Jiang Taigong fishing, where one willingly takes the bait, Su Yin was eager to leap into Lu Chen's net even before the fishing rod had touched the water. Chapter 43. The world's first level 25 player. The leaderboard emerges. Lu Chen had effectively ensnared Su Yin. He was certain that Su Yin would be unable to resist seeking him out. After completing his wilderness endeavors, Lu Chen experienced considerable success. Yet he did not cease his pursuits. He intended to take advantage of the afternoon to explore several dungeons for players above level 20. With the spirit pet, Bai Shuangshui, by his side, Lu Chen found that he hardly needed to engage in battle himself. Bai Shuangshui, wielding the Hua Huang sword, could effortlessly vanquish monsters with just a few swift strikes. Since the second day after the server launch, Lu Chen had unlocked the number 8, which granted him an additional 7 dungeon entries per day. Thus, he was not constrained like others. After exhausting their 2 daily dungeon runs, had to venture into the wild to hunt monsters and level up. Lu Chen merely needed to dedicate half an hour to an hour each day to clear the dungeons multiple times, acquiring experience equivalent to what others would earn in a full day of monster hunting. After successfully completing 2 level 22 dungeons, Lu Chen's level ascended to 25. Your level has increased to 25. However, this time, it did not trigger any special effect from the little green bottle. Instead, it activated another notification. The global announcement of Xian Yuan echoed suddenly. Attention all players across global servers. A player has reached level 25. The level ranking for each service area city has been preliminarily opened. After reaching level 25, players may view the rankings of various main cities. The emergence of the main city level leaderboard, Lu Chen's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Indeed, in the upper right corner of his interface, a new ranking icon had appeared. Upon clicking it, he discovered it displayed only the level rankings for his region, Jiang City. Jiang City level rankings. First place, Lu Chen. Level 25. And then, there was nothing more to report, for among all global players, Lu Chen stood as the sole individual to have attained level 25. However, Lu Chen soon realized, currently, the rankings have merely opened up the standings among various service areas, specifically within the cities. As for the higher national and global rankings, they remain shrouded in obscurity and have yet to be unveiled. Lu Chen is still unaware of this, as he has reached level 25 and is the first to unlock the rankings, igniting a fervor across countries and regions worldwide. Everyone is fervently discussing this phenomenon. How can anyone level up so rapidly? It is only the second day, and someone has already attained level 25. What method could this individual possibly be employing to achieve such progress? For the past few days, I have scarcely eaten or drunk, sleeping merely 5 hours each night, dedicating all my time to leveling up, yet I am still only at level 14. I have heard that some professional players, including those who participated in the beta testing of Xian Yuan, have demonstrated commendable efficiency, but even they have only reached around level 17. Indeed, a friend of mine is a professional player, and I have heard that they have dedicated teams for leveling and monster hunting. The hunting team seeks out areas teeming with monsters, while the leveling team engages in continuous combat, achieving nearly seamless advancement around the clock. Yet, none have surpassed level 20. I am eager to discover the identity of the first player to reach level 25 and their nationality. It goes without saying, they must be from our esteemed the Han Ming country. Only we possess such exceptional talent. Why can't I open the ranking icon? I wish to see who has made it onto the list. Are you foolish? The rankings are only accessible to those at level 25. So you must reach that level first to view them. This is utterly outrageous. With the rankings released, ordinary players are still barred from viewing them. Stop pondering and focus on leveling up. Once you reach level 25, you will be able to see everything. The emergence of the first player to achieve level 25 is undoubtedly a significant blow to professional players globally. Perhaps these professionals are not particularly adept at Xian Yuan and are, in fact, specialists in other games. However, their innate talent for gaming allows them to grasp Xian Yuan quickly, enabling them to level up at a rate superior to the average player. Nevertheless, the arrival of this remarkable dark horse, far ahead of the pack, has left countless professional players worldwide astonished and bewildered. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, who should be reveling in the achievement of being the first to reach level 25, finds himself troubled instead. For the rankings display solely his name, which is rather conspicuous. Lu Chen does not wish to draw attention to himself at this early stage, fearing potential complications. Thus, he decides to leverage his financial prowess as a top-tier player. Is there a way in Xian Yuan to conceal my name from the rankings? Yes, indeed. This game offers exclusive, one-on-one services tailored for top-tier players. All you need to do is purchase an anonymity card, and your name will instantly transform to mysterious person on the rankings. This is splendid. A slight smile graces Lu Chen's lips. Let us negotiate a price. After reviewing the prices of the anonymous cards, Lu Chen couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. You at Xian Yuan truly do not cater to the common players, but rather target the wealthy. He found humor in this statement. However, for most individuals, not only is the purchase of anonymous cards an impossibility, but merely being aware of their existence is likely beyond their reach. He decided to proceed directly and acquire a one-year card. By the way, this can be used anonymously at any time and cancel whenever, correct? Indeed, following Lu Chen's expenditure of 500 yuan, a new anonymous card materialized in his backpack. He then activated the anonymous card, and upon clicking its icon, words appeared indicating it was in use. When he opted to cancel, Those words vanished from the icon. Quite convenient, he mused. Thus, Lu Chen initiated the anonymous card and once again examined the leaderboard. Leaderboard of Jiang City. First place, mysterious individual. Level 25. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Now, he need not worry about the leakage of his privacy. It wasn't that he disliked flaunting his prowess. Rather, he believed the time had yet to come. When a moment was ripe, he would certainly astonish the world. Chapter 44, Level 25. The Spirit Gathering Basin and Realm Function unlocked. Upon reaching Level 25, not only did Lu Chen become the first player in the world to attain this level, triggering the appearance of a leaderboard, but he also nearly overlooked another significant milestone. Congratulations on reaching Level 25. The Spirit Gathering Basin function has been unlocked. Congratulations on reaching Level 25. The Realm function has been unlocked. New enhancement points had arrived. A smile graced Lu Chen's lips. He was quite familiar with these two features from his previous life. With great dexterity, he opened the Spirit Gathering Basin. Before him appeared a magnificent tree, brimming with vitality. Nestled beside its roots lay the Spirit Gathering Basin. The mechanics of this item were straightforward. Lu Chen simply needed to use his will to shake the towering tree. As the tree swayed, spiritual leaves would fall, landing within the basin, signifying the quantity he had acquired. With unwavering focus, Lu Chen began to channel his thoughts to shake the great tree. As it trembled, branches and leaves quivered, and spiritual leaves cascaded down. He eagerly collected the falling leaves. 1, 2, 3, 7. Once the leaves had fully descended, it signified the completion of this session of spirit gathering. The gathering of spiritual energy has concluded, resulting in the acquisition of 7 spirit leaves. A subtle smile graced Lu Chen's lips. This was quite standard. His past practices had not been in vain. In his previous life, like many others, Lu Chen had devoted considerable time to obtaining more spirit leaves. Typically, an ordinary individual would secure about 4 spirit leaves. However, those who consistently gathered 7, like Lu Chen, were considered adept among the common folk. Nonetheless, he had heard tales of exceptional individuals capable of acquiring 8 or even 9 spirit leaves. As for those who could capture 10 in a single instance, aside from drunken boasts he had overheard, he had yet to encounter someone of sound mind who could achieve such a feat. The spirit leaves were intricately linked to the realm function unlocked at level 25. At this moment, Lu Chen opened another interface, the realm interface. Before him appeared a translucent diagram of a person in meditation, resembling a practitioner in deep cultivation. Lu Chen recognized this figure as himself. More precisely, it represented him in the act of cultivation. Beneath this figure, the realm status was prominently displayed. Mortal. This was essentially the first piece of information every player would see upon accessing the realm interface. However, beneath this realm information, another line of text appeared. Breakthrough required. 1 spirit leaf. At this juncture, the significance of the spirit leaves became evident. Lu Chen promptly clicked to initiate the breakthrough. Consuming 1 spirit leaf, the figure before him commenced rapid cultivation, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth. Gradually, it became more robust. Simultaneously, the realm status subtly changed. Current realm. Qi refinement phase, lower. Attribute bonus. 1 maximum health, 1 maximum mana. Upon witnessing this, Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile. This marked the first step into the realm of immortality. The primary advantage of realm cultivation lay in the attribute enhancements it provided. Unlike a fixed numerical increase akin to zodiac signs, it was a percentage-based enhancement. This meant that as one ascended through the realms, the percentage bonuses would grow larger. Moreover, as one's level increased and base attributes rose, the eventual benefit from these percentage increases would become increasingly extraordinary. Although the realm function was unlocked at level 25 decades later, no global player had yet touched the limits of the realm. The primary reason for this lay in another constraint. The spirit gathering basin could only be shaken once per day. As realm cultivation progressed, the number of spirit leaves required for each breakthrough would also escalate. Eventually, it might take a year of shaking a towering tree to elevate a single realm. However, for Lu Chen, currently at level 8, there was a reward among the level 8 bonuses that could expedite his realm cultivation. Upon reaching a cumulative recharge of 150,000 yuan, one would acquire 130 experience points, with dungeon drops yielding 60. Each dungeon run permits entry up to 7 times, enhancing the probability of obtaining superior quality equipment. Daily, one may utilize the Spirit Gathering Bowl up to 7 times, engage in weekly dungeons thrice, and participate in demon sealing twice, alongside a complimentary resurrection once per day. Lu Chen surveyed his level 8 status once more, noting the 7 allowed uses of the Spirit Gathering Bowl each day. In his previous life, he had been reluctant to shake the towering celestial tree daily. However, today, Lu Chen resolved to vigorously shake it. On the first attempt, he acquired 7 spirit leaves. On the second, again, 7 spirit leaves. The third yielded yet another 7 spirit leaves. It must be said that Lu Chen had become quite adept at this. He consistently secured a minimum of 7 spirit leaves. Yet, to achieve 8 spirit leaves required not only skill, but a touch of fortune. On the 6th attempt, he obtained 7 spirit leaves once more. Only one attempt remained. Steeling himself, Lu Chen took a deep breath, determined to surpass his previous limits. With unprecedented focus, he shook the celestial tree. Spirit leaves fluttered down like leaves in the wind. 1, 2, 3. At last, on the 7th attempt, he secured 8 spirit leaves. Elated, Lu Chen's lips curled into a broad smile, his heart soaring with joy. The exhilaration of achieving what he had not in his past life flooded over him. Following this, he counted a total of 56 spirit leaves. The sheer quantity astonished him. He had not anticipated acquiring so many at once. The only means to obtain spirit leaves was through shaking the celestial tree at the Spirit Gathering Bowl. There were no alternative sources. Thus, the daily acquisition of spirit leaves was largely fixed. Coupled with the necessity of spirit leaves for elevating one's realm, their value became increasingly apparent. Lu Chen revisited the realm page, preparing for a vigorous ascent. Current realm, Qi refinement stage, lower. Attribute bonus, 1 maximum health, 1 maximum mana. Required for breakthrough, 2 spirit leaves. With confirmation, Lu Chen began his cultivation, absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth, ultimately growing slightly stronger. Subsequently, the information updated. Current realm, Qi refinement stage, middle. Attribute bonus, 2 maximum health, 2 maximum mana. Required for breakthrough, 3 spirit leaves. Chapter 45. Astonishing increases in maximum attribute bonuses. Ah, how reminiscent of his previous life. He pressed on a breakthrough. Lu Chen directly ascended twice. First to Qi refinement stage, upper, then to Qi refinement stage, limit. Current realm, Qi refinement stage, limit. Attribute bonus, for maximum health, for maximum mana. Required for breakthrough, 6 spirit leaves. With each breakthrough, though the attributes gained are steadily increasing, the consumption of spiritual leaves is also gradually rising. Particularly in extreme conditions, when breaking through to the next significant realm, the required consumption will additionally increase by 1 spiritual leaf. In the early stages, average players utilize the Gathering Spirit Basin to acquire spiritual leaves, thereby enhancing their realm efficiently. However, as the demand for spiritual leaves escalates, progress will inevitably slow. With determination, Lu Chen directly consumed 6 spiritual leaves, achieving his first major breakthrough. Before him appeared a vivid image of a small figure, a swirling liquid of energy, and a solidified dantian. Following this enhancement, information once again transformed. Current realm, foundation establishment, lower. Attribute bonus, 6 maximum health, 6 maximum mana. Leaves required for breakthrough, 7. With this significant breakthrough, the attribute bonus increased from singular 1 to 2. Though the change may seem modest, as players' foundational attributes rise in later stages. Even a difference of 1 becomes a monumental disparity. A sense of exhilaration washed over Lu Chen as he felt his lips curve into a smile. While it typically takes an ordinary person about a week to reach the foundation establishment stage, he accomplished it in under 5 minutes. Moreover, he still possessed 41 spiritual leaves, a bounty that made him feel as though they were inexhaustible. With a gleeful smile, Lu Chen continued his fervent ascent, intent on surging to the next significant realm in one breath. He consumed 7 leaves to reach foundation establishment, middle, 8 leaves for foundation establishment, upper, and 9 leaves for foundation establishment, extreme. Finally, he consumed 11 leaves to attain foundation establishment, lower. However, he soon realized he lacked sufficient leaves for further breakthroughs. Glancing at his remaining leaves, he noted there were only 6 left. This exhilarating surge had somewhat intoxicated him, yet the sensation was undeniably delightful. In less than 5 minutes, Lu Chen had accomplished what would take an ordinary player half a month. With lingering satisfaction, he opened his realm to admire his progress. Current realm, foundation establishment, lower. Attribute bonus, 11 maximum health, 11 maximum mana. Leaves required for breakthrough, 12. Lu Chen sighed contentedly, reveling in the increase of 11 in both maximum health and mana. Notably, This enhancement of 11 in maximum health elevated his survival capabilities to a new tier. He recalled that, in this initial stage of the realm, only these two attributes were enhanced. As he progresses to higher realms, he anticipates the emergence of percentage-based enhancements for attributes like physical and magical attack power. Even the percentage bonuses for physical and magical defenses are noteworthy. By the way, doesn't Team I's small green vial also provide a percentage increase in health? Lu Chen glanced at the level of his small green vial. Small green vial. Type, magical artifact. Quality, celestial grade. Level, 9. Health limit increase. 9, 1 per level. Its level is rather low. It needs to be upgraded. However, enhancing the level of this artifact requires precious essence or relies on monster kills for experience. Lu Chen recalls that in his previous life, his small green vial's health limit increase upon leveling up was around 0.1. That is to say, for every 10 levels, the vial could elevate his health limit by 1. Yet perhaps due to the vial being upgraded to celestial grade, each level increase directly enhances his health limit by 1. This enhancement is tenfold compared to ordinary players. Initially, the difference may appear negligible, but as one progresses, particularly beyond level 100, the disparity becomes increasingly pronounced. The artifact essence can only be obtained when the artifact draw pool opens. Normally, experience is acquired through monster slaying, but artifacts only receive 10 experience, resulting in a slow leveling process for them. Lu Chen shook his head, deciding not to dwell on this matter. He would let things unfold naturally, as he needed to clear dungeons daily. Gradually, the artifact's level would rise as well. However, at present, Lu Chen boasts an additional health limit increase of 11 from Realm, along with the 9 from the small green vial. In total, he enjoys a 20-point bonus to his health. Lu Chen, class, Human Emperor, Free Spirit, level, 25, health, 18600-3720, 20, growth, 500, mana, 77508525, 11, growth, 200, physical attack, 1805, growth, 40, magical attack, 1805, growth, 40, physical defense, 915, growth, 20, magical defense, 915, growth, 20, elemental bonus, 140, critical hit rate, 20, critical damage, 450, skill, Crimson Lotus Explosive Flame / level. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly noticed that his health and mana values had all changed. His original base health was 18,600 points, but thanks to the enhancements from Realm and the small green vial, he received an additional 3,720 points of health. This directly elevated Lu Chen's total health to 22,320 points. The magnitude of this enhancement is immensely significant. It further underscores the importance of the Spirit Gathering Basin and the Spiritual Leaf. Such improvements are starkly reflected in the attribute panel. Lu Chen, upon witnessing this, couldn't help but exclaim how wonderful it would be to have more uses of the Spirit Gathering Basin. In the very moment after Lu Chen's musings, a pop-up advertisement for a recharge appeared, as if it had heeded his call. Limited time Spirit Gathering Basin Grand Gift. A 2-hour extravaganza. For only 648 yuan, you can instantly acquire 2 uses of the Spirit Gathering Basin. Lu Chen paused momentarily, astonished. He had never encountered such a thing in his previous life. He had assumed that there was no recharge feature embedded within the Spirit Gathering Basin's functionality. It now seemed he had underestimated the situation. The Xianyuan company was indeed relentless in their pursuit of profit. A subtle smile graced Lu Chen's lips. This aligns perfectly with my desires. I relish this. Although 648 yuan for 2 uses of the Spirit Gathering Basin seemed exorbitant, any rational individual would surely refrain from such expenditure. It was an outright squandering of funds. Investing this amount in other enhancement projects would yield a far superior cost-performance ratio. Yet, with Lu Chen's staggering recharge limit of 1 trillion yuan, this sum was but a trifle. Spend. Let the consumption commence. Chapter 46. The 150,000 yuan Spirit Gathering Basin Usage Package. After Lu Chen spent 648 yuan to purchase 2 uses of the Spirit Gathering Basin, a new recharge pop-up immediately materialized before him. Limited time Spirit Gathering Basin Super Grand Gift. A 1-hour extravaganza. For only 648 yuan, you can instantly acquire 4 uses of the Spirit Gathering Basin. Upon seeing this price, Lu Chen realized the cost-performance ratio had plummeted. Even the wealthiest would shake their heads at such an expense. It would be wiser to wait until the following day when the Spirit Gathering Basin's uses would naturally refresh. With a higher level, he could secure even more uses without the need to squander so much on a mere leaf of spiritual energy. However, for Lu Chen, every opportunity to spend money in the pursuit of strength was an unmissable chance. Purchase. He waved his hand grandly, spending 648 yuan to acquire 4 uses of the Spirit Gathering Basin. But that was not the end. The third grand package struck Lu Chen like a thunderbolt. Limited time Spirit Gathering Basin Ultimate Grand Gift. A 15-minute extravaganza. For only 648 yuan, you can instantly acquire 8 uses of the Spirit Gathering Basin. If the Lu Chen of his past life were to behold such a price, his lips would twitch in disbelief, and he would utter a stream of furious expletives. In Xian Yuan, a recharge limit of 648 yuan was something that would take an eternity to accumulate. Now, it merely translated to 12 uses of the Spirit Gathering Basin. This game was not meant for mere wealthy players. Only the truly affluent could partake. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Chen made the decision to purchase the third grand package as well. Once he had completed the acquisition of these 3 packages, he noted with some disappointment that no new offers had emerged. Speaking to himself, he mused, it seems they only provided 3 packages for the Spirit Gathering Basin. I distinctly recall there being permanent limited purchase packages during the Constellation event. Is there truly no such option available here? In an instant, he found himself pondering. Lu Chen was suddenly startled by the vivid images that flashed before his eyes and the voices resonating in his ears. Indeed, of course it exists. This game is specially designed for top-tier players, offering one-on-one exclusive services. We are currently launching a permanent limited-time purchase package for the esteemed top-tier players. In the next moment, 3 package pages materialized before Lu Chen. Oh, how surprising. A slight smile crept across Lu Chen's lips. He had anticipated that the game, Xian Yuan, would seize every opportunity to profit. He quickly scanned the offerings. The 3 permanent limited-time packages bore a striking resemblance to the Constellation Evolution Stone package he had purchased earlier. The first package, valued at 288 yuan, was a grand gift of usage times for the Gathering Spirit Basin, containing 4 uses. Upon purchase, it would instantly elevate his current realm once, with a permanent limit of 3 purchases. The second package, priced at 288 yuan, offered 8 uses of the Gathering Spirit Basin, providing the same instant elevation for 3 purchases. The third package, a staggering 288 yuan, included 16 uses, also promising an immediate elevation for 3 purchases. The purchasing window, 30 minutes. After perusing the details, Lu Chen's immediate thought was, oh no, I regret it, for he had suddenly realized that in addition to the usage times of the Gathering Spirit Basin, purchasing any of these packages would instantly elevate his current realm. Such an extraordinary effect. If Lu Chen were to buy these permanent limited-time packages later on, he would undoubtedly reap immense rewards. Yet this opportunity was fleeting. If Lu Chen did not make a purchase within 30 minutes, it would vanish into thin air. However, he found himself in a dilemma. In his past life, he had never spent such a substantial amount of money. He had never encountered such astonishing visuals resulting from extravagant spending. In Xian Yuan, having a sufficient recharge amount could indeed sweep away all obstacles. Lu Chen was filled with mixed emotions, yet he knew he had to make a purchase. However, he refrained from immediate action and instead devised a strategy for maximum profit. Currently, he possessed 14 uses of the Gathering Spirit Basin, which he had acquired as bonuses from purchasing the daily packages. Lu Chen decided to exhaust these 14 uses first. He swiftly shook the celestial giant tree and employed the Gathering Spirit Basin to collect the spirit leaf plates. He diligently secured 7 spirit leaf plates. With the 14 uses fully consumed, Lu Chen immediately obtained 98 spirit leaf plates and combined with the 6 he had remaining. He now had a total of 104 spirit leaf plates. Next, Lu Chen promptly opened his realm. Current realm, core formation stage, lower. Attribute bonus, 11 maximum health, 11 maximum mana. Required for breakthrough, 12 spirit leaf plates. Then he enthusiastically commenced his realm upgrade. The breakthrough consumed 12 spirit energy leaves. Reaching the realm of foundation establishment, middle. The breakthrough consumed 13 spirit energy leaves, attaining the realm of foundation establishment, upper. The breakthrough consumed 14 spirit energy leaves, achieving the realm of foundation establishment, limit. The breakthrough consumed 16 spirit energy leaves, ascending to the realm of golden core, lower. The breakthrough consumed 17 spirit energy leaves, arriving at the realm of golden core, middle. The breakthrough consumed 18 spirit energy leaves, reaching the realm of golden core, upper. In a wave of frenzied elevation, Lu Chen discovered that he could no longer progress. He had only 8 spirit energy leaves remaining. Yet, Lu Chen's realm surged directly to Golden Core. The speed of this breakthrough left Lu Chen utterly astounded, for he recalled that in his previous life, it took him an eternity to reach the Golden Core stage. However, now, in less than half an hour, he had accomplished it. Since purchasing a package would immediately grant a breakthrough, Lu Chen resolved to elevate his realm to its pinnacle first. This way, the complimentary breakthrough from the package would be even more advantageous. He purchased the comprehensive package for 5,288 yuan. With a flourish, upon completing the purchase, information immediately materialized before him. The breakthrough consumed 0 spirit energy leaves, reaching the realm of Golden Core limit. How delightful! A smile graced Lu Chen's lips. After acquiring the package, he possessed 4 opportunities to use the Spirit Gathering Basin. He promptly exhausted these, obtaining 28 spirit energy leaves, combined with the 8 he had left, bringing the total to 36. He was now poised for another elevation. The breakthrough consumed 21 spirit energy leaves, advancing to the realm of Nascent Soul, lower. Subsequently, Lu Chen repeated the process, first buying packages, utilizing the complementary breakthroughs to elevate his realm, and then employing the gifted opportunities to utilize the Spirit Gathering Basin. If the spirit energy leaves he held allowed for further elevation, he would ascend once more. If not, he would immediately purchase the next package, continuing the cyclical routine. Chapter 47. The Realm Breakthrough in a Frenzy. Directly ascending to the tribulation stage, Lu Chen had transformed into a relentless package purchaser, incessantly clicking on the breakthrough machine. His series of actions had become second nature. Once Lu Chen completed the final purchase of the Spirit Gathering Basin package valued at 155,288 yuan and utilized all the opportunities within, he finally finished his enhancements. He let out a long sigh of relief. At last, it was over. Exhausted, Lu Chen was drenched in sweat. He had never anticipated that he would one day feel fatigued due to the overly intricate and numerous processes of spending money. If other players were to learn of this, they might even harbor thoughts of throttling Lu Chen. Other players only lamented their lack of funds to recharge. Yet, Lu Chen felt weary from recharging too much. How many spirit energy leaves remained in the end? Only 3. Lu Chen had experienced a mad dash of realm breakthroughs. From a yuaning stage, he broke through to the transformation stage, followed by the refinement stage, then the integration stage, advancing to the great ascension stage, and ultimately reaching his current realm, the tribulation stage. Each level comprises 4 sublevels, illustrating the sheer magnitude of Lu Chen's recent breakthrough. After a deep sigh, Lu Chen eagerly opened his realm interface, filled with anticipation to discover how elevated his current standing had become. Current realm, tribulation stage limit, attribute bonuses, 49 maximum life magic, 23 maximum physical attack, 8 maximum physical defense. Breakthrough requirement, 51 spirit leaf fragments. When Lu Chen ascended to the God transformation stage, 2 new attribute bonuses emerged, maximum physical attack and maximum spell attack. These bonuses have gradually increased alongside Lu Chen's continuous breakthroughs. Though the growth appears slow, the enhancement is undeniably tangible. Upon reaching the Great Ascension stage, 2 additional bonuses manifested, physical defense and magical defense. Observing his realm status, Lu Chen was filled with profound reflections. In terms of realm, he had already outpaced ordinary individuals by a year's progression, accomplishing this feat in less than half an hour. Moreover, it is crucial to note that this was merely the second day since the game's launch. Henceforth, Lu Chen could purchase Spirit Gathering Basin gift packs daily, allowing for at least 14 additional uses of the basin, alongside his daily extra usage. As time unfolds, the gap between Lu Chen and other players in terms of realm will only widen. However, Lu Chen's approach of investing in the game is truly unparalleled among humanity. Consider the 3 recent limited-time permanent gift packs, each available for purchase thrice. Lu Chen meticulously calculated and realized he had expended a staggering 500,000 in recharge credits. One must recognize that this amount is sufficient for an individual to elevate their level to 8. After all, achieving level 8 requires merely 150,000 in recharge. Lu Chen's expenditure represents a decisive investment in enhancing his capabilities. Yet, there is no alternative. After all, Lu Chen possesses a recharge limit that reaches a staggering 1 trillion. There is simply no way to exhaust it. Contentedly, Lu Chen closed his realm interface. Henceforth, managing his realm will essentially become a daily task for him. Each day, he will return to purchase gift packs, click, and enjoy substantial enhancements. Let us now observe how his attribute panel has transformed. Lu Chen. Profession: Human Emperor, Wanderer. Level: 25. Realm: Tribulation Stage, Limit. Life: 1. 860, 010, 788, 58. Growth: 500. Mana: 775, 037, 975, 49. Growth: 200. Physical attack: 180, 541, 515, 23. Growth: 40. Magical attack: 180, 541, 515, 23. Growth: 40. Physical defense: 915, 732, 8. Growth: 20. Magical defense: 915, 732, 8. Growth: 20. Elemental bonus: 140. Critical hit rate: 20. Critical damage: 450. Skill: Crimson Lotus Explosive Flame / level. Upon perusing his newly acquired attribute panel, Lu Chen was left utterly speechless in awe. The attributes presented were undeniably extraordinary. Fortunately, this extraordinary power belonged to him. Having achieved a remarkable breakthrough, Lu Chen had ascended to the Tribulation Stage, Limit, of cultivation. This stage represented the 10th major realm in the hierarchy of realms. After overcoming the tribulation, he would officially enter the celestial realm system. The next stage awaited him, the human immortal realm. Although Lu Chen eagerly anticipated the moment he would step into the celestial ranks, he found his spiritual energy leaves to be insufficient at present. He would have to wait until the morrow when all rewards would refresh. Content: Lu Chen closed the attribute panel, a hint of longing gracing his expression. After immersing himself in the spirit gathering basin and realm for nearly half an hour, he suddenly noticed a persistent flickering notification in his friend's interface. This clearly indicated that a friend had sent him a message. Among his friends, there was but one, Peng Wu. Curious about the sudden message from this man, who had previously attempted to recruit him and had even invested $1 million during the Celestial Trials beta phase, Lu Chen opened his friends list and deftly navigated to his conversation with Peng Wu. The first message at the top read, "Brother, do you have some time? I've discovered a level 25 secret realm, and I wonder if you're interested in a challenge." A secret realm? Lu Chen pondered over Peng Wu's message, soon receiving a picture depicting the entrance to the secret realm. A knowing smile crept across Lu Chen's face. It is essential to understand that secret realms differ significantly from dungeons. Dungeons present lower difficulty and impose entry limits per person each day, whereas secret realms boast higher difficulty, greater peril, and a substantial risk of death for entrants. Additionally, the locations of secret realms are entirely unpredictable, making them treasures that one can only encounter by chance. There are no entry restrictions for secret realms, yet their rewards are singular. Once a team successfully clears a secret realm and claims its rewards, the realm will vanish entirely. Any other teams currently challenging it will be immediately judged as failures and teleported away. In his previous life, Lu Chen had heard whispers of individuals who had acquired fragments of divine artifacts from certain secret realm. Thus, upon receiving an invitation from Peng Wu, he felt a flicker of intrigue. Chapter 48. The Surge of Power. A pressing need to test one's strength. Glancing at the time, Lu Chen noted it was just past 1 in the afternoon, leaving him ample opportunity. He had recently made significant advancements in his cultivation, experiencing a remarkable surge in strength. He was eager to find a suitable venue to assess the fruits of his newfound prowess. Moreover, secret realms were elusive treasures, seldom encountered. "Where shall we meet? At what time?" he inquired. Shortly thereafter, a location was sent to him by Peng Wu. They were to gather at 2 o'clock. Acknowledging the message, Lu Chen promptly made his way towards the southwestern corner of Jiang City, accompanied by Shuangxue. As the clock approached 2, he finally arrived at the entrance of a secret realm. It was indeed a secluded spot, rarely frequented by others. Yet, Lu Chen soon noticed that a few individuals were already waiting at the narrow vortex leading into the realm. "Brother, have you arrived?" Peng Wu's message chimed at his friend list. "I'm here," Lu Chen replied, proceeding forward. At that moment, Peng Wu and his companions spotted Lu Chen's presence. "Lu Chen, you finally made it." Peng Wu greeted him with a cheerful wave. As Lu Chen approached with Shuangxue, Peng Wu's gaze fell upon her with a hint of surprise. The last time he had seen Lu Chen, he had not been accompanied by such an exquisite woman, resembling a celestial being, breathtakingly beautiful. He almost found himself lost in her allure, unable to extricate his thoughts. Having witnessed many grand spectacles, he leaned closer and quietly asked, "Is she your girlfriend?" Lu Chen chuckled and shook his head. "No." "Then who is she?" "She's my bodyguard." "Bodyguard?" Peng Wu was momentarily taken aback. Such a stunning figure as a bodyguard seemed an utter waste of beauty. Or perhaps Lu Chen was simply a man of extravagant tastes? Confusion momentarily clouded Peng Wu's thoughts, but he quickly shifted back to the matter at hand. Brother Lu, my comrades have discovered a secret realm. Preliminary observations suggest it is a level 25 realm. As we both know, being internal testers, the difficulty of secret realms far exceeds that of dungeons of the same level. Lu Chen nodded. I understand. Moreover, players above level 20 are quite scarce. Organizing a team to challenge a level 25 secret realm is inherently a perilous decision. A slight misstep could lead to total annihilation. Seeing Lu Chen speak so candidly, Peng Wu couldn't help but display an awkward smile. Yes, indeed. The treasures within early secret realms are well recognized for their rarity. If we can conquer this secret realm, our strength will undoubtedly experience a significant surge. Lu Chen harbored no doubts regarding Peng Wu's assertions. Instead, he posed another inquiry. The entry restrictions for the secret realm differ slightly from those of dungeons. A maximum of 5 individuals is permitted to form a team for dungeons, whereas the secret realm allows for an increased capacity of 8. Observing the number of companions behind Peng Wu, it was evident that there were quite a few, at least a dozen. Peng Wu chuckled heartily. Brother Lu Chen, they are merely here to play supporting roles. Let me share a little secret with you. I've invited 2 professional players to join us. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow ever so slightly. Professional players? Peng Wu nodded confidently. Indeed, prior to the integration of reality, these 2 professionals were champions of a national arena in the holographic simulation games. Not only do they possess extraordinary talent in gaming, but they're also adept in combat and dungeon command. With their leadership, you and I, along with this lovely lady, will be well equipped. I will also assign 3 priests from my group to provide support and healing throughout our endeavor. Securing this level 25 secret realm should be a straightforward task. Lu Chen regarded Peng Wu's self-assured demeanor. He glanced again at the 3 priests Peng Wu had prepared, all male and uniformly at level 15. This prompted a furrow of concern on Lu Chen's brow, as the priest role would be better suited for a female companion. Just then, Peng Wu suddenly gazed into the distance, exclaiming joyfully, the 2 renowned professional players have finally arrived. Let us give them a warm welcome. His entourage began to applaud. Lu Chen and Bai Shuangxue turned their attention to the so-called professional players, one at level 18 and the other at level 19, both having transitioned to warrior classes. Their demeanor was strikingly arrogant. They entered with stern expressions as if the entire world owed them a debt. Yet, this very arrogance drew countless admirers toward them. As these 2 professionals approached Lu Chen and Peng Wu, they spoke before any introductions could be made. I have rules, one declared. When I lead, everyone must follow orders unconditionally. Anyone who disobeys or makes a mistake will be promptly expelled from the team. The atmosphere instantly turned icy and awkward. The second professional added, find me 3 skilled priests who can ensure we remain at full health throughout. If that is not achievable, we shall not waste our time entering this secret realm. We do not wish to team up with novices. His words unmistakably mocked Peng Wu's entourage. Peng Wu's expression soured, feeling the weight of the situation as he navigated the delicate dynamics with the professionals he had personally invited. You 2 certainly have strong personalities. Rest assured, we will follow orders without question. I have brought my finest priests. It is true that this technology may not rival your professional skills, yet it surpasses that of an average individual. The second professional player remarked coldly, if mistakes are made upon entering the secret realm, do not blame us for turning against you. Peng Wu awkwardly nodded in agreement. All right, understood. Lu Chen observed the submissive demeanor of Peng Wu and felt a sudden pang of sympathy for him. However, since it was Peng Wu who extended the invitation to Lu Chen for the challenge in the secret realm, Lu Chen chose to show him respect and refrained from causing any embarrassment at that moment. The first professional player inquired, who else will be entering the secret realm? Peng Wu promptly replied, the 2 professional players, 3 priests, myself, this brother here, and his bodyguard. The last word was articulated by Peng Wu with a peculiar tone. Bodyguard? The 2 professional players then regarded Bai Shuangxue with an air of haughty curiosity. Upon laying eyes on her, their expressions instantly softened, their previous arrogance dissipating. It was evident that the sight of a beautiful woman rendered them momentarily speechless, and they appeared eager to present themselves favorably. Chapter 49. Formation of an 8-person team. Advancing into the level 25 secret realm. After witnessing Bai Shuangxue, the 2 professional players noticeably tempered their demeanor. Their gazes frequently drifted towards her, feigning indifference, while their furtive glances betrayed a desire to scrutinize her every detail. Lu Chen noticed that Bai Shuangxue's brows had knitted together, her delicate hands slightly opened, indicating her intent to summon the Nuwa sword and eliminate the 2 professional players before her. After all, Bai Shuangxue was no longer merely a conventional pet. She was a true descendant of Nuwa, possessing independent thought and emotions akin to those of a normal human. At that moment, Peng Wu sensed the tension in the atmosphere and hastily interjected, "Let's not waste time. We should promptly enter the secret realm." Following this, the system announced, creating an 8-person team for the secret realm. Creation complete. Peng Wu sent a team invitation to Lu Chun. Team invitation accepted. Lu Chun has joined the team. Bai Shuangxue has joined the team. Peng Wu was momentarily taken aback, for he had not yet extended a team invitation to Bai Shuangxue. How had she automatically joined? In truth, as a uniquely special pet and a descendant of Nuwa. Possessing independent thought, Bai Shuangxue could scarcely be classified as a mere pet. She was almost akin to a normal person, as Lu Chun was her master. Upon his acceptance of the invitation, Bai Shuangxue automatically joined the team, even occupying a team member slot. Noticing Peng Wu's bewilderment, Lu Chun advised, "Brother Peng, quickly invite the others so we can assemble the team and enter the secret realm." Peng Wu remained momentarily stunned, yet soon. The 2 professional players had also joined the team. Ding Hai has joined the team. Pakai has joined the team. Finally, 3 of Peng Wu's pre-subordinates have also been incorporated into this 8-member dungeon team. Hu Wan has joined the team. Rin Yuanzhong has joined the team. Sun Jin has joined the team. Thus, the 8-member team for the dungeon has been established. As the captain, Peng Wu was the first to approach the swirling entrance of the dungeon. He reached out and touched the vortex before him. "Please confirm entry into the level 25 dungeon. Desert Canyon." Team member Peng Wu confirmed. Team member Lu Chun confirmed. Team member Rin Yuanzhong confirmed. Team member Bai Shuangxue confirmed. With the final confirmation from Bai Shuangxue, the 8-member team vanished into the entrance of the dungeon, transported into the dungeon space. Meanwhile, a group of Peng Wu's subordinates remained outside with a simple objective: to guard this entrance and prevent others from discovering it. Even if they were to be discovered, they must not allow anyone else to enter and contend for the dungeon rewards. 5 seconds later, the 8-member team was collectively transported into the dungeon. They landed at the entrance of the Desert Canyon. As they descended amidst a flash of white light onto the scorching sands of the desert, everyone felt the abrasive winds and the overwhelming heat. Ugh, what a repulsive environment. Battling in such conditions will severely diminish my strength. The speaker was one of the 2 professional players. Even before they commenced the dungeon raid, they had already begun to voice their grievances. Upon hearing this, Peng Wu wore an awkward expression. He had initially invited these 2 professional players to strengthen their team's chances of conquering this level 25 dungeon. However, he had not anticipated the arrogance displayed by these 2, who, relying on their gaming talent, exhibited an off-putting demeanor in both conduct and actions. Moreover, since the professional players were invited by him, he felt compelled to placate them. "Now that we have entered the dungeon, the command of this 8-member team will be entrusted to you 2 professional players. We will follow your lead." Upon hearing Peng Wu's words, Ding Hai and Pakai exchanged slight smirks, their lips curling into cold smiles. Their gazes settled on Lu Chun. From the moment they entered, they had noticed that Bai Shuangxue remained closely behind Lu Chun, never straying an inch. The sight displeased both of them. After all, they were professional players. While Lu Chun appeared to lack any notable abilities, it was hard to fathom why such a beautiful woman as Bai Shuangxue would blindly follow Lu Chun. Ding Hai mused silently. "I'll find a way to make him look foolish, seizing the opportunity to showcase my own talents. As long as I can reveal Lu Chun's inadequacies to Bai Shuangxue, it will highlight my own excellence in contrast. She is likely to feel disappointed with Lu Chun, and then I will have my opportunity." Thus, Ding Hai concealed a myriad of wicked thoughts while maintaining a facade of earnestness. As we ventured into this secret realm for the first time, our unfamiliarity with the surroundings necessitated a guide to navigate the path. Meanwhile, Pei Tsai nodded in agreement, constantly affirming, "Indeed, collective action is prudent. Should we encounter grave danger, it would be perilous for all." These 2 individuals were evidently of the same ilk. Peng Wu, with a troubled expression, remarked, "I am a mage, and my 3 companions are priests. Ordinarily, it would be a tank or a warrior leading the way." At that moment, the 2 professional players simultaneously turned their gaze upon Lu Chun, their voices laced with frost as they inquired, "Lu Chun, what is your class? I see your personal information is concealed. Is there something unseemly? Please unveil your profile so we may ascertain your level and attributes, facilitating task assignment." Facing their interrogation, Lu Chun replied, "Hiding my personal information is my prerogative, is it not? I possess the right to keep it private." The 2 professional players erupted in laughter. "Boss Peng, is this the additional muscle you procured? I suspect he is acutely aware of his low level and attributes, and upon seeing us, he felt embarrassed. Hence the concealment of his profile. With such a liability in the team, penetrating the level 25 secret realm will undoubtedly be a formidable challenge, fraught with the risk of a catastrophic failure. Lu Chen may lack prowess, yet he accompanies a striking young woman. Of course, should he only bring this beautiful lady, even if she does not engage, we could effortlessly escort her through the secret realm. Boss Peng, I propose we expel him and recruit a tank from your associates. That will be significantly more reliable. And to the lovely lady, we harbor no ill intentions towards you. We merely believe Lu Chen is too much of a hindrance to be of any assistance to the team. We must consider the greater good. Fear not, lovely lady. You need only remain in the team, and no one will expel you. Furthermore, with our capabilities, we can easily ensure your protection. Observing the two professional players in their mockery, as they plotted to remove him from the team, leaving only by Shuangxue, Lu Chen felt no anger. On the contrary, he found it rather amusing. Perhaps this was the sensation of a strong individual witnessing the ignorance of a jester. Chapter 50. This is professional-level pathfinding. As Peng Wu noticed the two players' intent to eject Lu Chen, he quickly intervened as a mediator. Lu Chen is an internal tester and possesses considerable strength. Upon hearing this, the professional players erupted into derisive laughter. Considerable strength? No matter how strong he is, can he compare to us professional players? Before the game Xian Yuan, we had already clinched championships in other holographic simulation games. We are champions. What is Lu Chen? Oh, judging by your expression, you seem rather unconvinced. Very well, we shall grant you an opportunity to demonstrate your abilities. You may venture ahead and scout the path. I am curious to see whether you can manage these fundamental operations. Lu Chen's lips curled into a subtle smile as he calmly regarded the two professional players. You wanted to scout? Very well, I shall do so. With that, Lu Chen instructed by Shuangxue to remain where she was and ventured alone into the heart of the desert canyon. As Lu Chen stepped into the arid expanse of the canyon, his vivid memories of past battles surged forth, alerting him to the concealed dangers lurking within a radius of several hundred meters. Although the surface appeared barren, he discerned the presence of sandworms lying in wait beneath the sandy terrain. The minuscule mounds of sand, barely noticeable to the untrained eye, concealed these creatures. When a player approached within a certain proximity, the sandworms would emerge to attack. Lu Chen, with remarkable precision, positioned himself in a safe spot, ensuring he did not disturb any of the sandworms. He quickly counted the number of sandworms concealed in the sand. 1, 2, 3, 30 in total. A smile of amusement played across his face as he concluded his count, satisfied with his findings. So how did your scouting go? He inquired, provoking a slight change in the expressions of the two professional players. They exchanged glances, pondering whether he truly had scouted effectively. Was it genuine, or merely a stroke of luck? They would soon discover the truth. With Lu Chen having completed his reconnaissance, the 8-member team finally set forth into the desert canyon. Upon entering the sandy expanse, they were met with towering canyon walls and a flat, golden sandy floor, while gusts of sand-laden wind swirled around them, obscuring their vision and judgment. At this moment, Peng Wu surveyed their surroundings and voiced his concern. Lu Chen, you mentioned there are 30 sandworms here. Yet I see not a single one. Following Lu Chen's statement, the two professional players erupted into derisive laughter. Ha! Is this your idea of scouting? What have you uncovered? There are no monsters here, and you dare to claim otherwise? If you cannot perform, do not pretend otherwise. Though outsiders may be deceived, you cannot fool us professionals. They scoffed. A person who cannot even ascertain the presence of monsters could lead our team to certain doom. Indeed, Boss Peng. I suggest we should expel this charlatan before we commence our assault on the dungeon. Should we encounter a battle, having a dead weight in the team could endanger us all. As Peng Wu listened to the relentless taunts of the two professional players, his emotions became increasingly tumultuous. On one hand, there was Lu Chen, whom he had invited, a person capable of acquiring a hidden quest artifact fragment from the village chief on the second day of the game's launch. Surely, he was no ordinary individual. On the other side stands a recognized professional player, undoubtedly an authority in the realm of gaming strategies. Now, faced with the choice between the two sides, Peng Wu found himself in a quandary. At that moment, Lu Chen, with a playful smile, scrutinizes the two professional players. Since you esteemed professionals are so formidable, why not demonstrate how to navigate the path? Merely speaking of your prowess begs the question, how can we discern your true capabilities? The two professional players respond with derisive laughter. Lu Chen, there is no need for your provocations. We shan't be angered. If you wish to witness our pathfinding skills, we shall gladly showcase our professional level techniques. With that, the two professional players prepare to perform. The remaining 6 members watch intently as the duo advances. Suddenly, Lu Chen interjects. Take 3 more steps forward, and you shall disturb the first wave of sandworms. The opponents scoff at his warning. Are you the professional player, or are we? When did it become your prerogative to direct us? I assure you, even if we were to take 30 more steps, nothing would happen before they could finish their taunt. They stepped forward 3 times, and then took a 4th step, inadvertently entering the attack range of the first wave of sandworms. In an instant, the once tranquil, sandy surface erupted like boiling water. With a cacophony of movement, 5 massive sandworms, each 2 meters in length and a brownish hue, emerged from beneath the yellow sands, lunging menacingly towards the 8-member team. The sight left the 2 professional players astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. How could this be? Shock coursed through their minds. Peng Wu, equally astonished, exclaimed, "Didn't you claim that we could take at least 30 more steps without consequence?" Yet, professional players are often stubborn. They retorted, "We intentionally drew the monsters out. We had already observed the sandworms lurking here, merely testing your perceptiveness." Surprisingly, Lu Chen possesses some skill, but he remains vastly inferior to us. They begrudgingly praised Lu Chen, but not without belittling him immediately thereafter. Peng Wu, following their lead, remarked, "Ah, so that was your intention. But what shall we do now?" At that moment, Lu Chen noticed by Shuangxue wielding the Huang sword, poised to strike down the approaching foes. However, Lu Chen wore a knowing smirk as he pressed down on the Huang sword, whispering, "Since they wish for you to be a mere spectator, you should comply and enjoy the show." Chapter 51. Can professional players even defeat ordinary monsters? The first wave emerged. A surge of 5 sandworms. Their level was not 20 or 25, but an astonishing 30. This vividly illustrates the perilous nature of the secret realm. A level 25 secret realm, the initial wave of monsters emerged, starting at a staggering level of 30. Upon witnessing the level of the sandworms, all present were taken aback, their expressions reflecting astonishment. The 2 professional players furrowed their brows, their hearts racing, and their faces turned pale with anxiety. How could the sandworms be at level 30? This was merely the first wave of sandworms, yet their levels were so exceedingly high. In our team, the highest level among us is mine at just 19. These ordinary sandworms surpass me by 11 levels. Boss Peng, you have dug a deep pit for us. Upon hearing the words of the 2 professional players, Peng Wu inwardly cursed. He had spent 1,000 fairy stones per person, a total of 2,000 fairy stones, to recruit them. At the onset of the game, this sum was considered substantial. Prior to their arrival, he had specifically warned them that the 25-level secret realm was quite challenging. However, the 2 players, blinded by the prospect of monetary gain, had agreed without a second thought. Now, faced with the daunting difficulty of the secret realm, they were turning to blame him. This infuriated Peng Wu. Nevertheless, the team still relied on these 2 professionals for guidance in combat. Thus, he could only suppress his frustration and speak with a cordial tone. The secret realm is indeed more challenging than an ordinary dungeon. Moreover, as professional players, you should surely be capable of overcoming this level of difficulty, right? Peng Wu encouraged them, and the 2 players, steeling themselves, unsheathed their weapons and prepared for battle. Healers, focus on us for healing. If our health drops, replenish it immediately. As long as our health remains above half, we can defeat the enemy. With this directive, the 3 priests hurriedly began to wield their staffs, locking onto the 2 professional players as their targets for healing. Meanwhile, Lu Chen and Bai Shuangxue remained at the back of the team, doing nothing. Since these 2 professional players wished to take the spotlight, they could have it. Lu Chen even leisurely examined the attributes of the sandworms. He utilized the investigative function on the sandworms. Yellow sand sandworm. Type, ordinary monster. Level, 30. Health, 8,000. Physical attack, 420. Magical attack, 240. Physical defense, 280. Magical defense, 180. Desert mobility bonus, 30. Skills, burrow into yellow sand, charge through the ground. After reviewing the attributes of the sandworms, Lu Chen attempted to check the attribute panels of the 2 professional players. Conveniently, these 2 individuals were quite confident in their abilities and had not concealed their personal information. Thus, Lu Chen could easily view their stats. Ding Hai, Class, Warrior. Level, 19. Health, 4,245. Mana, 1520. Physical attack, 322. Physical defense, 125. Magical defense, 115. Peizai. Class, Warrior. Level, 18. Health, 4,128. Mana, 1,458. Physical attack, 301. Physical defense, 128. Magical defense, 119. Although Lu Chen's understanding of the attributes of others is not as clear as that of his own, he can still form a preliminary assessment of the strength of these two professional players based on the information available. Indeed, they are significantly stronger than average players, even surpassing Lu Chen from his past life at the same level. Yet, in Lu Chen's eyes in this lifetime, their attribute panel seems rather unimpressive, indeed, almost feeble. A simple comparison reveals that Lu Chen's current physical attack soars to an impressive 2,200 points, while these two professional players barely exceed 300 points. His defense reaches a staggering 1,000 points. In straightforward terms, should they engage in direct combat, Lu Chen could vanquish both so-called professional players within 3 strikes. While they would fail to breach his formidable defenses, Lu Chen could stand there, and they would not be able to defeat him even after a year of relentless attempts. Some may argue that professional players possess superior skills that could outmaneuver Lu Chen. However, to suggest that one can rely solely on skill in a pay-to-win online game is rather laughable. Lu Chen has countless opportunities for error, while his opponents have but one chance. If Lu Chen seizes the moment, he could swiftly eliminate them. Meanwhile, the two professional players find themselves besieged by 5 sandworms. Despite their impressive skills, the scope for their prowess diminishes in the chaos of battle. The relentless attacks from the sandworms inflict significant damage upon them. 285, 294, 288. Although their health totals 4,000 points, the rapid onslaught from the sandworms causes their health bars to plummet swiftly. The priests behind them are straining every nerve, their foreheads glistening with sweat as they desperately attempt to heal the two players. 180, 185, 184. Yet, no matter how fervently they strive, they cannot keep pace with the rate at which the players are losing health. Simultaneously, the two professional players wield their swords against the sandworms, but only produce pitiful damage numbers. 42, 21. Upon witnessing such meager damage, they're taken aback. The sandworms possess such formidable defenses? After utilizing their inspection feature, they are met with astonishment. 8,000 health points and an impressive 280 points of physical defense. No wonder their attacks are ineffective. They realize they arrived far too early and must wait until they reach level 20 to unlock the constellation feature, enhancing their attributes before taking on this challenge with greater assurance. The level disparity is too pronounced. The monsters are 11 levels above them. They are professional players, not deities, and cannot disregard attributes to engage in battles beyond their capacity. Moreover, the healing output of the 3 priests is woefully inadequate. Indeed, the two of us must act as both damage dealers and shields while also providing command, all the while facing the imminent threat of death. How could we possibly sustain this battle? Sooner or later, we are bound to suffer a catastrophic collapse. Damn it. I am about to squander a revival token in this wretched place. Listening to the grievances of the professional players, the one who appeared most troubled on the field was none other than Peng Wu. He had invested heavily to recruit these two individuals, yet at this moment, they began to express their dissatisfaction and display a lack of effort. The atmosphere on the battlefield grew palpably tense, the situation becoming increasingly precarious. Suddenly, by Shuangxue, who had been silent until now, interjected with her melodious voice, "Aren't you professional players? Why can't you handle these minor monsters?" The moment those words left her lips, the mood shifted dramatically. The two professional players twitched uncontrollably at the corners of their mouths, unable to withstand the scrutiny from Bai Shuangxue. Their pride would not allow them to falter. With forced smiles, they retorted, "How could that be? We are professional players. Of course we can handle these trivial creatures. We are merely analyzing the battle situation, nothing more." At this moment, Lu Chen could hardly contain his laughter, as Bai Shuangxue's provocative words were precisely what he had just discreetly taught her to say. Chapter 52. Did the professional players abandon their teammates and flee? Bai Shuangxue's remarks immediately placed the two professional players in a precarious position. After all, prior to entering the secret realm, they had boasted before her, confidently proclaiming their intent to help her conquer this level 25 dungeon. Yet now, they were not only failing to complete the dungeon, but were struggling against 5 ordinary monsters. Lu Chen watched with amusement as the two professional players pressed on, their determination waning against the overwhelming disparity in levels and attributes, which could not simply be compensated for by skill. At this moment, Peng Wu was in a state of frantic urgency, thinking that they could not possibly fail their first foray into the secret realm. He glanced at Lu Chen, only to find him remarkably composed, even appearing to relish the unfolding drama as he observed the two professional players. For some inexplicable reason, Peng Wu felt that Lu Chen's demeanor and expression bore the weight of a superior surveying the weak. The aura of strength radiating from Lu Chen was something he himself seemed unaware of. After a lifetime of experience, Lu Chen had developed a presence reminiscent of those elite figures from his past. Peng Wu thought to himself, why is Lu Chen so unfazed? If the two professional players cannot hold their ground, this secret realm challenge, and in disaster? The two professional players struggled for another 3 minutes, but ultimately, they could no longer endure the pressure. Even with 3 priests exerting every ounce of their strength, they were unable to halt the continuous decline of the two players' health. Two professional players, through sheer skill, managed to extend the battle for 3 long minutes, with their health bars dwindling down to a mere fifth. This alone sufficed to demonstrate their prowess and caliber. However, they finally succumbed to despair and retreated, abandoning the remaining few. Peng Wu was left in a state of utter disbelief at their irresponsibility, leaving him along with 3 priests, as well as Lu Chen and Bai Shuangxue, in the lurch. This is outrageous. Peng Wu seethed. At the very least, they could have provided cover for our retreat. The two players offered no response, as they sprinted towards the entrance of the secret realm. Damn it, these two scoundrels, these so-called professionals. Peng Wu fumed, his face turning a shade of green with fury. I paid a hefty sum to hire them, and not only did they fail to deliver, but now they abandon us. His anger erupted in a torrent of harsh words. The two players, both warriors capable of taking hits, had fled, leaving them without anyone to withstand the monsters. 5 sandworms charged at Peng Wu and the others in an instant. The color drained from Peng Wu's face as he exclaimed, "Is my fate sealed here?" The 3 priests were equally distraught. Damn it, these 2 beasts, we healed them until our hands grew weary. Not only did they show no gratitude, but they even blamed us for insufficient healing. In the early stages of the game, how many healers could one expect? What was most infuriating was that these 3 rogues had abandoned their teammates in their hour of need. It's over. We're finished. They lamented. If even professional players couldn't hold their ground against these sandworms, how could they hope to escape? After venting their frustrations, the 3 priests looked hopelessly at the advancing horde. Peng Wu, too, resigned himself to a fate of inaction. Lu Chen, I'm truly sorry for bringing these 2 brutes into our midst and dragging you down with us. He sighed, apologizing to Lu Chen. At that moment, however, Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he inquired. Those 2 professional players must have exited the secret realm by now, right? As the leader, Peng Wu received critical information regarding the team. Ding Hai has left the team. Pei Tsai has left the team. Damn it. Peng Wu's face turned ashen as he cursed. Those 2 scoundrels really did flee. Not only did they exit the secret realm, but they also abandoned the team. But just then, Peng Wu noticed an unusual expression of mirth on Lu Chen's face. How could he be smiling at a time like this? With the sandworms closing in, they were facing certain doom, yet Lu Chen appeared unfazed. Finally, those 2 professional players had vacated, allowing them to avoid sharing their experience, loot, and rewards. Peng Wu and the 3 priests were left speechless, staring in disbelief at Lu Chen. What do you mean by that, Lu Chen? Are you implying that you have a way to deal with the sandworms? Lu Chen smirked and calmly replied, everyone remain composed. He then turned to Bai Shuangxue behind him. Bai Shuangxue, these minor creatures are entrusted to you. It should be a simple task. Bai Shuangxue opened her delicate right hand, revealing a slender white longsword, the Hua Huang sword, gripped firmly in her palm. In that instant, Peng Wu and the 3 priests widened their eyes in astonishment, for they suddenly sensed a profound transformation in Bai Shuangxue's aura. If she had previously embodied the frigid grace of an ethereal fairy, now she exuded the resolute demeanor of a goddess who governed life and death. With a slight parting of her crimson lips, Bai Shuangxue uttered, 1,000 frosts and 10,000 snows. In a heartbeat, 5 streams of icy sword energy erupted from the tip of her sword. The air chilled, and the sharpness of the sword energy was overwhelming. What sorcery is this? Peng Wu and the priests felt a tremor coursing through their bodies as the frigid cold and the piercing energy intertwined before them. The 5 ordinary sandworms, charging ahead, were suddenly cleaved in twain by the onslaught of icy sword energy. Crackling sounds filled the air as the frost-laden strikes penetrated their forms, severing them effortlessly. Their health bars plummeted to 0 in an instant. Witnessing this spectacle, Peng Wu could not contain his astonishment, exclaiming, "My heavens! That was a one-hit kill." Those were 30-level sandworms with 8,000 health, and they were obliterated in a heartbeat. After the demise of the 5 sandworms, their lifeless bodies were soon accompanied by 5 damage numbers that floated into view. 13,920. 13,920. 13,920. 13,920. 13,920. Chapter 53. The Invisible God of Wealth? By Shuangxue? Good heavens! Is this damage even achievable by a mere mortal? Those are 30-level sandworms, yet she inflicted a staggering 920 points of damage. This skill appears overwhelmingly ferocious. 1,000 frosts and 10,000 snows. Is this a warrior skill? Could it possibly be of elite quality? The three priests began to chatter animatedly, their minds reeling from the revelation of Bai Shuangxue's prowess, feeling as though their worldview had shattered. This was utterly inconceivable. On the second day of the server's launch, how could anyone inflict such outrageous damage? If someone could accomplish this, they must be a wealthy player. No, it could only be a player of divine wealth. At that moment, the priest's gazes toward Bai Shuangxue underwent a monumental shift, their eyes now brimming with respect, admiration, and trepidation, interwoven to an extraordinary degree. Not just the priests, even Peng Wu, who had boasted of spending $1 million in the closed beta, felt his heart race upon witnessing Bai Shuangxue's prowess. He realized that she was the true master. That was effortlessly handled. Bai Shuangxue remarked with a demeanor as cool as a chrysanthemum. The sword of Nuwa was tucked away by her. The demeanor of Bai Shuangxue was undeniably lofty, and her exquisite beauty and figure naturally evoked a sense of inferiority in the men who beheld her. Consequently, Peng Wu dared not pose any inquiries directly to Bai Shuangxue, but instead turned to Lu Chen. Brother Lu Chen, how much did this lady spend during the internal testing phase? Lu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Did he not encounter her during the internal testing? Peng Wu, taken aback, gaped in astonishment. After a moment of recollection, he awkwardly shook his head. No, I did not see her. At this, Lu Chen silently mused. How peculiar. During the previous internal testing, the spirit pet card pool featuring Bai Shuangxue was indeed present. Could it be that due to my influence, a butterfly effect transpired, resulting in the absence of the Bai Shuangxue card pool during this internal testing? He pondered further. When the server launched, I was the first globally to reach level 10, subsequently exhausting the Bai Shuangxue card pool and leading to its removal, leaving everyone unaware that Bai Shuangxue was actually a spirit pet. After concluding his thoughts, Lu Chen leaned toward Peng Wu with an air of mystery. She is, in fact, an invisible super tycoon, and the amount she contributed during the internal testing far exceeds your imagination. Lu Chen gestured with 5 fingers toward Peng Wu. A shiver ran through Peng Wu, and he stammered. She spent 5 million? No, 5 million could not possibly yield such impact. Could it be 50 million? Lu Chen's lips curled into a faint smile, exuding an enigmatic aura. Take your time to guess. All I can reveal is that this figure surpasses your imagination. Beyond that, I shall say no more. Peng Wu swallowed hard, astonished internally. Could it be 500 million? To spend 500 million would mean she could purchase the entire Xianyuan gaming company. Lu Chen's air of mystery solidified Peng Wu's unwavering belief. He never once considered that Bai Shuangxue was a human-like spirit pet. In that moment, Peng Wu was profoundly aware of his own ignorance and naivety. On the first day of the server launch, he had believed that his expenditure of 1 million during the internal testing would grant him a degree of prominence, at least within Jiangxing. Yet, on this second day of the server, he faced a staggering blow from Bai Shuangxue. He suddenly felt like a mere small fry in the presence of a true invisible tycoon, utterly insignificant. At that moment, Bai Shuangxue spoke with a clear voice, issuing orders. Draw the sandworms from the surroundings. I shall slay them. Following her command, Peng Wu and the 3 priests, despite being fragile classes, wore smiles and exhibited a remarkably agreeable demeanor as they hurried to trigger the sandworms nearby. Before long, a multitude of sandworms emerged from beneath the swirling sands, surging forth to launch an assault against them. Brother Lu Chen, we have drawn the sandworms as instructed. Please inform her that she may strike. Lu Chen nodded and turned to Bai Shuangxue. You may proceed. It is permissible. Bai Shuangxue grasped the Huahuang sword in her right hand, its blade poised before her, effortlessly sweeping across. In that fleeting moment, a relentless tide of sandworms fell victim to Bai Shuangxue's remarkable abilities. The sandworms, boasting a formidable level of 30, had distanced themselves significantly from Peng Wu and his companions. Once the level disparity between monsters and players exceeded 10, the experience points earned will be drastically reduced. Consequently, Peng Wu and his allies could only garner minimal experience, while Lu Chen reveled in the fortune of receiving full experience. Coupled with the enhancement from the small green vial, as Bai Shuangxue dispatched the sandworms with increasing speed, Lu Chen's experience bar began to surge. Essentially, for each sandworm that Bai Shuangxue defeated, Lu Chen's experience bar would increase by approximately 5 points. After the successful elimination of 30 sandworms, Lu Chen ascended to a new level. Your level has risen to 26. The pace of his advancement was akin to a rocket's ascent. The sole regret was that the small green vial's effect of blessing at level 10 did not activate, which could have allowed for further elevation. As Bai Shuangxue vanquished the last of the sandworms, Peng Wu and the three priests were left in a state of astonishment, rendered nearly speechless, especially the three priests, who stammered for a considerable time before managing to articulate a few words. I truly didn't expect that the powerhouse among us would be this lady, Bai Shuangxue. It's simply astounding. What professional players could scarcely achieve, Lady Bai accomplished with ease. While we struggled to heal those two professional players, our hands nearly gave out and were met with their scorn without any reward. In contrast, Lady Bai required no healing assistance. She single-handedly annihilated all the sandworms. Incredible. Today, we've truly stumbled upon a stroke of luck. Having a genuine expert to lead us through this dungeon. Peng Wu surveyed the sandy terrain, littered with the lifeless bodies of sandworms, which had yielded an impressive array of treasures, celestial stones, potions, materials, gear, and even skill scrolls. Faced with such a dazzling array of high-value loot, Peng Wu harbored no ill intentions. Instead, he proactively addressed Lu Chen. Brother Lu Chen, these spoils are all the result of the lady behind you's efforts. I assure you, my three comrades, and I will not lay a finger on them. Seeing Peng Wu's integrity, Lu Chen burst into hearty laughter and replied, with so many treasures scattered about, I could never collect them all. How about this? You all help me gather them. I only wish to claim the celestial stones. The rest can be yours. Chapter 54, Collecting Loot, Overwhelmed by Abundance. Lu Chen, a man of tact, recognized that with the multitude of spoils dropped by the sandworms, attempting to collect them all would be a strenuous endeavor. Moreover, with his current perspective, he found little value in ordinary items, preferring to claim only the celestial stones, as they would soon become a universal currency in the world, essential for any transaction. Before long, Peng Wu and the three priests efficiently cleared the area of loot. All the treasures were amassed in the person of Peng Wu. He approached Lu Chen, intending to report accurately on what they had gathered and the total quantity. Upon hearing that Peng Wu was about to deliver a lengthy discourse, Lu Chen promptly interrupted him. Just hand over the celestial stones to me. Keep the rest. Peng Wu was momentarily taken aback. Then his face broke into a grateful smile as he initiated the transaction. Peng Wu is initiating a trade with you. Accept the trade. Before them, a trading interface materialized. Peng Wu swiftly placed 3,000 celestial stones on the table. Upon seeing this amount, Lu Chen immediately remarked, 30 sandworms couldn't possibly yield this many celestial stones. Brother Peng, did you perhaps add an extra zero? With a smile, Peng Wu shook his head. No, that's the exact amount. Eventually, Lu Chen chose to proceed with the trade, understanding that although Peng Wu claimed otherwise, he had intentionally offered more celestial stones as compensation for the other spoils. This act elevated Lu Chen's opinion of Peng Wu. He recognized him as someone who knew how to navigate circumstances. Soon after, Lu Chen said, let us not waste time and continue our expedition in the secret realm. We must breach it swiftly to depart from this place. Peng Wu nodded vigorously at this suggestion. With Bai Shuangxue present, he had no doubts about their ability to traverse the secret realm. We should be able to breach it within half an hour if we maintain our pace, he stated. Half an hour? Lu Chen replied, shaking his head with a frown. What is wrong? That's too slow. Peng Wu stared at Lu Chen in disbelief. This is a level 30 secret realm. Completing it in 30 minutes is already quite fast. During the beta testing phase, I barely managed to breach a level 20 realm in 20 minutes after spending 100,000. Lu Chen responded with a calm smile. Didn't I tell you? She is an invisible tycoon. The realm of tycoons is a far cry from that of ordinary affluent individuals. In the ensuing moments, Bai Shuangxue vividly showcased the true power of investment to everyone present. This was the same Lu Chen who had drawn 2 cards from Bai Shuangxue's pool, not only obtaining 6 characters, but also spending 2 million to delete the card pool. After such an expenditure, if he could not eliminate monsters instantly, then the game of Xianyuan would be utterly unreasonable. Throughout their journey, every enemy that emerged was effortlessly dispatched by Shuangxue wielding the Huahuang sword. As she unleashed her devastating spell, 1,000 frosts and 10,000 snows, even the elite monsters fell without exception, all succumbing to her power. Due to Bai Shuangxue's astonishing speed in vanquishing foes, coupled with her obedience to Lu Chen's commands, they bulldozed through the desert canyon. Consequently, a plethora of defeated monsters dropped numerous spoils, which they had no time to collect. Peng Wu and the 3 priests followed closely, gathering loot, and after a prolonged effort, they found themselves overwhelmed. My goodness, I have never felt that collecting spoils could be such a burdensome ordeal. There's simply too much. It is overwhelmingly abundant. We cannot collect it all. It is utterly impossible. The presence of the formidable Bai Shuangxue is truly terrifying. Our speed in collecting the spoils simply cannot keep pace with her monstrous efficiency in defeating foes. Peng Gu, pray tell, who exactly is that woman? Although Peng Wu felt the weariness of his aching back and tingling scalp, he could not ignore the discussion among his three companions regarding Bai Shuangxue. He immediately interjected, "Silence. From now on, do not speak of that woman behind her back." His concern lay in the possibility that Bai Shuangxue might overhear them and take offense, thereby severing their valuable connection with such an enigmatic powerhouse. The four continued their gathering, and at last they had collected 1/3 of the spoils. Just then, a notification echoed throughout the skies of the secret realm. Congratulations to the 6-member team, led by Peng Wu, for successfully clearing the level 30 secret realm. Desert Canyon. Distributing completion rewards. A substantial amount of experience. Distributing lucky completion reward. Artifact fragment, 1 piece. The news left Peng Wu and his companions utterly astonished. Following this, all four of them leveled up. What in the world? Did we clear just like that? Hold on. How long did it take her? It seems to be less than 6 minutes. Wait, including the secret realm, it was only 6 minutes in total? They had no idea what the secret realm even looked like, and yet she had dispatched the enemies with such ease. The sensation of leveling up while lying down is utterly delightful. An artifact fragment, no less, had been awarded as a lucky prize, and it landed in the hands of yours truly, the captain. Surely, I am not deserving of this fragment. I shall give it to Lu Chen when we meet. Taking a deep breath, Peng Wu felt a mix of joy and unease. The joy stemmed from having clung to such a powerful ally, while the unease arose from the overwhelming disparity between their strengths. Enough chatter. We have cleared the secret realm, yet we still have 2/3 of the spoils left to collect. Upon hearing this, the three priest brothers bent down, begrudgingly continuing their task of gathering the treasures. This is simply ludicrous. Those outside cannot fathom that we within are on the verge of collapse from the sheer volume of loot. Moreover, the most crucial point is that all these treasures are of exceptional quality. Look at this rare purple item at level 20 in my hands. A bow that adds 20 to range damage. It is indeed a small gem. Meanwhile, Lu Chen and Bai Shuangxue awaited at the far end of the secret realm, at the lair of the level 35 sandstorm worm. They had been waiting for Peng Wu and his companions for a full 15 minutes before the four finally arrived, drenched in sweat. Peng Wu quickly apologized. "I beg your pardon, Brother Lu Chen. We exerted great effort in collecting the spoils, but alas, there were simply too many, causing us to waste considerable time along the way." Lu Chen smiled warmly at Peng Wu. "Brother Peng, here is a splendid staff that suits you perfectly." As a mage, Peng Wu instantly recognized the staff being offered, shimmering with a faint orange glow, a veritable treasure. Pure Spring Staff. Rarity, Legendary. Required level, 25. Physical attack, 20. Magical attack, 100. Critical hit rate enhancement, 10. Critical damage enhancement, 50. Maximum mana value, 500. Attack speed, 5. Casting speed, 20. Movement speed, 5. Elemental damage enhancement, 20. Mana recovery. Upon releasing a skill, a 5 chance to restore 20 of maximum mana. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Chapter 55. Another fragment of the artifact. Upon discerning the attributes of the staff before him, Peng Wu's eyes widened in astonishment. "Lu Chen, this is a legendary staff. Such a precious weapon. I cannot accept it." However, Lu Chen replied with a smile, "Among those present, you are the only mage. The others cannot wield this equipment." Upon hearing this, Peng Wu's heart surged with excitement. Simultaneously, his perception of Lu Chen elevated significantly. Had it been anyone else who had acquired this level 25 legendary Springwater staff, they might not even consider using it. Even if it were a weapon unsuitable for their class, they could easily trade it outside. There are certainly numerous wealthy players, especially those of high status, influential figures, or corporate leaders. Even in the early stages of the Xianyuan game, they could amass considerable wealth through sheer numbers in a short time. Ultimately, Peng Wu reluctantly accepted the Springwater staff. He promptly exchanged all the celestial stones he had collected along the way with Lu Chen. Lu Chen, in turn, received a staggering 20,000 celestial stones. This was an astonishing sum on the second day of the server's opening. The primary reason Peng Wu could make such a substantial transaction was that they had entered a level 25 secret realm, which offered richer rewards. combined with Bai Shuangxiue's relentless efficiency in clearing dungeons without missing any monsters. Moreover, Peng Wu had pooled all of his remaining possessions to gather this sum for Lu Chen. Of course, Peng Wu understood that the value of the Springwater staff far exceeded the mere 20,000 celestial stones he had exchanged. With its exceptional attributes, any mage wielding this weapon would instantly elevate their capabilities. Even on the second day of the server's opening, the price for the level 25 legendary Springwater staff could easily reach 50 or 80,000. In other words, Peng Wu had struck an incredible bargain with Lu Chen. As he pondered this, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Ah, Lu Chen, I have something for you. Shortly thereafter, Lu Chen received an item from Peng Wu, an artifact fragment. Accepting this item, a smile gradually appeared on Lu Chen's face. At this point, he had accumulated a total of 4 artifact fragments. The speed of this accumulation was remarkably impressive, whether in his past life or this one. After receiving the artifact fragment, Lu Chen looked at Peng Wu with a smile and inquired, "Brother Peng, are you not also intending to collect artifact fragments?" Upon hearing this, Peng Wu revealed a subtle smile. "Never mind. I feel the significance of collecting this fragment of the divine artifact has diminished. It rightfully belongs in the hands of someone more suited than I." At this point, Peng Wu cast a meaningful glance at Lu Chen, the one he deemed more suitable. Subsequently, he continued, "Brother Lu Chen, I shall not conceal this from you any longer. In fact, I have a fragment of a divine artifact stored with the warehouse manager in Jiangchen. Once we depart from this secret realm, I will take you to retrieve it." Upon hearing this, a look of astonishment graced Lu Chen's face. "Brother Peng, are you truly giving me your fragment of the divine artifact, just like that?" Peng Wu had seen the situation clearly. Initially, he had intended to recruit Lu Chen as a subordinate. However, it became evident that such thoughts were rather foolish. In comparison to Lu Chen, even the taciturn Bai Shuangxiue by his side seemed superior. To be honest, Peng Wu was quite curious as to why a woman of such exceptional caliber as Bai Shuangxiue would be utterly devoted to Lu Chen, following his every command without question. Though he was unaware of the reasons behind this, he was certain that Lu Chen possessed extraordinary qualities that could captivate someone like Bai Shuangxiue. Although this expedition into the secret realm appeared to be a dazzling slaughter show orchestrated solely by Shuangxiue, who single-handedly navigated through the 25-level secret realm, it was clear that all others merely played a supporting role to her brilliance. On the surface, it seemed Bai Shuangxiue was formidable, yet in reality, she acted entirely according to Lu Chen's directives. Peng Wu sensed that Lu Chen's depth and strength were likely far more terrifying than what he had witnessed. The seemingly nonchalant smile on Lu Chen's face belied the potential for a cataclysmic display should he ever choose to reveal his true capabilities, leaving countless spectators in awe. Peng Wu was not naive. He understood that if he could not be the leader, he must quickly attach himself to a robust ally. And Lu Chen presented an excellent opportunity in that regard. In response to Lu Chen's humorous inquiry about his requests, Peng Wu earnestly stated, "Once Brother Lu Chen establishes his own power, my brothers and I hope to join your ranks at the earliest opportunity." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen immediately understood. Peng Wu had come to a realization and no longer sought to establish his own force. Instead, he was ready to align himself with Lu Chen. Following this expedition, Lu Chen had recognized Peng Wu's character, and bringing such an individual under his wing was indeed a commendable decision. Thus, Lu Chen readily nodded in agreement. "No problem. Once I establish my power, Brother Peng, you and your brothers are welcome to join me at the first opportunity." Hearing this, a joyful smile brightened Peng Wu's face. The 3 priests nearby also displayed expressions of joy. Peng Wu's lingering concern had finally been resolved. He then proactively suggested, "Time is of the essence. Let us depart from this secret realm." As the 5 of them sequentially exited the teleportation array at the original entrance of the secret realm, a group of Peng Wu's subordinates were astonished to witness a cascade of white light illuminating figures emerging from the swirling vortex. Once all 5 had materialized, the level 25 secret realm ultimately dissipated, transforming into countless particles of dust, never to be seen again. This scene signified that a team had successfully cleared the secret realm. The group of Peng Wu's subordinates gazed in disbelief. "The secret realm? Cleared? Is this true? Do we see it correctly?" 2 professional players departed early from the secret realm. How did the remaining 5 manage to conquer it without the professionals? What could Peng Wu and the others possibly have done? Chapter 56, A Secret Realm. Level surge of 3 levels. Amidst the astonished gazes of Peng Wu's subordinates, he approached them, accompanied by the 3 priests. With a smile, Peng Wu remarked, "What is this? Without the professional players, we can't clear the secret realm?" The 3 priests instantly chimed in, "Huh? Those two professional players, aside from a bit of skill, have shoddy equipment, poor attributes, and questionable character. If it weren't for their hindrance, the prowess of the White Goddess would have already shone through. The subordinates were left bewildered. Wait, who is the White Goddess? At that moment, all eyes turned to Bai Shuangxue. She emerged gracefully from the dissipating secret realm, her stunning beauty and exquisite figure instantly captivating the attention of every man present. Their eyes widened in awe. Just then, Peng Wu admonished them, "Stop staring. She is not someone you should gaze upon. From now on, keep your eyes in check, understood?" The subordinates nodded vigorously, acknowledging his command. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was reflecting on the rewards of his recent expedition into the secret realm, setting aside the over 20,000 celestial stones he had acquired. The most remarkable achievement was his level increase of 3 levels. From level 25 before entering the secret realm, he had now soared to level 28 upon exiting. This rate of advancement was more astonishing than riding a rocket. Lu Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of joy at the prospect. If he could find more secret realms like this, would he not be able to ascend directly to level 30? It was worth noting that this was merely the second day since the server launch, and Lu Chen was already on the verge of reaching level 30. In his previous life, the first player to reach level 30 emerged only on the 4th day of the server. However, at this moment, the situation in the entire Xian Yuan world was stark. Among the global players, aside from Lu Chen, who had attained level 28, the highest level achieved by others was merely 19. This indicated that if level 20 served as a pivotal threshold, then those above level 20 were a rare breed indeed. In the entire world, only Lu Chen stand alone. At this moment, while everyone else remains below level 20, Lu Chen begins to dream of reaching level 30. If others were to discover this, they would undoubtedly scold him for his lack of contentment, filled with envy and resentment. Following this, they proceeded to lead Lu Chen to the warehouse manager to collect fragments of a divine artifact. As this group departed from the original location of the secret realm and made their way towards the city, they walked for about 5 minutes when they suddenly spotted 2 familiar figures not far ahead on the path. The 3 priests, upon recognizing the faces of these individuals, displayed the most intense emotions. Damn it, it's those 2 professional players. What kind of so-called professionals are they? They possess no sense of moral integrity. When faced with danger, they abandoned their teammates to save themselves. Initially, we were already seething in the secret realm, and now that they have escaped, we have no outlet for our anger. If we encounter these 2 professional players again, we must teach them a harsh lesson. Peng Wu glanced at his companions and quietly remarked, "You 3 are all priests. What capital do you have to compete against 2 warriors, especially professional players at that? Calm yourselves." Meanwhile, Lu Chen observed Peng Wu's composure and the authoritative manner in which he managed his companions. He mused to himself, "In my recollections from my past life, I do not recall someone like Peng Wu. However, his demeanor and conduct suggest he is exceptionally suited for a leadership role. Once I establish my own faction, having Peng Wu assist in management should bring me peace of mind." At that moment, the 2 professional players had also noticed Peng Wu and his group approaching. Their demeanor was no longer as arrogant or haughty as before. Instead, they approached Peng Wu with a more subdued attitude. "What brings you here?" Peng Wu inquired calmly. The 2 professional players, surprisingly, offered a rare smile. "Our actions in abandoning you in the secret realm were indeed incorrect. Therefore, we have come to apologize." However, while they spoke of their apology, their gazes were directed towards Bai Shuangxue. Bai Shuangxue, with a slight furrow of her brow and an air of cold indifference, remarked, "You should be apologizing to them." Upon hearing Bai Shuangxue's words, the 2 professional players immediately turned to apologize to the others. "We are sorry." After delivering their apologies, the expressions of Peng Wu and the 3 priests became somewhat more favorable, yet Lu Chen felt a stir of amusement within. This apology from the 2 professional players had entirely bypassed him, indicating they still regarded him with indifference. Seeing that the 2 had completed their apologies, Peng Wu thought it best to let bygones be bygones, temporarily setting aside the matter. However, the 2 professional players soon added, "To express our sincere regret, we have decided to take you into the secret realm once more. However, this time, we must adhere to the meticulously crafted lineup we have designed. First and foremost, the team cannot harbor any ineffectual members. They must be eliminated. Ideally, we should replace them with a shield bearer responsible for absorbing damage." At this juncture, the gazes of the 2 professional players converged upon Lu Chen in unison. Observing this scene, a sly smile graced Lu Chen's lips. "Surely, the ineffectual members you speak of cannot be referring to me, can it?" Upon hearing this, the 2 professional players retorted with a sardonic tone. "We are referring to someone specific. Certain individuals should be well aware of their standing." In response, Lu Chen erupted into hearty laughter. Ha ha ha. Well then, if I am the ineffectual one, what does that make you? A couple of useless deserters? The moment these words escaped his lips, it was Lu Chen who remained unfazed, while the two professional players were left utterly flabbergasted. Their faces turned a ghastly shade, reminiscent of pig liver. How dare you insult us? We are professional players. Who do you think you are to demean us? Lu Chen, with a cheerful demeanor, addressed the two esteemed professionals, gentlemen of significant renown. Please do not misinterpret my words. I harbor no intention of insulting you. Which of my words could possibly be construed as offensive? Every statement I made is merely a reflection of reality. As his words concluded, it was now the turn of Peng Wu and his comrades to burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Brother Lu is simply stating the truth. Voicing the truth has left these two professional players utterly rattled. How comical. Is this the mentality of professional players? They are permitted to criticize others, but cannot abide criticism directed at themselves? The three male priests, in particular, were the loudest and most brazen in their mockery, their barbs striking at the heart. Chapter 57. This physique? An indestructible body? The two professional players were now seething with rage, especially as Lu Chen's ridicule unfolded before by Xuanxue. They felt a profound sense of humiliation in front of the goddess. Damn it, Lu Chen, if you laugh one more time, do you believe we want to take action against you? Just as the two professional players issued their threats, Peng Wu suddenly interjected with a chilling remark that quelled their bravado. The secret realm has been breached. Upon uttering this, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The two professional players widened their eyes in disbelief, their once domineering presence evaporating into thin air, replaced by shock and stupefaction. Meanwhile, Peng Wu's comrades reveled in the spectacle, relishing the sight of the professional players' abrupt change in demeanor. The satisfaction and vindication they experienced were beyond measure. How is this possible? The secret realm has actually been breached? That is a level 25 secret realm. Do you honestly believe your lackluster skills are sufficient to penetrate it? Peng Wu, are you jesting? Are you attempting to swindle us by claiming the secret realm has been conquered just to avoid paying the final installment? The mere mention of the final payment. Peng Wu was on the verge of losing his temper. Fortunately, he had initially engaged these two professional players, paying a portion of the fee up front. The agreement stipulated that the remainder would be settled after successfully navigating the dungeon. However, as the duo realized they could not conquer the dungeon, they abandoned their teammates in a desperate bid for survival, only to return demanding the balance of their payment. What audacity! How dare you ask for the remainder? What qualifications do you possess to make such a demand? Even a clay Buddha would have its limits. Peng Wu, with a tone rife with disdain, shouted at the two professionals. Clearly taken aback, the players responded, "You plan to renege on the agreed payment? Do you not believe that we could publicly expose you for defaulting on your obligations to professional players? You should be aware of the value we bring, especially since the realms of fantasy have intertwined with reality. We have a massive fan base, and should we reveal your shortcomings, their collective ire could very well ruin you." Just as the two professionals were vehemently voicing their grievances, a sigh echoed from the side. The source of the sigh was none other than Lu Chen, immediately capturing the attention of everyone present. The two players glared at Lu Chen. "What are you sighing about? Your turn to be reprimanded is next, so do not get ahead of yourself." Lu Chen replied coolly, "To be frank, your abandonment of your teammates during the dungeon escapade has greatly displeased me. I, Lu Chen, hold a deep-seated disdain for those who betray their comrades." Upon hearing this, the two professional players burst into laughter. "Who do you think you are, attempting to lecture us?" They scoffed. The atmosphere thickened as more reprimands echoed around. Nevertheless, Lu Chen remained composed, rummaging through his backpack. Eventually, he produced a rusty iron sword. The sight of this left the onlookers in astonishment. Peng Wu and the others wore expressions of confusion, unable to fathom why Lu Chen had suddenly drawn a level 1 starter weapon. The two professionals exchanged bewildered glances, perplexed by Lu Chen's seemingly futile display. With the crowd's eyes fixed upon him, Lu Chen grasped the initial weapon and, with a slight smile, remarked, "You wish to challenge me? Gome, let us see how you intend to do so." At this proclamation, the two professional players erupted in laughter. "It seems you are quite defiant. Very well. Allow me to demonstrate what true professional combat entails. If we cannot defeat a sandworm, surely we can handle you." At that moment, Lu Chen noticed both players drawing their respective weapons. With a bold gesture, he raised his middle finger and beckoned them closer. "Gome." The two, incensed by this provocation, were filled with wrath. "How dare you challenge us? Let us show you the prowess of professional agility." In an instant, the two professional players lunged towards Lu Chen, Surrounding spectators, including Peng Wu and his companions, gazed with concern at the unfolding battle. Could Brother Lu truly stand against two professional players simultaneously? After all, these were seasoned competitors. While dungeons might not be their stronghold, combat against other players was undoubtedly their forte. These professionals had risen to prominence and earned their livelihoods through relentless competition. Should we perhaps preemptively secure Brother Lu's safety? If his health were to dwindle to half, we must rush to his aid. Would this not violate the unwritten rules of battle? Yet, who cared about rules in the face of such treachery and betrayal from these untrustworthy professionals? They had already disregarded the code, though the crowd visibly supported Lu Chen. In truth, only by Shuangxue believed he could triumph over the professionals. In her eyes, a single strike from Lu Chen could eliminate these so-called elite players. As the two professionals charged forth, they found Lu Chen standing resolutely, seemingly unfazed. Mockery danced upon their faces. Lu Chen, why do you remain still? Are you intimidated by our murderous intent and aura? It is only natural for an ordinary person to falter before professional prowess. Submit now, and you might avoid further pain. Once we engage, halting our assault will not be so simple. At that moment, a smile graced Lu Chen's lips as he fixed his gaze upon the two advancing players, who continued to boast about offering him a chance to surrender. He chose to remain motionless. The professional's expressions darkened. Damn it, this fool Lu Chen is ignoring us. Let us finish him off. In an instant, their onslaught descended upon Lu Chen like a tempest. Yet, what transpired next left countless onlookers astounded. One. Everyone widened their eyes in shock. What? What just happened? They were stunned to discover that, against the professional's assault, Lu Chen appeared impervious, as if clad in an indestructible shell. The sharp weapons that struck him seemed merely toys, glancing off harmlessly. The damage numbers that appeared above his head displayed a mere 1 point of attack damage, a blatant humiliation for the two professionals. Chapter 58, Crimson Lotus Explosive Fury Slash. Instantaneous defeat of professional players. It is essential to note that Lu Chen was at level 28, boasting a defense exceeding 1,000 points. In contrast, the two professionals before him were a level 19 and a level 18, already notable among global players. However, their physical attacks measured only 322 and 301 points respectively. Lu Chen's defense far surpassed their offensive capabilities. Thus, they could inflict no substantial harm upon Lu Chen, only a meager force damage of 1 point. Yet, almost in the blink of an eye, after this minor injury was inflicted, Lu Chen's vitality surged back, fully restored. At this moment, not only did the two professional players exhibit expressions of sheer astonishment, but the others as well, Peng Wu and his comrades, were equally astounded, gazing at Lu Chen in disbelief. Lu Chen's defensive prowess seemed to transcend the limits of human capability. Could it be that his class was that of a guardian? However, his personal information remained concealed, rendering it invisible to us. In the secret realm, we had yet to witness him in action, and who would have thought that when he finally did make a move, it would be nothing short of spectacular? Particularly, the three priests now regarded him with increasing awe and admiration. The surprises Lu Chen provided were abundant, one after another. Furthermore, witnessing the two professional players suffer such a setback undeniably brought them immense satisfaction. Lu Chen smiled lightly, observing the two players before him. Is this what you call the prowess of professional players? A hint of amusement and a trace of mockery danced in his gaze, inciting fury in the hearts of the two professionals. Never before had they been subjected to such derision and disdain. Damn it! They cursed in unison before unleashing a furious shout. Flameblade, Azure Wave Slash. With a flourish, the two professional skills erupted in a dazzling display of light. The overwhelming force sent tremors through all who surrounded them. They then directed their attacks towards Lu Chen, yet he stood his ground, seemingly unfazed. A smirk graced his lips as he uttered, "Do you not realize that before absolute numerical values, any ornate maneuver is utterly futile?" As his words resonated in the air, the smile on Lu Chen's face, for reasons unknown, instilled an uncanny chill in the two professional players for the first time. They trembled, fear creeping into their hearts. Yet their pride and dignity compelled them to continue their assault against Lu Chen. "Shut your mouth, Lu Chen. After we defeat you, then you may speak." A resounding crash. The skills unleashed by the professional players collided with Lu Chen, but this time, the damage inflicted was astonishingly the same as before. 1 point. 1 point. Once again, the force damage stood at a mere 1. In an instant, the eyes of the two professional players widened in disbelief. How could this be? It was a skill, and yet it could not even touch him. Just how high was his defensive value? Such a reality-defying event unfolded before them. Peng Wu and the others, too, felt a tremor course through them, and they began to whisper among themselves. Wasn't this merely the second day since the game's launch? Two professional players, one at level 19 and the other at level 18, both of whom are high-spending gamers, found themselves utterly baffled as they failed to inflict even a single point of damage on Lu Chen. Just how formidable was Lu Chen's strength? Calmly, Lu Chen brushed off the flames that enveloped him. The sensation of heat was akin to basking in the warm sunlight of a bright winter morning. Simply a pleasant warmth upon his skin. It seemed evident to him, as a cold smirk graced his lips. The prowess of professional players was nothing extraordinary. While perhaps I may not match your combat skills, in the face of sheer numerical power you may attempt to evade my next strike. As his words echoed, the rusty iron sword in Lu Chen's right hand erupted in a blazing inferno of crimson flames. At that moment, the surrounding onlookers were taken aback, astonished. What was this terrifying aura of flames? What kind of skill was this? Such a spectacular display could not possibly be an ordinary professional skill. Suddenly, a realization struck Peng Wu. Could it be that this was the only high-level skill from this month's draw pool? The Crimson Lotus Explosion Slash? With Peng Wu's exclamation, his companions fell silent in stunned disbelief. Meanwhile, the two professional players facing Lu Chen were left dumbfounded. How was it possible that Lu Chen seemed to possess the power of hacks? Just 2 days after the game launched, he had already acquired a high-level skill, the Crimson Lotus Explosion Slash? How much money had he spent to obtain such a skill? At that moment, while the two players were still reeling from shock, Lu Chen, with one hand gripping the rusty iron sword, infused it with the power of the Crimson Lotus. In the next instant, a massive explosion of flame surged forth, hurtling directly towards them. The two professional players were rendered motionless in their astonishment. Following swiftly was another powerful explosion, a second Crimson Lotus Explosion Slash, cascading behind the first. In total, 2 terrifying strikes swept past them, and without a doubt, the fearsome crimson flames engulfed their bodies, depleting their health bars entirely. The two players were annihilated in an instant, their remains reduced to ashes by the Crimson Lotus. From the ashes, some equipment, celestial stones, and miscellaneous items fell to the ground, and their bodies transformed into a beam of white light. At that moment, the astonishing damage numbers finally materialized: 17,942, 17,920. Chapter 59. Do not touch the draw pool, or you shall invite misfortune. Upon witnessing those 2 horrifying damage figures, the atmosphere erupted in disbelief. Various exclamations of outrage spilled forth. This is utterly insane. How is this any different from cheating? My goodness, nearly 20,000 damage. And this is just the second day since the game's launch. Lu Chen, the master of the game, truly is a deity. What nonsense about professional players. Before Lu Chen, they resemble mere strays on the street. As Lu Chen passed by, he could effortlessly extinguish the so-called professional players with a single kick. In that instant, Lu Chen heard a cacophony of voices around him, a blend of both admiration and criticism. Yet, fundamentally, these words expressed awe and respect for Lu Chen's prowess. As the corpses of the 2 professional players were reduced to ashes, Peng Wu struggled to swallow a few times, barely managing to suppress the tumult of emotions within him. He approached Lu Chen, striving to contain his shock and trembling, stammering, "Brother Lu Chen, the skill you just used, it couldn't possibly be the level skill. The Crimson Lotus Explosive Fury Slash, could it?" Lu Chen smiled and nodded. Since he had used it publicly, there was no need for further concealment. Indeed, I was fortunate enough to draw a level skill from the skill card pool. Upon hearing this, those around him were enveloped in envy and jealousy. What a lucky star. How exhilarating to draw a level skill just on the second day of the game's launch. This early on, one could soar to great heights. My current best skill is merely of level quality. Someone chimed in. Yes, I thought having a level skill was impressive, and I felt quite pleased with myself. Yet, when compared to Lu Chen's level skill, I want to delete my pathetic level skill immediately. The disparity is simply too vast. Peng Wu, filled with emotion, couldn't help but offer a kind-hearted caution. Brother Lu Chen, spending your recharge quota on the skill card pool early on might feel a bit like throwing money away. In response to Peng Wu's inquiry, Lu Chen nodded in agreement. Yes, it's best not to spend your recharge quota on drawing from the skill card pool at the beginning. Given the limited recharge quota at this stage, investing in other enhancements yields far greater returns than drawing from the skill card pool. After all, level skills are exceedingly difficult to obtain. If one exhausts their resources without securing a level skill, they might as well restart the game. The crowd stared at Lu Chen in astonishment. Restart? How does one restart? Lu Chen chuckled, realizing he had almost forgotten that this was a well-known meme from his previous life, not yet popular in this era. To put it simply, it refers to spending a significant amount of recharge quota without reaping any rewards whatsoever. In such a state of despair, many choose to restart, essentially finding a way to end their existence, unwilling to continue living. Gradually, many began to mock those who gambled recklessly and could not afford to play. Once they lost everything, they would be ridiculed for their choice to restart, leading to the emergence of classic sayings such as, "Where do you find a child who cries every day? Where do you find a gambler who loses every day?" Moreover, the adage that a horse thrives on nightly forage, and a person grows wealthy through unexpected fortune is undeniably pervasive. Certainly, there exist fortunate individuals. With merely a modest investment, one can glean top-tier skills from the skill card pool. The appearance of a single person can instantaneously incite a multitude of gamblers to delve into the skill card pool, aspiring to draw a high-level skill and transform into a supreme deity overnight. From that moment forth, wealth, equipment, and countless beauties would be theirs. However, such occurrences are but a rare phenomenon. The vast majority of players in this world will not be graced with such extraordinary luck. Thus, although Lu Chen managed to acquire the high-level skill, the Blazing Flame Fury Slash, it cost him a staggering 600,000, purchasing 20,000 fate cards. Ultimately, he drew the 6-star Blazing Flame Fury Slash. When calculated by average cost, Lu Chen extracted a total of 7 Blazing Flame Fury Slashes, with an individual cost averaging 850,000. While it is undeniable that the enhancements brought by high-level skills are extraordinarily potent, the cost of recharging 850,000 is not something many can afford. Furthermore, the skill card pool explicitly states the probability of obtaining the high-level skill, Blazing Flame Fury Slash. Probability of acquiring Blazing Flame Fury Slash, 0,001. With such odds in existence, countless individuals fantasize about being that 0,001 lucky player. At this moment, Lu Chen gazed at Peng Wu and others. Despite his earnest attempts to caution them, he could discern from their expressions that they were undoubtedly tempted, likely considering the prospect of trying their luck in the skill card pool. However, it is often said that good advice is difficult to impart to the willfully ignorant. Lu Chen once more urged them to refrain from engaging with any card pools, whether it be the spirit pet card pool or the skill card pool. Once entangled, misfortune is sure to follow. After Lu Chen finished his counsel, some heeded his words while others did not. After all, the spectacular scene in which Lu Chen utilized the Blazing Flame Fury Slash to obliterate 2 professional players was indelibly etched in their minds, impossible to erase. They even believed that Lu Chen's capacity to inflict such tremendous damage was solely due to the high-level skill. However, while the potency of skills is indeed significant, the fundamental support must come from the user's intrinsic attributes. Peng Wu was the first to awaken to this truth. During the internal test, he had ventured into the skill card pool, expending approximately 20,000 and only managing to draw a high-level skill. At that time, he was greatly incensed, cursing the foolish game. Yet now, Peng Wu realized the immense importance of Lu Chen's warning. The card pool is accessible to all players once they reach level 10. Currently, the integration of the Xian Yuan game with the real world has further amplified the card pool's influence over the lives of players. Even if Xian Yuan Company wishes to amend these original game settings, however, it has become unattainable. Peng Wu remarked, "Brothers, let us heed Brother Lu Chen's advice and refrain from engaging with the card pool. Instead, let us invest our accumulated recharge credits into tangible enhancements that genuinely elevate our experience. Let us not squander our resources on matters dictated solely by chance." "All right, I shall follow Brother Peng's counsel." Peng Wu shook his head, a lingering unease dwelling within him. Yet at this moment, following the resolution of the tumult involving the 2 professional players, Peng Wu persisted in honoring his prior commitment. They arrived at the location of the warehouse administrator. To their astonishment, a towering 20-story building served as the company's headquarters. The integration of the Xian Yuan game with the real world had indeed birthed some localized adaptations. On the 3rd day post-launch, having accumulated 1 million in recharge, they were poised to claim the ancient saint body. Before Lu Chen stood the imposing edifice, prominently adorned with a sign that read Xian Yuan Warehouse. Such establishments were ubiquitous across various countries and major cities worldwide. The essence of the warehouse lay in its ability to assist players in securely storing their valuables and surplus items. This service was twofold. Firstly, the Xian Yuan game provided a safety net, ensuring security. Secondly, it offered players a convenient space to stockpile materials for ease of management and utilization. In his previous life, many players had seized the opportunity presented by Xian Yuan, embarking on a venture of reselling. They would acquire various equipment, items, and materials at low prices from different dungeon entrances, only to inflate the prices for resale, reaping profits from the disparities. Yet, as Lu Chen accompanied Peng Wu to the Xian Yuan warehouse, he found no one engaging in such practices. On the contrary, numerous players discovered that by merely paying a nominal warehouse usage fee, they could safely store what they deemed precious items. This method proved far more secure than carrying them and risking loss upon defeat. Soon, Peng Wu led Lu Chen before the warehouse administrator, conversing with practiced ease. Behind the administrator, a machine designated for transporting items between warehouses awaited. Lu Chen observed as a hatch opened behind the administrator, and a conveyance belt delivered a square redwood box. Peng Wu stepped forward, accessing his warehouse. Moments later, a shard of divine artifact materialized in his hand. He entrusted the shard to Lu Chen with a smile, saying, "Lu Chen, this shard of divine artifact is yours." With the transaction complete, Lu Chen finally acquired his third shard of divine artifact in this life. "Brother Peng, thank you for your generous gift." Peng Wu smiled and shook his head. "No need for such formality. You must remember your promise. When you establish your own faction, my brothers and I wish to join you at the very first opportunity." Lu Chen nodded decisively, "Absolutely." After Lu Chen received the shard, a weight lifted from Peng Wu's heart, having earned a significant favor from Lu Chen. Peng Wu, displaying a keen sense of understanding, took the initiative to speak. "I have matters to attend to. I must be on my way." Lu Chen nodded in acknowledgement. "All right." As Lu Chen watched Peng Wu depart, he found himself alone with Bai Xuanxue. Glancing at the time, Lu Chen realized that after an afternoon's venture into the secret realm, coupled with the commotion involving two professional players, the evening had swiftly arrived. He became aware that he still had several opportunities to engage in dungeons that day. Thus, Lu Chen, accompanied by Bai Xuanxue, devoted 2 to 3 hours to exhaust the remaining dungeon attempts within and just outside Jiangxing. However, as Lu Chen's level had gradually increased, the number of dungeons suitable for his level became increasingly scarce. He spent the entire night tackling dungeons around level 20, barely managing to elevate his level to 29. Feeling a wave of fatigue wash over him after a long day, Lu Chen recognized the importance of rest. A well-rested mind would better prepare him for the challenges of the third day following the server launch. Moreover, with his current level and progress placing him at the forefront globally, there was no need for him to strain himself unduly. Before retiring for the night, Lu Chen deliberately checked the leaderboard. Jiangxing level leaderboard. First place, mysterious person level, 29. Upon finishing, Lu Chen smiled faintly, noting that he was on the verge of reaching level 30, while within the vast city of Jiangxing, home to 20 million inhabitants. There wasn't even a single player at level 25. After a night of deep slumber, Lu Chen awoke refreshed at 8 o'clock the following morning. The third day of the server launch had arrived. A smile graced his lips, filled with anticipation. Immediately, a series of system notifications rang in his ears, revealing a new interface before him. "Congratulations, you have unlocked level 9. Congratulations, you have unlocked level 10. On this third day of the server launch, levels 9 and 10 were now accessible. Lu Chen swiftly opened his interface for review. 9. Cumulative recharge reaches 500,000 yuan. Experience gain 180. Dungeon drops 70. Maximum dungeon attempts per entry 8. Higher quality equipment drop rates. Daily use of spirit gathering basin 9 times. Weekly dungeon entries 4. Demon sealing attempts 3. Body refining attempts 1. Daily free revivals 2 times. Reward. Random level skill book. 10. Cumulative recharge reaches 1,000,000 yuan. Experience gain 240. Dungeon drops 80. Maximum dungeon attempts per entry 9. Higher quality equipment drop rates. Daily use of spirit gathering basin 9 times. Weekly dungeon entries 5. Demon sealing attempts 4. Body refining attempts 2. Pet refinement attempts 1. Daily free revivals 3 times. Reward. Ancient sacred body. 11. Unlocks on the 4th day of server launch. 12. Unlocks on the 4th day of server launch. After reviewing the rewards for levels 9 and 10, Lu Chen's eyes widened in astonishment. What on earth? Upon accumulating a total recharge of 500,000, a delightful surprise awaited. A random skill book was bestowed. The only lament was the randomness of the gift. How much more gratifying it would have been had it been a selection of one's choice. Nevertheless, Lu Chen received the level 9 reward with great satisfaction. The item, Random Skill Book, immediately found its place in Lu Chen's inventory. His gaze then shifted to the level 10 reward. At the moment he beheld it, he held his breath in astonishment. What was this? The ancient sacred body? Was it truly an alteration of my physical constitution? As Lu Chen clicked to claim the 10th reward, a prompt appeared before him. Would you like to receive the constitution? Ancient sacred body. Once claimed, the constitution feature will be unlocked in advance. If Lu Chen recalled correctly, the constitution feature was typically unlocked at level 100 in his previous life. At this moment, Lu Chen was utterly astonished, his thoughts racing. Truly, the Immortal Fate Company is remarkable. With a recharge of 1 million on the 3rd day post-launch, one could unlock the level 100 feature in advance. No wonder I observed certain formidable players in my previous life sprinting ahead so swiftly. They must have been the affluent players who recharged 1 million during the beta phase. Lu Chen beamed with joy, for he was now granted the opportunity to experience the allure of the ancient sacred body, which he had never encountered in his previous life. He confirmed his decision to claim it. Player Lu Chen successfully acquired the Constitution. The Constitution feature is now unlocked. Player Lu Chen's Constitution has been changed to Ancient Sacred Body. Unlocking characteristics of the Ancient Sacred Body. Characteristic, invulnerability to 10,000 evils unlocked. Current level, 1. Characteristic, restraint of anomalies unlocked. Current level, 1. Characteristic, invincibility among peers unlocked. Current level, 1. Characteristic, invincibility of the physical body unlocked. Current level, 1. The ancient sacred body is now enduring curses. Curse of the bitter sea is being endured. Curse of resource burden is being endured. Curse of the 4 extremes is being endured. Curse of inability to attain the path is being endured. Chapter 61. The Heavenly Curse of the Sacred Body. However, a recharge of 48 million could alleviate it. Immortal Fate, you are invincible. In an instant, a cascade of notifications overwhelmed Lu Chen, leaving him momentarily dazed. After a prolonged gaze, he came to realize that while the ancient sacred body was indeed formidable, such power often comes with a price. Yet, Lu Chen remained unfazed. After all, this was the Immortal Fate game company, which would not foolishly ensnare wealthy players in elaborate traps. Despite the multitude of curses, Lu Chen felt confident that each could be resolved through recharging. If any remained unresolved, it would surely indicate that he had not recharged sufficiently. Thus, Lu Chen maintained his composure. He noticed a Constitution icon prominently displayed in the upper right corner of his interface. Curious, he clicked on it. In the center of the screen appeared an imposing figure, exuding a magnificent aura that seemed to dominate the ages and encompass the heavens. Above this figure, 4 robust characters boldly proclaimed, Ancient Sacred Body. On the left side of the human form, there gleam 4 resplendent attributes. Immunity to all evils, current level 1. Restraint of anomalies, current level 1. Invincibility among equals, current level 1. Invulnerability of the flesh, current level 1. Each attribute radiates a brilliant golden light. Unmistakably extraordinary. Concurrently, on the right side of the human figure, there are 4 curse attributes shrouded in eerie purple clouds. Curse of the Abyss requires 10,000 sacred body coins to remove. Curse of Resource Burden requires 10,000 sacred body coins to remove. Curse of the 4 extremities requires 10,000 sacred body coins to remove. Curse of inability to attain enlightenment requires 10,000 sacred body coins to remove. After Lu Chen meticulously examined this information, he could not help but draw a sharp breath, for he had unexpectedly encountered sacred body coins. In his previous life, when Lu Chen reached level 100, he too had unlocked the physique function. However, he merely acquired a rudimentary primordial spirit physique. The advantage of this physique lies in its strong affinity for elemental forces. On one hand, it accelerates the recovery speed of various resources, while on the other, it enhances the damage inflicted by elemental attacks. Yet at that time, Lu Chen had already glimpsed the allure of sacred body coins. The so-called sacred body coin is featured in the physique interface, where there exists a dedicated physique lottery area. To participate in this lottery, one requires a specific lottery ticket, Celestial Affinity Physique card. Of course, that is not the most outrageous aspect. The most astonishing point is that a single Celestial Affinity Physique card is priced at a staggering 60 yuan, despite its exorbitant cost. The Celestial Affinity Physique card is reputed to never yield empty draws or worthless items. In his previous life, Lu Chen had tried his hand at the physique card pool, once or twice, only to discover that it is a bottomless pit. Indeed, while this Celestial Affinity physique card does not result in empty draws, the majority of items obtained are merely sacred body coins, alongside an ordinary body coin. The most outrageous aspect is that the avenues to utilize sacred body coins are exceedingly limited. Common subpar physiques bear no relation to sacred body coins whatsoever. Only those of slightly higher caliber possess attribute effects. Moreover, upgrading attribute levels necessitates these sacred body coins. Simultaneously, the second scenario involves the ancient sacred body currently possessed by Lu Chen. It bears not only positive attributes but also negative curses. A mere cursory glance at these negative curses left Lu Chen astounded by their severity. Curse of the Abyss. The ancient sacred body is subjected to the curses of heaven and earth, rendering cultivation arduous. The success rate for each breakthrough of the ancient sacred body is forcibly set at 5. Just the sight of the first curse caused Lu Chen to involuntarily gasp in dismay. This was truly repulsive. Should the curse remain unresolved, the success rate for each breakthrough of the ancient sacred body would dwindle to a mere 5. Should the breakthrough fail, the resources previously invested have all been rendered futile, necessitating a complete restart. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen must first devise a method to dispel the negative curses. Following closely is the second curse, resource burden. Each enhancement of the holy body requires an immense amount of resources, with consumption escalating by 300. Lu Chen gazed at the text, a wry smile creeping onto his face. If this curse remains unbroken, enhancing the ancient holy body would demand 30-fold resources. Even if wealth were abundant, folly would not be an option. His expression grew complex as he scrutinized the curse, particularly the final line. The implications of failure were dire, amounting to the total loss of all investments made in the ancient holy body. Turning his attention to the last curse, he read, Inability to achieve the path. The holy body's characteristic limit is confined to level 5. After perusing the 4 formidable curses, it became unequivocally clear to Lu Chen that his immediate priority must be to find a way to eliminate these 4 negative afflictions. With these curses in place, no matter how much he invested in Constitution, there was a significant risk that all his efforts could be in vain. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to set aside all other concerns and delve into the Constitution card pool. Once one enters the depths of the card pool, it is like an ocean. Although Lu Chen advised others against succumbing to the pitfalls of the card pool, he himself plunged in without hesitation. Soon, he accessed the Constitution interface, revealing the embedded Constitution lottery zone. Upon opening the lottery interface, a large wheel came into view, divided into numerous small sections, each marked with various rewards. Corresponding to these rewards were the probabilities of their occurrence. Holy Body, 0000001. Level Constitution, 00001. Level Constitution, 001. Level Constitution, 01. Level Constitution, 1. Holy Body Coin, 5. Common Constitution Coin, 40. As Lu Chen observed the lottery probabilities, his lips twitched involuntarily, and he mentally calculated the costs. 10,000 holy body coins could eliminate 1 negative curse of the ancient holy body. Since there are 4 such curses, he would need to acquire a total of 40. 000 holy body coins. Given the extraction probability of 5 for the holy body coins, an average of 20 draws would yield 1 coin, costing 1,200 yuan. Thus, the theoretical total cost for 40 000 holy body coins amounted to 48,000,000 yuan. Lu Chen's expression twitched again. 48 million? Merely to remove all 4 curses from the holy body? Such outrageous curses. Yet, just 48 million could nullify them. The heavenly fate has indeed rendered one invincible. Who could possibly compete with that? Chapter 62. With a grand gesture, he recharged 60 million and purchased 1 million lottery tickets. Time to unleash the card pool. Lu Chen took a deep breath. Little did he know, the Xianyuan Game Company, when initially designing the physical constitution, marked the probability of holy body as 0000001. However, in reality, the back-end revealed a stark truth. Extraction was impossible. Indeed, the Xianyuan Game Company, in pursuit of wealth from affluent players, covertly manipulated the physical constitution pool by removing holy body. For those lucky players wishing to draw holy body and triumph over the spenders, it is simply unattainable. A staggering investment of 1 million yuan is required to acquire the ancient holy body, which also bears the curse of 4 formidable afflictions. It is no exaggeration to say that not even the wealthiest of players can withstand such exploitation by a Xianyuan Game Company. Consequently, Even the company itself did not foresee that any player would actually squander vast sums on Ancient Holy Body. In truth, the Ancient Holy Body appears more as an artistic exhibit than a practical asset. In terms of combat efficacy and enhancement value, it certainly pales in comparison to higher-tier physiques. Yet, who could have anticipated the emergence of Lu Chen, an unconventional player, as Xian Yuan game merged with reality? Let the battle commence. Lu Chen felt a surge of energy coursing through him. Whether it was upgrading his inherent flying sword or the small green vial, he had never spent such an extensive amount in one go. But now, Lu Chen decisively waved his hand, opting for a comprehensive purchase of a staggering 1 million Xian Yuan physical constitution cards. This audacious expenditure amounted to an astonishing 60 million yuan. Such a transaction would send shockwaves throughout the gaming world, leaving countless players in awe and frenzy. For the affluent, making a few million in purchases during the Xian Yuan closed beta was already remarkable, with the highest reaching just over 10 million. However, in stark contrast, Lu Chen had chosen to buy 1 million cards at 60 yuan each, resulting in this jaw-dropping 60 million recharge amount. Any player could achieve remarkable enhancements with such resources. Yet Lu Chen's sole purpose is to eradicate the 4 curses associated with the Ancient Holy Body. Nothing could more aptly describe this as wasteful. It is akin to smashing the finest artifacts of Xian Yuan into the ground, obliterating them entirely. As Lu Chen felt the heat rise within him, a rush of adrenaline surged as he completed the purchase of 1 million Xian Yuan physical constitution cards. In his previous life, he could never have imagined engaging in such a frenzied act. The smile on Lu Chen's face grew increasingly excited and tremulous. With all preparations in place, it was time to commence the draw. However, upon attempting to draw from the physical constitution pool, he discovered only options for single draws or 10 consecutive draws. As he sought to extract the entirety of 1 million Xian Yuan physical constitution cards, when will this be resolved? Thus, Lu Chen directly exercised his privileges as a top-tier player. Xian Yuan, I require more simultaneous draws from the Constitution card pool. Soon, a voice emerged from ahead. Certainly, we offer exclusive one-on-one services tailored for top-tier players, initiating a 100 consecutive draws from the Constitution card pool for our esteemed top-tier player. However, Lu Chen shook his head, dissatisfied. Not sufficient. A 100 consecutive draw is too slow. Is there a quicker option? Indeed, of course there is. Our game is specifically designed to cater to top-tier players, initiating a 1,000 consecutive draws from the Constitution card pool for our esteemed top-tier player. Yet, Lu Chen found this still not fast enough and inquired once more, Xian Yuan, can you provide even more? Perhaps a 10,000 consecutive draw? This time, the response was, apologies, esteemed top-tier player. But the game's drawing limit is set at 1,000 consecutive draws. Lu Chen's expression darkened upon hearing this. He sighed, your game, Xian Yuan, is lacking. It cannot even meet the basic demands of top-tier players. If anyone else present had overheard this, they would surely be infuriated. What does it mean that the 1,000 consecutive draw cannot satisfy a player's needs? Apart from Lu Chen, how many global players could utilize such a setting? A single draw would require a recharge of 60,000 yuan. Forget about 1,000 consecutive draws. Even 100 consecutive draws are rarely employed. Most players opt for 10 consecutive draws at most. After all, resources are limited, and one cannot afford to waste them. Careful planning is essential for resource management. It seemed Lu Chen's words had struck a nerve with Xian Yuan. Apologies, esteemed top-tier player, for your unsatisfactory gaming experience. Xian Yuan expresses profound regret and presents a compensation reward, an automatic drawing robot. His expression brightened at this. Simultaneously, a new item appeared in Lu Chen's inventory, the automatic drawing robot. He examined it. Automatic drawing robot. Once set up, this robot will automatically conduct draws from the card pool. Upon reading the description, a smile graced Lu Chen's face. If you were to draw 1 million Xian Yuan constitution cards, himself, even with 1,000 consecutive draws, it would mean drawing a total of 1,000 times. While drawing from the card pool can be exhilarating, excessive repetitions can turn enjoyment into torment. Especially when Lu Chen contemplated the prospect of repeating 1,000 times for the 1,000 consecutive draws from the Constitution card pool. He felt an overwhelming sense of despair. However, now that Xian Yuan had compensated him with an automatic drawing robot, it undeniably alleviated this burden. Lu Chen immediately began to tinker with it. Soon, the automatic drawing robot displayed its settings page. Lu Chen began to configure the settings in sequence. Lottery pool, physique pool, loterie consommation, célestial FATE physique. Storage quantity, 1,000,000 cards. Lottery selection, 1,000 consecutive draws. Lottery termination, upon exhaustion of Celestial Fate Physique. Activation, yes. As Lu Chen completed the setup, he suddenly discovered that an automatic lottery robot had commenced operations on his behalf. Before him, the game interface vividly displayed the automated 1,000 consecutive draws. The physique pool began to whirl frantically. Chapter 63, Breakthrough in Realm. First arrival at the Celestial Stage, Human Celestial Realm. Soon after, a series of winning notifications sprang forth before Lu Chen. You have drawn ordinary physique coins. You have drawn ordinary physique coins. You have drawn ordinary physique coins. You have drawn sacred physique coins. You have drawn ordinary physique coins. The majority of the lottery winnings consisted of ordinary and sacred physique coins, which did not pique Lu Chen's interest greatly. He then tinkered with the automatic lottery robot once more, discovering a setting to filter out lottery notifications. Lu Chen entered the names of 2 items. Filter out acquired items, ordinary physique coins, sacred physique coins. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to filter out the lower tier physiques as well. All physiques below a certain level were set to be excluded from the lottery notifications. Instantly, the influx of notifications was silenced, and Lu Chen felt a significant sense of tranquility envelop him. However, the process of 1,000 consecutive draws was quite lengthy, as Lu Chen needed to wait for all 1,000 lottery items to be drawn before commencing the next round. Approximately a minute later, a new message suddenly appeared before him. You have drawn level physique, primordial 5 elements body. Oh, the first level physique has emerged? Lu Chen briefly examined it. Primordial 5 elements body. Level physique. Upon changing physique, one will gain a cultivation enhancement in the power of the 5 elements. And the potency of the 5 elements spiritual root will also be augmented. Had it been a previous incarnation of Lu Chen, he would have unhesitatingly changed his physique upon drawing this level physique. However now, Lu Chen merely cast a curious glance and had no intention of switching to this level physique. After a considerable passage of time, as the first wave of 1,000 consecutive draws approached conclusion, another new message popped up before Lu Chen. You have drawn level physique, body of 10,000 demons. Upon seeing this, Lu Chen's brow twitched in astonishment. Internally, he was taken aback. If memory serves, this physique should belong to a formidable figure from his past life. The 10,000 Demon Sovereign, a level 700 human powerhouse. Lu Chen distinctly remembered that this 10,000 Demon Sovereign single-handedly slaughtered tens of thousands of players from rival guilds. In that battle, the power of the 10,000 Demon physique exhibited an unfathomable might. The name of the 10,000 demons resounded throughout the world after the Great War. Becoming known to all, Lu Chen felt a twinge of nostalgia and reflection. He never anticipated that the formidable and fearsome body of the 10,000 demons, which once wreaked havoc, could be so effortlessly obtained by him. Moreover, it was merely relegated to a position of obscurity, gathering dust in a warehouse. Lu Chen shook his head and smiled, choosing not to dwell on the significance of the 10,000 demons physique any longer. Subsequently, Lu Chen expressed little interest in the lottery results. He decided to completely block all lottery notifications, allowing the automated lottery system to draw at its own pace. During this time, Lu Chen dedicated a moment to completing his daily tasks. He opened the Spirit Gathering Basin, which prominently displayed its basic daily usage limit. However, as Lu Chen was at level 10, he was entitled to utilize the Spirit Gathering Basin 9 times daily, totaling 10 uses. Rather than immediately shaking the ancient tree to procure spirit leaves, Lu Chen lingered on the Spirit Gathering Basin interface for a while. Before long, 3 daily gift packages appeared, transitioning from a rare occurrence yesterday to a regular feature today. Daily Spirit Gathering Basin Deluxe Package, limited to 1 purchase. For 648 yuan. Instantly acquire 2 additional uses of the Spirit Gathering Basin. Daily Spirit Gathering Basin Super Deluxe Package, limited to 1 purchase. For 2,648 yuan. Instantly acquire 4 additional uses of the Spirit Gathering Basin. Daily Spirit Gathering Basin Ultimate Deluxe Package, limited to 1 purchase. For 12,648 yuan. Instantly acquire 8 additional uses of the Spirit Gathering Basin. Lu Chen glanced at the offerings. This meant that, aside from the basic 1 use, he could utilize the Spirit Gathering Basin 9 times, and by spending 15,944 yuan daily on the gift packages, he could gain an additional 14 uses. In total, he would have 24 uses. Moreover, with the increase in his level, the daily usage of the spirit gathering basin could also rise. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Chen seized the opportunity. While other players might regard these daily packages as a poor value proposition and dismiss them at the first sight of the pop-up, Lu Chen perceived them as a sweet boon. He promptly completed the purchases. Soon, he spent 16,000 yuan to acquire all 3 packages. Next, Lu Chen approached the ancient tree of his spirit gathering basin and began to operate it with practiced ease. He remained steadfast in his pursuit of stability, ensuring a consistent yield of 7 spirit leaves with each attempt. Occasionally, when luck favored him, he could secure an additional leaf, bringing his total to 8. After approximately 20 minutes, Lu Chen concluded his 24 uses of the spirit gathering basin. Among these, he successfully gathered 8 spirit leaves on 5 occasions. In summary, Lu Chen dedicated 20 minutes to the spirit gathering basin today, and with the 3 spirit leaves he had previously acquired, his total count reached 176 spirit leaves. With a sense of satisfaction, Lu Chen opened the realm interface, ready to make further advancements. Current realm, tribulation period, limitless. Attribute bonus, 49 maximum life magic, 23 maximum physical and magical attack, 8 maximum physical and magical defense. Required for breakthrough, 51 spirit leaf petals. As one ascends in realm, the required spirit leaf petals become increasingly extravagant. It is worth noting that today, Lu Chen has utilized the spirit gathering basin 24 times. Yet, the spirit leaf petals obtained hardly elevate his realm at all. Moreover, as the realm rises, even for a player as formidable as Lu Chen, who invests heavily, the efficiency of ascending in realm will gradually decelerate. Not to mention the ordinary players. The enhancement of realm truly demands time and accumulation, akin to the conventional world of cultivation. Breakthrough, with a flourish. As Lu Chen opts for a realm breakthrough, he soon witnesses the small figure meditating before him. Suddenly, the simplistic world transforms into a realm suffused with celestial energy. Congratulations on successfully entering the celestial stage. Upon seeing this, Lu Chen reveals a smile. He never anticipated that just 3 days into the server's launch, he would directly step into the celestial realm. This is something I would never have dared to imagine in my previous life. With delight, Lu Chen checks the status of his new realm. Current realm, human celestial phase, lower. Attribute bonus, 51 maximum life magic, 25 maximum physical and magical attack, 10 maximum physical and magical defense. Realm suppression, 10. Realm damage reduction, 10. Required for breakthrough, 53 spirit leaf petals. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly notices 2 new lines of attributes prominently displayed in his realm section. Realm suppression, realm damage reduction. Lu Chen examines further. Realm suppression causes additional suppression damage to players of lower realms. Realm damage reduction sustains less damage from attacks by players of lower realms. Seeing this, Lu Chen's spirits lift. The emergence of these 2 new attributes undoubtedly amplifies the disparity between him and other players. This means that dispatching enemies will be even more exhilarating. Even when besieged by multiple foes, Lu Chen can maintain an air of composure and calm. Chapter 64. Will a goddess smell after 3 days without bathing? Dear readers, subsequent updates will be adjusted to 5 per day. 3 updates at 8 a.m. and 2 after 6 p.m. Updates will be stable. Feel free to add to your bookshelf for continuous updates. Following his breakthrough to the celestial stage, Lu Chen distinctly senses a considerable enhancement in his strength. He checks the remaining quantity of spirit leaf petals, finding he has 125 left. Then, he glances at the consumption required for further breakthroughs. With his current stock, he should have enough for 2 more advancements. Thus, without hesitation, Lu Chen swiftly chooses to break through his realm consecutively. After 2 breakthroughs, he is left with 18 spirit leaf petals. Simultaneously, his realm ascends from human celestial phase, lower, to human celestial phase, upper. Lu Chen quickly inspects his realm interface. Current realm, human celestial phase, upper. Attribute bonuses, 53 maximum life magic, 27 maximum physical and magical attack, 12 maximum physical and magical defense. Realm suppression, 14. Realm damage reduction, 10. Breakthrough requirement, 55 spirit leaf petals. At this moment, Lu Chen suddenly discerned a pattern. Following a minor realm breakthrough, his realm suppression attribute increased by 2 with each advancement. However, the realm damage reduction attribute remained unchanged. To enhance the value of the realm damage reduction attribute, a major realm breakthrough was necessary. How delightful! Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Today's daily tasks are accomplished. After a brief enhancement, Lu Chen cast another glance at his automated lottery machine. This little contraption, standing about half a meter tall before him, was diligently engaged in its lottery draw. Lu Chen paid it no mind, allowing it to continue its work. Having been awake for half an hour, he remained in his room. Soon, he refreshed himself with a quick wash and changed into casual attire before stepping out of his bedroom and into the living room. At that moment, Lu Chen was taken aback to find Bai Shuangxue sitting cross-legged on a yoga mat, meditating in serene contemplation. Upon Lu Chen's emergence, Bai Shuangxue slowly opened her beautiful eyes and turned her gaze towards him. Although they had known each other for 3 days, Bai Shuangxue remained as cold as ice. Yet, Lu Chen noticed that she no longer exuded the same sharpness she had initially displayed. Perhaps it was due to the extraordinary prowess he had exhibited before her in recent days that gradually altered her perception of him. Lu Chen took the initiative to greet her with a smile. Bai Shuangxue, good morning. Good morning, she replied. Lu Chen inquired, do you truly find rest in sitting here in meditation every day? I can rest well, she responded. Lu Chen chuckled. Sleeping in bed is far more restful than meditating. Oh, by the way, do cultivators like you not take baths? I've seen you for 3 days, and you haven't bathed once. At this remark, Bai Shuangxue instinctively furrowed her brows, a rare hint of fluster crossing her features. Do I have an unusual odor? I must take a whiff myself to discern. Lu Chen replied, stepping closer to her, leaning in to take a sniff. Bai Shuangxue, for reasons unknown, felt her heart race at Lu Chen's proximity, causing ripples within her typically tranquil demeanor. Why are you so close? She questioned, her voice tinged with panic. Shouldn't I draw nearer to smell properly? He retorted. At his words, Bai Shuangxue found herself momentarily speechless, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. The sentiment she had just expressed felt akin to shooting herself in the foot. Seeing Lu Chen only 10 centimeters away from her, inhaling for a full 10 seconds, she could no longer restrain herself and finally urged him to stop. Did you hear that clearly? With reluctance, Lu Chen departed. It must be said, the aroma was indeed quite delightful. After 3 days without bathing, the scent remained enchanting. It seems that a divine constitution is inherently different from that of mortals. When Bai Shuangxue observed Lu Chen's silence, her anxiety intensified. Gritting her teeth, she exclaimed, I need to take a bath. Take me to the bathing area. Soon enough, Lu Chen guided Bai Shuangxue to the bathroom. Faced with these somewhat modern facilities, she appeared somewhat at a loss. After all, the realms of immortality and reality had merged, creating an amalgamation of 2 entirely distinct worlds. One imbued with cultivation and the other with modern technology. Noticing Bai Shuangxue's bewilderment, Lu Chen took the initiative to explain. This side is for hot water, and that side is for cold. On the counter, you'll find body wash, shampoo, and facial cleanser. If you wish to soak, you can turn on the hot water for the bathtub. Lu Chen patiently introduced all of this to Bai Shuangxue, who found it all quite fascinating. Ultimately, once Lu Chen completed his explanations, Bai Shuangxue suddenly remarked, in my previous world, we never had such things, so I have never encountered them. Lu Chen replied with a smile, it's all right if you haven't encountered them before. I will teach you gradually. Upon hearing these words, Bai Shuangxue's heart seemed to be stirred by something profound. After finishing his introductions, Lu Chen took the initiative to leave the bathroom. Before long, the sound of rushing water echoed from the bathroom, causing Lu Chen's thoughts to wander. He couldn't help but wonder how exquisite the sight of the divine maiden bathing must be. Just then, he was startled by the sound of the doorbell. Who could be visiting me so early? Lu Chen hurried to answer the door. Upon opening it, he was taken aback to find none other than his ex-girlfriend, Lu Yunyao. Standing outside, Lu Chen glanced past her and casually inquired, are you here alone? Feigning anger, she retorted, Lu Chen, why didn't you answer my calls last night? Do you have any idea how worried I was about you? The truth was his phone had long since died and powered off. Moreover, with the realms of immortality intertwined with the real world, those who truly needed to get in touch could simply add friends within that realm and communicate through the friend list, which was even faster than a phone call. Additionally, phone calls only worked in areas with signals, and once one entered a dungeon space devoid of reception, it was impossible to make a call. Faced with Lu Yunyao's early morning inquiries, Lu Chen merely wore a calm expression. Why are you here so early, Lu Yunyao? Aren't you the one who insists on sleeping in to maintain your beauty? No one should disturb you. Chapter 65. Without leaving you, I cannot continue to live. Lu Yunyao found herself momentarily speechless by Lu Chen's words, recalling the past. She treated Lu Chen in this manner. Early in the morning, Lu Chen bought breakfast for Lu Yunyan, only to be met with a barrage of harsh words. The reason was that Lu Yunyan wanted to sleep in the morning. and Lu Chun inadvertently disturbed her slumber. This was due to the fact that, 2 nights prior, Lu Yunyan had spent the entire night at a bar, frolicking with several handsome male models. Lu Yunyan noticed that Lu Chun was no longer the same as before. In the past, Lu Chen's demeanor towards her had not been so frigid. Lu Yunyan had grown accustomed to Lu Chen's turtle-like demeanor, and his current icy disposition left her feeling disoriented. She began to lower her stance, approaching him with a smile. "Darling, let's tackle a dungeon together today. I've gathered some formidable experts. We can level up and farm gear together." Lu Yunyan was exceedingly warm and eager in her attempts to win Lu Chen's favor. She believed that her newfound enthusiasm would elicit a positive response from him. However, he replied coldly, "No, I have other plans today and won't be joining the dungeon." Lu Yunyan's expression turned to one of shock upon hearing his outright rejection. A surge of anger bubbled within her, yet she dared not express it. Soon after, she forced a smile and said, "Whatever your plans are, I'll accompany you. I've decided to be the most obedient and lovely girlfriend for you." Upon hearing this, a peculiar look crossed Lu Chen's face. Her words were sickeningly sentimental. "Lu Yunyan, haven't you already gotten together with Zhao Tianling? I sincerely wish you both happiness, a long life together, and early blessings of children." As soon as the words left his mouth, Lu Yunyan's expression soured, as if she had bitten into a rotten fly. She hastily explained, "Lu Chun, you misunderstand. Zhao Tianling and I are merely ordinary friends. Our relationship is purely platonic, devoid of the implications you seem to think." Observing Lu Yunyan's panicked demeanor, Lu Chen couldn't help but sneer. "Zhao Tianling and I truly have nothing between us. Moreover, he is your best friend. How could he possibly betray you?" Lu Chen interjected, "Wait a moment, don't overthink it. I have no intention of living with you." Lu Yunyan displayed an expression of incredulity. Lu Chen's chilling statement rendered her utterly speechless, her eyes widening in disbelief. She never imagined that the once obedient and compliant Lu Chen would seek to evict her from the grand villa. This villa was the only remaining exquisite property Lu Chen had kept after liquidating his company to acquire the Xianyuan Gaming Company. Lu Yunyan had resided in this villa for many years and had long considered herself its mistress. Lu Chen's words today shattered her idyllic dreams. The thought alone was utterly unacceptable to Lu Yunyan. It felt like a descent from paradise to the depths of despair. With a voice tinged with desperation, she pleaded, "Lu Chen, my dear, I beg you to forgive me this once. Please don't expel me from your villa. Without you, I truly cannot survive." Lu Chen gazed coldly at Lu Yunyan, who was kneeling in a desperate plea. He remained as indifferent as ever. "Leave me? You cannot continue living?" A sarcastic smirk danced at the corners of Lu Chen's lips. "Do you not still have Zhao Tianling, my dearest brother, who relishes in placing a green hat upon me? You might as well seek him out." At his words, Lu Yunyan trembled. Disbelief etched across her face as she stared at Lu Chen. In that moment, in a bid to secure her own position, she hastily shifted all blame onto Zhao Tianling. "Lu Chen, I was deceived and manipulated by Zhao Tianling. He deceived you, yet you willingly climbed into his bed." Lu Yunyan's complexion turned ashen. She looked at Lu Chen, her lips quivering incessantly. Lu Chen coldly scoffed. "I shall hold Zhao Tianling accountable for his betrayal. However, your treachery must be accounted for today." With those words, he had effectively seized Lu Yunyan's lifeline. This vain woman held nothing more dear than her own image. He was undoubtedly driving her to a dead end. "No, do not do this. Lu Chen, I was truly wrong. I bow to you and apologize. Grant me a chance to amend my ways. From now on, I will strive to be a virtuous woman, adhering to the principles of propriety." Upon hearing Lu Yunyan's plea, Lu Chen found it utterly laughable. He replied, "There is no need, Lu Yunyan. You need not feel compelled to alter yourself for my sake. Simply continue your life with Zhao Tianling and prioritize your happiness above all else. The scoundrel and the wicked woman are a perfect match. Lock yourselves away and spare the innocent from your mischief." Once Lu Chen had spoken, Lu Yunyan completely shattered. At that moment, a stunning woman emerged from the bathroom, freshly bathed and draped in a towel. She approached Lu Chen and Lu Yunyan, resembling a divine goddess just stepping from the waters. "Lu Chen, where have you placed my clothes? Why have I searched for so long without finding them?" Bai Shuangxue looked at Lu Chen with confusion. At that instant, her gaze met Lu Yunyan's, who remained kneeling on the ground. Bai Shuangxue remarked, "I have seen this woman before. Your ex-girlfriend has come to find you again? Is her kneeling a sign of apology and a desire for reconciliation?" Although Bai Shuangxue typically remained silent and cold as ice, her words struck with precision, hitting the core of the matter. Lu Yunyan was left in utter shock, staring at Bai Shuangxue. Clad only in a towel, Bai Shuangxue revealed her flawless, snow-white skin, dazzling to behold. Her long, flowing dark hair cascaded down her back, while the towel was dramatically lifted by her form. Her long, slender legs were beautifully showcased beneath the towel, presenting a goddess-like figure devoid of any excess flesh. In contrast, Lu Yunyun felt utterly overshadowed. In that moment, she realized the gravity of her situation. She was on the verge of complete defeat, yet her spirit remained unyielding. Chapter 66. It is far more important for the three of us to live well together than anything else. Lu Yunyun suddenly felt a rush of panic. It seemed she had come to a realization about her shortcomings. The former Lu Yunyun would have screamed and raged, condemning Lu Chen for his infidelity, branding him a scoundrel. But now, she dared not utter a word, fearing that any outburst in front of Lu Chen would only deepen his disdain for her, leaving her with no chance whatsoever. At that moment, Lu Chen assumed that Lu Yunyun would react with fury, creating a scene. Instead, she unexpectedly said, "My dear, it is of utmost importance that the three of us live well together from now on. Sister, do you agree?" Bai Shuangxue furrowed her beautiful brows, looking at Lu Yunyun with confusion. Lu Yunyun took a step forward, grasping Bai Shuangxue's delicate hand, and continued, "Sister, what is your name? From now on, I shall be the elder sister, and you shall be the younger. On odd days, you accompany Lu Chen, while on even days, I shall serve him. On weekends, we sisters will enjoy ourselves together." Hearing these words, Lu Chen was left utterly dumbfounded. A single thought raced through his mind. Has Lu Yunyun lost her mind? It was well known that Lu Yunyun was selfish and domineering, never one to share. Yet today, upon meeting Bai Shuangxue, she uttered such absurdities. It was utterly bizarre. Bai Shuangxue looked at Lu Yunyun with equal bewilderment. Who said I want to be the younger one? As these words left her lips, Bai Shuangxue felt something was amiss. However, Lu Yunyun interpreted Bai Shuangxue's hesitance as a gracious willingness to yield. Since her sister did not wish to take the subordinate role, Lu Yunyun thought she would take it upon herself. If my sister wishes to be the dominant one, I shall not feel jealous, and rest assured, Lu Chen, I will not cause any trouble. One must possess the mindset of a subordinate, and I understand that. Lu Chen's brows knitted together, nearly brimming with confusion. Beside him, Bai Shuangxue's cheeks flushed with indignation. She retorted angrily, "Who said I want to be the dominant one?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yunyun's expression shifted to one of greater astonishment. If you do not wish to be the dominant one, nor the subordinate, then you cannot possibly monopolize Lu Chen, can you? The words hung in the air, leaving Bai Shuangxue stunned and Lu Chen equally astonished. Lu Chen found himself unable to discern whether Lu Yunyun was deliberately teasing him or genuinely expressing her feelings. At that moment, he noticed Bai Shuangxue glaring at Lu Yunyun, her beautiful eyes aflame with anger, surrounded by a misty aura. It was uncertain whether it was the steam from her recent bath or if she was flushed with irritation at Lu Yunyun's words. Just as the atmosphere grew unbearably awkward, a knock at the door shattered the tension. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chen went to answer it. Upon opening the door, he was met with none other than Zhao Tianlang, standing outside. Lu Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. "Zhao Tianlang, what brings you to my home so early in the morning?" Zhao Tianlang, grinning from ear to ear, produced a gift. "Brother, guess what I brought you? A gift?" Lu Chen fixed his gaze on the item in Zhao Tianlang's hand, which turned out to be a book, an occupation transition book for a hidden class. Zhao Tianlang smugly revealed the answer to his riddle. Upon seeing it, a meaningful smile crept across Lu Chen's lips, for he vividly recalled that in his previous life, Zhao Tianlang had never bestowed upon him any such book. Why, in this lifetime, did Zhao Tianlang seem to be as radiant as the sun rising in the west, eager to ingratiate himself? And to top it all off, he presented a hidden class transition book right away. Lu Chen accepted the occupation transition book Zhao Tianlang offered and examined it closely. Hidden class transition book, Xian Xian Tiani. As Lu Chen comprehended the contents, a sudden laugh escaped him. "Zhao Tianlang, you've gifted me a transition book for a nurse class? Are you suggesting I become a healer?" Zhao Tianlang chuckled. "Apologies, Lu Ye. This is the finest treasure I've managed to acquire lately. If you're not particularly fond of it, you could always pass it on to someone else." Lu Chen fixed Zhao Tianlang with a penetrating gaze. "To whom?" Zhao Tianlang grinned mischievously. "Remember that lovely lady you brought to the class reunion? This gift is for her. Just tell her it's a meeting gift from me to your sister-in-law." Upon hearing Zhao Tianlang's words, Lu Chen realized that his ulterior motives were as transparent as day. Zhao Tianlang had set his sights on Bai Shuangxue. Moreover, Zhao Tianlang had a rather peculiar taste, often preferring the women of others, particularly those already in relationships. Lu Chen regarded Zhao Tianlang with a facade of a smile and replied, "Very well. I shall accept the gift." With that, he prepared to close the door to send him off. Seeing this, Zhao Tianlang hastily interjected, "Lu Ge, I traveled quite a distance to bring you a gift. Isn't that a bit excessive?" Lu Chen cast a long look at Zhao Tianlang before responding. "Wait by the door." He then closed the door and returned to his room, approaching Bai Shuangxue. "I'll put your clothes in the washing machine." Bai Shuangxue inquired. "Then what shall I wear?" Lu Chen replied, "You may choose from my wardrobe." At that moment, Lu Yinyan stepped forward. "Sister, why not wear my clothes? I have a wardrobe in this room. Feel free to pick whatever you like." However, Bai Shuangxue coldly shook her head. "I want you wear yours." In comparison to wearing Lu Yinyan's clothes, she found even wearing Lu Chen's garments less objectionable. Soon after, in Lu Chen's wardrobe, Bai Shuangxue simply donned a white shirt intended for men and layered it with a casual outfit. She donned a pair of impeccably tailored black trousers that accentuated her long, elegant legs. Once dressed, she stepped out of the room, where Lu Chen awaited her. Suddenly, he noticed the tightness around Bai Shuangxue's collar and inquired, "Is this garment not quite fitting?" Bai Shuangxue nodded with a nonchalant air. "Moreover, since I am not wearing a corset, it becomes even more cumbersome to move. If you require my assistance in battle today, I may not be able to engage." Upon uttering these words, Lu Chen felt his heart racing, his gaze involuntarily drifting downwards. A wave of warmth surged through him, causing him to feel parched and flushed. "Damn it," he muttered, quickly turning away, as he had conjured some rather suggestive images in his mind that had even led him to a nosebleed. Chapter 67. Why provoke anyone else when you can provoke Bai Shuangxue? It was a lethal mistake. Lu Chen found himself unable to procure suitable attire for Bai Shuangxue, so he had no choice but to allow her to wear his clothing temporarily. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianlang, idly waiting outside, grew increasingly impatient after 10 minutes. Finally, Lu Chen opened the door again. As soon as it swung wide, Zhao Tianlang eagerly asked, "Lu Ge, what on earth have you been up to so early in the morning? What secrets lie hidden in your room?" Upon stepping inside, Zhao Tianlang's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. Two women, Lu Yanya and Bai Shuangxue, sat on opposite sides of the sofa. Stunned by the scene, Zhao Tianlang swiftly pulled Lu Chen aside. "Lu Ge, you can't possibly be engaged in that sort of activity this early, can you?" The evident envy on Zhao Tianlang's face was unmistakable, nearly causing him to drool. With a deep breath, he wore a mixture of admiration and jealousy. "Lu Ye, you are truly living the dream. As your best brother, I am envious of your fortunate situation." Lu Chen, upon hearing this, could only smirk inwardly, well aware that Zhao Tianlang's outward expressions of envy masked a scheming mind intent on pursuing Bai Shuangxue. At that moment, Zhao Tianlang presented the hidden class transfer book he had initially intended for Lu Chen, and then, with a flourish, approached Bai Shuangxue. With a charming smile, he greeted her. "Good morning, sister-in-law. I am Lu Ji's best friend, Zhao Tianlang. Knowing your relationship with him, I prepared this small gift for you, and I hope you will like it." Zhao Tianlang brimmed with confidence, believing that no woman could refuse a gift, especially one as grand as this. He anticipated that Bai Shuangxue's reaction would mirror that of Lu Yanya's during their first encounter. When Zhao Tianlang had first met Lu Yanya, her reaction to his enthusiastic gift-giving, coupled with his eloquent demeanor and handsome appearance, had allowed him to take several liberties, even daring to touch her hand. This time, he intended to employ the same tactics once more, yet he was unaware of the unexpected developments that awaited him. He might be disappointed, for when Bai Shuangxue faced Zhao Tianlang's eager advances, she not only refrained from offering a smile, but, on the contrary, frowned and declared, "I do not like you." Upon hearing these words, Zhao Tianlang was taken aback. This was a situation he had never encountered before. "Why?" he queried. "You carry the scent of too many women." As soon as those words left her lips, Lu Chen chuckled, while Lu Yunyan was left astonished. Zhao Tianlang wore an expression of awkward shock. "Do you know me?" he stammered. "No. Then how do you know?" Faced with Zhao Tianlang's incessant questioning, Bai Shuangxue's temper began to flare. "If you do not leave my sight at once, I shall slay you with a single stroke of my sword." With that, within Lu Chen's abode, Bai Shuangxue, without any command from him, summoned the Huahuang sword and grasped it firmly, its blade aimed directly at Zhao Tianlang's neck. "How intriguing," murmured Lu Chen, a smile playing on his lips as he observed the unfolding drama. Bai Shuangxue certainly possessed a strong character, one that Lu Chen found appealing. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianlang, who had always assumed that his handsome visage would grant him unimpeded access to women, found himself at a rare disadvantage before Bai Shuangxue. His complexion turned ashen, and he stumbled, collapsing to the ground. Clearly, he was terrified. Zhao Tianlang had not anticipated Bai Shuangxue's formidable and domineering nature. She was prepared to draw her sword and strike him down at the slightest provocation. Yet, he still gambled on the notion that Bai Shuangxue would spare him for Lu Chen's sake, believing her act of drawing the sword was merely a threat and that she would not truly strike him. Thus, with a forced smile, Zhao Tianlang remarked, "Sister-in-law, you truly have a unique character." However, his words were cut short, for with the utterance of sister-in-law, Bai Shuangxue pierced Zhao Tianlang's body with her sword. In an instant, his health was depleted, and he was slain by her hand. Shortly thereafter, Zhao Tianlang's corpse transformed into a wisp of white light, and after using a resurrection token, he made his way to the resurrection stone in Jiangsheng. Calmly, Bai Shuangxue remarked, "It is quiet now," as she sheathed her Huahuang sword. Meanwhile, having just resurrected at the Jiangsheng stone, Zhao Tianlang, still in shock, touched his heart. Although he was alive once more, the excruciating pain from being struck down by Shuangxue lingered with him even in resurrection, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. Damn it, that wretched woman. I treated her with kindness, and she had the audacity to slay me? He fumed. You will pay for this, my dear. I will find a way to get you into my bed. After Bai Shuangxue's decisive action against Zhao Tianlang, Lu Yinyin could no longer remain passive. She had come to realize that Bai Shuangxue was not to be trifled with. At this moment, Lu Yinyin acknowledged the disparity in their strengths and understood the peril of inciting Bai Shuangxue's ire. It is estimated that with a single stroke, Bai Shuangxue could have dispatched her as effortlessly as she had slain Zhao Tianlang. Thus, Lu Yinyin immediately rose and proclaimed, "Lu Chen, I just remembered that I have matters to attend to. I must take my leave." With that, Lu Yinyin swiftly departed. Lu Chen found himself amused. Having witnessed quite a spectacle early in the day, Bai Shuangxue had vanquished Zhao Tianlang, subsequently sending Lu Yinyin fleeing. This pair of scoundrels had been thoroughly reprimanded by Shuangxue. Lu Chen felt that the money he had expended to recruit Bai Shuangxue was indeed worth it. He contemplated how to utilize her against the treacherous duo. After all, even if he were to take their lives, they could be resurrected. However, with Bai Shuangxue at his disposal, any disagreement could simply be resolved by her intervention. Bai Shuangxue, I have just contravened the celestial rules by taking a human life without your consent. Are you not angry? Bai Shuangxue gazed earnestly at Lu Chen as she posed this question. Lu Chen shook his head joyfully. Why would I be angry? I couldn't be happier. Bai Shuangxue, the wisest decision I ever made was to have you by my side. You are simply magnificent, my greatest treasure. The words spilled forth from Lu Chen's heart. Yet they caused Bai Shuangxue's cheeks to flush instantly. With a hint of indignation, she clenched her delicate fist and replied, according to celestial rules, if a contract master threatens, infringes upon, or violates the contract subject, the subject has the right to slay the master. After delivering her warning, Lu Chen's brow twitched as he chuckled and clarified. I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart. Upon hearing this, Bai Shuangxue's expression softened considerably, though she felt an inexplicable emptiness within. Chapter 68. Spending 60,000 yuan. Purchasing Bai Shuangxue's exclusive outfit, Starry Moonlight series. Lu Chen was in high spirits and decided to treat Bai Shuangxue, who had performed exceptionally well, to a beautiful outfit. He said to her, Bai Shuangxue, let us go shopping for clothes today. To his surprise, Bai Shuangxue replied, no need. I can summon my attire. As her words fell, Lu Chen looked at her in astonishment. Bai Shuangxue raised her right hand and cast a spell into the void, causing a portal to materialize before them. She attempted to retrieve something from within, but the next moment, a warning appeared, due to an unknown force's obstruction. The attempt to retrieve from afar has failed. Bai Shuangxue frowned in response. How could this fail? This is a celestial space I specifically opened for my beautiful garments. At that moment, a brand new recharge prompt suddenly popped up before Lu Chen, showcasing something he had never encountered in his previous life. Spirit Pet outfit now available. In an instant, Lu Chen's expression transformed into one of sheer astonishment. Spirit Pet outfit? What new niche for in-game purchases is this? In the realm of celestial fate, one cannot help but ponder the hidden avenues for monetary indulgence that lie beneath the surface. Lu Chen inhaled deeply and accessed his Spirit Pet interface. As anticipated, a novel icon labeled Spirit Pet Attire materialized in the upper right corner of the screen. Upon entering this new domain, Lu Chen discovered a list replete with numerous wardrobe slots, each capable of housing a unique garment. Yet, to his dismay, every outfit within these slots remained in a dormant state, cloaked in black, awaiting activation. Curiosity piqued, Lu Chen selected one to inspect further. The prompt read, Activate the exclusive Spirit Pet Attire for by Shuangxue Beach Bikini. Purchase price, 648 yuan. Upon purchase, by Shuangxue will gain permanent attributes. A flicker of delight crossed Lu Chen's face. Could this truly bestow lasting attributes upon Bai Shuangxue? Without hesitation, he resolved to make the purchase. He would not confess that his initial gaze was drawn to the attire's name. A mere 648 yuan? He committed to the expenditure, acquiring the inaugural outfit for Bai Shuangxue. Upon completion of the transaction, the first illuminated wardrobe slot appeared in Bai Shuangxue's collection, showcasing a striking white bikini. Turning to Bai Shuangxue, Lu Chen encouraged, "Look, can you summon your attire now?" Bai Shuangxue nodded. "Let me get another try." She replicated her previous action, attempting to retrieve her garment from the ethereal realm of her wardrobe. Success! Her eyes sparkled with joy as she beheld her attire. Without a moment's hesitation, Bai Shuangxue donned the only outfit she possessed. As she transformed, an ethereal white light enveloped her, and as it dissipated, she stood before Lu Chen clad in the beach bikini, artfully concealing only the most essential areas. Lu Chen could no longer contain himself. Blood rushed from his nose at the sight, for Bai Shuangxue's figure was nothing short of exquisite. Truly, she embodied the legacy of Enhua, excelling in strength, beauty, and form. "Ah, why has my outfit become like this?" Bai Shuangxue exclaimed, glancing down to discover her attire was a peculiar creation, scant in fabric. Hardly worthy of being termed clothing. Why does my ethereal wardrobe contain such a thing? Her eyes welled with tears. Lu Chen, initially captivated by the exquisite artistry before him, shifted his focus upon witnessing Bai Shuangxue's distress. He promptly accessed his Spirit Pet Attire, once more, selecting another option at random. Activate the exclusive Spirit Pet Attire for Bai Shuangxue Starlight Series. This series includes 3 pieces: Stardust Rose Dress, Crescent Whispers Coat, and Firefly Forest Heels. The purchase price, 64,800 yuan. Upon seeing this staggering amount, Lu Chen's eyes widened in shock. "Xian Yuan, are you robbing people?" he exclaimed. "Even real clothes aren't as expensive as these pathetic outfits in your game. You charge 64,800 yuan for 3 pieces of clothing. Do you think all players are fools? Only an idiot would buy this." After venting his frustration, Lu Chen's expression turned sour, his heart filled with conflicting emotions. He was about to become the very fool he had just condemned. "You have successfully paid 64,800 yuan and activated the exclusive Spirit Pet outfit for Bai Shuangxue, the Starry Moonlight series." Cursing under his breath, Lu Chen hurried to console the nearly crying Bai Shuangxue. Although his gaze remained fixed on the white abyss before him, he reluctantly said, "Bai Shuangxue, look, your outfit portal seems to have a new addition." Upon hearing this, Bai Shuangxue quickly retrieved the new attire. Finally, she had acquired a reliable 3-piece set. A burst of white light enveloped her, and she instantly donned the Stardust Rose gown. Its hem adorned with dynamic, sparkling star sand that shed romantic rays of small roses as she walked. She wore the moonlit Whisper Coat, its crescent collar changing with the passage of time, and at midnight, it triggered a galaxy cape effect. Her feet were adorned with Firefly Forest High Heels, which concealed glowing spores, generating a swirling swarm of fireflies after standing still for 3 seconds. When Lu Chen beheld Bai Shuangxue in her freshly adorned attire, his heart raced. It was undeniable. The transformed Bai Shuangxue was breathtakingly beautiful. Lu Chen thought to himself, "Xian Yuan, although your pricing is outrageous, this 60,000 yuan outfit looks stunning on Bai Shuangxue. I might just forgive your outrageous pricing this time." As Bai Shuangxue reveled in her new outfit, a youthful joy and exuberance illuminated her face for the first time. Her heart raced like a startled deer, clearly enamored with her new ensemble. Yet, one must understand that Bai Shuangxue, despite being a girl, had long carried the title of a descendant of Nuwa, compelling her to maintain an aloof, ethereal demeanor. However, at her core, she was simply a girl fond of beautiful clothing. "Lu Chen," Bai Shuangxue gazed at him in surprise. "Did you buy me this new outfit?" Lu Chen smiled and nodded, yes. In that moment, Bai Shuangxue's beautiful eyes softened with rare warmth. She softly uttered, "Thank you." Hearing this, Lu Chen's smile widened even more. Her gratitude was a precious gift. He felt increasingly that his expenditure of 60,000 yuan was worthwhile. Yet, an even greater reward awaited him. Stardust Rose Gown permanently increases Bai Shuangxue's health by 10,000 points. The Whispering Crescent Coat permanently enhances Bai Shuangxue's magic by 10,000 points. The Firefly Forest High Heels permanently boosts Bai Shuangxue's movement speed by 20. The starry moonlight set activation permanently increases by Shuangshue's maximum health and magical power by 20, and her physical and magical attack by 10. Upon finishing his reading, Lu Chen could not help but exclaim, "What? Spending 60,000 has yielded such an extraordinary enhancement? Investing 60,000 for an outfit is a remarkable bargain." Chapter 69. Spending 650,000. Purchasing all premium outfits. As Lu Chen marveled at the situation, by Shuangxue, having donned her new attire, felt a warm surge of power within her, as if her strength had significantly increased. This revelation brought a look of surprise to her face. She cast a furtive glance at Lu Chen, contemplating, could it be that the new outfit he gifted me has amplified my abilities? This man appears to possess more depth than I initially perceived. He seems to harbor some mysterious talents. Simultaneously, Lu Chen opened the wardrobe within by Shuangshue's spirit pet attire. One glance revealed that the entire set of Starry Moonlight series, for which he had just spent 60,000, was indeed a premium outfit. No wonder it cost him so much. The benefits it provided were quite substantial. Quickly, Lu Chen scanned the interface and noted its thoughtful categorization. Premium outfits, 10 sets, 1 unlocked. Superior outfits, 20 sets. Elite outfits, 50 sets. Exquisite outfits, 100 sets. Common outfits, 200 sets, 1 unlocked. Seeing this, Lu Chen could not help but smirk. Xian Yuan, you truly know how to capitalize on profit. With this spirit pet attire, Xian Yuan has crafted such an array of options, clearly targeting female players for a lucrative harvest. However, perhaps even Xian Yuan did not anticipate that the plethora of outfits they designed, meant for players to select their favorite ensemble, would lead to a player like Lu Chen making the audacious decision to purchase them all. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chen glanced at Bai Shuangxue. For reasons unknown, the moment she met his gaze, she instinctively flinched, her cheeks flushing slightly. In that instant, when Lu Chen witnessed her blush, she appeared breathtakingly beautiful, quickening his heartbeat. He suddenly felt that his expenditure on Bai Shuangxue was entirely justified. After all, her exquisite beauty made every new outfit a delight to behold, bringing him satisfaction. Moreover, presenting her with these new garments not only provided her with permanent attributes, but also strengthened her prowess, enabling her to play a more significant role in assisting Lu Chen during battles. Thus, Lu Chen promptly selected all remaining premium outfits. There were still 9 sets left. The price for each set is 64,800 yuan. To purchase the entire collection, a total of 583,200 yuan must be paid. 58,000. Dedicated to acquiring 9 exquisite outfits for a spirit pet. If word gets out, everyone will believe Lu Chen has lost his mind. Such a fortune, not spent on enhancing one's own abilities, but lavished upon a spirit pet. What a gross misallocation of resources. Purchase completed. You have acquired Cloudland Narrative Series outfits. Contains Wind and Dandelion Dress, Cloudland Love Letter Trench Coat, Rainbow Bridge Crystal Shoes. You have acquired Urban Fairy Tale Series outfits. Contains Mechanical Heartbeat Evening Gown, Glass Candy Ballet Skirt, Mermaid Tear Pearl Cloak. You have acquired Time and Space Romance Series outfits. Contains Parallel Encounter Chong Sam, Hourglass Formal Attire, Quantum Romance Shimmer. You have acquired Illusory Garden Series outfits. Contains Moonlight Sea Wave Skirt, Butterfly Blooming Ephemeral Top, Cherry Blossom Dream Uniform. In the Spirit Pet Wardrobe of Bai Shuangxue, there are 10 levels of outfits, all purchased and unlocked. At that moment, Lu Chen unexpectedly observed Bai Shuangshue's astonished expression. She quickly assessed her body, sensing her power rapidly growing. Furthermore, what delighted Bai Shuangxue even more was the appearance of several new outfits in her wardrobe. With sparkling eyes, she eagerly retrieved these new garments. As a radiant white light enveloped her, she transformed, adorned in a new ensemble from the Cloudland Narrative Series. The upper half featured a beautifully elegant Cloudland Love Letter Trench Coat, while the lower half showcased the Wind and Dandelion Dress. After taking a few simple steps, dandelions glimmered around her, creating a feather-like floating effect. Lu Chen beheld Bai Shuangxue in her breathtaking attire, and her evident affection for the new outfit was unmistakable. Deep down, Bai Shuangxue understood that all of this was made possible by Lu Chen. In that moment, she suddenly lifted her lovely eyes and gazed intently at him, uttering, "Thank you, Lu Chen." Upon hearing this, a smile graced Lu Chen's face. This time, Bai Shuangxue did not struggle to express her gratitude as she had before, indicating a gradual easing of her wariness and rejection towards him. The barriers and distances between them were slowly diminishing. No need for thanks. You look splendid in these garments. I shall purchase the remaining outfits for you. Bai Shuangxue, taken aback, displayed a hint of concern. Perhaps not. You have already spent too much. I know these outfits are certainly not inexpensive. Lu Chen chuckled heartily, his demeanor cheerful. We have only known each other for a few days. And you're already trying to save money for me? I'm not. Bai Shuangxue retorted, her pride evident. Lu Chen smiled knowingly, aware that this proud young lady often spoke contrary to her true feelings. Lu Chen did not heed Bai Shuangxue's words of denial. He was resolute in his decision to purchase. For when a woman claims something does not exist, it is invariably a sign that it does. When she declares she does not want something, it often implies she desires it. Lu Chen once again accessed the wardrobe of Bai Shuangxue's spirit pet, revealing a summary of the enhancements provided by the garments. Current level attire offers permanent attribute enhancements, permanently increased by Shuangxue's health by 100,000 points, permanently increased by Shuangxue's mana by 100,000 points, permanently increased by Shuangxue's movement speed by 200, permanently increased by Shuangxue's maximum life and magic by 200, permanently increased by Shuangxue's maximum physical and magical attack by 100. Upon swiftly reviewing these substantial enhancements, Lu Chen could not help but exclaim in astonishment. Incredible! The attribute bonuses from the spirit pet attire were indeed extraordinary. Nonetheless, Lu Chen was aware that no matter how formidable a spirit pet may be, its limits are ultimately constrained. While these enhancements appeared overwhelmingly powerful in the early stages, in the later phases of combat, it would ultimately come down to the player's levels, attributes, equipment, and the proficiency of various skills. The spirit pets could only serve as a supplementary advantage. Lu Chen mused that if such lavish and extravagant enhancements could be afforded to players themselves, it would be immensely gratifying. However, the reality was that the company overseeing the game consistently mandated that players expend the most money for the least benefit. Chapter 70, by Shuangxue's attributes soar after purchasing all the premium attires. Lu Chen dismissed any further trivial thoughts. He had completed the purchase of the premium attire and selected the option to display only the premium outfits. There were a total of 20 sets, each priced at 480 yuan. Lu Chen quickly calculated that to acquire all would require an expenditure of 129,600 yuan, equivalent to 130,000 yuan. However, the enhancements from the premium attire were comparatively modest. Yet for Lu Chen, who possessed 1 trillion yuan in recharge credits, such a sum was merely a trifle. He made the purchase without hesitation, as Lu Chen selected all 20 sets of premium attire in one go and completed the payment of 130,000 yuan. A flurry of purchase notifications erupted before him. Purchase complete. You have obtained the attire. Light and Shadow Whisper Series. Purchase complete. You have obtained the attire. Floral Token Series. Purchase complete. You have obtained the attire. Temporal Poetry Journey Series. Purchase complete. You have obtained the attire. Neon Love Letter Series. As the notifications subsided, Bai Shuangxue across from him exhibited a look of astonishment once more. Lu Chen, did you buy me new outfits again? Lu Chen smiled in silence. Please, no more purchases. Bai Shuangxue's pleading voice carried a hint of playful charm. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen felt a surge of satisfaction within. Thus, with a grand gesture, he opened the premium attire interface and selected all 50 sets of garments. Each premium outfit was priced at 648 yuan. The total price for the 50 outfits amounts to 132,400 yuan. The expenditure closely resembles that of Lu Chen's previous purchases of garments. As Lu Chen completed another acquisition, notifications flooded in. Purchase completed. You have obtained the outfit. Aurora Aria Series. Purchase completed. You have obtained the outfit. Water Mirror Fantasy Series. Purchase completed. You have obtained the outfit. Ancient Text Revival Series. Purchase completed. You have obtained the outfit. Myth Reconstruction Series. In total, there were 50 ensembles. The notifications took nearly a minute to finish. In that moment, Lu Chen was taken aback to notice that Bai Shuangxue's beautiful eyes were wide with astonishment. She gazed at her outfit space in disbelief. So many. Truly far too many. Lu Chen, you have given too much. I simply cannot contain it. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at Bai Shuangxue, realizing her slip. Bai Shuangxue's face flushed as she hurriedly explained, You bought too many new outfits. My space truly cannot accommodate any more. It will overflow. Space? What space? You lewd scoundrel. I was referring to the outfit space. Where did your mind wander? Bai Shuangxue raised her delicate fist and playfully struck Lu Chen's shoulder. Ouch! Lu Chen was sent sprawling onto the sofa, clutching his shoulder in mock agony. I kindly bought you new outfits, and yet you strike me? Bai Shuangxue's expression turned to one of panic. Soda. I didn't mean to use much force. I merely tapped you lightly. Quickly, she approached to gently massage Lu Chen's shoulder. Are you all right? I truly did not intend to hurt you. Lu Chen reveled in the goddess's tender touch while inhaling her delightful fragrance, feigning great pain. It truly hurts. Please, just massage it a little. With limited space beside the sofa, Bai Shuangxue knelt down to serve Lu Chen in a kneeling position. Internally, Lu Chen was elated. In his past life, he had spent a fortune on Lu Yunyan, yet she never attended to him with such grace. In contrast, Bai Shuangxue, who was beautiful and elegantly dressed, provided him with emotional value, showing concern and yielding to his requests, even offering her services while kneeling. After a while, Lu Chen said, Could you also tend to my lower arm? Bai Shuangxue's lovely eyes narrowed in indignation as she glared at Lu Chen, raising her delicate fist in anger. You scoundrel! You want more from me? Alarmed, Lu Chen quickly clarified, I meant my arm. You struck my shoulder earlier and injured my arm. His expression was one of feigned grievance. Is such a small request too much to ask? Upon hearing this, Bai Shuangxue's exquisite face flushed a deep crimson, akin to a ripe autumn apple. No, it's not excessive, she murmured, shamefully closing her eyes, wishing for a hole to hide in. Moments ago, she misinterpreted his intentions once more, mistakenly believing that Lu Chen sought her assistance. With a mischievous grin, Lu Chen gazed at the blushing Bai Shuangxue, reveling in the playful banter that brought him fleeting delight. Yet, the thrill of teasing her was but a transient joy. Following his playful antics, Lu Chen swiftly procured the remaining 100 exquisite garments and an additional 200 ordinary outfits. Completing his shopping spree, the exquisite garments were priced at 648 yuan each, while the ordinary ones cost 128 yuan apiece. Although the quality of these new outfits paled in comparison to the earlier acquisitions, Bai Shuangxue's innate beauty and grace rendered them undeniably elegant when adorned on her. Consequently, Lu Chen expended a total of 400 yuan to acquire all 300 remaining outfits. Thus, Bai Shuangxue's spirit pet wardrobe was entirely unlocked, granting her the freedom to don any attire at her whim. With such an extensive collection, she could effortlessly sport a different look every day of the year. Subsequently, Lu Chen accessed the spirit pet wardrobe to review the cumulative attributes conferred by the newly purchased garments. The total permanent attribute enhancements were as follows. Bai Shuangxue's life points increased by 1,000,000. Bai Shuangxue's mana points increased by 1,000,000. Bai Shuangxue's maximum physical attack boosted by 30,000. Bai Shuangxue's maximum magical attack enhanced by 30,000. Bai Shuangxue's maximum physical defense elevated by 10,000. Bai Shuangxue's maximum magical defense augmented by 10,000. Bai Shuangxue's physical and magical damage increased by 300. Bai Shuangxue's movement speed raised by 300. Bai Shuangxue's critical damage enhanced by 300. Bai Shuangxue's skill damage elevated by 300. Bai Shuangxue's maximum life and mana increased by 300. Bai Shuangxue's physical and magical defense raised by 300. Upon surveying this dazzling array of attribute enhancements, Lu Chen was left utterly astonished. Ultimately, a single thought echoed in his mind. This expenditure was exceedingly worthwhile. Chapter 71, Level 29, Bai Shuangxue, 6 million extraordinary life points. Unbelievable. Truly astounding. Xianyuan Company. You have an exceptional knack for generating profit. Lu Chen couldn't help but repeatedly chastise Xianyuan Company for their shrewdness. Little did he realize, even Xianyuan Company had not anticipated that someone would deplete their stock solely to purchase premium outfits for their spirit pet. It is crucial to note that investing such a substantial sum in a spirit pet only enhances its prowess without providing any benefit to the player. From Xianyuan Company's perspective, Lu Chen might well be the more extraordinary player. After Lu Chen had purchased every single outfit from Bai Shuangxue's wardrobe, her collection was completely filled to the brim. The array of garments was dazzling, showcasing a plethora of styles. As Bai Shuangxue examined her wardrobe, she was rendered speechless in sheer astonishment. My heavens, my wardrobe is entirely full. Lu Chen, why did you buy us so many outfits? I understand that such a sum of money is difficult to earn in your world. Lu Chen nodded with a smile, candidly responding, the amount spent on these outfits could equate to several years' wages for many. However, if it's for you, I deem it worthwhile. Upon hearing these words, Bai Shuangshue's eyes suddenly glistened with tears, cascading down her cheeks, creating a poignant and almost delicate beauty. It was hard to fathom that the aloof and icy Bai Shuangshue possessed such a vulnerable side. Through her sobs, she murmured, "I do not deserve your kindness." How could that be? Lu Chen thought, feeling a twinge of frustration. He had encountered similar sentiments before from Ma Yi, suggesting that fate had dictated such bonds, according to the game's design. Listening to Bai Shuangshue's words, Lu Chen felt an inexplicable heaviness in his heart. Yet soon after, a smile returned to his face. In truth, living here is quite pleasant. Upon hearing this, Bai Shuangshue fell into a reflective silence, and Lu Chen chose not to disturb her. Instead, he glanced at her current attribute panel to see how extraordinary her progress had become. Descendant of Enhua, Bai Shuangshue status, spirit pet, level 29, health 10,300,006, growth 1000, magic 10,150,003, growth 500, physical attack 329,003, growth 100, magical attack 315,003, growth 50, physical defense 105,903, growth 20, magical defense 105,903, growth 20, elemental bonus 20, critical hit rate 20, critical hit damage 600, movement speed bonus 300, skill damage 300, skills 1,000 frosts and 10,000 snows. In Wa's divine art, 10,000 miles obliteration sword technique. Gasp, gasp, gasp. As Lu Chen absorbed the details of Bai Shuangshue's level 29 attributes, he inhaled sharply 3 times. My goodness, Bai Shuangshue's attributes are astonishing. With a mere level 29, she possesses over 6 million health points. Moreover, her physical attack is a staggering 100,000 points. With a single strike, she could annihilate countless opponents in a battlefield teeming with warriors. Lu Chen's gaze was captivated by the most intuitive enhancement of extraordinary attributes. Subsequently, numerous new attribute improvements emerged. A staggering 300 speed increase transformed Bai Shuangshue into a being as agile as a swallow, allowing her to move 3 times faster than others. With a remarkable 600 critical damage and an additional 200 skill damage enhancement, Bai Shuangshue's damage soared to an absurdly high pinnacle. Lu Chen increasingly felt that investing in Bai Shuangshue was an unequivocally astute decision. The same amount of money spent on any other upgrade point would never yield such a dramatic enhancement as that invested in Bai Shuangshue. Moreover, in the early stages, it was unsurprising that the strength of spirit pets would surpass that of players. This disparity would reverse once players surpassed level 100. However, for Lu Chen, what he desired was an invincible start in the early game. This way, he could seize all the best opportunities in the realm of immortality. Consequently, Lu Chen could take the lead step by step. How delightful! As Lu Chen gazed at Bai Shuangshue's attribute panel, he found himself increasingly enamored, unable to tear his eyes away. Merely observing that long string of terrifying values brought him immense satisfaction and relief. After all, this was the attribute panel of a level 29 Bai Shuangshue. Given Lu Chen's current normal leveling pace and expected attribute growth, how many levels would he need to reach to match Bai Shuangshue's foundational health attributes at level 29? The calculation yielded an astonishing figure, over 2,000 levels. Yet, as players progressed in their leveling journey, various recharge and enhancement points would emerge, accelerating their attribute growth. Based on past experiences, Bai Shuangshue's current attribute panel at level 29 was roughly equivalent to that of an ordinary player at level 150 in his previous life. This equated to the level of a seasoned player at 120 and that of a wealthy player at level 100. Thus, it became evident just how exaggerated and extraordinary Bai Shuangshue's attributes truly were. At this moment, Lu Chen felt a stirring desire. He wished to take Bai Shuangshue outside to confront some formidable foes, seeking powerful adversaries to serve as a sharpening stone for her skills. However, since it was only the 3rd day since the server's launch, the strongest opponents accessible to players were merely those found in the wilderness. Reflecting on this, Lu Chen glanced at the time. It was already 10 a.m. He prepared to tidy himself up and head out, intending to refresh the wilderness area in the outskirts of Jiangcheng at precisely noon. After finishing his preparations, he approached Bai Shuangshue, who was currently adorned in a flowing ancient-style dress that radiated an ethereal charm. It was evident that she derived considerable joy from changing outfits and admiring her own beauty and figure. Lu Chen, watching from the side, also found delight in the spectacle. After all, Having such a stunning goddess before him, donning one exquisite outfit after another, was truly a feast for the eyes, even actively dressing to showcase for you. Others yearn for such blessings, yet cannot attain them. Chapter 72. The Conspiracy Against Lu Chen in the Wilderness. By Shuangxue, do change into an outfit suitable for going out. We are preparing to depart. Following Lu Chen's words, Bai Shuangxue deliberately selected a simple and elegant ensemble from the corner poem series, ideal for travel. Upon a glance, Lu Chen realized this attire accentuated her urban elegance even more. The coffee-colored shirt, with sleeves slightly rolled up, revealed an exquisite watch adorning her wrist. Against her fair complexion, it appeared even more radiant. Below, she wore straightforward straight-cut blue jeans, complemented by canvas shoes. The fusion of youthful charm and intellect reached perfection at that moment. Is this suitable? Bai Shuangxue cheerfully approached Lu Chen, her hopeful gaze fixed upon him. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. Yes, this outfit looks splendid. Bai Shuangxue gently nodded. Although her exterior still bore an innate icy aloofness, a sense of inexplicable joy blossomed within her heart at Lu Chen's approval. It was akin to a delightful child finally receiving recognition. Bai Shuangxue felt unexpectedly elated by Lu Chen's acknowledgement, a sentiment she had never anticipated, cherishing a man's approval. Lu Chen escorted Bai Shuangxue outside. It must be said that in her new attire, she drew the gaze of all, regardless of age or gender. Lu Chen even overheard whispers regarding Bai Shuangxue. That beauty is stunning. She appears almost unreal, like a celestial fairy. Do you think she's a star? Stars rely on makeup, yet she seems unadorned, entirely natural. Is that true? In this day and age, do women truly venture out without makeup? Listening to the surrounding admiration for Bai Shuangxue brought a certain pleasure to Lu Chen. He even leaned closer to her, examining her visage. You aren't wearing makeup, are you? Bai Shuangxue shook her head. No. In your bathroom, there's no vanity nor any cosmetics. How could I possibly apply makeup? Lu Chen responded with an "oh" and nodded repeatedly, smiling. Then you're indeed a natural beauty. Without makeup, your complexion is flawless, as delicate as a baby's skin. Upon hearing Lu Chen's compliment, Bai Shuangxue's cheeks flushed ever so slightly. At that moment, Lu Chen found her even more enchanting, evoking an irresistible urge to kiss her. However, in broad daylight, he refrained from such audacious actions. As Lu Chen prepared to leave the city, he took a moment to check on the physical quality lottery, which was still ongoing. After all, they aimed to draw 1 million yuan physical quality cards, with 1,000 consecutive draws. A longer duration was quite reasonable, though it did put some strain on the automated lottery machine. Lu Chen felt that the automatic lottery robot was nearly smoking from exhaustion. He silently mourned for it for 3 seconds in his heart before deciding to ignore it. Meanwhile, in a hidden location, a group of people was secretly watching Lu Chen. The leader among them was none other than Lu Yi, who had suffered greatly because of Lu Chen at the class reunion. Today marked the 3rd day since the server opened. After leveling up and gathering his strength, he believed the time for revenge against Lu Chen had arrived. Boss Pei. Lu Chen has emerged. Lu Yi quickly reported Lu Chen's departure from home to Pei Yingwu. With a mere second of conversation through the friends list, he was able to communicate with his superior, who was currently at level 6. One could only imagine the extent of his power. On the other side, where was Lu Chen headed? Judging by his appearance, he seemed prepared to participate in the wild event that would occur at noon. This afternoon in alliance with the 3 major factions of the underground forces in Jiang City, South City, East City, and West City, planned to conduct a comprehensive operation in the wilderness. Since Lu Chen was also heading out at noon, this provided the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Thank you, Boss Pei. Once the chat in the friends list concluded, a cold, smug smile crept onto Lu Ye's lips. Lu Chen, the most significant power in this world, is not money. It is authority. Authority can generate wealth, suppress wealth, and even obliterate wealth. My boss, Pei Yingwu, controls the entire underground force in North City of Jiang City, with over 10,000 members at his command. How strong can you be alone? Can you contend against 10,000? Lu Yi thought confidently to himself, exuding an air of assured victory even before the battle had begun. In truth, it was not just Lu Yi who thought this way. The thousands of members under Pei Yingwu would hardly believe that Lu Chen could possibly defeat such a formidable force, unless one were utterly foolish. No one would think Lu Chen could win. At 11:30 a.m., Lu Chen arrived at the wilds of Jiang City, at a location known as the Starfall Lake. This place was renowned for its vast and beautiful lake. If one were to visit at night, the crystal-clear lake bed would be adorned with a variety of luminous gemstones, making an exceptionally romantic spot for dates. Yet, romance aside, the Starfall Lake held its share of dangers. whether beneath the water or along the shore. There were numerous amphibious creatures known as blackwater demons, typically ranging from levels 25 to 30, relatively high for early game leveling. Thus, when Lu Chen and Bai Shuangxiu arrived at this location, it could best be described as desolate. Nevertheless, Lu Chen was aware that on the third day in the wild, the creatures at Starfall Lake would respawn. Therefore, he arrived half an hour early and found a vantage point along the shore, waiting attentively. As Lu Chen playfully teased by Shuangxiu, he inquired, "Have you ever been on a romantic date with another man?" The bluntness of his question left Bai Shuangxiu momentarily stunned. She clenched her delicate fists, torn between not wanting to admit her lifelong single status and fearing that Lu Chen would look down upon her, believing she had never experienced love. Meanwhile, she absent-mindedly picked up a few stones, skipping them across the surface of the Falling Star Lake. Before posing her next question, Bai Shuangxiu, what are your dreams? Chapter 73. The four villains of Jiangxing gather at Falling Star Lake. Dreams? This was the first time Bai Shuangxiu had encountered someone asking her such a question, and it left her perplexed. I don't know, what dreams do I possess? She replied. Lu Chen explained, simply put, a dream is something you wish to do, but currently cannot. Upon hearing this, Bai Shuangxiu pondered seriously. If I have one, I wish to visit the Misty Star Ruins. Huh? Lu Chen looked at her, bewildered. What is that place? Bai Shuangxiu earnestly elucidated. It is a relic of mechanical civilization suspended above the sea of clouds. The city of gears is overrun by luminescent ferns. At every hour, corrosive acid rain descends, necessitating the manipulation of the astrolabe within the ruins to alter the weather. It is said that the core area conceals fragments of shattered satellites that can endow weapons with the power to devour stars. However, activating them awakens dormant plant-like mechanical guardians. Lu Chen could not help but chuckle at Bai Shuangxiu's imaginative discourse. Is there truly such a peculiar place in this world? Bai Shuangxiu, her bright eyes gleaming with pride, nodded enthusiastically. Of course, the universe is vast and full of wonders. Just like my arrival in your world, it is an extraordinary experience. If given the chance, I will take you to my realm, or to the Misty Star Ruins, a world entirely distinct, where technology reigns eternal. Lu Chen was captivated by Shuangxiu's infectious enthusiasm. He smiled and nodded, gazing at the girl's dreamy expression. All right, we shall definitely go one day. Glancing at the time, Lu Chen noted that only 15 minutes remained until the world reset. However, he began to sense something amiss. Around the Falling Star Lake, a considerable number of players seemed to have gathered. If these were merely casual players, it would not have caught Lu Chen's attention, as it was common for players to slay monsters, explore, and enjoy themselves in the wild. What piqued Lu Chen's interest was the fact that those present at the Falling Star Lake were not scattered players, but rather a well-trained team. There were 3 exits leading away from the Falling Star Lake, all of which were intentionally occupied. These individuals appeared to have received prior intelligence, aware that at noon today, the wilderness would randomly refresh near the Falling Star Lake. Thus, the forces behind this group of individuals have strategically positioned themselves in advance. After a while, the 3 entrances to the Starfall Lake were completely controlled by these individuals. Only their own members were permitted to enter the vicinity, while all other wandering players were summarily denied access. This behavior incited considerable indignation and resistance among the players. However, the sheer number of this faction rendered the discontent of the wandering players ineffective. Their individual strength was insufficient to instigate any significant upheaval. Realizing they were no match for this group, they could only depart from the Starfall Lake in frustration, opting to seek alternative locations for monster hunting and leveling up. Furthermore, a cleansing operation commenced within the Starfall Lake. Lu Chen observed that several players who had long been present in the area were directly expelled by this unknown force. Initially, they were driven out with words, leading to dissatisfaction among the established players, resulting in verbal disputes. Eventually, the members of this unknown faction abandoned all pretenses and brandished their weapons, leveraging their numerical superiority. When the first wave of violent expulsion occurred, those remaining in the Starfall Lake witnessed the scene unfold. Reluctant to become the next victims of such brutality, they could only endure their humiliation and retreat from the area. As the clock struck 11:50, only Lu Chen and Bai Shuangxiu remained in the Starfall Lake, while the rest were entirely comprised of the encircling unknown force. This sight heightened Lu Chen's vigilance. These individuals had clearly noticed him and Bai Shuangxiu, but feigned ignorance until all other casual players had been cleared out, leaving only the 2 of them. Lu Chen thought to himself, "It seems they are targeting me." Sure enough, 3 minutes later, Lu Chen observed 4 men of apparent high status convening on the shore of the Starfall Lake. Each was flanked by bodyguards, both to assert their respective authority and to ensure their leader's safety. A quick glance at these four men revealed to Lu Chen their true identities. They were the infamous four evils of Jiangcheng. The four evils of Jiangcheng dominated the southern, northern, eastern, and western regions of the city, profiting through extortion, protection rackets, and various illicit enterprises. With a following of over 10,000 members, these four individuals had amassed their fortunes by plundering the resources of the populace during the early days of the Immortal Fate. The most coveted items during this period were undoubtedly the recharge limit cards. The four evils of Jiangcheng relied on ruthless exploitation, forcibly extracting recharge limit cards from the grassroots players. Failure to deliver these cards in a timely manner could result in severe beatings, or even worse, threats to their very lives. The common players, in their struggle for survival, are compelled to desperately seek out recharge cards to offer as tribute, thereby securing fleeting moments of respite. Meanwhile, the four notorious figures in Jiang City exploit the desperation of a lower class, incessantly harvesting their recharge cards, elevating their levels and consequently their power. With this augmented strength, they become increasingly brazen, ruthlessly extracting more from the impoverished populace, compelling them to acquire additional recharge cards. This scenario perpetuates an inescapable vicious cycle. Some might say, refuse to pay, then perish. After all, once the celestial fates intertwined with reality, all legal statutes became mere farces in the face of absolute force. Legal repercussions against them? A joke. The enforcement of law relies on individuals, and they have surged ahead of everyone else through their vast accumulation of recharge cards. At this juncture, the only ones capable of imposing sanctions upon them are themselves. Yet these individuals conspire in collusion. Their shared interests render any conflict between them implausible. Their collaborative effort to plunder the wealth of the lower-class players is the most agreeable option for all. At this moment, Pei Yingwu, the leader from the north of the city, was the first to speak. Before we commence, I wish to settle some personal grievances. The other three regional leaders nodded in unison. Hey, what do you intend to do? Pei Yingwu replied with a cold smile. Just dealing with a certain individual. Do you require our assistance? They inquired. No need, I shall handle myself. At that moment, Lu Chen and Pei Yingwu's gazes clashed across the expanse of the Falling Star Lake. Chapter 74. Lu Chen. Kneel and apologize. Just then, Lu Chen noticed a familiar face approaching behind Pei Yingwu. It was Lu Yi, an old classmate he had encountered at a reunion. Upon spotting Lu Yi, Lu Chen immediately surmised that this was likely part of Lu Ye's scheme for revenge. However, Lu Chen remained unperturbed. In his past life, facing the already besieged Falling Star Lake with only himself and Bai Shuangxue remaining, he might have felt anxious, fearing targeted assaults. Yet this morning, Lu Chen had generously spent nearly 1 million, clearing out all the premium outfits from Bai Shuangxue's pet wardrobe. Such an extravagant expenditure had undoubtedly granted Bai Shuangxue a remarkable boost in attributes. Lu Chen need not lift a finger. Bai Shuangxue alone would suffice to deal with all the players at the Falling Star Lake. In the wild, apologies, but before Bai Shuangxue, they were unworthy even hold her shoes. Meanwhile, Lu Chen observed Lu Yi seemingly concluding his discussion with Pei Yingwu. Soon, Lu Yi, accompanied by 10 others, encircled the Falling Star Lake and advanced towards Lu Chen's position. Approximately 5 minutes later, Lu Yi and his entourage stood before Lu Chen. Behind Lu Yi stood 10 individuals, all uniformly at level 20 and all warriors. They appeared quite formidable. On the third day after the server launch, such a level was already remarkable among ordinary players. Lu Chen, what a coincidence to find you here. Lu Yi greeted Lu Chen with a smile that did not reach his eyes. As he spoke, Lu Yi cast a glance at Bai Shuangxue, who stood behind Lu Chen. Upon seeing her, a surge of jealousy welled up within Lu Yi. For Bai Shuangxue was extraordinarily beautiful, captivating him with just a glance. Simultaneously, he envied Lu Chen, wondering how he had the fortune of such a stunning woman by his side. Upon hearing Lu Ye's words, Lu Chen's lips curled into a slight smile as he replied. Lu Yi, this hardly seems like a coincidence, does it? What do you mean? Lu Yi retorted, sensing the insincerity in Lu Chen's tone. Is there any point in pretending at this juncture? With a chuckle, Lu Yi decided to drop the facade. Lu Chen, at the last class reunion. You caused me immense trouble. The authorities locked me up, and do you have any idea how much I spent to secure my early release? Lu Chen's smile widened slightly, surprised that Lu Yi had some awareness. Lu Yi, if you hadn't sought to provoke me, what reason would I have had to send you to prison? Upon hearing this, Lu Yi's expression darkened, for Lu Chen's words rang true. During the reunion, it had indeed been Lu Yi who initiated the confrontation, leading to a series of unfortunate events. Yet, despite acknowledging his own fault, Lu Yi was not one to concede easily. Lu Chen, why should I concern myself with that? You imprisoned me, and today I will ensure you pay the same price. Lu Chen's smile remained calm as he glanced at the time, 11:58 p.m. There were still 2 minutes until the wilderness would refresh. Very well, we have a moment. Let's converse. You mentioned wishing to make me pay the same price. What exactly do you intend to do? Lu Chen regarded Lu Yi with a composed smile, which irritated Lu Yi further, as it felt as if Lu Chen could see through him completely. You have 2 choices. First, kneel before me now, apologize, and publicly declare your wrongdoing to all our classmates at the reunion. Second, I will send you to prison for 6 months. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's smile broadened. Is there no third option? Lu Yi's eyes widened in disbelief. Lu Chen, are you daring to negotiate with me? Have you not discerned the situation at hand? Feigning ignorance. Lu Chen asked, what situation? Lu Yi burst into laughter, mocking, Lu Chen, people say you are clever, but from my perspective, it is merely an act. You are utterly foolish. Let me enlighten you. Today, the area around Falling Star Lake has been completely booked. The leaders of 4 underground factions in Jiangsheng have gathered there. Their objective being to seize the wilderness that is about to refresh here. Lu Chen curiously retorted, isn't the wilderness supposed to refresh randomly? How do you know the refresh locations in advance? Upon hearing this, Lu Yi's lips curled into a sardonic smile, as he mockingly replied, you are indeed foolish. It seems I have overestimated you. In a world of celestial fates, can matters that can be resolved with money truly be considered problems? Information taverns allow one to directly purchase relevant news. In that instant, Lu Chen experienced a profound realization. So, this was how information about the wilderness was acquired. In his previous life, he felt as though he had lived in vain, completely unaware that such information could be obtained from an information tavern. Thank you for the reminder. Lu Chen graciously expressed his gratitude to Lu Yi. Upon hearing this, a peculiar expression appeared on Lu Yi's face. What do you mean, Lu Chen? Lu Chen glanced at the time and, with a sense of camaraderie, began the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Wilderness refresh. As his words echoed, a tremendous wave surged in the heart of Falling Star Lake, which had been tranquil just moments before. In an instant, everyone surrounding Falling Star Lake was captivated by the spectacle. They all turned their gazes toward the center of the lake, where a colossal black water demon king, measuring an impressive 30 meters in length, burst forth from the depths. The crowd gasped in astonishment, hastily exclaiming, the wilderness has refreshed. Boss, should we strike now? Pei Yingwu and the other 3 leaders of the underground region remained composed as they gazed at Falling Star Lake. Why the rush? Today, the area around Falling Star Lake is exclusively reserved for our brothers. No outsiders can intrude. The spoils of the wilderness will belong to our 4 factions. Not just today, but every day henceforth, the wilderness shall belong to us. With laughter ringing out, the announcement echoed, the wilderness in Jiangsheng has refreshed, with a landing point at Falling Star Lake. As this proclamation resonated, millions of players across Jiangsheng received the news, swiftly making their way toward Falling Star Lake. However, upon their arduous arrival at the outskirts of the lake, they were met with the shocking sight of the area being completely monopolized. The 3 entrances to Falling Star Lake had been sealed off, and the culprits were none other than the notorious 4 evils of Jiangsheng. Chapter 75. By Shuangxue unleashes her ultimate skill for the first time, slaying a level 35 wilderness creature in one strike. In an instant, a cacophony of curses erupted at the outskirts of Falling Star Lake. Damn it, these 4 evils of Jiangsheng are a blight upon the land. These wretches have the audacity to monopolize the area around Falling Star Lake, which should be an activity open to all players. Those underlings of the 4 evils are all so high-leveled and powerful. It seems we're no match for them. We can't break through. If only someone could punish these scoundrels. Clearly, the 4 evils of Jiangsheng had gained a notorious reputation, and almost every local resident would gladly condemn them. Yet, apart from venting their frustrations, there was little anyone could do. The 3 entrances and exits surrounding the Starfall Lake were completely congested with people, all of whom had hastily arrived from various cities upon hearing of the wilderness refresh. On the other side, Lu Chen stood at the edge of Starfall Lake, encircled by Lu Yi and 10 level 20 warriors. However, Lu Chen remained unperturbed. Instead, his gaze was fixed on the Blackwater Demon King in the center of the lake. He cast a probing skill towards it, and the attributes of the Blackwater Demon King materialized before his eyes. Blackwater Demon King, type, Wilderness, level, 35, health, 300, 000, physical attack, 1, 500 magical attack, 1, 300 physical defense, 600 magical defense, 420 water element damage bonus, 50 movement speed in water, 50 skills, raging waves, blackwater corrosion, water column barrage. Upon discerning the details, Chen noted that the wilderness attributes had significantly improved since the previous day. The total health had escalated from 100,000 to 300,000, and the level had risen by 10. The levels in the wilderness generally fluctuated upward in tandem with the average level of regular players. Despite the emergence of the Blackwater Demon King, it remained undisturbed, floating serenely on the surface of Starfall Lake, as no one dared to attack it. The four notorious figures from Jiang City had claimed dominance over the lake, leaving no competitors, which allowed them to proceed without haste. At that moment, Lu Yi furrowed his brow, glaring at Lu Chen with displeasure. Lu Chen, are you ignoring what I previously told you? Huh? What did you say? Lu Chen's demeanor infuriated Lu Yi further. Fine, Lu Chen, I had initially intended to show leniency out of respect for our past as classmates. However, if you choose to disrespect me, do not expect me to be courteous. Do you understand that Starfall Lake is entirely under our control? Do you think that merely resurrecting with a revival coin will erase our grievances? Let me tell you, that is impossible. You possess at most 3 revival coins, and I will deplete them. I am eager to see if you will maintain this arrogant attitude when you encounter me for the 4th time, with a cold command. He concluded, make your move. Simultaneously, Lu Chen turned to Bai Shuangxue and instructed, make your move. In the next moment, Bai Shuangxue summoned the Nuwa sword in her right hand and gracefully stepped onto the water's surface, making her way towards the wilderness. Meanwhile, Lu Chen faced the onslaught of 10 level 20 warriors who had drawn their weapons. With his back turned to them, their attacks landed squarely on him, and soon damage numbers floated above his head. 1, 1, 1. The staggering numbers of damage left Lu Chen utterly unfazed. Meanwhile, Bai Shuangxue gracefully glided across the surface of the falling star lake, immediately capturing the attention of all those gathered by its shores. A number of voices rang out in alarm. This is bad. Someone's attempting to seize our territory. Damn it, this fool is courting death. How dare they snatch a meal from our boss's grasp? Yet, as these raucous exclamations echoed, Pei Yingwu and the leaders of the other 3 regions merely laughed dismissively. Just her alone, daring to claim the full health field boss? What a joke. It takes a 1,000-strong team to contend with such a beast. Today, the 4 major factions of Jiangcheng have united, and only then can we be confident in securing this field. Everyone, remain calm and watch as this individual is swiftly dispatched by the wild. They chuckled, regarding her as a mere fool who overestimated her capabilities. As they anticipated the moment she would be obliterated by the level 35 field boss, the Blackwater Demon King. As Bai Shuangxue stepped into the attack range of the Blackwater Demon King, it reacted instantaneously, locking onto her position and unleashing its skill, Water Column Barrage. In an instant, a series of black water columns erupted from the demon's maw, spraying toward Bai Shuangxue. A slight furrow formed on her delicate brow. What a repulsive adversary. Initially, she intended to engage in close combat, but upon witnessing such grotesque behavior, she feared that the battle might soil the new attire Lu Chen had purchased for her. Thus, she opted to retreat. This scene elicited uproarious laughter from the onlookers around Falling Star Lake. In their eyes, Bai Shuangxue was fleeing in fear. How amusing. I thought she was quite brave. Turns out she is just a pretty face without substance. After all, it was a wild boss with formidable attributes and an imposing presence. Any normal person would be intimidated upon encountering it. Oh, only now do I see she's a girl. I couldn't tell from so far away. Just as the crowd continued to mock Bai Shuangxue, she suddenly halted in her retreat. An overwhelming force surged forth from the Huang sword in her right hand, conjuring a terrifying storm across the surface of Falling Star Lake. The sheer might caused the vast expanse of the lake to boil violently. Bai Shuangxue's beautiful eyes widened, as the power of the goddess In Hua flowed from her being. Behind her, a divine majesty descended, sweeping across the entire lakeside and stirring the hearts of countless onlookers. Those who had once ridiculed her fell silent, their eyes wide with shock and fear, fixated on Bai Shuangxue at the center of the lake. With one hand gripping the Huang sword and the other forming a powerful sword seal, she sweetly declared, In Hua Divine Art, 10,000 miles annihilation sword technique. In that instant, the power of the In Hua Divine Art surged within her. The Huang sword was brandished, unleashing 9 formidable strands of the Wanli Miezong sword Qi in an instant, targeting the Blackwater Demon King on the battlefield. Each strike inflicted a staggering 1,500 points of physical damage, and each strand of the Wanli Miezong sword Qi could strike 18 times. This marked the inaugural activation of Bai Shuangxue's ultimate skill, In the blink of an eye, the powerful level 35 Blackwater Demon King was assailed by countless waves of the Wanli Miezong sword qi, its once formidable health bar evaporating instantaneously. As the sword energy surged past, a damaged figure emerged. 480, 500. A moment later, an ethereal announcement resonated throughout the Jiangcheng region. The wild has been slain. Chapter 76, Devouring All Experience from the Wilderness. Leveling Frenzy. Huahuang Divine Art. Wanli Miezong Sword Technique. The 9 strands of Wanli Miezong Sword Qi, soaring above the falling star lake, ultimately returned to Beishuangshu, converging back into the Huahuang sword. This technique, the Huahuang Divine Art's Wanli Miezong Sword Technique, unleashed 9 strands of sword energy, each capable of 18 strikes. In theory, Beishuangshu's ultimate skill could inflict damage 162 times upon the enemy. Yet in reality, the very first strand that made contact with a level 35 Blackwater Demon King unleashed a staggering nearly 1.5 million damage, rendering the remaining 161 strikes ineffective before they could be executed. With the demise of the Blackwater Demon King, a tremendous explosion erupted from its lifeless form. In an instant, an avalanche of equipment, items, and recharge cards erupted around, akin to a geyser. Moreover, as Beishuangshu had instantaneously dispatched the foe, and given that she was a pet of Liu Kan, it was as though Liu Kan alone claimed the final victory over the wild. The other players, having not partaken in this battle, bore witness to an extraordinary spectacle. Liu Kan singularly devoured all experience from the wilderness. Small green bottle. Experience activated. Experience. Gained 1,000 experience points. Small green bottle. Abundance activated. Abundance. Additional 500 experience points upon defeating a foe of equal level. As the experience poured in, golden light began to radiate from above Lu Chuan's head, heralding his ascension. The bountiful experience from the wilderness, coupled with the effects of the small green bottle, propelled Liu Kan to soar through 3 levels in succession. Your level has risen to 30. Your level has risen to 31. Your level has risen to 32. With these 3 rapid ascensions, the effects of the small green bottle were triggered once more, heralding the arrival of a second wave of notifications. Small green bottle. Blessing activated. Blessing. Upon leveling up, there is a 10 chance to ascend an additional level. Your level has risen to 33. The small green vial. The purple aura takes effect. The purple aura. When the blessing is triggered, it will certainly grant an additional level. Your level has risen to 34. Yet this is not the end. With a probability of 10, Lu Chun unexpectedly triggered another wave. Moreover, it occurred precisely when he ascended to level 34, at the moment the purple aura effect was activated, granting him an additional level. Astonishingly, he triggered the blessing effect once again. The small green vial. The blessing takes effect. The blessing. Upon leveling up, there is a 10 chance to gain an additional level. Your level has risen to 35. The small green vial. The purple aura takes effect. The purple aura. When the blessing is triggered, it will certainly grant an additional level. Your level has risen to 36. Ultimately, Lu Chen's level appeared to halt at 36. He was utterly astonished. This was simply outrageous. Bai Shuangxue had effortlessly eliminated a level 35 creature in the wild. Consequently, Lu Chen's level surged from 29 to 36. The rate of this ascension was faster than riding a rocket. Moreover, Lu Yi and the 10 level 20 warriors surrounding Lu Chen were left in a state of shock, gazing at him in disbelief. Am I seeing this correctly? It seems like multiple golden lights of level-ups appeared around him. Not just a few, but at least 5 or more. What? Did he just ascend 5 levels in one go? How'd he manage that? It must be due to the experience gained from the fallen creatures in the wild, which he shared exclusively with that woman. As Lu Chen soared to level 36, the effects of fortune astonishingly triggered 3 times in total. The small green vial. Fortune takes effect. Fortune. Upon leveling up, there is a 10 chance to receive triple attribute growth. This time, he received triple attribute growth. This equates to Lu Chen gaining an additional 6 levels of attribute growth. Another immense boost to his attributes. At this moment, Lu Chen was so elated that he could hardly contain himself. The experience from the wild was indeed formidable. He never anticipated that exclusive experience from the wild would lead to such an exaggerated leveling speed. Driven by curiosity, Lu Chen even opened the leaderboard to check the player levels on the 3rd day since the server launch. To his surprise, upon opening the leaderboard, he discovered that he was still the only one listed. Jiangcheng level leaderboard. First place, mysterious person. Level 36. This meant that, as of now, at noon on the 3rd day of the server launch, within the main city of Jiangcheng, which boasted a population of 20 million. There had not emerged a second player of level 25 besides Chen. After all, players at level 25 can unlock the ranking feature and ascend to the leaderboard. Simultaneously, with the chaos in the wilderness, the remaining players and adventurers outside of Falling Star Lake had gone completely mad. The situation had descended into utter turmoil. A large crowd, incited by the tyrannical occupation of Falling Star Lake by the four villains of Jiangsheng and their monopolization of the wilderness, had erupted in collective fury. Amidst the crowd, none could discern who initiated the fervor. United by sheer numbers, we charged forth, undaunted by the notorious four evils of Jiangsheng. With fervent spirits, we surged forward. I refuse to believe that there exists no law in this world to curtail the malevolence of the four evils. With the recent casualties in the wilderness, a plethora of equipment and items must have dropped, not to mention the highly coveted recharge quota cards. The mere utterance of recharge quota cards sent a wave of excitement rippling through the throng. Soon, a lone mage launched an assault against the minions of the four evils obstructing the entrance to Falling Star Lake. A fireball struck one of the minions squarely on the forehead. Who dares to strike me? Step forward. In the next moment, the crowd on the periphery of Falling Star Lake erupted into chaos. Skills of every kind were unleashed indiscriminately upon the obstructing minions. Amidst the turmoil, many took advantage of the confusion, launching their own abilities without fear of retribution. In less than half a minute, the entrances to Falling Star Lake were violently torn apart by the overwhelming tide of players, dismantling the meticulously crafted defenses of the four evils. Meanwhile, on the shore of Falling Star Lake, Pei Yingwu and three other underground lords from Jiangsheng stood agape, utterly astonished at the sight before them. The Blackwater Demon King had fallen effortlessly before their very eyes. Mere seconds ago, they had been jesting, deriding Bai Shuangxue for her audacity. Yet in an instant, Bai Shuangxue had vindicated herself, delivering a resounding slap to the faces of these underground lords. Pei Yingwu was the first to regain composure. Damn it, our first kill has been snatched away. The other three underground lords were thrown into a panic, their voices rising in a cacophony of anger and disbelief. The spoils of the wilderness. This is what truly matters. In that moment, the minions of the four evils disregarded all caution, leaping into Falling Star Lake, desperately swimming towards the corpse of the Blackwater Demon King. Instantly, the lake was a hive of activity. At least 10,000 players dove into the waters, all striving for the central corpse of the Blackwater Demon King. However, as they approached, their hearts brimming with anticipation to claim the recharge quota cards, a notification suddenly appeared before them. The owner of this loot is Chen. The item protection will automatically be lifted in 3 minutes. In that moment, all the minions of the four evils were left dumbfounded. After their arduous swim to the spoils, they were now informed that they could not collect the rewards. Soon, word of this predicament reached the four lords on the shore. The spoils of the wilderness are currently bound to Chen. The protection limit for the items is set at 3 minutes, which means that in order to collect the spoils, we must wait for 3 minutes. As soon as the time limit was announced, the expressions of Pei Yingwu and the three other leaders turned grim. They simultaneously looked towards Pei Yingwu. Pei, the person you need to deal with, is it that Chen? At this moment, Pei Yingwu was seething with rage. Yes, the one I need to eliminate is indeed Chen. He could hardly believe it. A mere insignificant player had caused them the most severe trouble at such a critical moment. Moreover, what infuriated Pei Yingwu even more was that he had dispatched 10 powerful warriors, each at level 20, to assist Lu Yi in eliminating Chen. Why then? Had Lu Yi failed to accomplish this task? And to make matters worse, Chen had even secured a kill in the wilderness. He was the only one to do so. However, before Pei Yingwu could issue new orders, a thunderous uproar arose from all directions around the Starfall Lake. Soon, a subordinate rushed in with alarming news. Leaders, it's bad. Our men were successfully guarding the 3 entrances to Starfall Lake, but suddenly, the outsiders launched an attack. Their numbers exceed ours, and we cannot hold them back. The players from outside have breached our defenses. Upon hearing this, the leaders were furious, their tempers flaring. You useless lot. I don't maintain you for moments like this. If you can't even secure a few entrances, what can you accomplish? Facing the scornful reprimands, Pei Yingwu's icy gaze fixed on the 3 leaders and the subordinates who bowed their heads in apology. He stated, "We must not engage in infighting at this critical juncture. Since the outsiders have breached our defenses, their objective is undoubtedly to seize the spoils from the wilderness. We have already suffered significant losses, having been outmaneuvered by this Chen." At this moment, one of the leaders inquired, Pei, what do you propose we do to mitigate our losses? Pei Wu's gaze, piercing through the waters of Starfall Lake, locked onto Lu Chun, who was just across the lake. With only 3 minutes remaining on the wilderness item protection limit, this time was more than sufficient for the players outside to infiltrate. We cannot stop them. We must act swiftly and eliminate Lu Chun. Once Lu Chun is dead, the wilderness item protection will naturally be lifted. We must collect all the spoils as quickly as possible, and thus our joint operation will not be deemed a complete failure. Among the 4 of them, Pei Wu was one of the few leaders with a strategic mind. His impromptu plan quickly garnered the support of the other 3 leaders. All right, let us follow Pei's lead and eliminate this Lu Chun. Immediately thereafter, the 3 leaders began to shout fervently, "Giant whale gang, all brothers, gather, go and eliminate Lu Chun on the other side of the lake. Fol Gong Gong, all brothers, heed my command, and, similarly, take down Lu Chun. Whoever slays Lu Chun will be handsomely rewarded. Fire Tiger Gang, all members, spring into action immediately. I demand his demise within a minute." In that fleeting moment, Lu Chun, standing by the shores of the Falling Star Lake, suddenly observed the entire lakeside crowd converging upon him, akin to a horde of zombies. Their objective was clear, fixated on his position, as they charged directly towards him. Lu Chun appeared to have become the object of universal enmity. At that instant, by Shuang Xue, having dealt with the wilderness, encountered Lu Chun and unexpectedly inquired, "Lu Chun, do you not sense it?" "Sense what?" He replied, "Behind you. There are 10 individuals relentlessly attacking you." "Huh? Really?" Lu Chun turned in astonishment, only to find 10 level 20 warriors, each exerting their utmost. Employing their respective skills, fiery slash, sweeping across thousands, cutting strike. A sequence of dazzling skills bombarded Lu Chun, displaying a formidable and overwhelming force. Yet to his surprise, Lu Chun felt as if mere puffs of cotton were landing upon him, utterly imperceptible. One. With such negligible damage, it was no wonder Lu Chun remained oblivious. His extraordinary defense rendered many attacks ineffective, even dulling his sense of touch towards them. Consequently, he had been oblivious to Lu Yi and his group relentlessly striking at his back for nearly 3 minutes. Chapter 78. What are you doing? Are you just tickling me? What are you doing? Are you just tickling me? You. Lu Yi was on the verge of expiring from anger at Lu Chen's reaction. This scoundrel dared to treat him with such disdain and contempt. "Lu Chen, what on earth do you possess? Have the audacity to reveal your profile?" Liu Yi demanded. Eager to discover what attributes Lu Chen currently held, Lu Yi could not fathom how, despite leading 10 level 20 warriors, who were not only of considerable rank but also possessed great offensive power, they could not breach Lu Chen's defenses. If they could not penetrate Lu Chen's defenses, then they must focus on Lu Ye's instead. Listening to Lu Ye's threats, Lu Chen remained unfazed, unaffected by the intimidation. Conversely, after much rummaging, he finally produced a weapon, a rusty iron sword. Its sole attribute was a mere one to attack power. As Lu Yi and his companions beheld Lu Chun brandishing this weapon, their lips twitched uncontrollably, overwhelmed by a profound sense of humiliation and disdain. They had come prepared to confront Lu Chun with their finest weapons and most potent skills. Yet, Lu Chun chose to face them with nothing more than a rusty sword with a meager attack bonus. In a moment of exasperation, one could only exclaim, "If one can endure, what the others?" With fervor, Lu Yi joined the fray against Lu Chun. Yet, Lu Chun remained unfazed, casually gripping a rusty iron sword. With nonchalance, he swung it a few times, devoid of any intricate techniques. Astonishingly, the rusty blade made contact with 1 or 2 adversaries, and in an instant, their health bars plummeted to 0, akin to a staged fall, as they collapsed lifelessly to the ground. 3012. 2995. As this spectacle unfolded, Lu Chen's expression turned to one of astonishment. Lu Yi and the remaining survivors gaped in disbelief. What manner of damage was this? Merely wielding a rusty sword could inflict such staggering harm? "Lu Chen, are you cheating?" they gasped. Lu Chun, amused, had not anticipated the source of his newfound power. Curiosity piqued, he glanced at his attribute panel, and the revelation was startling. His total physical attack had exceeded the remarkable threshold of 3,000 points. Lu Chun, class, Human Emperor, Free Spirit, level 36, realm, Human Immortal, upper, health 271001, 5718, 58, growth 500, mana 111, 505, 4635, 49, growth 200, physical attack 24855, 7155, 23, growth 40, magical attack 248557155, 23, growth 40, physical defense 1255100048, growth 20, magical defense 1255100048, growth 20, elemental bonus 140, critical hit rate 20, critical damage 450, skill Crimson Lotus Explosive Fury / level. Lu Chen's ascent from level 29 to 36 had naturally resulted in a meteoric rise in his attributes. At his current level of 36, effortlessly dispatching several level 20 players was hardly a challenge. Moreover, Lu Chen's expenditure on in-game purchases far surpassed that of these lesser players, rendering their combined contributions insignificant compared to his. In the realm of Xian Yuan, where monetary investment reigned supreme, it was only logical for Lu Chen to eliminate them with ease. Thus, what need had he to justify whether he was cheating to Lu Yi? However, with a playful grin, Lu Chen remarked, "Lu Yi, if you believe I'm cheating, feel free to report me. Perhaps Xian Yuan will ban my account." At these words, Lu Ye's expression soured, as if he had ingested something unpleasant. In a reality where the game and life were intertwined, where could he possibly report Lu Chen for cheating? The notion of cheating was utterly non-existent in this tangible world of gaming. The backstage is nowhere to be found. Lu Yi glared at Lu Chen, his anger palpable. He had come to realize that Lu Chen's prowess far surpassed his own. "You are indeed formidable," Lu Yi uttered, acknowledging his inferiority and preparing to flee. However, in the blink of an eye, Lu Chen, swift as lightning, positioned himself directly in Lu Ye's path. "Why are you running, Lu Yi?" Upon seeing Lu Chen block his escape, Lu Ye's expression darkened even further. Naturally, he wished to flee. Would he stay and await his demise? Yet, for the sake of his pride, Lu Yi declared, "For the sake of our long-standing friendship, I shall let you off this time." Lu Chen erupted in laughter upon hearing this. "Let me off?" With that, he raised his other hand and deftly snapped his fingers. In an instant, several invisible remnants of sword energy manifested in the air, accompanied by a crisp sound, reminiscent of a sword being sheathed. The hem of Bai Shuangshue's attire fluttered slightly as she remained poised and serene, as if nothing had transpired moments before. However, Lu Ye's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed all 10 of his level 20 warriors being obliterated in an instant by an unseen force. The ground was littered with corpses, leaving only Lu Yi standing. Even Lu Yi, despite his ignorance, could discern that while it was not Lu Chen who had struck, it was Bai Shuangxue. He had not even perceived the traces of her attack, a testament to her formidable strength. Such a powerful and exquisitely beautiful woman willingly aligning herself with Lu Chen filled Lu Yi with a tumult of jealousy and despair. At that moment, Lu Chen's rusted iron sword was poised against Lu Ye's throat. Lu Yi trembled, recalling the terrifying display of power Lu Chen had just exhibited, a stark contrast to his usual amiable demeanor. Lu Yi had no doubt that with a mere flick of Lu Chen's wrist, his life could be extinguished. With a sudden thud, Lu Yi collapsed to his knees before Lu Chen, weeping profusely as he pleaded, "I am sorry, Lu Chen. I was wrong. I should not have offended you." Observing this, Lu Chen shook his head and scoffed. "I thought you had more backbone. If you had endured a bit longer, perhaps I would have regarded you with a modicum of respect." In utter humiliation, Lu Yi lowered his head, desperate to save his life. "Lu Chen, it was not my intention to confront you. Since that class reunion, it was Zhao Tianlang who orchestrated plans against you. He secretly coerced me to undermine you during the reunion, to embarrass you. He even instructed me to intoxicate you and ultimately deliver you to a woman's bed, framing you with slander and accusations of assault." Upon hearing Lu Yi divulge everything, Lu Chen's gaze grew increasingly frosty. Until now, he lacked a justifiable reason to confront Zhao Tianlang. With Lu Ye's betrayal, Lu Chen finally uncovered the leverage he needed. Chapter 79. Forgive you? That is the business of Yama. I am merely tasked with escorting you to meet the King of Hell. Lu Chen fixed his gaze upon Lu Yi, his voice icy as he spoke. "I had initially intended to extinguish all your resurrection coins, yet considering your attitude of repentance." Upon hearing this, Lu Yi excitedly lifted his head to look at Lu Chen. "Lu Chen, have you forgiven me?" Lu Chen smiled faintly. "Forgive you? That is a matter for the King of Hell. My role is simply to guide you to him." With those words, Lu Chen wielded his rusted iron sword and swiftly swept it through Lu Ye's form. Lu Ye's body was instantly severed as if it were mere parchment. Under the immense force of Lu Chen's physical prowess, Lu Ye's health bar was obliterated in an instant. 13, 554. Critical hit. Moreover, by a stroke of fate, Lu Chen's casual attack triggered a 20 critical hit rate, inflicting 450 points of critical damage. It appears Lu Yi was destined for demise. Prior to this, Lu Chen had struck down several others without triggering a single critical hit, yet it conveniently activated against Lu Yi. As Lu Ye's corpse transformed into a beam of white light, he returned to the Resurrection Stone in Jiangcheng for revival. Surrounding Lu Chen and Bai Shuangxue, aside from the remnants of corpses, lay a collection of worthless equipment and trivial items. Naturally, Lu Chen dismissed these trifles. At this moment, his gaze swiftly darted to the directions surrounding the Starfall Lake. Almost everyone present was converging upon Lu Chen with malicious intent. Kill, kill, kill. Eliminate this man, and the spoils of the wilderness will be freed for all to claim. Lu Chen furrowed his brow, fixated on the relentless tide of players advancing from all sides. These individuals were all minions of the four evils of Jiangcheng, their levels generally hovering around the teens. Such meager strength was utterly insignificant in Lu Chen's eyes. Since the four evils of Jiangcheng initiated the assault against me, let them not blame me for unleashing a massacre today. Lu Chen cast a glance at Bai Shuangxue and commanded, Bai Shuangxue, show no mercy to any enemy who dares attack us. Eliminate them all without exception. Bai Shuangxue nodded, and in her delicate palm, the Huahuang sword materialized prominently. Lu Chen also drew forth his rusted iron sword. Surprisingly, despite being the most rudimentary melee weapon, its lightweight nature made it quite manageable in Lu Chen's hands. In his previous life, he had wielded legendary and even epic equipment, all above level 100. Yet, none offered the comfort of this rusted iron sword. After all, the higher the level and grade of a weapon, the more energy it contained, rendering them increasingly complex. Thus, wielding a simple weapon like the rusted iron sword was far more intuitive and comfortable. Charge! 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 In an instant, Lu Chen suddenly observed that from all directions, there were at least 50 warriors of various classes, all locking onto him with their skills. They unleashed their charge abilities. Charge! Launch a fierce charge towards the target, inflicting 150 physical damage and stunning the enemy for 1 second. This was considered a rather precious control skill among warrior classes. Even though Lu Chen and Bai Shuangxue could eliminate an enemy with a single strike, the sheer number of foes surrounding them was overwhelming. Moreover, more than 50 warriors were charging directly at Lu Chen. He found himself in an unavoidable predicament. Bang! 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 Lu Chen felt as if he were being struck repeatedly by a train. These warrior enemies relentlessly collided with his body. 1. Although each collision only inflicted a forced damage of 1 point, posing no significant threat to Lu Chen's life, there was one aspect that greatly troubled him: the stuns. Lu Chen's system notifications incessantly popped up with related information. You have been stunned by the charge skill for 1 second. You have been stunned by the charge skill for 1 second. You have been stunned by the charge skill for 1 second. Each instance of stunning made Lu Chen's head spin, leaving him unable to execute any effective actions. If it were just 1 or 2 enemies, he could easily wait for the stun duration to pass and regain his freedom of movement. However, the sheer number of underlings under Jiangcheng's command was far too many. The entire Starfall Lake was besieging Lu Chen and Bai Shuangxue. Furthermore, the warriors at the forefront were leading the charge. Soon after, Lu Chen noticed a flurry of arrows raining down from the sky. He immediately recognized that these arrows were from the archer's stunning arrow skill. Stunning arrow. Shoot a stunning arrow at the target, dealing 130 physical damage and stunning the enemy for 15 seconds. Consequently, Lu Chen found himself doubly stunned. You have been stunned by the stunning arrow skill for 1 second. You have been stunned by the stunning arrow skill for 1 second. You have been stunned by the stunning arrow skill for 1 second. Damn, there were far too many control skills. Lu Chen was utterly incapacitated. He could only close his eyes, attempting to shield himself from the overwhelming barrage of external skills. In this situation, it was a quintessential case of a lone fist against a multitude of hands. No matter how formidable Lu Chen's personal strength was, he could not withstand the onslaught of thousands of players relentlessly bombarding him with control skills. These control skills did not cease for a moment. At one point, Lu Chen's status bar displayed an astonishing count of over 200 stun statuses. Of course, the stun status did not stack. When 200 stuns were unleashed simultaneously, Lu Chen's final stun duration would be calculated based on the last applied stun effect. In other words, even with 200 stuns hitting him at once, Lu Chen would be stunned for just 1 second. The only piece of good news, though the enemies surrounding Lu Chen were numerous, they posed no significant threat to his health bar. With over 40,000 health points, the incessant 1-point forced attacks, despite their numerical advantage, were insufficient to diminish Lu Chen's vitality, as he could swiftly replenish the lost health. The pressing dilemma was how Lu Chen could extricate himself from the ceaseless barrage of controlling skills. This predicament was not unique to him. Even Bai Shuangxue found herself immobilized by the multitude of skills unleashed upon her. To make matters worse, Lu Chen observed some unscrupulous men attempting to take advantage of Bai Shuangxue's helplessness, lecherously eyeing her beauty and seeking to exploit the chaos. Witnessing this scene ignited a fire of indignation within Lu Chen. In the next moment, Bai Shuangxue vanished from the scene, leaving the crowd in stunned silence, bewildered by her sudden disappearance. In reality, she had activated a skill costing 40,000 sacred body coins to dispel the 4 great curses of the ancient sacred body. Though Bai Shuangxue had temporarily eluded danger, Lu Chen became the sole target of the relentless assault. Simultaneously, the leaders of the 4 villains of Jiangcheng, led by Pei Yinwu, approached Lu Chen's location. What was the situation with this Lu Chen? Why, despite the onslaught from so many subordinates, was he not defeated? All the damage inflicted by the subordinates amounted to merely 1 point? What was the extent of this man's defensive capabilities? They were unaware of Lu Chen's level, as his information was concealed, rendering his attributes invisible. Pei Yingwu pondered for a moment before reassuring the others. Gentlemen, let's not be overly concerned. We possess a numerical advantage. As long as we continuously employ control skills against Lu Chen, he shall remain unable to act. Moreover, while our attacks may not inflict significant damage, even 1 point of force damage is still damage. The other 3 leaders turned their gazes toward Pei Yingwu. What do you mean by that, Pei? Do you have a plan? A slight smile graced Pei Yingwu's lips. Aside from control skills, everyone else is to cease their attacks. At his command, all cease their actions. Then Pei Yingwu shouted, "On my mark, everyone attack," simultaneously in 3 seconds. No delays, no hesitation. Strike precisely on cue. 3, 2, 1. With over 10,000 individuals surrounding Lu Chen, when Pei Yingwu completed the countdown, they unleashed their respective skills upon him. Although each attack dealt only 1 point of damage, Lu Chen's health plummeted by a staggering 10,000 points in an instant. The 4 leaders, including Pei Yingwu, were astounded to witness Lu Chen's health bar drop by a quarter. Their expressions reflected sheer disbelief as they absorbed the gravity of the situation. On the 3rd day since the server opened, Lu Chen's health bar astonishingly reached 40,000 points. How on earth did he achieve this? The constellation feature, which significantly enhances attributes, is truly remarkable. Could it be that he has already surpassed level 20? This Lu Chen must have invested a considerable amount during the internal testing phase. Pei Yingwu, overhearing the discussions among the other 3 leaders, scoffed derisively. What of it if he spent heavily during the beta? In the face of overwhelming numbers, even if he is exceptionally strong, can he truly contend against our thousands? A simultaneous assault was launched, instantly depleting Lu Chen's health. Although his recovery speed was swift, it was impossible for him to regain 10,000 health points in such a short time. Pei Yingwu surveyed the battlefield and, after a brief pause for everyone to regroup, issued another command. 3, 2, 1. Everyone, attack together. Boom, boom, boom. Lu Chen was bombarded by the skills of over 10,000 players, causing his health bar to plummet once more, now below half. At that moment, despair enveloped Lu Chen. Was this truly where he would meet his first demise in this life? It is worth noting that in his previous life, he had only fallen in battle during the later stages. Just as he found himself at a loss, a prompt echoed in his ear. Ding! The automatic lottery robot has completed all lottery draws. 1 million draws from the physique card pool. Completed? Though Lu Chen found himself immobilized, he closed his eyes and still managed to navigate his function interface. He quickly accessed his physique interface, revealing a dedicated item panel that displayed his current inventory status. Holy body coins, 140,000. Un physique coin, 850, 000. Level physique, fully activated. Level physique, fully activated. Level physique, fully activated. Level physique, fully activated. The 1 million draws had evidently yielded every physique from the card pool. Lu Chen, however, had no time to appreciate this or feel joy. He swiftly opened his current physique page, where the ancient holy body materialized before him. Ancient holy body is enduring curses. Curse of the abyss, inescapable. Curse of resource burden. Curse of the 4 extremities, disconnection. Curse of inability to achieve enlightenment. Without hesitation, Lu Chen expended 40,000 000 holy body coins to eradicate all 4 negative curses afflicting the ancient holy body. Spent 10,000 holy body coins. Successfully eliminated the curse. Abyss. Inescapable. Spent 10,000 holy body coins. Successfully eliminated the curse. Resource burden. Spent 10,000 holy body coins. Successfully eliminated the curse. For extremities. Disconnection. With the expenditure of 10,000 sacred body coins, the curse of the sacred body has been successfully dispelled. The path to enlightenment is now clear. As the curses dissipate, the once entangled violet shackles upon the ancient sacred body shatter instantaneously, vanishing into thin air. The majestic power of the ancient sacred body is now manifesting brilliantly. An unparalleled light radiates from it, illuminating the surroundings in all directions. Chen, unable to fully appreciate this magnificent display of dominance, hurriedly examines the 4 characteristics of the ancient sacred body. The characteristics have unlocked: immunity to all evils, level 1. Counteracting anomalies, level 1. Peerless invincibility, level 1. Invulnerability of the flesh, level 1. Immunity to all evils. Chen's face lit up with joy as he quickly scrutinized this characteristic. Immunity to all evils, characteristic, level 1. Effect, reduces the control skill effect from any enemy, current resistance value, 5, stun effects indeed, fall under the category of control skills. With a resistance value of 5, it implies that the duration of any stun inflicted by an enemy would be reduced by 5. However, this reduction seemed rather insufficient for Chen. Thus, he resolved to promptly upgrade the immunity to all evils characteristic. His health had already dwindled to a third. At this rate, he would soon meet his demise by the Starfall Lake. Upgrade. Immunity to all evils. Upon discovering the upgrade cost of 5,000 sacred body coins, Chen was taken aback, his mouth twitching in disbelief. What the devil? Xian Yuan, why is the cost for upgrading this characteristic so exorbitant? I've already dispelled 4 sacred body curses. Yet, the remarkable nature of the ancient sacred body lies in 2 aspects. First, its innate strength is extraordinary. Second, the resource consumption for upgrades remains staggering even after the curses are lifted. Choosing the path of the ancient sacred body means Chen has embarked on a journey distinctly different from everyone else. Damn it, upgrade. Chen gritted his teeth, disregarding all else, and fervently upgraded the immunity to all evils characteristic. Immunity to all evils upgrade successful. Resistance value 2. Immunity to all evils upgrade successful. Resistance value 2. Immunity to all evils upgrade successful. Resistance value 2, until no further upgrades were possible. He quickly checked again. Immunity to all evils. Characteristic, level 10. Effect, reduces the control skill effect from any enemy, current value. 23. Seeing this, Chen's expression darkened. For him, it was still insufficient. Is there any other way to further enhance it? Chapter 81. Upgrading immunity to all evils. Unlocking new characteristic. Purification of all control skills. Chen tentatively attempted to continue upgrading the characteristic, immunity to all evils, but was met with a prompt. Current characteristic has reached its limit. If further enhancement is necessary, the characteristic must permanently devour other physiques to expand its limits. Upon reading this, Chen was momentarily taken aback. What is happening? How did I not encounter such a situation in my previous life? To Chen's astonishment, the ultimate limit of the ancient sacred body's characteristic, immunity to all evils, is level 10. However, to continue expanding the upper limit, it requires the permanent consumption of other physiques. This implies that all the various physiques Chen has drawn from the physique card pool must now be subjected to permanent consumption. Once devoured, it equates to Chen sacrificing these exceptional physiques solely to elevate the upper limit of one of the characteristics of the ancient sacred body. Having never faced such a scenario in his past life, Chen could only proceed cautiously, step by step. He swiftly examined the physiques he possessed. The results were as follows. Level physique, fully activated. Currently possesses 5. Level physique, fully activated. Currently possesses 15. Level physique, fully activated. Currently possesses 30. Level physique, fully activated. Currently possesses 50. Level physique, fully activated. Currently possesses 80. Level physique, fully activated. Currently possesses 100. All physiques were accounted for. Categorized into 6 major types. The sacred body, however, was not included among them, as it cannot be acquired through the card pool. Lu Chen resolved to promptly select level physiques to bolster his immunity to all evils characteristic S upper limit. Yet, upon making a selection, he suddenly disowned a problem. When he chose one level physique, it astonishingly displayed, can break through the level 0-1 limit of immunity to all evils. Current breakthrough level is a non-integer. Temporarily unable to break through, Lu Chen was left dumbfounded. It turns out that 10 level physiques are required to augment the upper limit of immunity to all evils by 1 level. Feeling a bit dazed, he realized that there was no alternative. The situation was urgent. He was still reeling from constant disorientation and blows. In a moment of desperation, Lu Chen selected all 100 level physiques with a single click. A one-click sacrifice. The sound echoed, meaning he would never again utilize these physiques in this lifetime. Furthermore, these 100 types of level physiques will be permanently deleted from his skill card pool. However, Lu Chen had no time for nostalgia. With the sacrifice of the 100 level physiques completed, the upper limit of immunity to all evils was finally expanded. It surged from a limit of level 10 directly to level 20. To upgrade immunity to all evils to the next level, 5,000 sacred body coins are required. Without hesitation, he aimed to elevate it to the peak. Lu Chen disregarded all else, fervently upgrading the characteristic level of immunity to all evils. Immunity to all evils upgrade successful. Resistance value 2. Immunity to all evils upgrade successful. Resistance value 2. Immunity to all evils upgrade successful. Resistance value 2. The immunity from evil skill has successfully reached level 20, granting an additional resistance value of 2. The characteristic of immunity from evil has unlocked a new effect, purification. Soon, the characteristic immunity from evil has reached its maximum enhancement. Immunity from evil. Characteristic level 20. Effect mitigates the control skills from any enemy. Current value 45. Purification can be actively activated to instantly remove all control effects, rendering the user immune to all control skills for the next 3 seconds. Cooldown 3 minutes. Lu Chen distinctly felt a profound transformation within his body. The control skills that had been imposed upon him were evidently diminished by half. Not only that, but the level 20 effect of immunity from evil surprisingly provided Lu Chen with a powerful purification skill for his active use. This purification skill was formidable, capable of instantly clearing all control effects and granting him immunity to all control skills for the subsequent 3 seconds. Though 3 seconds may seem fleeting, in the rapidly shifting tides of battle, is ample time to determine the outcome of a conflict. Pei Yingwu commanded the battlefield, urging his brethren to exert themselves further. Lu Chen's health had dwindled to less than 1/5. This next onslaught would surely send him to his demise. As Pei Yingwu's commanding voice echoed, all of Jiangxing's 4 villains underlings rallied once more to assault Lu Chen. Should he fail to evade this wave, he would meet his end here. At that moment, Lu Chen was encumbered by over 100 states of stun. Throughout the encounter, numerous warriors and archers had been systematically applying stun effects upon him, rendering him immobile. Moreover, to ensure success, they employed a saturation assault strategy, with no fewer than 30 attackers in each wave, guaranteeing that every strike would inflict a stun upon Lu Chen. Everyone believed victory was assured. Lu Chen, unable to move from the outset, was expected to remain in that state until his demise. Regardless of his high health and formidable defense, they thought he would ultimately be ground down by their relentless assault. They were convinced that ordinary players could indeed wear down a pay-to-win player through sheer numbers. Yet, at that moment, Lu Chen imparted a lesson to all present. An ordinary player could only vanquish a pay-to-win player for one reason. The investment of the pay-to-win player was insufficient. Purification. With a fierce roar, Lu Chen unleashed the power of the ancient sacred body within him. A radiant light, as clear as rippling water, enveloped his form, simultaneously cleansing the status bar above his head. In an instant, all 100 stun effects were eradicated. Subsequently, he was imbued with a new status. Immunity to all control skills for 3 seconds. At last, freedom has been regained. The first action taken by Lu Chen upon his escape was not to flee, but to summon by Shuang Xue from the spirit pet space. In a tone colder than ever before, he commanded, by Shuang Xue, "Join me. Annihilate these foes." Chapter 82. Crimson Lotus Flame, Frost Sword Qi, Massacre by the Starfall Lake. As Lu Chen suddenly broke free, the scene startled everyone at the Starfall Lake. Even Pei Yingwu was taken aback, exceeding his expectations. How had Lu Chen escaped so suddenly? What was that azure wave of light enveloping him? As Pei Yingwu and the 3 leaders stood in astonishment, a terrifying crimson lotus flame suddenly erupted upon the surface of the Starfall Lake. Crimson Lotus Explosive Slash. Accompanied by a roar, an overwhelming crimson lotus flame ignited fiercely upon the rusted iron sword in Liu Chen's grasp. As the flame spread, the intense heat shocked the surrounding players. Wow, what a massive flame. What skill is this? How terrifying. They marveled, comparing it to their own modest fire abilities. The temperature is astonishing. Its power seems formidable. In awe, they began to scatter, eyes fixed on Liu Chen, with one hand gripping the rusted iron sword. Liu Chen infused it with the power of the Crimson Lotus. He swung the most rudimentary of weapons forcefully toward the densest cluster of foes, unleashing a vast explosive slash. The fiery arc hurtled toward them with reckless abandon. Ah, run. We can't withstand this skill. Before the words had fully escaped their lips, the first dozen individuals who encountered the sweeping crimson flames were instantly engulfed, their bodies igniting and turning to charred remains. 24,125, 24,097, 24,259. The health bars of these players plummeted to zero without exception, as terrifying damage numbers floated ominously above their lifeless forms, leaving the survivors dumbfounded. As the fallen succumbed, the others fled in sheer panic. However, the explosive slash traveled at an astonishing speed, forming a massive fan-shaped trajectory. Thus, with a single strike, Liu Chen achieved the feat of slaying 100 foes in mere seconds. In just 3 seconds, he had dispatched 120 members of the Jiangsheng, 4 evil subordinates. As the horrifying crimson lotus flames spread like hellfire across the banks of the Starfall Lake, they instilled widespread terror among the masses. Yet this was not the end, for the skill bore an additional effect. Crimson Lotus Explosive Slash. Quality, Level, Constellation, 6 stars. Class, Warrior. Attribute, infuses the power of the Scarlet Lotus into melee weapons, unleashing a mighty explosion of fiery wrath upon a vast swath of foes ahead, dealing 800 points of physical damage, with an additional 200 points of critical damage, and subsequently releasing another formidable explosion of fiery wrath. Additionally, afflicts enemies with the Scarlet Lotus Curse, increasing the damage they sustain by 100 for the next 10 seconds. The user enters a state of Scarlet Lotus Frenzy, gaining a 100 increase in movement speed and a 200 boost in final damage for a duration of 10 seconds. Usable times, 2. Mana cost, 1,000 points. Cooldown, 90 seconds. Another powerful explosion of fiery wrath is unleashed. With a rumble, a second identical explosion of fiery wrath automatically coalesces in front of Liu Chen. This time, Liu Chen astonishingly realizes he can preemptively control the direction of the attack. The area previously swept by the explosion of fiery wrath is now devoid of enemies. If he were to unleash the second explosion in the same spot, it would undoubtedly be a squandered opportunity. Thus, Liu Chen adjusts his stance, locking onto a different cluster of foes. Then, with a grin curling at the corners of his mouth, he jovially declares, "Friends, are you ready? The second wave of assault is upon us." In an instant, the terrifying explosion of fiery wrath, accompanied by swirling flames of the Scarlet Lotus, hurtles towards the group like an omen of the apocalypse. The cacophony, the sizzle. These individuals feel themselves engulfed by the overwhelming and fervent flames of the Scarlet Lotus, their bodies emitting the aroma of scorched flesh. An immense pain sweeps through them, yet they have little time to endure it. The damage from the explosion of fiery wrath is insurmountably high. They cannot last even a second. One by one, their health bars are depleted, each falling victim to Liu Chen's swift onslaught. 24,151, 24,187, 24,045. In a mere 2 seconds, the number of enemies vanquished by Liu Chen has soared to an astonishing nearly 300. This wave of retaliation has effectively torn apart the enemy formation. Originally, the enemy's fixed positions could maintain their integrity, allowing them to lock onto targets and execute pinpoint strikes against Liu Chen, thereby rendering him incapacitated and unable to move. However, now the formation has shattered, and with Liu Chen continuously on the move, the control skills directed at him have diminished significantly. Furthermore, even if Liu Chen's luck were to falter and he were to be caught by a few control skills, his formidable level 20 immunity to all evils grants him a remarkable 45 resistance to such skills. This means that a control skill intended to last for 1 second would, upon impacting Liu Chen, effectively be reduced to merely 0.55 seconds. This is less than half a second. allowing Lu Chen to momentarily pause before leveraging his exceptional reflexes and control to swiftly regain his footing and evade subsequent control skills from the enemies. Thus, the descent into the abyss was controlled in a perpetual motion-like cycle. On the other hand, Lu Chen released Bai Shuangxue from the spirit pet space. Initially during the battle, Bai Shuangxue had been seething with pent-up frustration, overwhelmed by the sheer number of enemies, which left her unable to react. She found herself immobilized by the overwhelming control of numerous player skills. Moreover, she noticed some lewd individuals attempting to desecrate her, further fueling her resentment. Therefore, once Lu Chen liberated Bai Shuangxue, she wasted no time. The Huahuang sword materialized in her grasp, emanating an aura of frost. Thousands of mountains and myriad snows. With a resounding crash, 5 streams of icy sword energy erupted from the tip of her sword, sweeping forth towards the densely packed crowd ahead. The 5 icy sword energies sliced through the throng, and wherever they passed, enemies fell like cut grass, utterly powerless to resist. Damage figures of 592, 200, 601, 0, 0, 0, 595, 800. Chapter 83. Stricken from the front, surrounded from behind. The 4 evils of Jiangchong, all crying for blood. What was happening? Pei Yingwu gasped in horror as he witnessed the terrifying icy sword energy sweeping across the center of Falling Star Lake, instantaneously annihilating all players in its path. What astonished Pei Yingwu most was not merely the number of players Bai Shuangxue had dispatched with a single strike, but rather the sheer magnitude of damage her skill inflicted. 600,000 damage? Pei Yingwu inhaled sharply, his shock mirrored on the faces of the other 3 leaders, who were equally stunned and horrified. Who exactly is this woman? Why does her skill possess such extraordinary power? A foreboding thought crept into Pei Yingwu's mind. It seemed they had encountered an immovable obstacle. This woman was far from the delicate figure she appeared to be. From the outset, it should have been clear, given her prowess in the wild. Could it be that she had invested more during the closed beta than any of us combined? It must be so, and by a considerable margin, no less. At that moment, Pei Yingwu, still reeling from shock, took a deep breath. Today marks the 3rd day since the server launch, and the level cap has been raised to 10. Although I have yet to unlock level 10, I have heard that a reward is granted at this level. The other 3 leaders turned to Pei Yingwu, urgently inquiring, what reward? Pei Yingwu spoke with great difficulty, the ancient sacred body. That is a physical attribute available only at level 100. However, by investing 1 million, one can unlock it early and utilize the physical attribute function. Upon hearing this, the other 3 leaders were left speechless. You mean, this woman has spent 1 million in just 3 days since the server opened? Pei Yingwu nodded. It must be so. Otherwise, it is inexplicable why she is so formidable. This woman is truly insane. The server has been operational for merely 3 days. Yet the expenditure has reached an astounding 1 million. From any perspective, this is hardly the most cost-effective method of enhancement. Following the pace of the closed beta, a recharge of 1 million should ideally extend over the course of a month, strategically investing in all the high-value items to maximize the return on that expenditure. Only then would such an investment be truly worthwhile, yielding the greatest enhancement. Upon hearing these words from Pei Yingwu, the other 3 leaders immediately expressed their agreement, collectively deeming Bai Shuangxue's spending behavior as utterly foolish. However, beneath their criticism lay a palpable bitterness, for during the beta phase, they themselves had only managed to recharge around 100,000. They were judicious with their expenditures, using every coin to bolster their strength. Now a newcomer, whom they perceived as extravagantly spending over 1 million in just 3 days, naturally ignited feelings of dissatisfaction and envy within them. Yet, what they failed to realize was that Bai Shuangxue was not merely a player, nor was she one to engage in such expenditures. She was a spirit pet, a remarkable entity acquired at great expense by Lu Chen, who had fervently drawn from 2 spirit pet card pools, ultimately spending 2 million to eliminate the card pool and obtain the unparalleled descendant of Nuwa. Bai Shuangxue, begone, you wretches, she proclaimed, unleashing her skill. 1,000 frosts and 10,000 snows. As it was a charged skill, she immediately cast a second time, releasing 5 identical icy sword energies that howled through the air. In an instant, a vast swath of enemies perished. Regular skill, 1,000 frosts and 10,000 snows. Level max. Effect, attacks enemies in a fan-shaped release of 5 sword energies, inflicting a 2-second freeze on struck targets while dealing 600 physical damage. Shattering a frozen unit can deal 1,200 physical damage. Cooldown, 16 seconds. Current charge, 2 times. Thus far, no enemy has managed to trigger the secondary effect of 1,000 frosts and 10,000 snows, which allows for the shattering of frozen units to inflict 1,200 physical damage. Given by Shuangshue's current extraordinary offensive power, only those with health exceeding 1.5 million could withstand her first sword energy. However, as 1,000 frosts and 10,000 snows is a charged skill, recharging every 16 seconds, even if an enemy with over 1.5 million health managed to endure the initial 600 physical damage, they would still suffer the 2-second freeze effect. Bai Shuangxue would merely need to follow up with another cast of 1,000 frosts and 10,000 snows to inflict 1,200 physical damage. In this instance, any foe lacking at least 3 million health would be unable to withstand the onslaught. Overall, the explosive damage from Bai Shuangxue's 2 casts of 1,000 frosts and 10,000 snows could directly approach a staggering 5 million damage. Such an overwhelming threshold for lethal damage. At this juncture on the 3rd day of the server's launch, would be beyond the capabilities of any player to endure, let alone a single sword strike. If one strike were insufficient, a second would easily suffice. As the dual skills of Bai Shuangxue, 1,000 frosts and 10,000 snows were unleashed, nearly 300 adversaries met their demise. The area around the shores of the Falling Star Lake, where Lu Chen and Bai Shuangxue stood, was instantaneously cleared of a vast expanse of foes. With their sequential strikes, Lu Chen and Bai Shuangxue had effectively eliminated close to 1,000 enemies. The Fallen left behind a plethora of equipment, items, and materials that accumulated in a mountain-like heap due to the sheer number of casualties. The overwhelming carnage caused by their recent display of power left the remaining assailants paralyzed with fear, standing at a distance, hesitant to approach Lu Chen and Bai Shuangxue. The terrifying spectacle of the crimson lotus flames and the icy sword energies, which had annihilated nearly 1,000 without resistance, instilled a profound dread in their hearts, stripping away their will to continue the fight. Moreover, the 3 entrances to the Falling Star Lake had been completely overrun. Outside, the discontented masses surged in. Suddenly, someone shouted, "The 4 evils of Jiang City are over there. We outnumber them. Let's charge together and confront them. They monopolize the land, hoard resources, and bully the weak. Today, we shall seek vengeance." With a tumultuous roar, a throng of players surged forth, catching the 4 evils of Jiang City off guard. Having just suffered a significant defeat at the hands of Lu Chen and Bai Shuangxue, they now found themselves besieged from all sides. Outside the shores of Falling Star Lake, thousands of players rushed in, launching a furious retaliatory assault against the 4 evils of Jiang City, a tide that only continued to swell. In an instant, the once dominant 4 evils of Jiang City were reduced to mere rats scurrying in panic. Chapter 84. The 4 Dragons of Jiang City? Perhaps the 4 Worms of Jiang City is more fitting. The entire Falling Star Lake was thrown into utter chaos. On the 3rd day of the integration of the celestial realm with reality, an unprecedented melee erupted around the shores of Jiang City's Falling Star Lake, marking what could be considered the first global skirmish involving over 10,000 participants. Those previously trapped on the outskirts of Falling Star Lake ignited with fury upon breaching its confines. The 4 evils of Jiang City faced a devastating blow. Meanwhile, after utilizing the skill Crimson Lotus Explosive Fury Slash, Lu Chen entered a state of Crimson Lotus Rampage, gaining an enhancement of 100 movement speed and a 200 final damage boost for a duration of 10 seconds. Amidst the chaos of Falling Star Lake, Lu Chen quickly spotted Pei Yingguo and his notorious companions, the infamous 4 evils of Jiang City, who were the very source of the turmoil. Lu Chen and Bai Shuangxue were on the verge of meeting their demise here. Thus, buoyed by the frenzied state granted by the Red Lotus, Lu Chen's speed surged by an astonishing 100, effectively doubling his mobility. He darted through the chaotic battleground by the Falling Star Lake with remarkable swiftness. His intentions were strikingly clear: vengeance for grievances, an eye for an eye. The 4 notorious villains of Jiangchen had dared to strike first, and now they would face the tempestuous wrath of Lu Chen. At this moment, Pei Yingguo and his companions sensed that the situation had spiraled out of control, completely beyond their grasp. An influx of people surged towards the Falling Star Lake, not for leisure, but to confront the 4 evildoers of Jiangchen. Aware of their numerous misdeeds and the multitude of enemies they had made, fear was etched on their faces. "We must leave this place immediately. It is far too perilous here. If we linger any longer, our lives may be in jeopardy." Others ground their teeth in indignation, cursing, "These lowly peasants dare to attack us. A mere rabble, emboldened only by their numbers. I have shown them too much mercy in the past. Mark my words, I will settle the score with those who dare to assail us today. After indulging in their vitriolic outbursts, the four villains prepared to flee the Falling Star Lake. Just as they were about to depart, a figure suddenly emerged before them. It was none other than Chen. This was the first time the four evildoers had encountered Chen up close. As he obstructed their path, they erupted in furious insults. Who the hell are you? Get out of my way immediately. Clear off. If you don't move, I'll chop you into pieces. Faced with their vitriol, Chen's expression grew increasingly frigid. He responded in a chilling tone. Do you not recognize me? Upon hearing this, the four villains scoffed in unison. What you even? You think we should know you? You're nothing but trash on the roadside, so step aside. At that moment, a faint smile of disdain appeared on Chen's lips. Ah, the infamous evildoers of Jiangchen. I have heard much about you, and indeed, you are as repugnant as the rumors suggest. Just as words began to fly, Pei Yingwu suddenly focused intently on Chen, realizing something. You are Chen? As his words fell, the other three villains, previously hurling insults, were struck dumb by the revelation of his identity. They all fell silent in shock. Chen fixed his gaze on Pei Yingwu, nodding indifferently. I am indeed the Chen you sought to eliminate. Regrettably, not only have you failed to kill me, but I have now come to bring your end. Upon hearing this, Pei Yingwu's pupils dilated in horror. The other three, who had been accustomed to a life of tyranny, were now faced with a reality where it was they who would be afraid. Where have we ever encountered someone like Chen, who dares to threaten us to our faces? Damn it, Chen. Do not presume that just because you possess some strength, you can brazenly spout nonsense before us. Should you dare to lay a finger on us, you shall henceforth be embroiled in a relentless feud with the four dragons of Jiangchen. Indeed, now step aside and allow us to leave. There remains room for negotiation between us. Upon hearing their words, Chen erupted into laughter, his tone laced with scorn. The four dragons of Jiangchen? Just you lot? In my view, you are more akin to the four vermin of Jiangchen. As his words fell, the faces of these notorious villains and their subordinates turned ashen. A sight most ghastly. Damn it! Attack him! The leaders of the four vermin of Jiangchen, incensed, drew their weapons and charged at Chen. Unperturbed, Chen grasped his rusted iron sword, summoning an ominous red lotus flame that enveloped the blade. He then unleashed a ferocious strike, sending forth a torrent of crimson fire. The terrifying flames instantly engulfed the group. The wicked four vermin of Jiangchen, along with their minions, stood utterly defenseless against Chen's prowess. In but a fleeting moment, dozens were reduced to ashes, their equipment scattered across the ground. After vanquishing the leaders of the four vermin of Jiangchen, the minions found themselves in a state of disarray by the shores of Falling Star Lake, devoid of leadership. Without guidance, they struggled to mount any effective defense or counterattack. As more players flooded to the lakeside, within half an hour, the minions of the four vermin had perished entirely. An unprecedented victory against the four vermin of Jiangchen unfolded at Falling Star Lake. The rewards that emerged from the wilderness eluded the four vermin entirely, as they were claimed by the players who arrived afterward. Before the distribution, Chen took a moment to inspect the spoils, discovering no shards of the divine artifact he sought, and thus remained indifferent, allowing the other rewards to be claimed by the players. Meanwhile, near the Resurrection Stone in Jiangchen, the atmosphere was bustling. Thousands thronged the Resurrection Stone Square, and none bore more disgrace than the four leaders of the four vermin. They had never anticipated that their coalition of four powers would culminate in a complete takeover of the wilderness, only to be thwarted by the unexpected emergence of Chen, who single-handedly shattered their plans, resulting in the devastating loss of all their brethren. Chapter 85. A single strike sparks a nationwide card draw frenzy? The four vermin of Jiangchen were furious. Damn it, this Chen is a scoundrel. Because of him, we have all perished once. The demise of all has not only signified the consumption of a resurrection coin, but has also resulted in a significant loss of equipment for all our brethren. With the loss of gear and experience, it is as though our strength has been considerably diminished. At this moment, Pei Yingwu was seething with suppressed fury, seeking an outlet for his frustration. His gaze fell upon Liu Yi, who stood near the resurrection stone, prompting him to beckon Liu Yi over. Liu Yi, why did you not inform us sooner about the formidable Chen? Liu Yi approached the notorious four evils of Jiangchen, trembling at the gravity of the situation. Initially, when Liu Yi conveyed this matter to Pei Yingwu, the latter had dismissed Chen entirely. Yet now, the four evils of Jiangchen had suffered a grave loss, with all members having perished. The blame was now being unfairly thrust upon Liu Yi. Naturally, he could not accept such an accusation. Boss Pei, he quickly replied, I did mention that Chen is quite powerful. He is an internal tester, undoubtedly well-versed in the intricacies of Xian Yuan. Moreover, I suspect that he invested a significant sum during the internal testing phase, as he inherited considerable wealth from his parents' company prior to the fusion of Xian Yuan and reality. Pei Yingwu, infuriated, demanded, "Why did you not reveal Lu Chen's true identity sooner?" Not only was Pei Yingwu incensed, but the other three leaders were equally furious. Observing their wrath, Lu Yi hastily asserted, "Esteemed leaders, our failure ultimately does not lie with Lu Chen. The crux of the issue stems from our decision to monopolize the area around Meteor Lake, inciting a wave of anger among the populace that led to our overwhelming attack. Lu Chen merely had the fortune to evade disaster. Had we confronted him under normal circumstances, his demise would have been inevitable." At this juncture, the four evils of Jiangcheng recalled how Lu Chen had been incapacitated by their subordinates' control skills at Meteor Lake, rendered completely immobile. Under Pei Yingwu's command, Lu Chen's health had plummeted to below 1/5, nearly leading to his demise. This incident affirmed that Lu Chen was not invulnerable. They had simply experienced a stroke of ill fortune. For reasons unknown, Lu Chen had suddenly escaped from his stupor, granting him the opportunity to retaliate. To this day, the four evils of Jiangcheng continued to believe that it was their subordinates' incompetence that had allowed Lu Chen to break free, attributing it to a failure in the coordination of control skills. Pei Yingwu coldly declared, "We have already suffered this loss today, but we shall not bear it in vain. It is only the third day since the launch, and we shall not squander our resources recklessly like them. They may appear slightly stronger in the early stages. Yet if we invest wisely, we will inevitably catch up and even surpass them. Furthermore, they are but two individuals, while we, the four dragons of Jiangcheng, boast thousands of brethren. Once we secure the guild token, all brothers, every month, we can exchange our gang contributions for resurrection coins. At that time, we shall have our way with them." Pei Yingwu's words swiftly garnered the approval of the other three leaders of the four evils of Jiangcheng. Today, Lu Chen truly shone at the banks of Falling Star Lake, single-handedly battling the four evils of Jiangcheng. This remarkable feat quickly spread throughout Jiangcheng. Even online, discussions about Lu Chen flourished. Have you heard? The four evils of Jiangcheng gathered tens of thousands today, taking over the banks of Falling Star Lake, intending to monopolize the wilderness. Yet, in the end, it was a man named Lu Chen who turned the tide. I was present today. The scene at Falling Star Lake was incredibly lively, with attendance peaking at over 200,000. I even witnessed Lu Chen single-handedly annihilate the four notorious leaders of Jiangcheng. You cannot imagine how spectacular that was. The Crimson Lotus flames roared forth, transforming all into charred corpses strewn across the ground. Crimson Lotus flames? You must be referring to the unique advanced skill, Crimson Lotus Blaze Fury Slash, from the skill card pool, right? It's highly likely that Lu Chen employed that very skill. Incredible. He actually drew the unique advanced skill. One wonders how many attempts it took him to acquire it. You see, the probability in the skill card pool is exceedingly low. A friend of mine, during the internal testing phase, invested 3,000 yuan, driven by the sight of Lu Chen's rampage at Falling Star Lake, and impulsively poured all his funds into the skill card pool. Guess what happened? What? He ended up with only one advanced skill, and it wasn't even usable by his class. 3,000 yuan, gone just like that. He didn't even catch a glimpse of an advanced skill. This is simply outrageous. If Lu Chen possesses an advanced skill, doesn't that imply he must have invested a substantial amount of money? Who knows? Perhaps he was just fortunate and hit the jackpot. No one anticipated that today's chaotic battle at Falling Star Lake would not only highlight the defeat of the four evils of Jiangcheng, but also ignite fervent discussions surrounding Lu Chen's execution of the Crimson Lotus Blaze Fury Slash. Videos related to this phenomenon surfaced online. In the footage, Lu Chen unleashed a single Crimson Lotus Blaze Fury Slash, instantly obliterating dozens, if not hundreds, of foes. The display was nothing short of magnificent and captivating. Witnessing the terrifying power of an advanced skill, many began to fantasize about achieving a stroke of luck. Especially players of warrior classes flocked to the skill card pool, eager to draw the advanced skill in a single attempt. However, in reality, 99% of those who invested their funds ended up with nothing. Moreover, the allure of the game can be intoxicating. After failing the first attempt, they fantasize about the second, and as they continue to invest, they feel compelled to draw further, fearing the sunk cost. Ultimately, they end up with nothing, leading to utter despair. Little did Lu Chen know. Due to his influence, a nationwide frenzy for card drawing was ignited. Shortly after Lu Chen departed from Starfall Lake, he received a phone call. The caller was none other than Zhao Tianlang. The unexpected call piqued Lu Chen's alertness. Upon answering, Zhao Tianlang exuberantly exclaimed, "Lu Ge, guess what good news I have for you? What is it? A gang token. You managed to acquire such a thing?" "Not yet. However, a friend provided me with a secret tip that deep within the Blackwind Forest, there exists a chance to obtain a token for establishing a gang. If we succeed, we could be the very first in the world to form a guild." Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, his vigilance heightened. The Blackwind Forest? That area is teeming with monsters above level 60, a mid-level zone. On the third day after the server launch, most players had yet to reach level 20. Zhao Tianlong's sudden revelation carried an unmistakable hint of ulterior motives. Chapter 86, Level 30 New Feature, Equipment. Lu Chen was uncertain of Zhao Tianlong's true intentions. Nonetheless, he had his own matters to settle with Zhao Tianlang. Now that Zhao Tianlang had come to him, Lu Chen saw no reason to refuse. Thus, he readily agreed, "All right. When do we depart?" "Tomorrow night. I've arranged with a few friends to ensure everything is in place." "Tomorrow? And at night? That sounds perilous and uncertain." Yet, Lu Chen felt no trepidation. Even if Zhao Tianlang harbored some sinister plot against him, Lu Chen was unconcerned. He could easily crush it with a single blow. "All right, contact me tomorrow night." "Sure thing, Lu Ge." Once the call ended, Lu Chen and Bai Shuangxue had already left the Starfall Lake. The time was around 2 or 3 in the afternoon. Lu Chen had no intention of wasting time. He decided to explore the various dungeons surrounding Jiangsheng. He had a daily quota of dungeon entries that he intended to fully utilize. Moreover, during his excursions, Lu Chen's rapid ascent to level 30 and then to level 35 had left him little time to notice that he had unlocked a new feature interface, Equipment. This feature became available at level 30, and at level 35, additional pages were unlocked within the Equipment function. As Lu Chen directed by Shuangxue to clear the dungeons while he settled at the entrance on a stone to delve into the Equipment page, he appreciated the advantages of having a spirit pet, particularly with Bai Shuangxue, who possessed independent thought and action. Lu Chen merely needed to instruct her, and she would execute the task flawlessly and efficiently. In a previous life, Lu Chen was akin to a discarded spirit pet, akin to a summoned puppet. Wherever the master struck, the spirit pet would follow suit. When a master instructed the spirit pet to perform certain tasks, it would merely circle around the master like a simpleton. It was understood that one could draw from the spirit pet card pool to summon a companion for battle. Yet one had to constantly monitor the safety of the spirit pet, for a moment's negligence could lead to its demise. Should the spirit pet perish, the resurrection process would prove troublesome. The standard resurrection time was 24 hours, but it could be hastened through a singular, definitive method in the realm of celestial fate, spending money. Indeed, by purchasing a spirit pet resurrection card, one could revive it instantly. Of course, this item was not exorbitantly priced, merely costing 199 yuan. However, countless individuals in the past vocally condemned this price. The design of the Celestial Fate game was a blatant manifestation of its intent to profit at every turn. Meanwhile, as Lu Chen took advantage of Bai Shuangxue's efforts to clear dungeons and slay monsters, he opened the Equipment page, which was filled with content he was all too familiar with from his previous life. It comprised 3 main categories: enhancement, forging, and augmentation. These 3 aspects were ingrained in Lu Chen's memory, having caused him considerable frustration in his past life. From the very first day of the game's launch until his untimely demise, he had devoted his energy to these elements. The reason was simple. These 3 categories were directly linked to increases in attributes and combat power. In the Celestial Fate game, each player could equip a total of 9 pieces of equipment. Firstly, there were 5 standard pieces: clothing, trousers, belt, shoes, and shoulder pads. These formed the conventional defensive gear for all players. Secondly, there were 3 pieces of jewelry: necklace, ring, and bracelet. These functioned as utility gear, providing attributes other than defense, such as skill damage, movement speed, evasion rate, luck, and other functional properties. Lastly, there was the weapon. Naturally, one-handed weapon classes typically equipped only 1 item. However, some 2-handed weapon classes, like the shield bearer, could wield both a long sword and a shield, while archers could simultaneously carry a bow and arrows. Yet, all these fell under the broad category of weapons. In the realm of Celestial Fate, merely relying on equipment drops would only highlight the disparity between the fortunate and the unfortunate. But what if a wealthy player was among the unfortunate? For Celestial Fate, this posed no issue. The game offered dedicated avenues for enhancing the experience of less fortunate but financially invested players, specifically through the 3 categories within the equipment function: enhancement, forging, and augmentation. Moreover, There was a particularly outrageous aspect. Even if a financially invested, unfortunate player lacked suitable equipment, could they not engage in enhancement, forging, or augmentation? The gaming company, known for its channeling of celestial destinies, has thoughtfully designed a one-click inheritance feature. In simpler terms, as long as the players who invest financially have abundant resources, they can effortlessly enhance, forge, and amplify their equipment with a resounding clatter. The advancements gained through these enhancements are permanently preserved. Once exceptional equipment is acquired and donned, the corresponding enhancements in strengthening, forging, and amplifying are directly inherited onto that gear. Hence, this is why Chen continuously invested resources and funds into equipment from the very first day of the server's opening until his ultimate demise. These investments do not diminish. Rather, they grow increasingly formidable with additional input. In contrast, other enhancement features, such as card draws, are purely a gamble. They require expenditure, yet may yield no improvement whatsoever. They lack the tangible benefits that equipment enhancements provide. Of course, Chen understands that while the stability of equipment enhancement is advantageous, it guarantees that the more one invests, the greater the improvement. The downside is its capped potential. This mechanism operates much like daily quests, offering gradual enhancements. Expecting it to elevate an individual's prowess dramatically within a single day is utterly unrealistic. Chen opened his inventory, searching for the items within. He discovered rewards amounting to 1,000 equipment strengthening stones, 1,000 equipment forging stones, and 1,000 equipment amplifying stones. This was fortuitously sufficient for his needs. Chapter 87. New enhancement points, strengthening levels, attribute improvements. Without delay, Chen opened all 3 gift boxes. You have obtained 1,000 equipment strengthening stones. You have obtained 1,000 equipment forging stones. You have obtained 1,000 equipment amplifying stones. Mission accomplished. Next, he would proceed with the enhancements in order, first strengthening, then forging, and finally amplifying. Thus, Chen navigated to the equipment interface. At the center of this interface was a humanoid figure, flanked by 5 dark recesses on the left representing the icons for headgear, garments, belts, trousers, and footwear, respectively. On the right side, 4 similar dark recesses represented the icons for weapons, necklaces, bracelets, and rings. Since Chen had not equipped a single item since the server's inception, his equipment interface remained entirely vacant. Furthermore, given the exaggerated foundational attributes of Chen in this life, the early equipment's attribute bonuses were, to him, utterly negligible, merely a drop in the ocean. Thus, he deemed it beneath him to don inferior gear, as such contrivances would only tarnish his prestige. Chen opened the equipment interface at the bottom, revealing a row of options. The first option was Enhance. Without hesitation, Chen swiftly clicked on Enhance. Immediately, all the equipment icons transformed, and new information appeared above his character. Current total enhancement, level 0. Enhancement resonance, none. Upon seeing this, Chen's mind echoed a single thought. This was quite intense. He then selected his weapon and proceeded with the enhancement. Soon, a line of messages popped up, awaiting Chen's confirmation. Would you like to enhance the weapon? Required materials, 1 enhancement stone. The most commendable aspect of enhancing equipment lies in this very item, which boasts a 100 success rate, eliminating any possibility of failure. This is precisely why the vast majority of players opt for this conservative method to bolster their strength. It is a true reflection of the adage, you reap what you sow. With Chen's affirmation, a golden light enveloped the black frame of the weapon. As the glow faded, it signified the completion of the weapon enhancement. Enhancement complete. Current weapon enhancement level, 1. Physical attack and magic attack increased by 1 point. Although the increase was akin to that of a mosquito's leg, it was commendable that only 1 enhancement stone was consumed. Subsequently, Chen began to upgrade the remaining equipment in succession. Upon enhancing the 5 pieces of defensive gear on the left, the increases were as follows. Enhancement complete. Current shoulder armor enhancement level, 1. Maximum health increased by 1 point. Enhancement complete. Current armor enhancement level, 1. Maximum health increased by 1 point. Enhancement complete. Current belt enhancement level, 1. Maximum health increased by 1 point. Within the Enhance function, it was evident that the enhancements to the 5 pieces of defensive gear all provided the same attribute, an increase in health. However, when Chen upgraded the 3 pieces of jewelry on the right, a different scenario unfolded. Enhancement complete. Current necklace enhancement level, 1. Maximum mana increased by 1 point. Enhancement complete. Current bracelet enhancement level, 1. Maximum mana increased by 1 point. Enhancement complete. Current ring enhancement level, 1. Maximum mana increased by 1 point. Thus, within the enhance function, it became apparent that enhancing equipment primarily revolved around 3 fundamental attributes: attack, health, and mana. Though these 3 attributes may seem rather monotonous, they constitute the 3 most vital foundational elements within the realm of Xian Yuan. Essentially, Xian Yuan is a game centered around monetary investment. The essence of such games does not lie in the comparison of skills, but rather in determining who invests more, who spends more aggressively, and whose attribute values are higher, naturally leading to greater strength. One could assert that the previous reality of the world, between individuals, the disparity is not as vividly manifested as in the realm of celestial fates intertwining with reality. In this world, post the fusion of celestial destinies, the differences among people become apparent at a mere glance, discernible through the variance in their attributes. In his previous life, Chen existed as a low-tier player, ultimately being overshadowed by a wealthy player riding the divine beast Zhu Long. Wherever Zhu Long traversed, divine flames descended, leading to Chen's demise. Essentially, Chen's attribute values paled in comparison to those of the affluent player S-Mount, relegating him to the status of a mere passerby. Chen possessed 1,000 enhancement stones in his inventory, a sufficient quantity to bolster his attributes for an extended period. However, as he painstakingly enhanced his gear one at a time, he soon recognized a significant issue. The process was exceedingly tedious and time-consuming. He mused that a one-click enhancement function would be most beneficial. Thus, with familiarity, Chen called out, "Celestial Fate, please enable the one-click enhancement feature in the enhancement options." Indeed, such a feature exists. This game is designed to offer exclusive one-on-one services for top-tier players, activating the one-click enhancement for our esteemed top-tier players. Before long, a new option labeled one-click enhancement appeared alongside the original enhancement option on Chen's interface. He promptly selected the one-click enhancement, and an option emerged. Initiating one-click enhancement will automatically enhance all equipment sequentially. The process will halt after one round of enhancements or if materials are insufficient. A slight smile graced Chen's lips. This one-click enhancement function was indeed considerate. With a single click, it would systematically enhance all his equipment, allowing Chen to clearly and intuitively assess the levels of enhancement on his gear. Thus, he began to click the one-click enhancement. As he activated the function, Chen was astonished to witness his weapons being enhanced automatically, one by one, at a commendable pace. As the last equipment icon shimmered with golden light, the next followed suit. In less than 3 seconds, all 9 equipment icons on Chen had completed their enhancement. The one-click enhancement then concluded automatically. Chen observed that above each equipment icon, the number 2 had appeared, indicating that all his gear had been enhanced to level 2. Simultaneously, at the top of the enhancement interface, pertinent details were displayed: current total enhancement, level 18, and enhancement resonance, none. Although the effect of enhancement resonance had not been triggered, Chen remained unperturbed, recognizing that it was merely a matter of time. After all, he possessed 1,000 enhancement stones, ample enough to elevate his equipment significantly. Chapter 88, Strengthening Resonance, Level 1. To advance from enhancement level 0 to level 1, 1 enhancement stone is required. Progressing from level 1 to level 2 necessitates 2 enhancement stones, and, similarly, advancing from level 2 to level 3 demands 3 enhancement stones. The overarching principle governing the enhancement function is that as the enhancement level ascends, the required quantity incrementally increases by 1. This method proves advantageous, as the majority of ordinary players can manage the consumption of enhancement stones in the early stages. After all, enhancement stones, forging stones, and amplification stones are 3 materials intimately linked to the fortification of equipment, and their acquisition channels are relatively abundant. They can be obtained through the disassembly of equipment, monster drops, and dungeon rewards, making them a most accessible avenue for attribute enhancement among the common populace. However, as the enhancement levels rise, the number of enhancement stones required inevitably increases. Thus, the key to widening the gap between affluent players and the average ones lies in the availability of these enhancement stones. To put it plainly, this translates to spending money to purchase enhancement stone packages or actively participating in limited time events within the game. There are methods for the thrifty to obtain them, just as there are for those willing to invest. Moreover, as enhancement stones are bound to individual accounts, they cannot be traded. Many have harbored hopes of profiting from them or acquiring stones from others, only to find themselves chasing a fleeting dream. When Chen completed the dungeon, he had successfully raised all his equipment slots to enhancement level 14. Why did Lu Chun's enhancement level ultimately halt at 14? The answer is straightforward. After a series of relentless one-click enhancements, he had initially possessed 1,000 enhancement stones, yet only 55 remained after his endeavors. Presently, with his equipment at enhancement level 14, he needed a total of 135 enhancement stones to elevate all 9 pieces of equipment to level 15. As the enhancement level increases, the materials required for each one-click enhancement begin to multiply. Devoid of enhancement stones, Lu Chen could only cease his efforts and glance at his enhancement status. Current total enhancement, level 126. Enhancement resonance, level 1. Attributes, life 200, magic 200, attack 10. Upon surveying his progress, Lu Chen mused. Indeed, the benefits of free enhancements are minimal. The company, Xianyuan, is truly cunning. Any enhancement that does not require expenditure is miserly. Unable to suppress his lament, he then noticed a summary of attribute bonuses at the top of the enhancement interface. Enhancement increase. Life, 525 points from 200 points. Magic, 315 points from 200 points. Attack, 105 points, 10 points. The initial enhancement values signify the attribute improvements brought about by the fortification of each piece of equipment. Meanwhile, the latter pertains to the enhancements derived from the resonance level upgrades. At a glance, it becomes exceedingly clear. Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. However, at present, his enhancement stones have been exhausted. Lu Chen muttered under his breath, the wise celestial fate should have already released a grand package of enhancement stones by now. Why has the T to recharge advertisement popped up yet? Just as Lu Chen finished his lament, a vibrant, multicolored recharge advertisement finally appeared before him. While others detested and avoided such intrusive ads, perpetually harassed by them, Lu Chen, on the contrary, eagerly wished for their frequent return, hoping for more each time. In his previous life, Lu Chen could scarcely afford them, yet they appeared incessantly. In this life, he could afford them, yet it still fell short of his desires. Daily Value Enhancement Stone Grand Package. Price, 168 yuan. Contents, 1,000 Equipment Enhancement Stones. I used to see this every day. Lu Chen silently scoffed. In the early stages of the game, this package held excellent value. However, as time progressed, players became more efficient in farming equipment, easily accumulating thousands of enhancement stones merely by dismantling items daily. Purchasing such a package later on would be a considerable loss. Nevertheless, despite his grumbling, Lu Chen was resolute in purchasing the necessary packages during the early game. Purchase. Upon completing the transaction, Lu Chen directly consumed 168 yuan to acquire 1,000 equipment enhancement stones. Yet, he did not rush to elevate his enhancement level. The nature of Celestial Fate was well known. It would never sell merely one package. There would certainly be a chain of packages released to entice players into spending. Sure enough, 5 seconds later, another one appeared. Daily Luxury Enhancement Stone Grand Package. Price, 648 yuan. Contents, 3,000 Equipment Enhancement Stones. This time, the price had skyrocketed several times. Concurrently, the number of enhancement stones within the package had surged to 3,000. However, anyone who had studied mathematics could easily calculate that this package was purely a rip-off. A heartless scheme. The previous package offered 1,000 enhancement stones for 168 yuan, averaging 168 yuan per stone. The new package, however, cost 648 yuan for 3,000 stones, averaging 216 yuan per stone. It claimed to be a grand package, yet it had become increasingly expensive. This exemplified the unscrupulous nature of the Celestial Fate Company. Nevertheless, Lu Chen still made the purchase. There was no choice. Without buying, there would be no enhancement. The more one purchased, the quicker the improvements would come. After completing this transaction, Lu Chen contemplated. Based on the pattern of daily packages, various functional interfaces typically sold 3 packages a day. The third one would appear shortly. He had deciphered it all. True to form, the third package for enhancement appeared within the fortification function. Daily Ultimate Grand Gift Enhancement Stone Package. Price, 1998 yuan. Included, 6,000 Equipment Enhancement Stones. Upon seeing this price, Lu Chen couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of it. Spending 1998 yuan for 6,000 enhancement stones, averaging merely 333 yuan per stone, was indeed exorbitant. After a moment of internal lamentation, he successfully purchased the final daily package. Upon completion of the transaction, Lu Chen found himself in possession of a total of 10,000 enhancement stones, having expended 2,814 yuan. While 10,000 stones may seem like a considerable quantity, in reality, Chen had encountered formidable players in his previous life who specialized in equipment enhancement, with their secondary profession being disassembly experts. These exceptional individuals could acquire far greater quantities of enhancement stones through disassembling gear, with some even boasting records of producing 3,000 stones in a single day. The most extraordinary among them had set a record of extracting 5,000 stones solo. Thus, in comparison, Chen's expenditure of nearly 3,000 yuan for these stones was quite a wasteful endeavor. However, with a staggering recharge limit of 1 trillion yuan, Chen was unconcerned with notions of cost-effectiveness. He simply desired to maximize every aspect of his investment. With a neat collection of 10,000 enhancement stones, he was poised to make substantial progress once again. Chen remained oblivious to whether there was a cap on enhancement levels. Among the exceptional players he had observed in his past life, the average enhancement level exceeded 1,000. Subsequently, Chen calculated that enhancing a full set of 9 pieces of equipment to an average of 1,000 would require an astronomical total of 500 enhancement stones. This figure, 5 million stones, was indeed an astounding sum. Yet, the resulting boost in attributes would be equally substantial. Chapter 89. Spending 360,000 in recharge credits. Frantically purchasing 570,000 enhancement stones. After acquiring the 3 daily enhancement stone packages, Chen anticipated the arrival of the permanent limited purchase package, as was customary. Typically, with the emergence of each new premium feature, such a package would follow suit. After waiting for a moment without any sign of the permanent package's release, Chen, familiar with the process, began to call out, "Xian Yuan, have you forgotten something? Where's the permanent limited purchase package for the enhancement feature? Why hasn't it been made available yet?" As soon as Chen finished his inquiry, a response was promptly forthcoming. "Yes, of course. This game offers exclusive one-on-one services tailored for top spenders. We are currently preparing to launch the permanent limited purchase package for enhancement for our esteemed top spenders. In light of the commendable purchasing behavior of our esteemed top spenders, the quantity of this permanent limited purchase package has been increased to 5, with the limit on purchases doubled." Observing this, a smirk crept across Chen's face. What do they mean by commendable purchasing behavior? It was clearly a reflection of his recent substantial recharge activity, thus categorizing him as a heavy spender. Then they relentlessly promoted exclusive limited-time purchase packages, solely to rake in profits. If it were ordinary players with no purchasing power, such fortunate opportunities would never arise. Soon, 5 distinct packages appeared before Chen, aligned vertically from left to right. This time, the presentation of the packages had been simplified for Chen's understanding. Package 1. Enhancement Materials, price, 648 yuan. Contains 3,000 enhancement stones. Permanent purchase limit, 6 times. Package 2. Enhancement Materials, price, 2588 yuan. Contains 6,000 enhancement stones. Permanent purchase limit, 6 times. Package 3. Enhancement Materials, price, 6480 yuan. Contains 12,000 enhancement stones. Permanent purchase limit, 6 times. Package 4. Enhancement Materials, price, 15680 yuan. Contains 24,000 enhancement stones. Permanent purchase limit, 6 times. Package 5. Enhancement Materials, price, 34680 yuan. Contains 48,000 enhancement stones. Permanent purchase limit, 6 times. Upon glancing at these 5 permanent purchase packages, Chen couldn't help but shake his head. Had he witnessed this scene in his previous life, he would have deemed such packages absurd. Any sensible player would never resort to purchasing these permanent enhancement stone packages merely to hasten their progress. After all, through regular dungeon runs and monster slaying, one could easily obtain worthless equipment that could be dismantled for enhancement stones. The enhancement function was, in essence, a gradual means of improvement. However, for Chen, possessing a recharge limit of 1 trillion meant that the cost was inconsequential. He decided to buy them all. Before he could even express his weariness regarding the tedious purchasing process, the system proactively added a one-click purchase feature for him. Upon clicking it, all 5 enhancement material packages were instantly selected, and the quantity for each was maximized to 6 times. Ultimately, Chen noticed the total amount due in the bottom right corner, 456 yuan. Payment. Transaction completed. Should anyone witness this moment, they would undoubtedly be shocked beyond belief. Who would have imagined that someone would spend 360,000 yuan directly on such a venture? This was a staggering amount. What better use could there be for such funds? Indeed, this sum was unattainable for many throughout their entire lives. Yet now, Lu Chen waved his hand generously, spending it all. With remarkable proficiency, he opened all the packages. You have received 3,000 enhancement stones. You have received 6,000 enhancement stones. You have received 12,000 enhancement stones. At that moment, Lu Chen felt as though he was setting off fireworks with each package he opened. After a full minute of unwrapping, he finally completed the task. Lu Chen discovered a line of numbers quietly displayed above the icon of the equipment enhancement stone in his backpack interface. 568,000. Upon seeing the astonishing quantity of enhancement stones, Lu Chen was taken aback. A broad smile spread across his face. Nearly 570,000 enhancement stones? Such a figure was utterly outrageous. It was reminiscent of the level of resources amassed after 2 or 3 years of server operation in my previous life. To think that on the third day of this Life S server launch, I would acquire so many. Lu Chen was overwhelmed with joy. He promptly accessed his equipment interface and navigated to the enhancement function, embarking on a journey of one-click enhancement. Initially, Lu Chen delighted in witnessing the ascent of his equipment enhancement levels. Enhancement level 15, enhancement level 16, enhancement level 17. However, due to the sheer abundance of enhancement stones, fatigue soon set in. This led to a complete disinterest in engaging in dungeons. Consequently, Lu Chen reclined on the sofa, seeking a comfortable position to commence his grand enhancement endeavor. As for Bai Xuanxue, Lu Chen was perplexed by her penchant for meditation. He observed her laying out a yoga mat in the living room, sitting cross-legged upon it, lost in her meditative state. Enhancement level 121. Enhancement level 122. Enhancement level 123. Lu Chen was already yawning from the monotony of the enhancements. Half an hour passed, and he still had 2/3 of the enhancement stones remaining. A bitter smile crept onto Lu Chen's face as he reflected. It was hard to believe that in my previous life, I had lamented the scarcity of enhancement stones, feeling insufficient for daily upgrades. Yet in this life, I found myself lamenting the excessive quantity of enhancement stones, weary from the process of enhancement. Nonetheless, each enhancement resulted in the elevation of Lu Chen's attributes, and this positive feedback continually motivated him. Time flew by, and nearly 2 hours had elapsed. Lu Chen's fingers were thoroughly fatigued from the relentless clicking. However, he noticed that the enhancement stones in his backpack were running low, indicating that he was nearing the completion of his enhancements. Enhancement level 351. Enhancement level 352. Enhancement level 353. Enhancement level 354. Enhancement level 355. Insufficient enhancement stones. Unable to use the one-click enhancement function. At long last, he had exhausted the 570,000 enhancement stones. Lu Chen let out a long sigh of relief, feeling immensely relaxed as he lay back on the sofa. He glanced at the remaining enhancement stones. Only 290 remained. Such a number was insufficient even for the enhancement of a single piece of equipment. Chapter 90. Finally seeing the second place on the leaderboard. What a thrill. Lu Chen gazed at his enhancement interface, where every equipment slot proudly displayed the inscription of enhancement level 355. The sensation was indescribably exhilarating. In my previous life, I should have only achieved this milestone in the 3rd year. Yet here, in this life, I accomplished it on the 3rd day of the server launch. However, Lu Chen's heartfelt sentiments inadvertently drew Bai Xuanxue's attention. As Bai Xuanxue meditated, she suddenly cast an odd glance at Lu Chen, for the sound of his contented sighs had been rather excessive, capturing her attention. Upon observing that his hand was positioned below, her expression shifted dramatically, and she spat, "Pervert." The moment those words escaped her lips, Lu Chen was taken aback. He closed the equipment interface and turned to her, questioning, "Why are you scolding me?" Bai Xuanxue clenched her teeth, recalling how he had engaged in such lewd, pleasurable acts while she was meditating cross-legged. "What are you doing with your hand?" she demanded, her beautiful eyes narrowing. Lu Chen, bewildered, replied, "It was a bit itchy, so I scratched it." "And what of it?" "My leg was itchy too." "Am I not allowed to scratch?" he retorted. "Then why make such noises?" "What noises?" "That kind of noise. Imitate it for me." "What sound was I making just now?" "You." Bai Xuanxue's face flushed crimson. The thought of producing such a pleasurable sound was mortifying. "I shan't converse with you any longer." Infuriated, her cheeks flushed. She stood up and exited to another room, seeking a different spot to meditate. However, as she attempted to meditate, her mind remained restless, continually drawn back to the sound Lu Chen had made. For reasons unknown, whenever she recalled that noise, a tingling sensation coursed through her. Bai Xuanxue shook her head in frustration, admonishing herself, I must not indulge in such thoughts. I will meditate, meditate, meditate. Meanwhile, Lu Chen was engrossed in the details at the top of the enhancement interface, where the relevant enhancement situation was starkly outlined. Current total enhancement. Level 3195. Enhancement resonance. Level 31. Attributes. Health 6200. Mana 6200. Attack 310. The enhancement resonance truly provided a meager boost. Having reached level 31, he reflected on the 360,000 yuan spent for such a modest increase. Shaking his head, he turned his attention to the total enhancement gains. Enhancement gains. Current average enhancement level, 355. Health, 315,950 points, 6,200 points. Mana, 189,570 points, 6,200 points. Attack, 63,190 points, 310 points. Upon reviewing these figures, Lu Chen nodded in satisfaction. This level of enhancement seemed reasonable considering the 360,000 yuan investment and the acquisition of 570,000 enhancement stones. After concluding his review, he closed the equipment interface and promptly opened his personal attribute panel for further examination. Lu Chen, occupation, Great Emperor of Humanity, Wanderer, level 36. Health, 349,250, 202,565, 58. Growth, 500. Mana, 206,921 3908, 49. Growth, 200. Physical attack, 659, 851, 517, 655. Level, 23. Growth, 40. Magical attack, 659, 851, 517. 655, level, 23. Growth, 40. Physical defense, 12, 551, 004, level, 8. Growth, 20. Magical defense, 12, 551, 004, level, 8. Growth, 20. Elemental bonus, 140. Critical hit rate, 20. Critical damage, 450. Skill, Crimson Lotus Explosive Fury, /level. At this juncture, Lu Chen discovered that beneath his attribute panel, there was a folded function page. He clicked to view it, revealing a comprehensive account of all his current functional training status. Function, level 10. Magic tools, Fate Sword, Heavenly Path, Small Green Flask, Heavenly Path. Constellation activation, 12 constellations. Realm, Human Immortal Stage, Upper. Spirit Pet, Descendant of Nuwa by Shuangxue. Average equipment enhancement level, 355. Physique, Primordial Sacred Body, Sacred Body. This newfound clarity allowed Lu Chen to ascertain the progress of his various training endeavors. He gazed appreciatively at his attribute panel, reveling in the knowledge that his investment of 360,000 had not been in vain. It had directly elevated his health points to an impressive 550,000. Moreover, his attack power cap had astonishingly surpassed the remarkable threshold of 80,000. This level of advancement was akin to what an ordinary player might achieve over a year or two. At this moment, Lu Chen undoubtedly stood far ahead in all aspects. Although he still had unused dungeon runs for the day, he found it rare to venture out. He decided to take a rest. During his respite, Lu Chen activated the ranking function to peruse the standings. Ranking of Jiangcheng. First place, Mysterious Person. Level, 36. Second place, Ding Hai. Level, 25. Third place, Peizai. Level, 25. Upon witnessing this, a look of astonishment crossed Lu Chen's face. Finally, apart from himself, someone in Jiangcheng had reached level 25. It was indeed a revelation to see a second name on the leaderboard. The challenge of others catching up would not be a simple endeavor. Should anyone glimpse Lu Chen's expression at that moment, they would surely be incensed. At this point in time, it was already the afternoon of the third day since the server's launch, drawing near to dusk. Upon seeing the names of these two individuals, a smirk of amusement appeared on Lu Chen's face. Ding Hai and Peizai, were they not the two professional players he had encountered in the secret realm? True to their profession, their leveling speed was quite impressive. Just moments ago, Ding Hai and Peizai had finally completed a level 20 dungeon. Claiming the experience from the dungeon, they believed they were the first in Jiangcheng to reach level 25, although others had already attained that level. No one in Jiangcheng had advanced to level 25 as swiftly as the two professionals. They exchanged a glance, their faces radiating with pride and arrogance. As the two individuals concluded their experience gathering in the dungeon, a brilliant flash of golden light enveloped them, signaling their ascension to level 25. Finally, the ranking feature was unlocked. Eagerly, they accessed the leaderboard, their hearts swelling with joy as they gazed at the top position. However, upon seeing the level of the first place, their eyes widened in disbelief. First place, mysterious person. Level 36. The two were momentarily rendered speechless. Wait, what is happening? How can the first place be held by a mysterious individual? Why is their level 36? This is inconceivable. As professional players, they had dedicated themselves to monster hunting and dungeon crawling since the server's inception. Theoretically, even if someone were to level up faster than them, they should be relatively close in levels. Yet this enigmatic figure, boasting a staggering level of 36, was a terrifying 11 levels ahead of them. Who is this person? How did they achieve such an extraordinary pace of advancement? Chapter 91. The mysterious 36-level champion of Jiangsheng, trending across the internet. Upon witnessing the leaderboard, Dinghai and Peizai were utterly astonished, resembling two frogs that had been confined to a well. As professional competitors, they had considered themselves the strongest frogs in their limited domain. Yet, upon finally leaping out of the well, they were confronted with a vast expanse of reality that far exceeded their imagination. Before seeing the rankings, they believed they had dominated Jiangsheng. But now, the first place held by the mysterious individual, with an astonishing level of 36, was a shocking revelation. This was level 36, the second day since the server's launch. The stunned duo, disregarding their initial shock, promptly shared the ranking information with the world, broadcasting it online. The news spread rapidly, igniting a wildfire across the internet. Within just 2 hours, it soared to the top of the trending list, with a simple yet striking headline: Shock. The first level 36 player emerges in Jiangsheng. As this trending topic captured the spotlight, the online community erupted in fervor. Countless netizens began to discuss the astonishing revelation. My goodness, has the Dragon Nation region truly birthed its first level 36 player? This must be a joke. The widely circulated image can't be real, can it? This is utterly outrageous. How could anyone reach level 36 just 3 days after the server opened? What on earth did this person invest to level up at such an extraordinary pace? The amount spent on in-game purchases should not impact leveling speed. Nonsense. The small green potions can indeed facilitate leveling and expedite the process. From what I know, even the elite players have only managed to elevate their small green potions to celestial quality, which merely boosts experience acquisition speed by 50. Even if this mysterious individual's potions are of a higher grade, it cannot be by much. This individual undoubtedly did not ascend through conventional means. It is likely that he discovered some form of upgrade, allowing him to attain level 36. The news of the enigmatic person at the pinnacle of Jiangsheng's leaderboard has spread like wildfire throughout the nation. This revelation has profoundly impacted the citizens of Jiangsheng, who are both exhilarated and astonished. A level 36 mysterious powerhouse has emerged in our midst. Is this for real? Who could this illustrious figure be? I must seek him out and beseech him to be my mentor. To reach level 36 merely 3 days after the server's launch is no feat for an ordinary player. Far from being typical, this is nothing short of extraordinary. While the average player hovers around level 15, this enigmatic individual has effortlessly outpaced everyone else by a staggering margin. Simultaneously, Chen, having toiled throughout the day, lay languidly on his sofa, idly scrolling through his phone. He soon stumbled upon the trending headline: Astounding. Jiangsheng welcomes its first level 36 enigma. Upon reading the title, Chen felt a jolt of trepidation. Could the content of this trending topic pertain to him? Clicking on the link, he found, to no surprise, that someone had indeed posted the standings of the Jiangsheng leaderboard online. As it stands, only players who have reached level 25 in the Jiangsheng region can unlock the ranking feature and enter the leaderboard. Thus, it is highly probable that the individuals who exposed Chen online are the two professional players. Shortly thereafter, Chen observed a deluge of comments from netizens, conspiracy theories, disparagement, ridicule, and accusations questioning whether Chen was exploiting cheats or hacks. Regarding these negative remarks, Chen merely smiled nonchalantly, paying them no heed. For no matter how vitriolic these online detractors may be, they cannot inflict the slightest harm upon him in the real world. Moreover, should these fierce critics ever confront Chen in reality, it is unlikely they would dare utter a word against him. They might very well kneel in his presence. Amidst the plethora of negative comments, Chen also discerned a multitude of positive or at least objective responses. For instance, a woman with an alluring profile picture commented, "Does anyone have the mysterious person's contact information? I would like to befriend him." Upon reading this, Chen chuckled to himself. Making friends is splendid. one should undoubtedly cultivate a wide array of connections. He then clicked on the woman's profile, intending to message her, only to be met with an automatic pop-up, nationwide delivery. Unbeatable prices, penny-pinching beggars stay away, serious inquiries only. After reading this, Chen silently closed the window in the upper right corner, exiting the conversation. What a surprise! Afterward, Chen continued to peruse the comments, most of which expressed shock and admiration. Simultaneously, numerous individuals express a desire to inquire about methods for rapid advancement. Others have indicated an intention to seek mentorship. Certain media companies have even recognized the promotional value of this fervor, striving to establish contact with the enigmatic top-ranked player in Jiangxing through various channels, with the aim of signing them to their firm. However, Chen is fully aware that 9 out of 10 companies are merely traps, primarily driven by a voracious appetite for exploiting their artists and influencers. Chen harbors no aspirations of stardom, and thus finds little reason to engage with these matters. Nevertheless, amidst the myriad of comments from netizens, Chen encountered one particularly glaring and discordant remark. Is he merely a level 36 mystery figure? One wonders what unsavory creature he might be, afraid to reveal even his name. Clearly, a rat dwelling in the shadows. Although the top player of the great cold underworld currently stands at only level 27 with his prowess, he is bound to catch up swiftly. Chen then cast a glance at the other party. The great cold underworld, indeed, possesses a certain persuasive power. Such is the confidence of the nation of the sticks. Chen recalls that the great cold underworld, due to its limited territory, has but one main city, Han City, and a singular national leaderboard. In Chen's view, this nation still bears the name bestowed upon it by the ancient Dragon Kingdom, now prancing about like a jester, constantly opposing the Dragon Kingdom, utterly oblivious to the impending consequences. When the national war commences, the enthusiasm of the Dragon Kingdom's players will undoubtedly topple this arrogant faction. At that juncture, it will not be the nation that can prevent the players from initiating the national war. Once the number of participants exceeds a certain threshold, the war between the two nations will automatically be activated. The national war holds immense significance for both realms. The victorious nation can plunder the resources of the defeated, distributing the spoils among its populace, while the vanquished will not only see their resources divided, but may also bear the weight of reparations, enduring ongoing compensation. Chapter 92. Fusion of Celestial Fate, Exclusive Professions of Each Nation. The game Celestial Fate encompasses myriad phenomena, vast and boundless. Its gameplay is remarkably diverse. Despite being a game characteristic of the Dragon Kingdom, once Celestial Fate integrates with the real world, each nation has birthed exclusive professions tailored to their unique cultures. For instance, the West has seen the emergence of alchemists, vampires, wizards, and gunslingers, among others. Meanwhile, the Dragon Kingdom boasts its own distinctive professions, such as monks, Taoists, and fate masters. These professions are classified as semi-hidden. What does this entail? It signifies that anyone can transition into this profession, provided they meet the requisite conditions and fulfill the associated tasks. However, this is a feat that the vast majority cannot achieve. For example, the profession of fate master necessitates that the aspirant possesses knowledge of ancient wisdom regarding feng shui, celestial phenomena, and destiny. If one cannot surpass this threshold of knowledge, transitioning to such a profession becomes an impossibility. As Chen scrolled through his phone online, he found himself done after a while. The clock struck 10 in the evening, and he prepared to set aside his device to rest. Just as he was about to drift into slumber, his phone rang unexpectedly. Upon glancing at the screen, he noticed the caller was his ex-girlfriend, Lu Yinyan. What could she possibly want at this late hour? Chen pondered curiously before answering the call. Hello, he spoke in a calm and indifferent tone. What is the reason for your late-night call? Lu Yinyan cautiously inquired. Chen, have you seen the trending news online? I have, he replied. There is a mysterious figure of level 36 appearing in Jiangxing. Oh, on the other end of the line, Lu Yinyan had come across this trending topic while browsing the news before making the call. For reasons unbeknownst to her, her mind kept associating Chen with this enigmatic individual. Her instincts hinted that this mysterious figure could very well be Chen himself. She had several reasons for this belief. Firstly, Chen's attitude towards her had undergone a remarkable transformation recently. Secondly, he was now accompanied by a woman more beautiful than herself. Lastly, earlier that day, a news clip surfaced capturing Chen at the Starfall Lake, where he vanquished the notorious quartet of Jiangxing. While others might not recognize the striking figure in the video executing a dazzling skill, Lu Yinyan immediately discerned it was Chen. Armed with a rusty iron sword, he unleashed a breathtaking attack, the Scarlet Lotus Flame Slash, obliterating all members of the notorious quartet. It was truly a defining moment that catapulted him to fame. The video had garnered over 5 million likes on a prominent short video platform, indicating its vast reach and influence. Later that evening, Lu Yinyan encountered yet another article highlighting the emergence of the first level 36 mysterious figure in Jiangxing. With all these events converging, she increasingly believed that Lu Chen was indeed the one atop the leaderboard. This realization left her unable to eat throughout the night. In the past, her affection for Lu Chen had not stemmed from love, but rather from his wealth. Following their breakup, she had sought solace in the arms of Zhao Tianlang, Lu Chen's closest friend, drawn by his handsome appearance and understanding nature. However, Zhao Tianlang was only capable of providing emotional support, and when it came to financial matters, he was quite stingy, often concocting excuses to avoid spending a dime. It was during this time that Lu Yinyan recognized Lu Chen's true worth. He was generous, willing to spend on her. Thus, this night brought forth a wave of regret for Lu Yinyan. She should never have heeded the seductive whispers of Zhao Tianlang, betraying Lu Chen and sharing a bed with him. Now, she must hastily mend the rift between herself and Lu Chen. At this moment, Lu Yinyan clutched her phone, feeling an unprecedented sense of caution and humility in Lu Chen's presence. She feared that a single misstep in her tone or a misplaced word could incite his wrath. Lu Chen, do you know who that mysterious figure on the rankings is? Lu Yinyan intended to subtly inquire whether the enigmatic individual was, in fact, Lu Chen. However, the cold laughter from the other end of the line caught her off guard. What is this? Lu Yinyan, have you taken a fancy to someone? Planning to rush to the side of this mysterious person? Liu Yunniong hurriedly clarified. No, that is not what I meant. Lu Chen, I have only ever been loyal to you in this lifetime. I would never betray you. Upon hearing Lu Yinyan's declarations of loyalty, Lu Chen felt an urge to laugh uproariously. Her loyalty? If she were truly loyal, she wouldn't have lied about going to the gym while actually rolling in the sheets with Zhao Tianlang at a hotel. The notion of loyalty was utterly foreign to Lu Yinyan. Haha, you're loyal? How amusing, Lu Chen remarked with a faint, icy smile. Lu Yinyan trembled at his words. Forcing a sheepish grin, Lu Chen, you misunderstood. There is really nothing between Zhao Tianlang and me. Even when we are alone, I maintain my integrity and have not engaged in any form of contact with him. Lu Chen inquired coldly. Not even the slightest touch? Lu Yinyan stammered, feeling exceedingly awkward. Well, there was just a slight touch, but I quickly rejected him. A slight touch? Without protection, such a touch could lead to an unexpected outcome. The idea of her quickly rejecting him was likely a ruse to mask the truth, perhaps after she had enjoyed herself first. Lu Chen, faced with her tangled web of deceit, chose to quietly observe her performance, intrigued by the extent of her shameless fabrications. In his past life, he would have vehemently confronted Lu Yinyan, hurling accusations of her being a heartless woman. Yet, in this reincarnation, Lu Chen's perspective had shifted. He now possessed a lofty demeanor, gazing down with a sense of detached amusement. It was akin to watching two ants clash. The spectacle itself was the most entertaining part. Should he intervene and squash one ant to ensure the other's victory, the enjoyment would be lost. To Lu Chen now, Lu Yinyan resembled those frantically scurrying ants, and he observed her various antics with quiet amusement. Previously, when Lu Chen had treated Lu Yinyan with kindness, she had taken it for granted and betrayed him. Now, however, Lu Chen had transformed entirely, leaving Lu Yinyan to begin regretting her actions and recalling the goodness he once bestowed upon her. In this world, have all the good things been monopolized by you, Lu Yinyan? Chapter 93. On the 4th day of the server launch. Level 12 unlocked. Rewards, 3 goddesses, Amaterasu, Muse, Athena. After Lu Yinyan finished her explanation, she waited for a moment. On the other end of the line, Lu Chen remained silent. She thought her words might have swayed him. Lu Yinyan continued. Lu Chen, do you truly not recognize the mysterious person at the top of the leaderboard? What do you think? Lu Chen, the mysterious person at level 36 on the leaderboard, can't possibly be you, right? What do you think? I'm just joking with you, just making casual conversation. Don't take it to heart. I'm not upset. I see that your personal information is usually hidden, yet many others are quite generous in displaying theirs. Oh, so what? Am I not allowed to keep mine private? No, that is not what I meant. Could you let me see your personal information? I'm quite curious. Why? Lu Yinyan never imagined she would find conversing with a boy so challenging. In truth, being a girl, her past interactions with boys were typically initiated by them. There were times when she grew weary of chatting and would criticize those boys for their lack of emotional intelligence and awareness when they persisted in conversing with her. Yet, after a few days without contact, she would lament that boys were fickle and easily bored. Now, Lu Yinyin found herself in a role reversal with Lu Chen, beginning to experience the feeling of being pursued that he had once felt. However, a person like Lu Yinyin would never admit to her mistakes. She would only stubbornly divert the reasoning elsewhere, claiming that, as a girl, she was entitled to behave differently. Girls have privileges. They should be introverted and slow to warm up. They occupy the passive side. They're the weaker party. In reality, Lu Yinyin, as someone benefiting from these privileges, would exploit them to further pressurize Lu Chen when it suited her. Having been reborn, Lu Chen saw through these dynamics and chose no longer to be Lu Yinyin's devoted admirer. Lu Yinyin, having lost her admirer, found herself unwilling and unable to accept this change. At this moment, she realized her temper had surprisingly improved. Faced with Lu Chen's icy demeanor, she managed to remain calm, devoid of any anger. Lu Chen, is the mysterious person on the leaderboard truly not you? Does it matter to you whether the mysterious person is me? Of course it does. Why? That way, I could tell others that my boyfriend is number one on the leaderboard. How prestigious that would be. Lu Yinyin playfully spoke in a bold tone, testing the waters while feigning ignorance. The result? I don't have a girlfriend. As soon as the words left his mouth, the call was abruptly disconnected. The smile that had adorned Lu Yinyin's face vanished in an instant as she stared at the severed connection. Some, in a fit of frustration, hurled their phones onto the bed. Now, she would never dare to toss her phone to the ground as before. Previously, when her phone had broken, Lu Chen had purchased her a new one. But now, should it break, she would have to acquire a new one herself. How infuriating. That Lu Chen, impervious to both coaxing and scolding. Hadn't she been sufficiently gracious towards him? He was still sulking at her. Was it merely because she had shared a few intimate moments with his closest friend? These men, who profess to be brothers, are unwilling to share women with their comrades. Lu Yinyin complained, her face etched with indignation. Then, she began to analyze the situation. Just moments ago, she had inquired whether Lu Chen was the mysterious figure at the top of the leaderboard. Yet, Lu Chen had repeatedly evaded the topic or deflected with other excuses. Lu Chen was notoriously poor at lying. Thus, it was highly probable that the enigmatic individual ranked first, at level 36, was indeed him. With this deduction, a smile crept across Lu Yinyin's face. It must be said, aside from her proclivity for vampirism and materialism, her keen analytical skills concerning gossip were astonishingly impressive. Lu Yinyin's analysis had surprisingly yielded results that were nearly aligned with the truth. As she lay on her bed, a thought crossed her mind. Lu Chen, I never would have imagined that upon the convergence of the celestial and the mundane, you would evolve into such an extraordinary individual, deserving of my newfound admiration. By the way, wasn't Zhao Tianlang particularly fond of pursuing women around you? Perhaps I could have Zhao Tianlang seduce the woman near you, capturing a few photographs and a video to share with you. Once you see her true nature, you would surely part ways with her, thus granting me the opportunity to rise in your esteem. If at this moment Lu Chen were to learn of Lu Yinyin's scheming thoughts, he would undoubtedly exclaim, the most vicious of hearts belong to women. Meanwhile, after concluding his call with Lu Yinyin, Lu Chen intended to retire for the night. Upon awakening, he planned to dedicate more time to enhancing the characteristics of his ancient sacred body, as well as refining and augmenting the features of his equipment. Alas, the sheer volume of materials he possessed meant that improvement would require considerable time. These tasks were monumental in scope, and he could not complete them all in a single day. He slept soundly until 8 o'clock the following morning. As the clock struck 8, the fourth day of the server's opening had arrived. All game content was refreshed, and at this moment, a spectacular scene unfolded. Players from various countries, akin to bees emerging from their hive, flocked out of the main cities, their purpose set on venturing into the wild to tackle dungeons. It was during this time that the entrance to the dungeons became the most bustling locale, with people calling out, gathering teams, and preparing to delve into the dungeons. Upon awakening, Lu Chen's first action was to promptly check his level on the fourth day of the server. The level cap has been further unlocked. Congratulations. You have reached level 11. Congratulations. You have reached level 12. Lu Chen swiftly opened his interface to examine the details. For level 11, cumulative recharge of 3,000,000 yuan grants 300 experience points, 90 instance dungeon drops, access to instance dungeons 10 times per session, higher quality equipment drop rates, 10 uses of the spirit gathering basin daily, 6 entries to weekly dungeons, 5 demon sealing attempts, 3 body refining sessions, 2 pet refinement attempts. and 4 free revivals each day. The black market merchant is now accessible. Rewards: 1,000 evolution stones for followers, 1,000 growth stones for followers, and 1,000 skill upgrade stones for followers. For level 12, cumulative recharge of 5,000 yuan grants 360 experience points, 100 instance dungeon drops, access to instance dungeons 11 times per session, higher quality equipment drop rates, 11 uses of the spirit gathering basin daily, 7 entries to weekly dungeons, 6 demon sealing attempts, 4 body refining sessions, 3 pet refinement attempts, and 5 free revivals each day. The black market merchant is accessible, and the merchant can refresh daily once. Rewards: 3 divine pets, Amaterasu, Muse, Athena. Level 13. Unlocked on the 5th day of the server's opening. Chapter 94. Level 11 exclusive unlock. The black market merchant. Purchase the transmutation book for the celestial sword god. On the 4th day since the server opened, Chen's level remarkably rose to 12. Upon reaching level 12, a plethora of new content was unveiled, notably the activation of the black market merchant. When Chen noticed the term black market merchant, a look of astonishment and delight graced his face. In his previous life, the black market merchant was an enigmatic presence, often appearing without warning and offering items beyond imagination. This led to a surge of interest from countless players, as the merchant would sell hidden class transmutation books, the highest tier skill books, and an array of top-notch items and equipment. Each appearance carried the probability of selling these coveted goods. However, the black market merchant only manifested in the world of Xian Yuan after a player surpassed level 100. Thus, Chen had never anticipated that he would unlock this feature ahead of time at level 11, having only needed a cumulative recharge of 3 million to do so. This revelation expanded Chen's horizons significantly, especially considering that in his past life, he had never achieved such a high level, having only accumulated around 200,000 in recharge before his demise. Consequently, he momentarily set aside other matters and promptly activated his ability to summon the black market merchant. Player Chen has summoned the black market merchant. Only one summon is permitted at a time, and the merchant will remain for 3 minutes. Before Chen stood a figure cloaked in black robes, their head concealed beneath the fabric, embodying an air of profound mystery. Above them, a timer counted down the remaining moments. 2:59, 2:58, 2:57. Time was of the essence, and the task was urgent. Chen immediately engaged in conversation with the entity before him. He then accessed the sales section of the black market merchant. To his surprise, he discerned that the black market merchant he summoned bore notable differences from those encountered in his past life across the globe. Unlike the wild black market merchants who offered a plethora of items, often exceeding a dozen, this summoned merchant presented a mere 2 items for sale. It soon became clear to Chen that this was an exclusive level 11 black market merchant, summonable once daily. Consequently, the Xian Yuan Gaming Company must have imposed restrictions on the summoned merchant, ostensibly to curtail the rapid strengthening of affluent players while, in a rather disingenuous manner, claiming to balance the game for the benefit of casual players. Chen shook his head in bemusement, a smile creeping onto his face. Xian Yuan Company, you truly excel at balancing matters that are utterly inconsequential. Yet, the items offered by the black market merchant, though admirable, were astonishingly expensive. This echoed the adage, the issue lies not with the goods, but with oneself. The sole flaw of a product is its exorbitance. The only flaw of a person is their poverty. Reflecting on this, Chen felt a pang of sorrow for his past life. The black market merchant had 2 items for sale as follows. Sword God Class Change Book, priced at 1,000,000. Artifact Fragment, priced at 500,000. The prices of 1,000,000 and 500,000 did not refer to in-game currency, but to actual cash recharge amounts. In other words, the Xian Yuan Company had brazenly placed a cash price on the hidden class change book. Furthermore, the artifact fragment was a significant boon for wealthy players, particularly those who lacked access to hidden classes. However, for ordinary players, this severely disrupted the equilibrium of the game. Alas, this was the reality of Xian Yuan's integration with the real world. Such imbalance within the game was inevitably carried over. Moreover, was the real world itself ever truly balanced? The wealthy possessed riches beyond imagination, while the impoverished faced dire straits that were equally unfathomable. Ironically, the fusion of Xian Yuan with the real world provided an opportunity for the underprivileged to transform their fortunes. Within Xian Yuan, avenues to obtain recharge cards were plentiful. It merely depended on the individual's capability to acquire them. With a resolute wave of his hand, Lu Chen expended 1,500,000 in recharge credits, forcefully purchasing both items. Sword God Class Change Book, level a melee class that can undergo class change, thereafter limited to sword-type weaponry. Artifact Fragment. 10 artifact fragments can randomly be synthesized into a complete artifact. Done. The count of artifact fragments increased by 1, bringing him ever closer to crafting his first artifact. Next, he examined the Sword God Class Change Book, which appeared impressively formidable. Furthermore, it was a class change book for a high-output profession. Once the auction house is opened at level 50, I shall be able to cast this item into the bidding arena, undoubtedly fetching an astronomical price. For Lu Chen, the celestial stones serve as the universal currency of fate. Though they may not hold the same significance as recharge amounts, they are nonetheless a tangible medium of trade. Thus, it is imperative for Lu Chen to acquire some. Essentially, Lu Chen has procured this tome of the Celestial Warrior's class change and intends to sell it in exchange for celestial stones. After exhausting the wares of the black market merchant, the merchant remained, as there was still a line of text at the bottom of the shop. Refresh store. Initially, Lu Chen believed his shopping was complete. However, upon noticing this, he suddenly recalled that at level 12, a new feature seemed to emerge. He hastily checked the level 12 content, fixating on the last line which read, "The black market merchant may refresh once daily." A smile crept onto Lu Chen's lips. So, the store can be refreshed. He decided to proceed with the refresh. Shortly thereafter, the shop completed its refresh, unveiling new merchandise. However, this time, only one item appeared. Lu Chen was left somewhat speechless upon seeing it. Level 100 Epic Chest Random Container. Price 100,000. It turned out to be an equipment container, and a level 101 at that. Given that the black market merchant is a feature unlocked post-level 100, it is only natural that the equipment offered would start at that level. Spending 100,000 to acquire such an item, Lu Chen simply could not fathom its significance. For one, it would not be of use for quite some time, and secondly, it was merely epic-grade equipment. In his past life, Abyss tickets were exorbitantly priced as entry tokens. Yet in this lifetime, Lu Chen was not short on funds. Thus, he felt no compulsion to concern himself with the inability to afford an Abyss entry. Consequently, Lu Chen chose not to purchase the item, allowing the black market merchant to vanish once the time elapsed. Chapter 95. The incredibly powerful 3 Goddess Companions. After the black market merchant departed, Lu Chen examined the rewards unlocked at level 12. 3 Goddess Pets. Amaterasu Muse Athena. Upon reviewing the reward for the cumulative recharge of 5 million, Lu Chen's expression morphed into one of astonishment. Are these not goddesses from foreign mythology? To think that a recharge of 5 million would yield such an extraordinary gift. However, are these also spirit pets? Given the battle limitations imposed on spirit pets, Lu Chen could not deploy all 3 newly acquired goddess companions simultaneously. Yet soon, he discovered an additional feature in his list of functions: companions. These 3 foreign goddesses were not spirit pets, but rather companions? Eagerly, Lu Chen opened his companions list. Indeed, within his companions section, 3 stunning icons of foreign goddesses appeared. Following this, the interface for followers provides relevant introductions. Followers can only offer benefits, assistance, and protection to players, lacking any combat abilities. Upon this realization, Lu Chen's memories from his past life regarding this aspect resurfaced. Indeed, he had once managed 3 followers, Bubble, the Great Turtle, and the Caterpillar. Their respective roles were to provide damage enhancement, shields, and damage reduction. Consequently, Lu Chen hastily examined the skills of the 3 divine female followers he had drawn. Athena. Type: Divine Female, Combat Type Follower. Constellation: 0, War Enthusiasm Aura upon entering combat. Provides a War Enthusiasm Aura, granting a 10 damage bonus to allied units of the player. Transcendent Daze. Instantly stuns surrounding enemies within a wide area for 5 seconds. Cooldown: 60 seconds. Muse. Type: Divine Female, Healing Type Follower. Constellation: 0, Joyful Song Aura upon entering combat. Provides a Joyful Song Aura, restoring 1 maximum health point per second to allied units of the player. Sweet Flowing Melody. Instantly restores 50 health points to the target. Cooldown: 60 seconds. Amaterasu. Type: Divine Female, Defense Type Follower. Constellation: 0, Gardien Aura. Aura upon entrer combat. Provide à Gardien Aura, granting a 10 physical and magical defense bonus to allied units of the player. Divine Light Shield. Instantly applies a shield worth 20 maximum health points to the target. lasting for 20 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. After reviewing the skills of these 3 divine female followers, Lu Chen was utterly astonished, rendered speechless. The strength of these 3 followers was simply extraordinary. It was the first time he had encountered followers capable of bearing aura effects. Moreover, these 3 distinct divine females perfectly encompassed the dimensions of attack, healing, and defense. It is worth noting that all the followers Lu Chen had seen in his previous life possessed only single skills. Since followers could not assist players in combat, players prioritized those with control skills to significantly mitigate their combat weaknesses. Now, Lu Chen's 3 divine female followers not only filled the 3 available slots for followers, but also flawlessly addressed all the shortcomings he had experienced in his past life. The reward of 5 million seemed quite worthwhile. A smile of joy played at the corners of Lu Chen's mouth. However, the constellation levels of these 3 divine female followers were all at 0. Would it be necessary to draw from the follower card pool again? Much like during the summoning of spirit pets, Lu Chen scanned the followers interface and soon noticed a follower card pool in the upper right corner. Upon clicking it, he found, as expected, the limited time divine female followers for this month. Combat type follower, Athena. Healing type follower, Muse. Defense type follower, Amaterasu. With this revelation, Lu Chen scratched his head in contemplation. After experiencing the frost of Bai Shuangxue, Lu Chen did not immediately draw cards. Instead, he summoned his 3 exquisite followers. In the next moment, 3 stunning goddesses materialized in Lu Chen's room, their enchanting forms draping over his bed. As Lu Chen awoke, he remained reclined, engrossed in studying his newfound level. Consequently, he had yet to rise from his bed, resulting in the 3 goddesses lying beside him, inadvertently sharing the bed with him. Lu Chen gazed closely at these divine attendants, captivated by their breathtakingly beautiful faces and their statuesque figures, unable to suppress a gulp. It was too close. Mistakes were easily made. He stared for a while, feeling a bit lightheaded, reminiscent of being enamored. However, Lu Chen soon noticed another issue. The expressions of the 3 goddesses were entirely devoid of emotion, resembling that of robots, bearing no semblance to normal human demeanor. He commanded, "You may stand." Immediately, the 3 goddesses rose from the bed, forming a neat line before him. "Now squat," he instructed, and they complied. "You may rise." They stood again. "It's rather warm. Do take care not to overheat." At this point, the goddesses remained motionless. Lu Chen attempted various phrases, saying, "It's quite hot. Perhaps you should bathe. Your garments are rather cumbersome. Why not change into something from my wardrobe?" My stomach aches. Come quickly and perform artificial respiration." After a series of attempts, Lu Chen finally grasped the situation. These 3 divine attendants were essentially akin to the first instance of drawing by Shuangxue, a descendant of Niwa. The goddesses he had acquired were not, in the truest sense, Athena, Muse, or Amaterasu, but rather an existence akin to clones, replicating a portion of divine abilities. With this realization, Lu Chen shook his head, bemusedly remarking, "Xian Yuan, I understand you. To obtain true divine followers, one must spend money, correct?" Following the pattern of drawing from a Bai Shuangxue card pool, he knew he first needed to draw a 6-star card, then continue to draw from the true card pool, ultimately spending to eliminate the previous pool, thus preventing others from drawing the same goddesses as he had. With this thought, Lu Chen fixed his gaze on his automated card drawing machine. "Thank you for your hard work, my friend. Prepare for action." He then entered the follower card pool. Each Xian Yuan follower card was priced at 80 yuan, a steep cost indeed. However, as he aimed to draw 3 goddess followers, he resolved to purchase more. "Let me buy 10,000 cards to test the waters of the follower card pool." Thus, Lu Chen, without a blink, spent 800,000 yuan. After completing the purchase, he entrusted his automated card drawing machine to execute a frenzied 100 draws. Once finished, Lu Chen prepared to take a moment's respite. He stared at the 3 divine maidens and inquired, "You 3, you do not allow this, nor permit that. What purpose do you serve by my summons? Can you provide me with a massage?" Initially, Lu Chen merely grumbled his discontent. However, it appeared that the act of massage was indeed within their capabilities. Athena, the muse, and Amaterasu approached him, kneeling beside his bed, attentively massaging his arms and thighs. This feels delightful." Lu Chen closed his eyes in bliss, reveling in the soothing service. Just then, his door was abruptly flung open. Bai Shuangxue entered, having heard peculiar sounds emanating from Lu Chen's room. To her astonishment, upon pushing the door ajar, she was met with an exceedingly alluring sight. 3 breathtaking goddesses were kneeling on the bed, dutifully attending to Lu Chen's needs. for reasons unbeknownst to her. Bai Shuangshue's immediate reaction was not one of anger, but rather a flicker of self-doubt. Had she lost her charm? Why had three new, beautiful goddesses suddenly appeared by Lu Chen's side? She quickly recalled the previous night when she had observed Lu Chen's hand resting upon his trousers. Although he claimed to merely be scratching an itch, Bai Shuangxue harbored her own suspicions. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a blush crept across her cheeks. She pondered silently. It is only natural for a man to have such desires, is it not? Yet his needs are not my concern. I am merely his spirit companion. It is not my role to cater to his ordinary cravings. Thus, he summoned three new goddesses to fulfill those unmet needs. As she contemplated, she scrutinized Lu Chun on the bed. An awkward silence enveloped the room. Lu Chun could never have anticipated that Bai Shuangxue would enter without knocking, especially at such a moment of intimacy with the foreign goddesses. Coughing softly, he hastily rose from the bed and promptly accessed his companion, interface, swiftly dismissing the three divine maidens. Soon after, scratching his head, Lu Chun attempted to explain, please do not misunderstand. It is not as you perceive. Bai Shuangxue gazed at him quizzically, her eyes gradually drifting downward. In the next instant, Lu Chun witnessed her face redden as she turned and fled his room. Realizing this, he quickly looked down and turned crimson himself. How could my trousers have fallen off? He lamented, feeling utterly mortified. As the minor upheaval subsided, Lu Chun awkwardly dressed himself. Meanwhile, the automated card-drawing robot continued its diligent work. He then exited his room and made his way to the living room, where he found Bai Shuangxue seated cross-legged on her yoga mat, deep in meditation. However, Bai Shuangxue's face was flushed and her breathing was disordered, clearly indicating that she had not entered a meditative state. Clearing his throat, Lu Chun took the initiative to break the ice. Bai Shuangxue, some matters are not as you perceive them. The three women in my room were merely my summoned attendants. Bai Shuangxue's face turned even redder, and her fair skin began to show a hint of pink. Do you recognize them? Lu Chun gazed at Bai Shuangxue in astonishment. She nodded. They are goddesses from other realms, and I have had dealings with them before. However, the ones you saw in your room were likely not their true forms, but rather replicas. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen's expression grew increasingly astonished. He had not anticipated Bai Shuangxue's keen insight to see through everything at a glance. With this revelation, the misunderstandings between them should have dissipated, and Lu Chun felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet in the next moment, Bai Shuangxue suddenly posed a question. By the way, do you occasionally have the normal desires of a man? Her words nearly flushed Lu Chen's face crimson. As someone who had weathered many storms, he had encountered a myriad of experiences. Nonetheless, the stark contrast between Bai Shuangxue's sincere tone and her unabashedly suggestive words left him momentarily flustered. Ahem, well, it is quite normal for a man to have such needs. He stammered. Bai Shuangxue replied with a soft, melodic voice. So, when you summoned those three, was it to assist you in fulfilling those needs? Hey, wait a moment. Don't spread rumors about me. Lu Chun quickly clarified. Those three goddesses do not heed my commands at all. How could I possibly summon them for such purposes? Even if Lu Chun harbored such thoughts, he would never dare to admit it. Then, unexpectedly, Bai Shuangxue chimed in again, if they possessed the original goddess mindset, would you act differently? Lu Chun was taken aback by her audacity, momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, Bai Shuangxue added, is there another way I could assist you? If not, then never mind. She turned away, her face flushed and her delicate form trembling slightly. Lu Chen's heart quivered with delight. Could it be that Bai Shuangxue had developed a secret affection for him? This was splendid. He decided to seize the moment and pursue her fervently, hoping to achieve a home run today. Just as Lu Chun was organizing his thoughts and preparing to speak, the automated card drawing robot behind him interrupted the moment with an ill-timed announcement. Card drawing complete. The cold, mechanical voice shattered the atmosphere, followed by a hushed remark, brother, don't make me ruin your happiest moment. The automated card drawing robot fell silent, allowing Lu Chun to turn and gaze at Bai Shuangxue's enchanting silhouette. As the tender atmosphere from before was about to be rekindled, Lu Chun had just begun to speak when a robotic card drawing machine behind him suddenly announced its results. Attendant, Athena, 6 stars of destiny. Attendant, Muse, 6 stars of destiny. Attendant, Amaterasu, 6 stars of destiny. Attendant Essence. Attendant. Lu Chun was utterly speechless. In that instant, the warmth of the moment was completely obliterated by this metallic automaton. I shall retreat to the courtyard to meditate, so as not to disturb you, Bai Shuangxue remarked, having heard the machine's announcement. She then took her yoga mat and chose to meditate cross-legged outside in the courtyard. Lu Chen's plans have been thoroughly derailed. My friend, I should have silenced you long ago. Lu Chen glared fiercely at the robotic card drawing machine and promptly disabled its announcement feature. At last, the room fell silent. However, Bai Shuangxue was no longer present. Nevertheless, Lu Chen was not one to rush. After all, Bai Shuangxue was with him 24 hours a day. Slowly nurturing their relationship would yield fruitful results in due time. For now, the robotic card drawing machine had completed its task, and Lu Chen decided to focus on fully activating the 3 divine attendance constellations. Chapter 97. All 3 divine attendants, maxed out to 6 stars. Lu Chen opened the attendant interface once more and selected the first attendant, Athena. The relevant information regarding Athena appeared before him, and he navigated to the constellation list. There, 6 unactivated stars lay in the dark, vacant space. Lu Chen skillfully selected to activate them. In total, he consumed 6 of Athena's stars. With a cascade of sounds, the dark constellations were activated one after another. Eventually, all 6 constellations illuminated before Lu Chen's eyes. A stunning vision emerged from the darkness. Amidst the beautiful stars, Athena stood proudly in place. Though she wore no clothing, her modesty was preserved, with only her vital areas concealed. The exposed skin revealed a healthy, muscular strength, embodying a graceful yet powerful beauty. Lu Chen swiftly glanced over the details. Athena, Constellation 1. The effect of the war enthusiasm aura is doubled. Constellation 2. Transcendent shock transforms into a charging skill, usable once. Constellation 3. Under the war enthusiasm aura. It also provides friendly units with a speed bonus equal to the damage dealt. Constellation 4. The cooldown time of Transcendent Shock is reduced by 50. Constellation 5. Under the War Enthusiasm aura, it grants a Life Steal aura, converting 5 of damage dealt into health. Constellation 6. Upon hitting an enemy with Transcendent Shock, it inflicts a Shatter Armor effect, reducing the enemy's defense by 40. Lasts for 5 seconds. As Lu Chen absorbed the effects of Athena's constellations, a look of astonishment crossed his face. Each of these constellations bore formidable effects. On one hand, they enhance damage support. On the other hand, it also enhances control capabilities. Moreover, there exists a vampiric aura that effectively bolsters one's survivability. With the 6th constellation, the release of the supernatural shockwave can inflict armor shatter upon foes, thereby directly diminishing their defenses by 40. This reduction is rather extreme, is it not? Furthermore, Lu Chen could discern at a glance that the constellation description boldly states a 40 decrease in defense. Such a description pertains to both physical and magical defenses, all diminished by 40. This is even more outrageous. A smile played upon Lu Chen's lips. In my previous life, I never experienced such fortuitous circumstances. Even with just Athena as a companion, I feel I could have been deemed invincible. Athena's abilities are exceptionally suited for various forms of combat. The more Lu Chen looked, the more he found himself smiling and enamored. After indulging in this admiration, Lu Chen proceeded to unlock his second companion, Muse. This is a dedicated healer, an essential type of companion for every player. This underscores the immense value of healing companions. However, healing companions often possess relatively weaker prowess compared to others. Yet, this does not diminish the fervor and necessity felt by players. After all, without a healing companion to provide support, the pressure of survival during monster hunting or dungeon raids is significantly heightened. Many would prefer to sacrifice some damage output to ensure their survival is maximized. Muse. Constellation 1. The effect of the joyous singing aura is doubled. Constellation 2. Sweet melody transforms into a charging skill with 1 usage. Constellation 3. Under the joyous singing aura, allied units will receive a 20 boost to skill casting speed. Constellation 4. Cooldown time for Sweet Melody is reduced by 50. Constellation 5. Under the joyous singing aura, allied units will enter a state of vitality restoration, with a 20 chance to recover 10 of their maximum health and mana with each skill cast. Constellation 6. After casting Sweet Melody, the target will receive a gradual healing effect for 20 seconds, restoring 2 of their maximum health per second. Once Lu Chen had surveyed Muse's 6 constellations, he could not help but marvel internally. Muse's 6 constellations are indeed formidable, specializing in the restoration of health and mana. Not only that, but the 3rd constellation boasts a rare attribute, providing a 20 increase in skill casting speed. This implies that during battle, both I and my allies will release skills 20 faster than our adversaries. A swift advance leads to continual advantage. Lu Chen understood well the significance of seizing the initiative in combat. Furthermore, the 5th and 6th constellations further enhance survivability. These effects are reminiscent of numerous exceptional companion skills Lu Chen had witnessed in his previous life. However, skills akin to muses can only be described with one word: extraordinary. It can be asserted that as long as Lu Chen is not swiftly vanquished with the healing prowess of Muse, Lu Chen's vitality could be instantaneously restored to its zenith. Contentedly, Lu Chen closed Muse's destiny seat, then eagerly turned his gaze towards the final one. Given the formidable nature of the first 2 divine maidens' destiny seats, it was only logical to assume that the third, Amaterasu, would be equally impressive. Amaterasu, Destiny Seat 1. The protective aura effect is doubled. Destiny Seat 2. Divine Light Protection transforms into a charging skill with 1 usage. Destiny Seat 3. Under the protective aura, allies will receive an additional resilience bonus of 10. Destiny Seat 4. The cooldown time of Divine Light Protection is reduced by 50. Destiny Seat 5. Under the protective aura, allies will also benefit from a Thorn aura, with a 5 chance to fully reflect damage back to the attacker upon being struck. Destiny Seat 6. Upon the release of Divine Light Protection, the target will receive an additional resilience boost of 10, granting a 1 chance to nullify any incoming damage. As Lu Chen perused the 6 destiny seats of Amaterasu, his expression morphed into one of increasing astonishment. The destiny seats of Amaterasu's companion were remarkably powerful as well. The effects of the 1st, 2nd, and 4th seats were self-evident, mirroring those of Athena and Muse. The crux lay in the 3rd and 6th seats, which collectively offered a substantial resilience boost of 20. Resilience is a vital attribute within the realm of celestial affinities. It is essential to note that this attribute stands in contrast to Lu Chen's initial characteristic of immunity to all evils from the ancient holy body. With the current effects of immunity to all evils, Lu Chen enjoyed an impressive 45 resistance to control skills. However, the 20 resilience boost provided by Amaterasu would significantly reduce the duration of effects such as stun, slow, taunt, fear, silence, blindness, transformation, and confinement by a notable 20. This exemplifies the remarkable nature of the resilience attribute. In his previous life, Lu Chen had only encountered resilience bonuses on artifacts, and now he had directly acquired 20.